Tantor Audio, the Division of Recorded Books, presents the John Stone Action Pack, Books 7 through 9, Military Action Thriller Series, by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Black and White. Chapter 1. Bridgeport, Connecticut. The front door of the bar, Snake Oil, opened as a mixed collection of men and women staggered out, laughing and shouting into the night. The music faded away as the door swung shut behind them, cutting off the smoke that had trailed behind the group. John Stone moved closer to the building, giving the group a wide berth to pass. Scott Maverick turned his body to present a smaller surface and cut through the group of well-dressed and drunken club patrons. One of the men bounced off the muscular man and turned to face the obstacle. John tensed, watching as the situation sorted itself out. Still riding the high of an enjoyable evening, the man muttered an apology, patting Scott on the shoulder as his smile beamed. "Pleasant bunch," Scott said, wiping imagined dirt from his shoulder. Snake Oil's entryway blended in with the other almost high-end shops and boutiques along the block, opting for an understated sign composed of steel letters spelling out the bar's name, backlit with an ebbing glow switching back and forth from blue to purple. Giving the bouncer out front a quick nod, John stepped through into the bar, Scott following several steps behind. Even though Scott was 20 years John's senior, both men stood a hair taller and had packed on almost as much muscle as the young man posted out front to keep the trouble inside to a minimum. Dressed in casual attire, jeans and button-up, short-sleeve shirts, John and Scott didn't match the style of Snake Oil's typical patrons. Preparing for trouble, both men carried weapons concealed in holsters, tucked into their waistbands. The people inside turned their heads to get a look at the newcomers, but when they saw what appeared to be a couple of dads there to drag their kids out of the establishment, they lost interest. John had enlisted Scott Maverick's help to track down the Alpha assets that had almost killed Parker Lewis in an attempt to eliminate anyone standing in the Order's way. He and his friends had tracked the assassins to South Africa, exposing their ties with Damian Blanchard. Unfortunately, John had lost the Alphas during the fight to take Blanchard down for good. Scott's experience in dealing with the Russians, fighting both against and alongside them, had allowed the retired homicide detective to build up a reliable network. The two assassins John was after were both Russian-born, with strong ties to the Order. Now, John was following a lead that one of Scott's informants had provided. That led both men to a bar with some shady Russian types who might know something about the Alpha assets. Scott nodded toward the bar. "Let's grab a seat and get us a couple of beers. Once we get settled in, we can make our way around the place and ask a few questions." "All right, but keep it discreet. I'm not trying to raise any red flags about why we're here." "Relax, Stone. This'll be a cakewalk." Scott tugged his belt, adjusting his pants. "Besides, their flag isn't red anymore." John rolled his eyes, then gestured with his head to the bar. The two broad-shouldered men found a couple of open stools. Following Scott's lead, John let out an audible groan as he sat, though he wasn't entirely sure if the other man was putting on much of an act. With big, artificial grins plastered on their faces, both men ordered a beer. They continued the act, pretending they were quite interested in the sports highlights on the TV behind the bar, but both men scanned the room and listened to nearby conversations for any hint of what they were looking for. A boisterous conversation pulled their attention toward a table in the middle of the bar. "You hear that?" Scott asked. "Yes. Russian." John took a pull from his mug. Most of the conversations in the bar were in English, but John picked out the sounds of two men speaking Russian among the crowd. The distance and the music from the jukebox made it all but impossible to pick out any of the details of the back and forth, however. "That's a good sign," Scott said, tipping his mug as he took a gulp. "This isn't a slam dunk," John said. "A couple of guys speaking Russian doesn't mean we're in the right spot." "But it definitely increases the odds," Scott said. "We should try to get closer, so we can listen in." John spun on his stool and leaned his elbows on the bar behind him. Scott nodded and looked around the room. "Over there, 2 guys with fake designer shirts," he said to John. "You'll have to be more specific." Scott pointed discreetly to a table in the middle of the bar. 2 men were engaged in a rather lively dialogue, both raising their voices to be heard over the after-dinner crowd. John led the way, finding a table closer to the 2 men they had targeted. Scott sat down, leaning back in his chair, and continued their charade while eavesdropping on the unsuspecting men. John had his back to their marks. He was close enough to pick up bits of the conversation, but he had to rely on Scott to translate. "Jesus, the guy's Blancpain watch is also a fake. Is there anything real about these 2? "Keep your head in the game," John said. Scott nodded and took a sip of beer as he listened intently, translating what he heard. Though John understood the language, Scott was an expert in their tongue and culture, having spent a large portion of his previous career working closely with the Russian government. "The bald one is going to buy a new car soon," Scott said. "American muscle, fast, with terrible gas mileage. Fake Blancpain says it's not going to make him any luckier with the ladies." John listened, trying to lock in on any details that would give him more information about the 2 men they were stalking. "The guy with the knockoff watch is whining about having to work later tonight." Scott closed his eyes to focus on what they were saying. "No clues about what his job is. Now they're talking about soccer." John took another sip of beer. "Sounds like they're going to talk about soccer for a while. I think maybe these guys don't know anything about our assassin friends." "You're probably right." Scott waved to a waitress. He held 2 fingers up, gesturing with his beer mug before downing the rest of it. The waitress nodded with a smile and headed to the bar. A minute later, she arrived with 2 more beers. "I'm good with just the one, thanks," John said. Scott pulled the 2 mugs closer. "That's good, because I forgot to order another for you." John and Scott sat at the table for another 10 minutes, blending in while observing everything around them. Most of the people in the bar were ordinary people, leading ordinary lives, just there to unwind at the end of their workday. Another half-hour passed, providing no new leads, or at least nothing that would get them closer to accomplishing their mission. "I don't think we're going to find anything here," John said. "We should go." "Hold on, Stone. I've got a gut feeling about those soccer fans," Scott said. "Watch my back. I'm going to try something." He gulped down half of his 3rd beer in a single pull and stood up, wiping an arm across his mouth. Scott walked straight toward the 2 Russian men. His 6'2" frame blocked out a good portion of the light cast on the table, and the 2 men stopped talking to stare at him. Both tried in vain to cut the big man down with their withering stares. "What can we do for you?" one of the men asked, his slight accent tinged with disdain. Scott smiled and swayed like a drunk, resting both of his work-worn hands on the table and gesturing back to John with his head. "My buddy and I were just looking for 2 highly trained assassins. They're from some kind of super-secret Russian training program. Maybe you've got some insider knowledge that you're willing to share?" The 2 men stared up at Scott, speechless. The bald man finally spoke up. "Sorry, sir. We really have no idea what you're talking about." The man with the fake watch sneered. "Besides, we don't talk to bacon. We just eat it." Scott backed away, his hands up in mock offense. "Hey, man, We ain't cops. We won't tell anyone you told us." He gave the two men an exaggerated conspiratorial wink and put a hand on the fake watchman's shoulder in a friendly gesture. The man angrily brushed Scott's hand away and stood away from the table. "Get your paw off me, pig!" "Buddy, I told you we ain't cops." Scott swayed slightly, maintaining his friendly drunk charade. "And pigs have hooves, not paws." Fake Watch was shorter than Scott, but made up for the height disparity with bravado and alcohol-induced courage. John stepped in between the two to relieve the tension, pulling Scott away with a smile on his face, too. "Sorry about that. My friend just had one too many. You know how it is. We'll just head out and leave you two alone. No harm, no foul." He dropped some money at the bar to cover their drinks, and he escorted his drunken friend toward the door. "What was that supposed to accomplish?" John whispered. Scott looked back and waved to the two men at their table, speaking under his breath. "Just keep walking and we'll see. I figure if they know something about our alphas, they'll probably have someone tail us. Or maybe they'll come outside to give us a warning. And if they don't, then they probably aren't connected, and we don't have to waste any more time here." Before they reached the door, a mass of equal parts muscle and body fat moved to block the exit. The doorman crossed his hairy arms across his chest, resting them on a stained shirt that barely contained an ample belly. John and Scott maintained their ruse, feigning surprise and confusion. The music died down as a mini chorus of wooden chair legs scraped across the floor. John and Scott looked back and saw more men in the bar standing to approach them. The two Russians, Baldy and Fake Watch, stayed in their seats, wearing smug grins in anticipation of the exciting show about to kick off. "Well, that didn't take long," John said. "What's our play now, Stone?" Scott asked. John looked at Scott, shocked. "What's our play? This was your idea." "No, the talking part was my idea, which got us to the next step. You can take it from here." John released Scott, who had sobered up and no longer played drunk. They turned to face each other and continued arguing, leaving their antagonists confused for a moment. "Hey, you brought us here. It was your bright idea to talk to those guys. Now I've got to clean this mess up because of you." John jabbed a finger into Scott's chest with each sentence. Scott held his hands up to shoulder level. "Whoa, can I just point out that the whole reason we're here in the first place is because you needed my help?" The burly doorman grew even more impatient, his go-to intimidation proving ineffective with the quarreling duo in front of him. "Unbelievable. I can see why you just sit around and drink all day," John said. "You know what? If you don't want my help, that's just fine by me. I'll just punch out that meathead blocking the door and go home." It took 2 long seconds for the big man to register the words. He raised an eyebrow and turned to face Scott just as a fist slammed into his jaw. Even at his age, Scott was still a naturally large and powerful man who had kept himself in excellent physical shape. The blow dropped the ox instantly and took him out of the fight. Confusion spread through the bar like a wave. Patrons that had once been the aggressors now paused, unsure of what to do. John and Scott took the initiative, each singling out targets and overwhelming them. John grabbed 2 handfuls of silk shirt as he drove the closest man backward into 2 of his buddies. He released his grip and thrust his foot out, planting a boot into his opponent's chest and knocking all 3 to the ground. Scott raised an arm and stopped an attacker's haymaker, the impact sending a shock through the smaller man's body. With his blocking arm, Scott snapped a short hook across the man's cheek before driving a gut-busting uppercut into his solar plexus. "Looks like my night is picking up," Scott said over the fracas. After the regular patrons had emptied the bar and the thugs all lay unconscious or writhing in pain, the 2 Russians at the table stood and bolted for the exit. John reached out and secured the collar of the bald man, like a mother lion carrying her cub. Fake Watch found a clear path to the back door. Scott picked up a beer mug from the table and hurled it like a baseball toward the fleeing man. The glass impacted between his shoulder blades with a deep thump. The mug cracked into several chunks on the floor just as Fake Watch let out a shocked whimper and fell, curling up into a fetal position. He tried to reach one hand back to press it against the spot where the mug had struck him. John shoved Baldy into his seat, and Scott stalked the other man, taking long, deliberate strides toward him. Scott placed his foot on his quarry's head, pinning it to the filthy floor. "You lied to us, Tovarish. I think maybe you and your friend know about the people we're looking for."
"Enough, man! I give up! We don't know anything," the man curled on the floor said. "We don't know who you're talking about."
"You sure have a funny way of proving your innocence. Or was this all just a misunderstanding?" John said, gesturing at the writhing bodies sprawled throughout the bar.
"We don't know about any assassins. We work for Peter Fedorov," Baldy said to John.
Scott barked out a genuine laugh.
"You gotta be kidding me."
"Who was that?" John asked. "Fedorov is Russian mafia. He runs a couple of gambling halls in this area," Scott answered. "Minor player. Small fish in a small pond." John shook his head. "So I take it they really don't know anything useful?"
"Not useful to us, anyway."
The two big men turned and headed toward the front door, completely ignoring the low-level thugs they had just been interrogating. Baldy and Fake Watch watched them go, neither man daring to move or breathe in any way to antagonize them as they left.
"Two-bit gangsters," Scott said, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket.
Scott's laughter bellowed in the night air as they crossed the street. John couldn't help but join him, even though their night had failed to produce anything of value in their search. "Well, we got a lead on some Russian syndicate activity, at least," John said. He shook his right hand out and wiped the blood off one of his knuckles with a thumb. Scott lit the cigarette pinched between his lips. "Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'll come back here later when this other stuff is handled." Short puffs of smoke escaped with each syllable as he spoke. John stared up at the half-moon, glowing in the sky. "Well, here's your silver lining, at least." Chapter 2. Paris, Kentucky. In a small town, 18 miles northeast of Lexington, a 4-story building stood in the middle of a clearing. Trees bordered the property on 3 sides, with a small paved road leading up to the roundabout in front. A small visitor lot was connected to a path that also led to an employee area in the back, where most of the vehicles were parked. It was at least a mile from the nearest commercial property, providing a pleasant, out-of-the-way feel, cutting down on the number of vehicles passing by. A late-model silver pickup truck crossed the visitor parking lot to head behind the building, its suspension groaning with the effort of absorbing the bounce from the speed bumps. 2 men exited the truck, donning matching black baseball caps and sunglasses. The passenger squatted down, then stood up straight, twisting his body from side to side with a groan. The driver dropped the keys into his pocket and adjusted the ID badge clipped to his shirt pocket. An orange glow lit up the lobby as both men entered the building, making their way to the security checkpoint. Another pair of guards waited patiently at the desk, checking their ID badges. The driver, Greg Spears, nodded as he approached. The second man, Alonzo Trujillo, flashed a smile, joining the first.
"Hey, Greg. Didn't think I would see you in here today," one of the guards said.
Greg shrugged. "What's up, Randy?" "I was supposed to be off today, but they called me in. You know how it is." "How's it going today, Randy?" Alonzo asked, his smile still beaming.
"It's Tuesday."
They laughed politely at the joke. It was the same reply Randy always gave, changing the answer with the corresponding day. Greg and Alonzo dropped their keys and phones into small trays, sliding them along a table as they stepped through the metal detectors one at a time. Another guard was waiting to pass their items back.
"Evening, Hannah," Alonzo said. "I see Randy trusts you enough with the critical task."
Greg winked.
"Don't tell him we said it."
"But I feel safer with you in charge of the metal detectors."
Hannah chuckled. "Don't worry, guys. He's not my boss."
Alonzo slipped his personal items back into his pockets and continued inside. Greg took a few extra moments patting his pants and shirt, obsessively ensuring that everything was in its proper place once more.
"Have a good night," Hannah said.
"Don't let any bad guys in here," Greg said.
"Unless they have beer," Alonzo called back over his shoulder.
The pair continued down the hallway, deeper into the building. Their smiles wavered as they turned the corner out of visual contact with the two security guards posted out front. Neither man felt good about what they were about to do. These people were their friends, but they had to remind themselves that the mission they were on superseded all friendships. Greg and Alonzo headed directly for the security office, a route they had taken many times in the past 9 months working for the company. It was the end of the day shift, and the hallways were suddenly crowded. Employees wearing suits and ties and other formal business attire moved in the opposite direction, smiling as they passed the two guards. After a quick left turn, they bounded down the stairs and followed a short corridor, passing a pair of doors before reaching their destination. The steel entryway to the security room stood facing them at the end of the hall. They continued ahead, their stride and postures casual, with no hesitation or aggression in their steps. Alonzo rapped at the door with his knuckles and turned the knob.
"Hey, wake up, you slackers!"
2 men sat inside the small office, leaving little room for the other 2 to enter.
"Yeah, screw you, buddy,"
Allen said, his eyes fixed on the computer screen as he typed.
"What are you doing here, Greg?" Brian asked. "Thought you were off today."
Greg shook his head. "When they call, we gotta show up."
"Heard that,"
Brian said, before turning his eyes back to the security feeds. Seconds stretched out as Allen continued clicking away at the keyboard, while Brian scanned each of the individual monitors. Alonzo cleared his throat. "So you fellas gonna just keep working all night? Or you want to get your fat asses out of our seats and grab yourselves a beer?" Greg asked.
Allen let out a sharp chuckle. "Just give me a couple minutes to finish this report, yeah?"
"I swear, he could lose 8 fingers and it wouldn't slow his typing speed down one bit,"
Brian said, pulling on his jacket. Everyone got a good laugh out of the friendly ribbing as Allen finally hit send. The computer let out a digital whoosh as he grabbed his jacket from the back of the chair.
"You two take it easy," Greg said.
Allen and Brian waved, closing the door behind them. Greg and Alonzo kept their eyes fixed to the feeds on the monitors spread across one wall, watching the other 2 guards make their way up the stairs and out of the building. Without any preamble, Alonzo picked up the phone on the desk and dialed an outgoing number. After 2 rings, someone picked up but didn't say a word.
"Clear for phase 2,
Alonzo said. "Roger. Phase 2, go," was all the other person said before ending the call. Alonzo turned and gave a quick nod. Greg spun his chair to face the terminal and tapped out a series of commands on the keyboard. The diagnostic program kicked off as a wall of text scrolled up, covering the screen in a blur of characters. Alonzo sat at another terminal and input the commands to shut down the cameras. Typically, security personnel didn't have access to control the cameras through the workstation, but strings had been pulled and palms had been greased, granting them the access to perform the tasks now.
"I'm all done here," Alonzo said.
One by one, all of the security monitors flickered and resumed what appeared to be their normal function. The digital repeating loop of footage would make it look like the cameras were filming just another regular, uneventful night.
"Yeah, me too."
Greg's program locked down all outgoing transmissions, preventing the security system from calling out for help while it displayed a faked diagnostic subroutine. The 2 men sat in the office, continuing the charade of performing their usual tasks and waited.
Clear for Phase 2.
Roger.
Phase 2, go.
Cameron Knight thumbed the end call button and rolled his head in a semicircle to stretch his neck. He sat up straight in the passenger seat of the black SUV, eyes closed as he took slow, measured breaths. He pointed 2 fingers toward the street. The driver, Ricky, nodded and pulled the vehicle out of the parking garage into traffic, heading toward the target building. The 5-minute drive passed in a flash. They turned onto a narrow, winding street toward a security check booth. Ricky rolled his window down as he stopped behind the flimsy bar, lowered to block their path. "Good evening. What can I do for you?" the man in the security booth asked. His eyes squinted against the rays of the setting sun. "Here for a package pickup," the driver said, handing over a sheet detailing what they were there for. The guard scanned the page, then looked into the SUV. He eyed the driver, passenger, and 2 others, a man and a woman, sitting in the back seat. "A little late for a pickup, isn't it?" "Workday is just about over," the guard said. Cameron gave him a quizzical look and checked the time on his watch. "Quitting time already? All the more reason to knock this out quick. It's our last stop." The guard held the sheet of paper in his hand as he continued eyeing the occupants of the SUV. Cameron maintained his composure, but he feared that Ricky's nerves were on edge. "I'll call this in. Just give me a sec," the guard said. The occupants of the vehicle smiled and nodded. Cameron could feel Ricky's demeanor shift as his shoulders relaxed. Alonzo rested his elbows on his lap, fingers laced as he bounced one of his feet. He stared at the lines and wrinkles on his palms and fingers. A buzzing alert snapped him back to the present. His hand hovered over the phone as it buzzed again. He picked up the receiver, already knowing what the call would be about. "Security!" His jaw tightened as he listened to the voice on the other end. "Okay, I'll check the logs now," he said, sitting quietly for a few moments and pulling in a deep breath to slow his heart rate. "Yes, they're on the list, and cleared to enter." Alonzo chuckled at the response from the man on the other end. "Yeah, they really like to push things out to the last minute, huh?" He hung up the phone and nodded to Greg, who had stood from his chair and paced around the room during the call. "It's game time," Greg said, more to himself, before he left the room. The man in the security booth rested the handset back on the cradle. "You're cleared to go on in. Just follow this road and turn right when it splits. They'll take you to the back loading area." "Thank you, sir," Cameron said, looking past the driver. And following the road as it turned, the black SUV headed around to the loading area, parking near the loading entrance door. Cameron and the driver stepped out of the vehicle, followed by Baker Farrell and Katerina Donovan from the rear passenger seats. All 4 were dressed in dark coveralls and black ball caps, each with the embroidered logo of a forgettable delivery company. The 2 from the back seats shouldered large, heavy duffel bags. The 4-person team subconsciously stacked on either side of the door with precision gained from long hours of practiced repetition. Cameron knocked twice at the entrance, and it opened with almost no delay. Greg held the heavy steel door open as the others entered past him. Once inside, Greg fell into step behind Cameron, following his lead. Katerina unzipped her duffel bag and handed a pair of shotguns to Greg. The Mossberg Shockwaves were ultra-compact, intimidating pieces, colored matte black and adorned with tactical modifications. The others pulled masks over their faces as they walked. The cameras had been disabled, but they didn't want to run the risk of anyone's recognizing any of them face to face. They had deemed it necessary to compromise Greg and Alonzo's identities for the mission to succeed. Both men had volunteered for the task and had already taken steps to disappear afterward. Cameron led his team around the labyrinth of hallways with a familiarity gained from studying and memorizing the floor plans long before. Their route took them back toward the security room. Greg split from the group, taking the 2 shotguns and clipping one of the 2 speed-load shell carriers to his belt. He would be arming Alonzo so they could accomplish their objective, subduing the remaining security detail inside the building. With the rest of his men falling into step behind him, Cameron smiled, knowing he wouldn't have to babysit the team. They were all battle-hardened veterans with years of experience in various branches of the United States military. More recently, several had transitioned from military service to the private sector, joining the defense contractor INSEC. Both in the military and as part of the privatized military security force, Cameron had personally commanded them all. The 4 infiltrators slowed down as they reached the door near the elevators providing stair access. One of the mercenaries grasped the handle, pressed the thumb lever, and pulled the door open without a sound, leaving only enough room for everyone to slip through like ghosts. The team moved with a clear purpose, knowing exactly where they were supposed to be. For weeks, they had planned this mission, rehearsing everyone's tasks in a warehouse that had been marked up to resemble the building's layout. Alonzo and Greg headed toward the main entrance to neutralize the 2 security officers at the front. The 2 men walked in single file, Greg in front with a shotgun strapped to his body, hidden behind his back. Alonzo stayed behind Greg to keep his weapon from Hannah's and Randy's line of sight, holding the shotgun at a casual low-ready position. "Quitting time already, slackers?" Randy called out to them. Greg's smile beamed as he got closer. Hannah glanced up at them, then looked down at the magazine she was reading. When they were within 10 meters, Alonzo sidestepped and raised the shock wave, pointing the muzzle directly into Randy's face.
"Get down on the ground now,"
he said in a low, firm voice. Greg whipped the shotgun on the sling around his body, aiming it at Hannah. The 2 security personnel were stunned into inaction, their eyes wide like saucers.
What's going on, you guys?"
Randy asked, hoping this was all a terrible joke. Alonzo stepped forward and thrust the shotgun barrel into Randy's soft belly, doubling him over as the air came out of his lungs in a woof. Hannah dropped the magazine and knelt next to Randy to check on him. Greg flinched when she moved, nearly taking all the slack out of his trigger. He had to take a deep breath and calm himself, combating the effects of the adrenaline coursing through his system. Hannah looked up at Greg, then at Alonzo.
"What's wrong with you guys?"
Alonzo kept his weapon trained on the 2, while Greg jogged over to the front entrance to lock the door. Walking backward to keep an eye on the outside, he took out his flex cuffs. He tossed them on the ground next to Hannah.
"Secure Randy's hands behind his back."
Hannah followed the orders, pulling the strap through the self-locking head. Greg pointed his shotgun at the other zip tie, then swung the muzzle in her direction. She reached behind her back and did her best to slip her hands through the loops. Alonzo crouched next to Hannah and pulled the slack from the flex cuffs. He hooked a hand under her arm and hauled her to her feet. Greg did the same with Randy. Then the mercenaries led the 2 guards to a small office out of sight of anyone looking into the building from the front. Upstairs, Cameron and his team reached the doors leading to the Research and Development Division. The 4 mercenaries stacked into position on either side of the entrance. Once they were set, he gave the go order. The team burst through, their shotguns up and ready. A handful of people working the swing shift looked up in shock, and then horror. "Get on the ground now!" Cameron shouted. The rest of his team barked orders to force compliance from the people inside. Their aggressive posture, loud commands, and menacing weapons were more than enough to scare everyone into submission. The R&D division was a mostly administrative area, so they had expected no armed resistance. Everyone on Cameron's team carried shotguns loaded with rubber slugs. Riot rounds, they were called, designed as a less lethal option to control hostile crowds or individuals. Though most of the people inside were unarmed, Cameron and his team did not let their guard down for 1 second. The building was owned and operated by INSEC, employing plenty of well-trained warfighters. They had no weapons, but Cameron knew they were capable combatants in hand-to-hand. To maintain control, Cameron and his team would have to stay aggressive with an edge of violence. The compact yet menacing shotguns had been deliberately chosen as a visual deterrent to disobedience. Less than 2 minutes since after taking the room over, Greg called on the radio, letting Cameron know that they had control of the entire building. With the R&D lab locked down, Cameron sent Ricky and Katerina to secure the remaining half-dozen people working on the upper floor, bringing them back to the lab. Cameron scanned the name badges of all the hostages until he found the person he was looking for, a scientist. He stepped over someone's legs and crouched next to a woman. Mia Barker. I'm looking for this device. Cameron held up a smartphone, showing the woman the image on the screen.
Why are you doing this? I don't know who sent you, but you need to know how dangerous that thing is,
Mia said, shaking her head. Cameron looked over his shoulder at Baker. He let the shotgun's muzzle drop, resting it on the ground to help support his weight. Cameron knew what they were after. His mission wasn't to further enrich some power-hungry figurehead. It was about sending a wake-up call to the rest of the world. Yes, I know exactly how dangerous it is. Cameron grabbed a handful of the scientist's lab jacket collar and pulled her to her feet. He directed her to one of the sealed areas of the lab. At the door, Cameron shoved her toward the access panel. Mia cushioned the impact by pressing her hands against the wall, turning to plead with him.
Please, think about what you're doing. You don't have to follow through with this. None of you have to.
We are long past the point where a "you don't have to do this" speech will stop us. Open that door, now. Cameron leveled the shockwave at her chest. The scientist slumped her shoulders. She gave up fighting and complied with his orders. She keyed in a 6-digit access code on the panel, and the light switched from green to red, rewarding them with a metallic click from inside the locking mechanism. Cameron shouldered his way past Mia and opened the door. The room was no bigger than a walk-in closet. Baker followed him inside. He ignored the half-assembled tech gear lining the shelves to his left, focusing instead on the metal doors of varying sizes along the right wall. Cameron stepped up to one of the lockers, already knowing which number the device he had come for would be in. The keypad on the locker was electronic, just like the door, but it was of a different, more elaborate design. Baker pulled a smartphone from his pocket and activated an inconspicuous-looking application. A simple text screen popped up with a button that just said, Run. He pressed his thumb to the screen, setting the app loose to attack the digital lock. 10 seconds went by, then 20. After half a minute, the application stopped updating its status, like it was stuck in a loop. Baker fidgeted, raising the phone up to get a closer look at the screen.
It's not working, man. This program isn't working.
Give it some time, Cameron answered patiently. Baker was shaking his head as he stared at his screen.
Nah, man. He gave us a junk program.
Another minute passed before the phone and the electronic lock started beeping, their rhythms offset. The digital chirps from the two devices eventually synced up, followed by the familiar metallic clack of a lock disengaging. Cameron opened the door, reached in, and pulled out a sturdy plastic case about the size of a large carry-on bag, laying it on the floor. He knelt down beside it and flipped open the two locking latches. His breath caught in his chest as he raised the lid. The prize they sought was sitting in a foam enclosure, protecting it on all sides. The outer shell of the actual device had been replaced with a 3D print, but still matched the specs of the original. It had been damaged in the field, but the research and development team had worked diligently to repair it, restoring its functionality. Cameron shook his head to clear his thoughts and bring his focus back to real time. He snapped the case closed and locked it. "Move out," he barked as soon as he stepped back into the central lab. All of the scientists had been bound and were sitting against the far wall of the lab. The team had disabled all telephone and internet access from the rooms and secured all the employees' mobile devices. Ricky packed the device into the large duffel bag they had used to carry the shotguns. Baker took the bag by the strap and slung it over his shoulder. "We've succeeded up to this point," Cameron said. "But stay frosty. It's time to head out." The team moved as a unit to the first floor toward the front exit. As they descended the stairs, the low-pile industrial carpeting switched to polished stone tiles. As they entered the lobby, Cameron saw that Greg and Alonzo had secured the two guards and moved them into a side room. He opened the small office near the security station and looked down at the man and woman sitting against a file cabinet with their hands behind their backs. He turned back to Greg and Alonzo. "Nice work. Clean and by the numbers." Alonzo reached out for the handle to close the office door. "Thank you. We're just happy to be a part of—" Randy scrambled to his feet and dashed forward while Alonzo's focus was on his team. He grasped the shotgun with both hands and pulled it free from Alonzo's grip. During the time they were in the office, Randy had been able to work one of his hands free from the flex cuffs, which Hannah had left a little too loose. He sized the split-second lapse in focus to make his move. Randy shoulder-checked Alonzo into the wall and brought the shotgun up, firing it at Greg. The deafening boom vibrated the air as a riot round drilled Greg high in his chest, close to the neck. The merc dropped instantly, pressing a hand to his collarbone where the projectile had struck him. The guard worked the pump action of the shotgun and whirled around to fire at Alonzo, who was trying to find cover. The solid rubber slug drilled into his side with an audible crack and pop as Alonzo tried his best to dive clear of the onslaught. He hit the ground, wincing in pain and struggling to suck in a breath. Randy stepped out into the lobby, racking the weapon again. He swung the muzzle toward Cameron, the next nearest target. The mercenary leader's hand had already fallen to his sidearm, pulling the HK-P30 clear of the holster in a smooth draw. He had the weapon clasped between his hands, taking aim before Randy was able to continue his attack. Cameron's double tap came out so fast it almost sounded like a single shot. Two small red dots blossomed on the security guard's chest, tightly grouped over his sternum, sending his shotgun blast high and shattering one of the overhead lights. A heartbeat later, Cameron's third shot struck the guard in the center of his forehead. Randy collapsed, falling back as the shotgun slid away. Hannah banged her head against the filing cabinet, screaming as she tried to break free of the zip tie around her wrists. The rest of the team was stunned into silence, all of them looking down at the dead man on the floor. Before the mission had started, they had all agreed that they would minimize casualties by using the rubber riot rounds. None of them wanted to see their friends and fellow insect recruits die. Cameron slid his pistol into its holster. He looked at each of his team members in turn, making sure they could see the grim determination in his eyes. Without another word, the team picked up their injured member and filed quickly out of the building. Alonzo was wounded, but still able to walk on his own. Hannah was yelling and crawling toward Randy, who now lay dead on the floor. Chapter 3. Bridgeport, Connecticut. Scott Maverick flicked the ashes from the end of his cigarette into the mouth of the empty beer can on the table. So snake oil was a bust, but I think I've got a few more threads we can tug at to unravel. John absently waved away the wisps of smoke floating in his direction as he leaned in closer to the stack of pages next to Scott's beer can ashtray. He had spent the night in a hotel near the bar that they had scouted out the previous evening, looking through Scott's leads. "Looks like a bit of a dead end," John said, gathering the top few pages with his fingers and setting them to the side. Scott took a long drag, shaking his head. "Not ready for burial yet, Stone," he exhaled from the side of his mouth. "We just need to talk to my guy in person." Which guy? John pulled the tab on a can of beer with a crack and a hiss. The one that fed me the lead about snake oil. His info was bad, so I think we should visit and ask for a refund. What's his name? John asked. I don't know. Something like Terrence or Barry. Something with an R in it. Scott extinguished the cigarette on the top of the can, dropping the butt into the mouth with the rest of the ashes. He pulled another from a pack in his shirt pocket, holding it, unlit, between his lips. John slid a note from the edge of the table closer to the other pages. You mean Elliot? Yeah, Elliot. How did you guess? On this note you wrote. It says Elliot recommends checking out snake oil for our comrades. John held the slip of paper up, pinched between his index and middle fingers. Scott plucked the note from John. This is our next lead. We can waste time bouncing from bar to bar, or we can stop by Elliot's place and just shake the info we need from that bloated worm. John looked at his watch. It's 10 to 9 now. Does Elliot have a day job he may be heading to soon? No, I've seen his place. I'm pretty sure he's a homebody. He'll probably still be sleeping when we get there. Scott stood and pulled a lighter from his pants pocket. Come on, I'll drive. We can pick up some breakfast on the way. Where are we headed? John stuffed the notes into a backpack. Cherry Hill, New Jersey. New Jersey? John stopped and turned to face Scott. It's 2.5 hours away. It'll be close to noon by the time we get there. Scott shrugged. Like I said, we'll probably be waking up Elliot when we get there. We can pick up lunch on the way, too, if it'll make you feel better. John shook his head, pulling the strap of the backpack over his shoulder. He was reaching for his mobile phone on the nightstand when it started ringing. Who is it? Scott asked, stuffing his car keys and wallet into his pockets. It's Travis, Scott huffed. Probably making sure I'm not getting you into trouble. Tell him not to mess up his hair worrying about us. Hey, what's up? John held the phone up to his ear as he grabbed his wallet. John, hey, it's Travis. Yeah, I saw that. Right. Anyway, there's a situation on our end, and I need to get you up to speed, Travis said. Situation? Travis, what's happening? John's stomach knotted up. He worried that something might be happening with his family or friends again. I'd rather not discuss it over the phone. Are you available to meet in person? John's brow furrowed. Travis knew that he and Scott had been looking for the Alpha assets after losing them in South Africa while pursuing Damian Blanchard. Had something changed? Did the assassins pose a threat to Emily Colt and her mother, Jennifer? In the weeks that he had been on the trail of the assassins, John had kept the hunt low-key, minimizing his involvement with Parker, giving him a chance to fully recover from being shot. And John still worried about the young programmer and didn't want him to do anything he would regret. I can be packed and at the airport in an hour. Should I head right to your office? John asked. No, don't worry about that. I'm in the parking lot, Travis said. The parking lot where? John furrowed his brow. Of your hotel. I'm headed up there now. Travis disconnected the call before John could reply. John looked at Scott with a quizzical expression. What did Travis say? Did he finally decide to start wearing socks? Says he wants to talk. He's here now. Here as in Connecticut? There was a knock at the door. Here as in at the door, John said. Scott sighed. I'm gonna grab a couple of beers if I gotta deal with him. Should I grab one for you, too? Chapter 4. Paris, Kentucky. Less than 12 hours had passed since the attack on the Insect Technology campus. An hour after the perpetrators escaped, International Security Chairman of the board, Barrett Anderson, had been alerted by phone. He was airborne and en route 20 minutes after having received the call. The technology campus wasn't a strategic location for international security, but the Research and Development Division held an item of considerable significance to Anderson. The black Lincoln Continental that had picked him up from the private airstrip was passing by the security booth of the facility, taking the winding road leading to the front entrance. A group of high-level executives and private security staffers was gathered at the roundabout leading to the visitor parking area. The police had been alerted to the breaking and entering, but acting on Anderson's orders, they worked to keep the matter private.
"Take me over there,"
he told the driver, gesturing to the group.
"Yes, sir."
The car pulled up to the location and turned, slowing to a stop. The driver stepped out and jogged around to open the door for Anderson. The International Security Chairman dipped his head and hooked a hand along the top of the door to pull himself out, buttoning his jacket as he stood to his full height. The frantic voices, all trying to talk over one another, dropped off immediately. At 6'6", weighing nearly 340 pounds, Barrett Anderson towered over nearly everyone else there. Those who were almost as tall were still dwarfed by his powerful frame. Even though the suit jacket was tailored, the seams strained and the fabric stretched when he made any movement that caused his arms to flex. The stunned silence was the reaction that Anderson preferred. It pleased him to see that those around him were too intimidated to speak their minds and waste his time. It saved him the effort of shutting them up verbally. One of the men broke away from the group, his desire to stand above the crowd overriding his intimidation.
"Mr. Anderson, last night we had a break-in at this facility. There was one fatality, but only minor injuries to the..."
Barrett Anderson cut the man off. "I want to know what was taken, and I want to know who was involved." The man, still eager to please, brightened up.
"Sir, we were able to possibly identify some of the people participating in the robbery. Several people inside recognized them as people recruited by INSEC. They had their faces covered, but their voices and tattoos gave them away. We believe it was an inside job, sir."
Another man, who spoke with a nasal tone, interjected his thoughts into the conversation. Anderson slowly turned with an ice-cold stare toward the second man, who shrank back into the crowd. "And what exactly was taken from my research facility?" Anderson asked again. The fact that he had to ask twice irked him. The first man stepped closer, lowering his voice.
"Well, the materials taken had been designated top secret. We will have to go inside to discuss it further, as not everyone here has the clearance to discuss such matters."
Anderson walked past the group and into the building. He never once looked back to see if anyone was following him, and the people following him didn't dare to ask if they should. The man trying to win Anderson over stopped at the entrance and turned away anyone without clearance to discuss the matter further. Once inside, the group visibly relaxed. Anderson continued down the hall with the men and women close on his heels, unsure of what they were supposed to be doing. They kept clear of the police tape where the murder had occurred. One of the detectives moved to block them from passing until he saw the mountain in a suit that cost more than his car and thought better of stopping the group. Anderson pressed the button to call the elevator, taking a half step back and waiting with his hands folded in front of him. When the chimes sounded and the door opened, the big man strode in, turning to face the front. Unsure of what was expected, the rest of the group did their best to slip past him, slinking back into the rear of the car. During the short trip, the void was too much for the suck-up to deal with, so he continued to explain the situation.
"It was the pest, sir."
Anderson glanced back over his shoulder as the elevator reached their destination. He stepped out and made his way to the R&D office. "Continue."
"The people that did this, the ones involved, knew exactly where the device was and how to access it."
"And you say some of the employees recognized them?" Anderson turned the idea over in his mind.
"Yes, sir. We have reason to believe that one or more of them were INSEC recruits."
"Yes, I'm aware of that possibility. But how do you know this?" Anderson asked the question with an edge to his voice, as if he did not appreciate members of his privatized military group being questioned on their loyalty. Even worse, He hated that the people he had recruited would even entertain the idea of turning against him. The man hesitated before responding.
Distinguishing marks, tattoos, and the like gave them away. Plus, one of the scientists recognized one of their voices.
Tattoos and voices. That's all you've got? Anderson spun on his heels to face the man.
Well, it's just that they also moved like they knew all about this place. They had knowledge of where to go, whom to talk to for access, and exactly what they were looking for.
A woman stepped up to stand next to the other man.
Also, the guards at the front entrance identified some of the members.
Her eyes dipped as a hint of sadness washed over her features.
One of the guards did, anyway. The other guard, Randy, was the fatality. He tried to stop them from leaving and was shot and killed.
Barrett Anderson paused, thinking about that statement. According to the reports I had received, they were using short-barreled shotguns loaded with rubber rounds. Was he killed by one of those?
No, sir. It was a handgun, the woman said. It was the leader's sidearm.
Anderson took in a quick breath, exhaling through flared nostrils. He spun on his heels and walked into the research and development laboratory. Inside, a hive of activity stopped them. More crime scene investigators and detectives swarmed around, snapping photos and labeling anything they could use as evidence to solve the case. Resisting the urge to barrel through to the device, Anderson had to clench his fists and take a breath until he could regain his calm demeanor. He walked around the outer edge of the perimeter, choosing a path that would cause the least disruption to the crime scene. He was not a man to throw a tantrum. Anderson realized that he needed any and every detail they could find. Interfering with the investigation would do nothing to help him out in the long run. They stopped in front of the heavy-duty steel door leading to the storage for their more sensitive equipment. Anderson bent down and examined the electronic lock.
There was no damage to the door nor the security pad, sir. One of the employees had granted them access.
Without a word, Anderson continued into the storage vault. He looked around, noticing that only one of the lockers had been accessed. Again, he saw no signs of ransacking or of forcing their way into the lock. So far, everything did point to the fact that it was possibly an inside job. Now, he began to wonder if anyone inside the building had been complicit in helping the thieves as well. He turned to the man who was briefing him. I want you to find out the identities of everyone involved in this. For those that have already been identified, I want you to look into all likely associates as well. I want to know if anyone else in this facility also recognizes those associates.
We're on it, sir. You'll know the moment we find out.
Anderson adjusted one of his cufflinks and lowered his voice. I want you to look into the employees as well. If this was an inside job, it's possible one or more of them might have been involved. Keep that one more discreet. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Perfectly.
The man bowed too fast and reflexively. He seemed to be embarrassed and regretted having done it, but he turned and hurried out to follow the orders. Barrett Anderson did a slow turn inside the vault room, thinking. What was it these people wanted with this item, this pest? It would be worth a life-changing amount of money on the black market for anyone brave enough to try and sell it. That would be suicide if they did, however, because Anderson had connections that ran deep in the underground market. He made a mental note to reach out to those connections and have them keep an eye out, just in case. Anderson gave the room one more cursory visual scan before leaving the lab. His pace and demeanor communicated to the group that he didn't want them following. He stepped into the elevator and headed down to the first floor, calculating his next moves. When Anderson exited the building, he saw that the group outside had dispersed, everyone working on their assigned tasks to help solve the crime. The sight brought him a small glimmer of pleasure. If they had still been out front, yapping about how they would figure things out, he could very well have lost his temper. The driver was already waiting with the rear door of the Lincoln open as Anderson unbuttoned his jacket, covering the remaining distance. "Where would you like to go now, sir?" the driver asked. "Take me to the airport. Everyone here already knows what they need to do to find those responsible." Travis walked into the hotel room, squinting and swatting at the thick clouds of smoke still floating in the room. He suppressed a cough, holding a fist over his mouth and nose.
"Morning, gentlemen. Can we open a window or something?"
"Yeah, we could," Scott said, taking a seat and not making any effort to accommodate the request. "Can I get you something to drink?" John asked.
"Got any coffee?"
"We drank all of that already," Scott said, cracking a beer. "I can put on another pot," John said. Travis looked down at his watch.
"No, it's all right. I'll take one of those beers if you still have any."
Scott nodded toward the mini fridge as he took a pull from the can in his hand. Travis took his jacket off, draping it on one of the already made beds as he crouched in front of the fridge. "So what's going on?" John asked, eager to get to the point, his mind still racing through worst-case scenarios. "What exactly was so important that you needed to fly all the way here and meet in person?" Travis's smile faltered, betraying him. He did his best to recover, grabbing one of the beers as he sat on the bed next to his jacket.
"We've been investigating some leads and working our way up the ladder with the Four Horsemen, as Parker has been calling them. There has been some progress, but a troubling complication has occurred, shaking things up."
Scott scoffed as he flicked the lighter twice and held the flame to the end of his cigarette. "So what else is new?" Travis squinted, looking at Scott.
"You know those things will kill you, right?"
"Yeah? Well, what's taking them so long?" Scott muttered, before blowing a cloud of smoke straight up. "Travis, what complications? Are Jennifer and Emily safe?" John asked.
"Yes, they're fine, John,"
Travis said, waving his concerns away.
"This is about our case looking into the Order. We're not sure of all the details yet, but there was a break-in at an insect facility yesterday."
"This kind of sounds like good news to me," John said. "What does this have to do with us? Unless you know who did it." Travis popped the tab of the can open, holding it in one hand while he retrieved the phone from his pants pocket.
"We have almost no information about the crew that hit the facility. New players, maybe. As far as whether or not it's good news, we should assume the worst. Whoever hit INSEC must have stolen something that they plan to use for some nefarious purpose. Maybe it's about us, maybe it's not. But if something bad is about to go down, we should find out as soon as possible."
John nodded in agreement and took a swig of his beer. Scott mumbled his assent. "This is good. Quite good." And Travis took another sip of beer and turned the can, looking at the brand name. Surprising for a canned beer. "It's not that fancy European stuff you're used to drinking, but it does the job just fine," Scott said. Travis shook his head. "Why does everybody keep saying that?" he asked, knowing exactly why. He liked to dress in designer suits and had a taste for quality items. Many of the things he chose happened to be European, and everyone around him noticed. John smiled, but got back on track. "You're right about the robbery. We should definitely look into it and see if we can find out who was involved and what was taken."
"Already on it, John. We've got a team poring over data now, parsing all available information as it comes in."
"Wait, you don't have Parker working, do you?" John's voice had an edge of concern with a small touch of anger. He wanted to make sure Parker was not being used unwillingly before he had fully recovered. If John had his way, he would have preferred that Parker move on to a quiet, safe life, away from the hardcore and the dangers they always seem to find. Travis raised his hands defensively, palms out towards the Army Ranger.
"Easy, big guy. I made the call to bench Lewis and wanted to keep him out when we got word of the heist at the insect facility. I even had his access to our building and networks temporarily revoked. Do you think that stopped him?"
John's stern look eased, and he let out a chuckle. That kid is a workaholic.
I made him promise he would limit it to a couple hours a day and only run passive programs the rest of the time from home. I even threatened to send Jimenez or Clark to his house if they caught him doing so much as a Google search on this case.
Thank you, Travis. What about us? What can we do to find out more about what happened?
John gestured with his beer toward Scott. Travis placed the empty can on the nightstand next to the bed as he stood. Right now, nothing. Just stand down while our data guys are turning over some stones to see what they can find. If we need some literal stones turned over, or maybe a car or two, I will let you know. You flew all the way down here just to tell me what had happened, even though you knew you didn't need me?
What can I say? I'm old-fashioned like that. I prefer a face-to-face meeting.
Travis winked and held out his hand. John took it in a firm handshake. He nodded at the detective, planted in the chair under a swirling cloud of smoke. Maverick? Chambers? Scott held his beer up in acknowledgement. John watched as Travis turned to head out the door. A sudden flashback hit him. In John's mind, he was back in his cabin with his friend Marvin Van Pierce, watching as the man left before flying to Paris as a consultant with their national anti-terrorist group. It would be the last time he would see Van Pierce alive. John shut his eyes and pushed the memory aside. He opened them again to see Travis Chambers waving with 2 fingers, but not looking back at John as he exited, closing the door behind him. John drank the rest of the beer, crushing the empty can in his fist. Looks like we've been sidelined for the main show, Scott said, pushing himself up out of the old, battered chair. But we're not out of the game completely, Stone. We've still got an appointment with our guy Elliot in Jersey. Yeah, John said, lifting the edge of the curtain with a finger as he watched Travis climb into the back seat of an all-black SUV. Chapter 5. Detroit, Michigan. 2 days had passed since Cameron and his team had hit the Insect Technology campus. They had regrouped at the team's safe house to recover and figure out the next step of the plan. But more important, they had to deal with their injured teammates. Greg sat on a chair with his arm in a sling, pressing an ice pack to his shoulder, a thin sheen of sweat coating his pale skin. Alonzo was writhing in agony in a bed as J.C. Penny Petty rechecked his vitals. Both men had sustained injuries from rubber riot rounds fired at point-blank range. Cameron folded his arms over his chest and looked down at the man in the bed, clutching his side.
He's busted up pretty bad, boss, J.C. said. Fractured rib, probably broken. He's lucky his lung didn't collapse from the impact.
How about Greg? Cameron asked.
Hard to say. He might have a broken collarbone.
J.C. scribbled a few notes on her pad.
Range of motion is very limited in his right arm.
I can fight, Greg said through clenched teeth. I can still hold a rifle.
But what happens if you need to fire it?
J.C. asked. Any chance you can patch them up and have them ready? She shook her head.
Not on this timeline. They would both be total liabilities, even if either one could hold a weapon.
Ricky tossed an empty shotgun next to the cleaning kit.
What are we going to do now, sir? We're down 2.
Just let me fight, Greg said, struggling to his feet. No, J.C. is right, Cameron said. We can't risk it if we're not at full strength. There are too many lives at stake.
What's the call, boss?
Ricky asked. Cameron walked away. I need a minute. He pressed the palms of his hands against his eyes to fight off an oncoming headache. With Greg and Alonzo injured, they weren't at full strength and would be unable to pull off the mission. For the past 2 months, Cameron had been plotting and taking the steps necessary to send the people a wake-up call. He had recruited like-minded people, disillusioned about the way that veterans were treated after military service. Even after sacrificing so much, it was far too difficult for many to transition to civilian life. More than a few had opted to make a seemingly lateral move, shifting from the military to the private defense contractor INSEC. Even with the increase in pay, they were still just cogs in the machine, mere numbers on a page to be thrown at the enemies of those in charge. The war profiteers and power-hungry politicians were all too willing to sacrifice the lives of the men and women who had sworn to protect their country. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic, Cameron thought. The mission was too important to abandon. Cameron made promises to his team that they would exact their revenge for all those who had mistreated them, as well as their brothers and sisters in arms still serving. It was a promise that he fully intended to keep. But now he needed to reach out and find some new blood, people willing to join their cause. The powers that be would soon know the pain and suffering they'd inflicted on those who thought they were doing the right thing. John settled back in the passenger seat as Scott pulled onto the freeway. He slid his thumb over the screen, bringing up his contacts. Making a call, John held the phone to his ear as he watched the city whip by at 70 miles per hour.
"Sean, I've been waiting for your call," Parker said. "Please tell me you need me to blast through a firewall or track down some high-profile suit with shady connections."
John smiled. "No, nothing like that, Parker. I'm just calling to see how you're doing."
"Great. A boring conversation. Well, I'll tell you the same thing I keep telling Travis. I'm ready to dive in and help you track down the alphas."
John's jaw tightened. It was strange hearing Parker go gung-ho about finding the guys who had almost murdered him. But he understood. It was how John would act in his place. "Well, that's great news, but I don't think I'm at that point yet," John said, lying to keep Parker from finding out that he and Scott were already hunting the assassins.
"I think I'm losing about 5 IQ points every day that they keep me on bed rest," Parker said. "Are you sure there's nothing I can do for you?"
"Now that you mention it," John sat up in his seat. "I just spoke with Travis, and he says you're helping him with—"
"The INSEC heist," Parker said, cutting John off. "There's not much there yet, but it's definitely something to dig through. The only reason someone would hit a technology campus is to get their hands on some technology."
John paused. They were after sensitive INSEC technology. It was a detail that even Travis didn't have. Parker had probably found it in his deep dives, not realizing that the information was new to the others. Parker's fingers clicked over a few keys in the background.
"I can dig deeper, but I would have to go some places that aren't quite legal."
John understood what Parker was asking. He wanted someone to let him off the leash to go full-on hacker, slicing through all of INSEC's network security to access the things they didn't want anyone else to know. "Let's hold off on that for now. INSEC isn't exactly an innocent victim here, but they aren't the villains in this investigation." John stopped just short of saying that someday the time would come when he would ask that of Parker, but they needed to stay off the company's radar until Travis and his team could figure out what was stolen and why.
"All right, I'll keep things above board. I'm feeling a little tired anyway."
Even over the phone, John could hear the fatigue in Parker's voice. He worried that the young programmer was pushing himself too hard. "Take it easy, kid. We have other people working on this too."
"Yeah, I know."
Parker's reply had a touch of sarcasm to it, as if he thought the other people on the job were not as capable as he was. Perhaps they weren't, but that wasn't the point. Parker needed to be 100% recovered before Travis would clear him to come back to work full-time. John would insist on reviewing his records before giving his blessing as well. "I know this sucks, but don't worry. We're not trying to replace you, kid. You've got to be fully healed before you come back." Parker agreed, but John knew he was not happy about the call. He kept Parker on the line just a little while longer, changing the subject long enough to get his mind off the mission before hanging up. John placed the phone into one of the empty cup holders and tugged at the shoulder strap of the seatbelt. "Who was that?" Scott asked. "Sounds like someone we could use." "Yeah, we could definitely use his help right now," John said, staring out the window as the traffic thinned around them. Chapter 6.
"You did great today, Roland," the nurse said, helping him back into his wheelchair.
"Thanks, Mike." Roland winced as he pushed up on the arms of his chair to scoot farther back. Mike handed him the towel draped over his shoulder and gathered the rest of his stuff in his bag.
"You're making amazing progress."
Roland wiped the rivulets of sweat from his head and neck, shaking hands with the nurse.
"Thanks for your help. I feel like it's making a difference."
"I'll see you Monday," Mike said, heading out the door. "Detective?" He nodded to Chance on his way out of the apartment. "Mike," Chance nodded with a smile. Roland wheeled his chair to the small kitchen table, grabbing the water bottle.
"Good morning, Detective Hunter. Can I get you something to drink?"
"Roland, please, just call me Chance. I'll take some of that coffee I'm smelling."
"I'm going to make some breakfast. Did you want to stick around? Bacon and eggs?"
Roland set a tray on his lap with a couple of coffee mugs and an insulated carafe. He returned to the table, setting everything down and pouring the coffee.
"I have milk in the fridge if you want some."
"I'm good," Chance said, taking a sip from his cup. Detective Chance Hunter swirled his mug, looking down at the dark liquid circling inside. Months earlier, he had reached out to help Roland when he got word that the young insect recruit was looking to expose the immoral and illegal practices of the privatized prison company, the Carr Group. Because of his involvement with Chance and John Stone, Roland had suffered several gunshot wounds, nearly killing him and leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. Chance watched as Roland maneuvered around his kitchen, the appliances modified for improved accessibility. The first couple of times he visited, Chance had always tried to help out, but Roland insisted that he was the guest and should be relaxing. Chance could see the determination in the young man's eyes. He never looked at his wheelchair as a curse, choosing to see it as more of an aid, giving him the freedom he needed to get things done. He could also tell that Roland wasn't trying to prove anything to Chance. It was just that he enjoyed the company. "Mike says you're making great progress," Chance said, taking another sip of coffee.
"Yeah, and despite what the doctors are saying, he and I both think I'll be back on my feet in a year or so."
Roland cracked an egg and dropped it into the sizzling skillet. He spun and wiped his hands on the towel in his lap.
"It won't be much longer than that before I'm back in the fight, helping you guys out."
Chance smiled. "Sounds like you think we're still at war with the Order."
"International security is still in business. They're still getting military contracts."
Roland's eyes narrowed.
"As long as INSEC is exploiting troubled kids by selling them a false promise of hope, we're still in this fight."
Chance set his cup down on the kitchen table and crossed the living room. "Look, I'm just as shocked as you are that the information we recovered at the Carr Group mountain facility didn't immediately give Congress pause about working with INSEC. But we need to give it some time."
"I know. We need to let Mr. Chambers pull the necessary strings and find people in the government to help in the fight," Roland said. "But that doesn't mean we can't keep digging into what those recruiters are doing."
"I don't remember you being so hot-headed, kid."
"It's who I am. You met me at a different point in my life, but the real me is coming back."
"Well, the real you needs to check that egg before you burn it," Chance said. Roland pivoted the chair back to the stove.
"I like the crispy, burnt edges."
He shook the skillet and set it back on the burner, turning the flame off. "Well, looks like you've got everything you need right now." Chance picked up from the bookshelf an old picture of Roland in his teenage years. "I'm going to head out. I've got cases piling up."
"Thanks, Chance. For everything, I mean," Roland said. "I was in a bad place for a while. I don't know where I would be without all your help. Well, at least I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be in this wheelchair."
Roland shot Chance a sly grin. Chance shook his head, laughing, as he put the photo back on the shelf. "I can't take all the credit. John and Travis arranged most of this to get you back on your feet."
"For real, though. Thank you. Again."
"You're welcome. It was the right thing to do," Chance said. "But don't start getting sappy on me now. I left my tissues in the car. The two of them shook hands, and Chance turned to leave. Roland's phone rang, rattling across the glass panel of the coffee table. "You're kidding me with that default ringtone." Chance rolled his eyes. "Why don't you change that so you're not like one of the hundreds of other people grabbing their pockets in public every time you get a call?" "Weren't you leaving, Detective?" They both laughed, and Chance closed the door behind him. Roland looked at the phone's display, but he didn't recognize the number. He swiped his thumb to answer the call. "Hello?" There was a slight pause on the other line. "Hello, I'm looking for Roland Forrester." "You're speaking with him?" "Hey, Roland, it's Cameron." The energy in the speaker's voice picked up. "Cameron Knight." "Cameron?" Roland didn't register the name right away, but there was a hint of recognition. Hey, Cameron. What can I do for you?" "Just reaching out to old friends. Wanted to catch up and say hi." That moment it hit Roland like a lightning bolt. Cameron Knight was a team leader for INSEC when Roland had just been recruited. He'd mentored Roland as a troubled young man as he navigated his way through the early days of INSEC training. Cameron had since moved on, running missions in foreign countries, rarely keeping in touch. "Hey, man, how's everything going?" Roland asked, curious about what had sparked the call. It's going great. How about you? Are you still kicking down doors and running missions in Central America?" Roland closed his eyes. Cameron knew a lot about what Roland had been doing with INSEC, but he hadn't known about his leaving the company and joining a mission to take down the Car Group's training facility. "Nah, man, I'm just kicking it right now. Enjoying some downtime," Roland said, tracing a finger along the edge of his armrest. "Oh, yeah? Sounds great," Cameron said. "How about you? Still leading your team on raids against foreign threats?" Roland realized he knew almost nothing about Cameron's role in the company. Cameron chuckled. "Actually, I recently parted ways with them." Roland sat up straight. "Wow. Was that a recent development?" "Somewhat. Anyway, I've been doing my own thing with a few buddies, and we're going to be passing through," Cameron said. "I just thought it would be nice to catch up while I was in town. You free to grab some coffee or something?" Yeah, that sounds good," Roland said. "When?" "I'll be arriving late tonight, so let's meet up tomorrow morning. I'll text you the address." "Great, I'll see you there." Roland ended the call and stared down at his reflection in the phone's screen. Was INSEC starting to feel the effects of the hardcore's actions? He set the phone down and headed to the kitchen to eat his breakfast. Chapter 7. Cherry Hill, New Jersey. The motor of Scott's Firebird rumbled as the car pulled out of the parking lot of a gas station. The traffic light changed just as they approached, and Scott goosed the gas pedal, surging forward. John wiped his fingertips across the glove compartment. "Are you a big fan of Smokey and the Bandit?" "Someone sounds jealous," Scott said, leaning back. "My ride has style. You probably drive some worn-out pickup truck or Jeep." "I think this car is older than I am," John remarked. "This is a 1985 Firebird Trans Am," Scott said. "I see the flecks of salt showing through your hair and mustache. You're not that young." "I definitely don't feel that young," John said. "But I think when you were my age, the only Mustangs people rode had reins and a saddle." "Hey, whatever, Stone. Maybe you want to just get out and walk. You could meet me over at Elliot's place after I've already beaten the information out of him." John just chuckled and waved Scott off, as if to say, "I am done with this conversation." He looked out his window at the passing buildings on the street. The two were headed towards Scott's snitch to ask for something more helpful than his tip about the bar, snake oil. "So are we heading to Elliot's house to file a complaint?" John asked. "Something like that. But the file is his face, and the complaint is my fist." Scott dug around for a cigarette from the pack in his shirt pocket. John laughed and looked around as the neighborhood around them changed. The condition of the streets matched the state of despair of the buildings along either side. "We're here," Scott said, pulling his car into an apartment complex parking lot. He swerved to avoid the puddle at the entrance. "Afraid of your car getting wet?" John asked. "That's not just a puddle. It's a pothole full of water," Scott said.
He passed a row of empty spots, driving around the covered section in the middle. Another car pulled out as Scott continued to circle. "Are you kidding me?" John was incredulous. "I need a covered spot. This is still the original paint," Scott said. And finally settling on a suitable parking space, he eased the Firebird to a stop. The two men got out to head toward the front entrance of the apartment building. They kept their eyes up and scanned the area as they reached the front double doors. Scott entered first. John followed, moving up to stand shoulder to shoulder. The floor had at least a week's worth of dirt and grime, and only half of the interior lights were functional. They moved through the lobby toward the single elevator. It had a colorful assortment of graffiti on the doors, but otherwise it looked structurally intact. An old Latino man sat at the bottom of the stairs, casually scrolling through something on his smartphone, basically ignoring the world around him. "Elevator or stairs?" John asked. "Let's take the stairs. A man your age could use the exercise," Scott said. "All right, let's just get this over with. Just try not to have a heart attack on your way up, old man." John nimbly stepped past the man on the stairs, who didn't even register his presence. Scott also passed without making any physical contact, though he didn't look like he made much of an effort to avoid it. They wound their way up the stairs to the fourth-floor landing. Scott moved in front of John, opening the door to allow them to enter the hallway. "Better let me take point," Scott said. "Elliot trusts me, so we'll have a better chance of him letting us in." "Okay. And then what?" John asked. "What happens once we're inside?" Scott huffed. "Then I knock a few of his teeth loose and teach him not to trust us anymore." The two men walked nearly the entire length of the long hallway until they came to the door they were looking for. "This is his place," Scott said. "You better hang off to the side, Stone. Don't let Elliot see you through the peephole." John nodded and leaned against the wall on the same side as the door, far enough to give Scott some space. The former Miami detective hammered the door with the meaty part of his fist, just hard enough to let the snitch inside know that this was urgent. "Hey, Elliot. It's me, Scott. Let me in." They waited in silence for nearly 30 seconds before Scott knocked on the door again, this time with a little more urgency. "Open up, snitch, or I'm going to knock with my boot next." "I don't think anyone is home," John said after another moment of silence. "He's probably still asleep. You know, I just remembered Elliot told me I could come on in next time I visited. He told me he was going to leave a key for me right down—" Scott put a hand on the doorknob and shoved his shoulder into the door. The old wood creaked and splintered, giving way under his considerable mass and strength. "What are you doing?" John asked, looking up and down the hall for anyone who might have heard the commotion. "I told you, my friend said his door was broken, so he asked me to come by and fix it." After Scott walked in, John noticed that no one had come out to investigate. This seemed like the kind of place where people minded their own business, no matter what they heard or saw. Scott had stopped just past the threshold of the apartment. John almost bumped into him as he followed. The stench of rot and decay had halted the detective in his tracks, like a physical barrier. John caught the smell a moment later and raised his arm up, placing the crook of his elbow over his nose and mouth. The two men glanced at each other, then headed deeper into the apartment, their senses on high alert. John closed the busted door as much as he could to keep the stench from getting into the hallway and certainly alerting the neighbors. The apartment was small, so it didn't take long to find the source of the smell. A man was lying backward in a chair next to a small table in the kitchen. His eyes were fixed wide open, and his swollen tongue had worked its way out of his mouth, pushing past his teeth. His neck had a dark, thin line around it, with trails of blood running down the front of his throat. Small scratches ran along either side of his neck, across the line. "Ligature marks," Scott said, crouching next to the chair. "Looks like he was strangled with something like a thin wire," John said. "The scratches on his neck are self-inflicted. He was pulling the garrote so he could breathe." Scott pointed to the dead man's fingers, with blood clotted under the fingernails, to reinforce his point. "When do you think this happened?" John asked, trusting the expertise of the homicide detective. Couldn't have been more than 3 days ago. That's when I talked to Elliot last, Scott said. That's when he gave me the location of that bar in Connecticut.
John did a quick search around the kitchen, trying to see if he could find anything of use. The refrigerator door was still open, which probably added to the fetid odor. Scott rose and turned slowly, taking in the scene around them. He stopped before making a full revolution. Something had grabbed his attention.
There are 2 glasses on the table, Scott said, pointing specifically to the one farthest from the dead man.
What, you suspect that that's the killer's glass? Kind of a long shot, don't you think?
I was a homicide detective for the better part of 30 years. More than a few times. It was the long shots that made our cases.
John shrugged. Couldn't hurt. But I imagine the killer was probably wearing gloves. Too smart to leave any obvious clues. Scott found a plastic grocery bag on the counter and put his hand inside to use it as a makeshift glove. He picked the glass up gently and turned the bag inside out to secure his evidence.
Like you said, couldn't hurt. Also, I never underestimate the stupidity of a criminal.
John headed for Elliot's bedroom. Let's finish up our search before we go. Then I'll call Travis about this.
Just don't touch anything and leave your prints all over the place, Scott said, wiping down the front doorknob with his shirt.
Are you kidding me? You think I'm some rookie? John asked.
Like I said, I don't underestimate the stupidity of criminals.
A man stood in an alleyway and looked down at his feet to make sure he wasn't stepping out of the shadow that kept him obscured. He adjusted his black knit cap and leaned against the wall, watching as John Stone and Scott Maverick exited the apartment building. Keeping his elbow propped against his body, he held his phone as steady as he could, zooming in while filming the 2 men walking toward the parking lot. When they were too far for the video to pick them up, he switched to his text messages. Glancing down only long enough to catch any mistakes, he mostly kept his eyes up to see where John and the other were heading. He proofread the text and sent it out. As he drafted a second message, attaching the video, the throaty roar of an old V6 engine pulled his attention to the parking lot. A black and gold Trans Am rumbled out onto the street, passing the alley. The man shrank back, turning away as the car sped off. He sent the second message and brought up his contacts, initiating a call as he walked deeper into the dark alley.
"What is it?"
a voice asked.
"I saw John Stone. He just left Elliot Frank's apartment building. And there was another guy with him. Older guy, but just as big. Maybe they're related or something. I sent you the video."
"Good. No need for you to be there anymore. Just go home and wait for my call if I need anything else." The line disconnected, and the man stuffed the phone into his back pocket. He strolled out onto the sidewalk and blended in with the pedestrian traffic. Travis sat at the desk in his office, sliding his finger across the trackpad of his computer, sorting through the avalanche of emails he had been flooded with after the insect facility was hit. He leaned back and rubbed his chin with his thumb and forefinger.
"This is going to take all morning."
He selected one of the more critical emails and started drafting his reply. One of the tech support staff knocked on the frame of his open office door, peeking his head in.
"Sir?"
"Oh, hey, Jackson," Travis said, happy for the momentary distraction.
"What did you need?"
"We just received a package on our server. It's from Parker Lewis. He says there are a few promising leads."
"I don't see any notification here,"
Travis said, looking closer at his screen. "Did he include me in the email?"
He uploaded it directly,"
Jackson said. Travis's fingers stopped, hovering over the keyboard.
"How big is the package that Parker sent?"
"A couple of 100 gigabytes. Smaller than his usual drops," Jackson said. Travis slumped his shoulders. Parker's loose cannon methods were sometimes a pain to manage, but he had always proved to be reliable.
"Fine. Just sort through what he's got and send me anything that you can bump up to highly probable."
Jackson hung out in the doorway for a few beats, trying to find the right response to Travis's request.
Is there a problem, Jackson? It's just that Parker's data, sir, it's a bit confusing. There's just so much of it.
Travis rolled his eyes, more at the situation than at any particular person. He was well aware of Parker's overly enthusiastic nature when it came to data research. What bothered him more at this time was that the young programmer had been given orders to limit the amount of work he did, because he was still recovering from a near-fatal injury.
Very well. I'll be right over.
Jackson's shoulders relaxed as a slight smile crept across his face. He nodded and disappeared from the doorway. Chapter 8. Barrett Anderson took long strides down the corridor as he flipped through a notebook filled with the information he had requested the night before. He turned over page after page of notes about the people affiliated with the perpetrators of the heist at the Insect Technology campus. His eyes scanned left to right, moving down the page and taking in all of the words, committing them to memory. Next, he sorted through the handful of photographs with the faces and names of the people who had been flagged so far. The notes also included a list of additional persons of interest, along with their photos. He closed the notebook and held it out to the side as he continued walking. His assistant struggled to keep up as she grabbed the files he handed to her. Anderson had only skimmed through the documents briefly, but she knew how fast the man was able to read and retain information. She had little doubt that he already knew everything that was in the notebooks. "What about the employees on the campus?" Anderson asked.
We are still looking into it, sir. We've cleared more than half of the names, and we'll let you know as soon as we're done.
No one is cleared until I say they are. Anderson nodded, leaving his thoughts unspoken. I want that list on my desk the moment you have it.
Understood, sir. Will there be anything else?
He was about to tell her no when he stopped himself. I want eyes and ears on every one of the known associates. We will not allow this transgression to stand. His assistant gave him a startled look.
Sir, there are 40 or 50 names on that list.
57 names. And I want people watching all of them. Anderson adjusted his cuffs.
Yes, sir. I'll take care of it.
She turned on her heels and headed in the opposite direction, already dialing a number on her phone. Barrett Anderson smiled. It was a conceited expression, fueled by the thoughts of his assistant's steadfast loyalty. She did everything asked of her at a speed unmatched by most in his organization. That type of order and discipline was what Anderson demanded of everyone working for him. It was necessary to accomplish everything that he had in his lifetime. That she was looking into someone who had betrayed his trust infuriated him, wiping the smile from his face. Someone inside his team, part of INSEC, had turned against him. Anderson's eyes narrowed to slits and his jaw clenched. He slowed his pace and took several deep breaths to regain his composure before meeting with the rest of the board. Anderson loathed the treachery that had been leveled against him, but the thoughts of vengeance were a soothing salve for his anger. He would make an example of anyone and everyone who had crossed him. Only a handful of people in Anderson's organization knew that the thieves had taken the PEST device. He had expended much of his social and political capital to obtain the remains after it was destroyed. His company had spent tens of millions of dollars reassembling the device. It was a crucial component in solidifying his hold on his power base. It would allow him to expand and add to the ever-growing influence of the Order. Losing it would not put him in the good graces of the Shadow Organization. Tara Lynn Glover pursed her lips, holding her breath as she eased the 3D-printed plastic case up.
Easy, Cameron said. Make sure you don't lose any springs, Tara.
She exhaled.
I've got this.
As the team's tech and computer specialist, Tara Lynn had been brought on for this exact purpose. It was her job to get the PEST device up and running. She turned the top case over, setting it to the side, careful not to pull out the wires connecting the two halves. "What's this do again?" Baker asked.
It decrypts and exposes any protected or obfuscated data at a near real-time rate, Tara Lynn said.
Baker looked at Cameron. Cameron smiled. "It cracks any and all locked data at an astonishing rate of speed, so we can read it immediately. Faster than most computers can actually copy the information."
"Why couldn't you just say that, Tara?"
Baker asked.
"I did,"
she replied, tracing the wires from their respective connection points. "Are we good?" Cameron asked. She looked down at the schematics and back to the device.
"We're good. Looks like all the king's horsemen and all the king's men did what most considered impossible."
"Good. Power it up so we can test it," Cameron said. Travis rubbed a hand behind his head, massaging his neck.
"What the hell am I looking at here?"
There were 5 monitors in the room, and all were displaying different bits of information. White text streaked up along the midnight blue backgrounds, sometimes pausing long enough to show an ASCII-style progress bar before continuing. Travis wasn't sure, but it looked almost like something had linked all of the computers together.
"This is the data Parker sent us."
The analyst Jackson did his best to answer Travis's question, but his face had the same bewildered look.
"Why is it doing that?"
Travis just stared with his hands on his hips, trying to make sense of the scene before him.
Parker told us this would happen. He said once we opened the data he sent, his program would slave all of our computers together to display the data, and I quote, correctly.
Travis continued staring at the monitors, dumbfounded. He wasn't sure whether or not he should feel relieved that a man like Parker was on their side instead of working for the enemy. Parker had a knack for securing information that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. But if the bad guys had to go through the data Parker had just sent Travis, at least it would slow them down for a bit.
"Perhaps we should call Mr. Lewis and have him explain this to us," Travis said with a heavy sigh.
Jackson's eyes widened.
"Oh, yes. He did tell us to contact him when we pulled up the data. Should I call him now?"
Travis suppressed the urge to throttle the man standing in front of him. Instead, he closed his eyes before answering.
"Yes. Please contact Parker. That would be very helpful in deciphering this.
He waved a hand in the general direction of the monitors. The analyst nodded, oblivious to the edge in Travis's tone, and walked to his desk to make the phone call. Travis studied the unceasing cascade of data, waiting for the phone call to go through. It wasn't making any sense to him, but he had nothing else to do until Parker picked up.
"Sir, we have Mr. Lewis on the line."
The man pressed a button on the base of the phone, then continued.
"Mr. Lewis, this is Analyst Jackson. You're on the line with Travis Chambers as well."
Parker's voice was surprisingly chipper and animated.
"Hey, Jackson. Travis, Mr. Chambers."
"Mr. Lewis, thank you for calling us back," Travis started.
"Oh, you called me."
Travis shuddered, pinching the bridge of his nose as he shook his head. The list of people he wanted to throttle continued to grow.
"I meant thank you for—"
"Never mind. We've opened your files, and I have to say we were quite dumbstruck at what we see on our end."
"I know, right? I also had a feeling the insect heist might have been an inside job." What are you talking about?" Travis blurted.
Parker was silent on his end for a moment.
"I'm talking about the data. You see it, right?" "Yes, we are looking at the data now,"
the analyst started, before Travis cut him off.
"What are you talking about when you say it might have been an inside job?"
Travis took a step closer, hoping to catch a glimpse of a clue in the avalanche of characters. More silence on Parker's end. Travis heard the soft, muted clicks of a keyboard over the phone.
"Mr. Lewis?" "Yeah, sorry, I'm here. I just get so wrapped up in this that I forget you're not looking at the same thing I'm looking at. I'll just sync up the... Here we go."
One of the monitors switched to a graphical user interface, piling up with files and photos, before the images all spread out among the other 4 displays. The data being presented finally started to coalesce, making some sense to Travis. With the big picture coming together, he started skimming through the text and studying the photos.
"Who am I looking at here? Are these the people involved in the heist?" "Possibly. We know the identities of 2 of the people involved based on witness reports from employees on site," Parker said. The rest of the people in the files are known associates of those two, and it's possible one or more of them may be involved as well. Whoa, back up for a second. How do we find out the identities of the two people involved?
Silence. Then,
From, the witness reports. Yes, I know. How exactly did you get the witness reports? Those aren't a part of police records. They were taken by INSEC personnel on site. Should I answer this? Am I allowed to answer this? Parker asked. Travis ran a hand back through his graying blonde hair, which was getting grayer every second he spent on the phone with the young programmer. His conveniently flagrant disregard of the law when it came to data collection and privacy was a constant thorn in Travis's side. No, just, you know what? I don't even want to know. Okay, so here's what I found out so far, Parker continued, unfazed. Travis closed his eyes, willing his headache away, as Parker laid out what he had discovered. The two identified suspects, Greg Spears and Alonzo Trujillo, were employees of the company, working as security guards on the technology campus. And most of the accomplices didn't stand out right away, but Travis made a note of one of Alonzo's known contacts. Cameron Knight, an INSEC field commander, was somehow linked to one of the men aiding in the heist. It wasn't enough to link Cameron to the crime, but it was enough of a coincidence for Travis to file away for later. This Cameron Knight guy, what do we know about him? He asked. He's still on INSEC's payroll, Parker said. Looks like he's on the active roster, but has been on leave for the past couple of weeks. Does anyone know of his whereabouts? Travis asked. Parker clicked away at the keyboard for a few seconds. He's on the East Coast. The file says he was in the New England area the last time he checked in. All right. He may not be a suspect, but let's stick a pin in his file just in case, Travis said, rubbing the stubble on his cheek with the palm of his hand. Thank you for everything, Parker. My team will sort through the rest of the data and put a plan together. If you want, I can keep digging, Parker said. Maybe work further up the food chain and look into some of the executives. Travis folded his arms over his chest, a gesture unseen by the programmer on the other end of the call. You've done plenty, son. I need you to get some rest. The last thing I want to deal with is sending an ambulance to your apartment because you've got internal bleeding. After a moment of awkward silence, Parker spoke again. I could do that. I've got a queue of movies I need to catch up on anyway. Travis let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He wasn't sure his ulcers could handle reining Parker in if he decided to plow ahead with more of his investigations, ignoring the order to stand down. Chapter 9. John and Scott sat inside the Trans Am in the far corner of a department store parking lot. Now don't sneeze. This stuff gets everywhere, Scott said. He had the glass from Elliot's apartment resting on his thighs, while still seated behind the wheel. He twirled a small, delicate brush over the surface of the glass, spreading a fine black powder onto it. Well, I thought I was old, John said. You're from another time entirely. Scott continued working, never looking up. Oh, I'm sorry, is identifying a criminal by his fingerprints suddenly an obsolete technology? John chuckled. You're right. I'm just a little thrown off that you keep your fingerprinting kit in your glove compartment, even though you're a retired detective. Is it for catching punks that touch your original paint job? Careful, Stone. I've tangled with bigger men than you and come out on top. John put his hands up, conceding the battle with a smile. The retired detective gently blew away the loose dust. He held the item up, twirling it to show off his handiwork. John slid an old receipt into the glass, with the blank side facing out to provide a white background behind the fingerprint. He pulled out his phone and used the camera to take several pictures of the evidence. Now send that to Travis, and we can get the ball rolling, Scott said. John dialed a number on his phone. I know another guy. You trying to keep Travis in the dark about this? Scott asked. It's fine. This is the guy Travis would probably send the print to anyway, John said. He set the phone to speaker mode just as the call connected. Hey, John, what's up? Parker Lewis asked.
Parker, how you feeling?
Well, can't complain. Actually, I can complain, Parker said.
I'm sorry, but I have a favor to ask, John said.
Sure thing. It'll help keep my mind occupied. I'm going stir-crazy in my own house with all this resting.
I'm going to send you a photo of some fingerprints that we found. I need you to see if you can find out who it is.
Who's we? Parker asked. Is Travis with you?
I'm here with Scott Maverick, John said. He was Travis's old partner while working as a Miami homicide detective. Metro-Dade, technically, Scott said.
Scott Maverick? Where do I know that name from? Parker's fingers danced across his keyboard in the background. Wait a minute. Scott Maverick. I heard you punch the president. Is that true?
John's eyebrows shot up. President of what? The United States? No, son, that's not true at all, Scott said, rolling his eyes. It was the vice president. Everyone exaggerates the story. Why do you know that, Parker? And how did I not know? John asked as he kept his eyes on Scott.
Well, they buried the story. Allegedly, Mr. Maverick...
Detective Maverick, Scott interrupted.
Oh, yes, sorry. Detective Maverick uncovered some type of illegal activity involving the vice president, and things got physical when he confronted him, Parker said. Some really deep corruption. Detective Maverick's actions probably averted a war between the United States and the Soviet Union. As a show of gratitude, they buried the story so that he wouldn't see any jail time as a result.
And how did you get a hold of this information, Parker? John was still stunned by the revelation.
I found it while I was looking into Travis Chambers. Before we all joined together.
If you two are done, maybe we can get some actual work done here, Scott said, gesturing between John and the phone with the glass in his hand. Right. We've got work to do. John tapped his screen a few times. I'm sending the photos your way, Parker.
Okay, I got it. You two have a minute while I run these through my setup? Parker asked.
Yeah, sure, kid, John said. So how long is this going to take? Scott asked.
A minute,
Parker said.
The clicking sound of his fingers flying over his keyboard chattered over the speakerphone. It's running now. I'll let you know when we get a hit.
Scott let out a low whistle. Damn, the world is in a big hurry, isn't it? John grunted his assent. Yeah, it's getting faster, and we're getting too old to keep up. It ain't faster than a speeding bullet yet, that's for sure, Scott said, patting the Smith & Wesson revolver in his shoulder holster under his left arm.
Well, actually, it's orders of magnitude faster than a speeding... Okay, we've got something, Parker said when his computer chimed.
Scott glowered. John smiled.
Looks like the print belongs to Alexavier Brewer. Do you know him? Parker asked.
Scott leaned forward, getting closer to the phone. I'm sorry, did you say Xavier Brewer?
Alexavier, Parker said, enunciating the name.
What the hell kind of name is that? Scott mumbled. You think he's our killer? John asked Scott.
Probably unlikely, Parker interjected. Mr. Brewer is a small-time numbers guy. I don't think he's got it in him to pull a trigger.
Much less strangle a man to death, Scott said. Send us everything you have on him, and we'll go introduce ourselves, John said.
You got it. On its way. Parker disconnected the call, and a second later, John's phone buzzed with the message notification.
Jesus, we are dinosaurs, Scott said.
The Army Ranger chuckled.
Soon we'll be extinct, and the geek shall inherit the earth, Scott added.
Chapter 10. Roland adjusted his baseball cap and pulled the hood of his sweatshirt over his head. Rubbing his hands together to warm them, he waited for the signal to change. Rolling across the street, he passed a light crowd as he reached the corner where Cameron had suggested they meet. A woman on her way out of a coffee shop held the door open for Roland. He thanked her, glancing up only long enough to see the look of pity in her eyes. He did his best to ignore it, pressing his tongue against the back of his clenched teeth. Inside, he scanned the room quickly, looking for Cameron, but a subconscious part of him was also running a threat assessment, scanning for possible attackers and all available exits.
Old habits die hard, he thought, chuckling. Stretching his body and neck up for a better view, Roland found Cameron at the same moment the other man saw him. Acutely aware of the wheelchair, Roland saw the exact look he was expecting. Cameron's eyes went wide in surprise. Then his features betrayed him subtly, a hint of something. Was it pity or disappointment? Roland had seen it more and more every day from people he met on the street, and he didn't think he would ever get used to it. Whatever it was that Roland saw on his friend's face, it was gone in an instant when the man stood and walked over. "Hey, Roland, my man!" The two men clasped hands, and Cameron bent forward to hug his old friend with his other arm. Or maybe I should say, Roland. Roland's laugh was genuine, and even he was surprised when he heard it. He smiled and relaxed.
"Yeah, keep it up. How is everything, Cameron?"
They could always be better. But for now, everything's good. Cameron gestured to the corner.
"Come on. I've got a table for us over here."
They fell into a comfortable rhythm, trading old stories and laughs. Roland wondered if he had guessed wrong about Cameron's initial reaction, seeing him in the chair.
"So, what are you doing in town?"
Roland asked. "Just here on business. I remembered you were from Detroit. Thought I'd look you up and see how things were going. Reconnect with old friends, you know." Roland and Cameron continued discussing their days with INSEC, comparing mission failures and injuries. Cameron conceded, but Roland still had never told him all of the details. How he had been shot by one of the INSEC's special operatives, while he and his friends were defending a car group facility until their backup could swoop in and save the day. Cameron could sense the shift in Roland's demeanor, though he didn't pry. Instead, he reflected inward, reliving his own dark moments and the demons he faced. He did his best to keep a smile on his face, but it faltered, saying more than his words could. Roland got the sense that the man wanted to ask something of him. He wasn't sure if it was the sight of the wheelchair or something else that held his tongue.
"So what are you up to these days?"
Roland asked, hoping to ease the information from him. Cameron picked up a spoon, holding it in his hand as he rubbed his thumb into the concave surface.
"You know, when I called you, I didn't expect to see you like this. I thought maybe you would be able to help my friends and me out with something."
Roland didn't know how to respond. Keeping his mind and body preoccupied, he pulled a sugar packet from the small container, twirling it between his fingers.
"I don't mean it like that," Cameron said. "I'm not trying to say that you can't do anything now."
Roland plucked the corner of the sugar packet with his fingertip.
"I get it. I see the looks from everyone around me. I see it more than I care to admit. They see me in this chair and feel pity for me."
"That's not what I mean," Cameron said.
"No, I know."
Roland flipped the packet toward the middle of the table.
"You're one of the few people that still treats me the same. This chair isn't some prison for me. It's a tool that grants me the ability to still get around and get things done."
Cameron kept his eyes fixed on the spoon, pressing into the head, causing the tip of his thumb to turn white.
"What I came here to ask you about,"
he paused, searching for his words.
"I need someone that still understands the movements and tactics from training. We're short on numbers."
Roland felt tension working its way up his spine into his neck.
"What are you planning, Cam? You going to attack someone?"
"I'm planning on protecting people."
"Which people?"
Cameron looked at Roland's wheelchair, then locked eyes with him.
"People like us that the military and INSEC just uses up and tosses aside. They run us through a meat grinder, ruining not only our lives, but the lives of the people we fight. They have no regard for what happens to the soldiers they dismiss once our tours are over."
Cameron's face reddened.
"We throw our lives away for what? A few medals and some bonus checks that barely cover rent?"
Roland sat up straighter.
"You're not going to kill anyone, are you? Please don't tell me you got some attack planned where innocent people will get hurt."
Cameron smiled, but none of the pain and anger left his eyes.
"No, nothing like that." We've got plans to expose the sociopaths pulling strings and destroying the lives of young men and women, too naive to understand what they are signing up for.
Thinking about his own circumstances and how he had been blackmailed into joining INSEC, Roland felt a spark from Cameron's fury growing in his own gut.
You saw the chair and figured I can't carry a weapon anymore, right?
At first, yeah. But after talking to you,
I see the same drive of the Roland I met fresh out of INSEC's boot camp.
Cameron put the spoon down on the table, its head bent back a little farther than usual.
Maybe you can't run and gun like the old days, but we could still use you on the team. You want me to be your wheelman?
Roland shot him a half smile. Cameron laughed.
Nothing like that. More along the lines of support. Keep the rest of the team on task. Maybe.
Roland massaged one hand with the other.
Great. We can talk about it later, when I give you more information about your role, Cameron said.
Sounds good, Roland said. Cameron looked down at the table, pressing his fingers down on the spoon to straighten it.
And if you know anyone else that might also be interested, can you send me their contact info too?
Of course. Roland smiled, even though he had a strange sense about the offer. He hoped his poker face was enough to keep any suspicion from showing.
Great. Cameron slid his chair back. Listen, I've got to take care of a few things. I'll give you a call later.
Yeah, no problem. Cameron's face grew more somber.
Listen, Roland, we were meant for something bigger than this. I'm just trying to show everyone that.
They shook hands, and Cameron pulled a knit cap over his head as he headed out onto the sidewalk, hands stuffed in his pockets as he crossed the street. Roland took another sip of coffee, contemplating what the other man had just offered. Cameron felt a similar amount of scorn for the company that had employed them, and his new mission seemed like the type of thing Roland had wanted to take up when he discovered the truth months earlier. Maybe he could convince Cameron to talk to Chance, John, and the others. If Cameron joined the hardcore, he would be able to do a lot of good for the people he was trying to help. Roland looked down at his watch, lifting his phone away from his face to double-check the amount of time he had spent on hold. It was already after 1 p.m. Every time he called this late in the day, it never failed that all of the representatives were too busy to help. He thought about his conversation with Cameron, and how he had wanted to help people whom the military and private defense contractors chewed up and spit out. Dealing with his insurance had only reinforced his friend's disdain for the system. A pile of mail, scattered and disorganized, sat on his dining table. He held one of the letters in his hand. The envelope it had come from was sitting off to the side with the words, "Past due," stamped on the front in red.
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Roland had just spent the last 22 minutes on hold and had finally reached a live person. The representative spent the next few minutes taking all of his personal information for the second time this call.
Why do they need the same information every time I call, he thought,
as she put him on hold to pull up his records.
I just needed to...
The woman cut him off before he could explain his situation. She laid out his options for catching up on his past due balance. He wouldn't be able to continue his physical therapy until he could pay down what he owed.
How am I supposed to do that if I can barely get by? Roland asked. I just need to get back on my feet, without relying on the meds.
The woman feigned concern, but didn't budge on the company's stance. Roland hated the idea of falling back into a cycle of medication to get him out of bed in the morning. The physical therapy not only helped him regain his strength and confidence, but did a lot to hold the pain at bay.
Can you just tell me why I owe so much, though? He asked.
She walked him through the complications. Most of it was his high deductible, but several of the invoices had been filed incorrectly and had been denied by his insurance.
Can't you just file them correctly?
Roland propped his head in his hand as he listened, then said,
But it's not my fault that the paperwork is wrong. Why am I on the hook for it when it's your mistake?
After another brief back and forth, during which the woman promised they would look into the matter, Roland felt the strength draining from his body. Ultimately, even if they resolved the issue with the clerical error, he was still on the hook for a majority of what they said he owed.
All right. Thank you.
He ended the call and dropped the phone into his lap. Roland pushed his chair into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to get his water. He drained half of the bottle and screwed the top back on. Reaching over to the counter, Roland brushed his hand past the painkillers, retrieving a small container. He shook out a dose of sertraline and swallowed it before opening the bottle and taking another sip. Heading out into the living room, Roland replayed the phone call in his head. He balled up his fists, trying to quell the anger. He knew the woman was just doing her job, and that she had similar calls the entire day. But he was the one affected by the outcome, not her. He glanced down at the table, looking at a small white card. He picked it up, turning it over in his fingers to look at Cameron Knight's contact information. His thumbnail dug into the insect logo, trying to scratch a chunk away. Roland studied the name and phone number on that card for what felt like hours. He did want something better, and the chance that Cameron was offering held the promise of something more, a chance to be a more significant help to those in need. He finally snapped back into reality, unaware how long he had been staring at the card. He tossed it back onto the table and rolled to the bathroom for a shower. Chapter 11. Resting his chin in his hand, Roland propped his elbow on the arm of his couch, staring at the TV even though he had turned it off at least an hour ago. He mulled over the call he'd had with the insurance company, worried about the clerical error that would prevent him from continuing his rehabilitation until it was resolved. He replayed the conversation with Cameron, seeing the fire in the man's eyes about how his brothers and sisters in arms were being mistreated by their own government after sacrificing so much. Roland hadn't served in the military, transitioning from prison to the private defense contractor, INSEC, but he felt for those dealing with similar problems. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that Cameron was up to something that could hurt innocent lives. During their conversation, Roland had been ready to pledge his support to that cause, but after some reflection, his instinct was to call Detective Hunter and tell him about his meeting with Cameron. A small ember of anger and frustration grew in the pit of his stomach, pulling him toward reaching out and letting Cameron know that he wanted in. Roland was at a crossroads. Meant for something bigger. That idea bounced around in his head for a long time. He reflected back on the events of the past few months and everything he had been through since reaching out for help when he wanted to expose the car group's immoral practices. His body tensed as he thought about the bullets he had taken at the hands of Captain Hawk's strike team following the orders of Faust Kingston. Roland had nearly lost his life fighting alongside Chance Hunter and John Stone, but the objective had been far more righteous than anything he had done for the defense contractor. Since then, Travis Chambers had used his connections to help Roland recover. He had endured a long, hard road to recovery, and still would never be 100% again. One of the bullets had shattered part of his pelvis. Another had torn through his spinal column, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. The doctors who had treated him told him he would never walk again. At the time, Roland was happy enough just knowing he would live. Happy that joining the hardcore for the battle at the car group's off-the-record training facility would lead to the downfall of the privatized prison, for extorting and exploiting its inmates for financial gain. The following months were more stressful than he had expected. Roland's rehabilitation was slow and painful, and sometimes he felt like he was making no progress at all. Still, he gritted his teeth and kept pushing forward, determined to improve his quality of life. More than that, he wanted to show the world around him that he wasn't helpless. The looks of pity and concern on the faces of everyone around him chipped away at his confidence. If it wasn't pity, it was the people looking away from him, trying to pretend he didn't exist, so that it wouldn't bring down their own lives. Then there were the discrimination and the condescending attitudes of people who would treat him as if he was less than. Roland didn't see the wheelchair as a prison from which he would escape. It let him regain his freedom. The hospital bed was what he had broken free from, with the help of his physical therapy and the wheelchair. But every interaction he had with the people around him only served to bring his spirits down. Even though he meant well, Detective Hunter did the same. He was trying to help, but it always made Roland feel as though he was incapable of taking care of himself. Everyone in his life treated him that way, except for Cameron. During his arduous journey, Roland's bills had begun to pile up. Travis's connections could take care of only so much. Roland had difficulty finding work after leaving INSEC. It was equal parts his condition and his past. The disability and his felony record made it much harder for him during job interviews. Employers who were willing to look past one of those always seemed to use the other as a reason to turn him away. On top of his medical bills, Roland's utilities and rent weighed heavily on his shoulders, threatening to leave him without a home. His eyes were closed now. His breaths came in deep inhalations and exhalations through his nostrils. Roland pulled his wheelchair around and lifted himself into it from the couch. He rolled into the kitchen, grabbing his water and the sertraline from the counter. He shook the bottle before unscrewing the cap, looking inside. He had enough of the antidepressant only for the rest of the week. Yet another battle with the insurance company that he needed to fight. We were meant for something bigger than this. Cameron's words echoed in his head again. Though the insect team leader had been initially shocked to see Roland in his wheelchair, Cameron still treated him as an equal. Roland was clutching his smartphone in one hand and Cameron's contact card in the other. He didn't remember reaching for either. He was torn and didn't know whom to call, Chance or Cameron. Long minutes passed as more dark thoughts slipped through Roland's mind. His heart hammered in his chest. He unlocked the phone and dialed. Chapter 12.
We're down 2, Baker said. We don't have the manpower for this operation.
Look, Farrell, I'm on it. Cameron wiped a hand back from his forehead to his neck. We can't miss this window.
You're going to get someone hurt or killed.
Baker stabbed a finger onto the table with the piles of paper detailing their operation.
Greg and Alonzo are out. We need more bodies if this is going to work. I'm still in, Greg said. I can hold a weapon. That's all we really need. And if things go south, Baker asked, you can't fight in your condition. You're hardly an imposing figure with your clammy skin and slouched posture.
Cameron stood and moved between the two men. He could see the anger in Greg's eyes and acted to regain control before this entire operation fell apart. I told you I'm on it, Farrell. Cameron put his hand on Baker's chest as he looked him in the eye. I'll make sure we've got the manpower to accomplish the mission. Until then, we continue as planned. Nothing changes. The buzzing in Cameron's pocket snapped his attention away from the confrontation. He pulled out the phone and glanced down at the screen. A half-smile pulled at the right side of his face as he waved the phone at Greg and Baker. I might have our solution right here. I gotta take this. The two men nodded, neither one satisfied with his solution.
Roland, my guy, how is everything?
You know, man, always grinding, Roland said. Hey, I hear you. So what can I do for you? Cameron asked, hoping to hear a specific reply. Roland hesitated, letting several seconds pass before he answered.
Hey, about that offer you made the other day. Is it still available?
Yeah, sure. If you want it, just say the word. Cameron did his best to sound casual, keeping the excitement from his tone. We were actually going over the details now, so your timing is pretty much perfect.
I appreciate it. Yes, I am interested, Roland said.
Cameron smiled and raised his fist in the air.
That's awesome, man. I'll text you the address and where you can meet up with us. We can go over more of the details then. All right. Thank you very much for this.
Hey, you don't mind me asking, why the change of heart? Cameron asked. Roland let out a breath out through his nostrils.
Things could be better, you know. I'm just a little sick and tired of everything around here lately. And the way you were talking about getting the things that we deserve just stuck with me, man.
Absolutely, my brother, Cameron said. Everything we deserve and more. You made the right call. I'll see you soon. He ended the call, still smiling as he put the phone back into his pocket. Roland's disability had been a shock to him at first, but he knew the man was capable and more than willing to play any role he needed for the team to succeed. He was a real team player, and Cameron was happy to have him on board. Roland placed his phone on the table. He tapped the case a few times before spinning it slowly.
I'm in. He'll send me the information about where to meet.
Chance Hunter sat opposite from him in one of the chairs from the kitchen. You did the right thing here, Roland. I'm glad you called me before you called Cameron.
Don't think I wasn't tempted to. I sat here for a long time before I decided to call you with this.
As soon as Roland had called Chance, the detective reached out to Travis right away. Anything involving insect needed to be passed through the rest of the hardcore. Roland's instinct had proven correct as Travis filled them in on the robbery and resulting death. He told Chance and Roland that Cameron was one of the persons of interest whom Parker had uncovered. It was at that point that Roland volunteered to join Cameron's team undercover. He would be able to find out what the group had planned and keep Chance informed on any danger they might pose. Initially, Chance and Travis were against it, but Roland had convinced them that Cameron could be dangerous. If he passed up on an opportunity to prevent further loss of life, he wouldn't be able to deal with that. Roland's drive was also partially motivated by the same reaction from the two men that he had seen in people in his daily interactions. Travis and Chance didn't think he could actually pull this off. He could see the hint of doubt and pity in their eyes. Roland needed to do this for himself. They would know that they were wrong once he accomplished the task. Chance had finally agreed to help, even though Travis wanted them to stand down so Parker could dig deeper into Cameron's plan. Together they had convinced him to hold the hardcore at bay and let Roland get closer to Cameron without the risk of anyone's finding out about the investigation. I can't pretend to understand everything you're going through, but I do know how it feels to have everything go wrong, Chance said. Roland wheeled himself to the kitchen.
I was tempted. I really was. It's frustrating the way things have been lately, with my bills and unemployment.
He took a sip of water.
The way people treat me? I mean, I don't need the pity, man. And I could definitely do without being treated like I'm worth less than other people.
He pulled another bottle of water from the fridge and tossed it to Chance. The Detroit detective caught it and held it up with a nod. It makes sense. Cameron's offer of something better is really tempting. I couldn't say I wouldn't blame you if you did it.
If it was Cameron and his team at the heist, though, we have to stop them. Insect employee or not, someone was killed during that raid. And I just can't be a part of that,
Roland reflected as he took a swig from his water bottle. If that's the case, we'll definitely put a stop to it all, Chance said. The text alert chimed on Roland's phone. He checked the message and showed Chance the address that Cameron had sent to him.
And if Cameron didn't do it, I'll just join up with the crew to get my piece of something better.
Chapter 13. Baltimore, Maryland. At Xavier Brewer slid a used paper plate away from a pile of his clothes in the corner. After 2 attempts to move the greasy plate, he grunted and knelt down to pick it up. He belched as he stood, walking toward the kitchenette to dispose of the trash, setting it on top of the overflowing receptacle. Dressed only in yesterday's socks, boxers, and a tank top, Xavier scanned the floor for a pair of pants he could pull on. He sat on the foot of his bed, catching his breath after the effort of slipping on the least filthy pair. He had run out of food a day ago, and his stomach had been reminding him every 15 minutes. finally letting his hunger overrule his fear. He had called the delivery service to bring him his next meal. It took a hefty bribe to convince the driver to pick up a 6-pack of beer to go with the delivery. For the past week, Alex Xavier had been lying low in one of the more upscale rooms of the dive hotel, choosing it for its access to the tiny food prep area with a microwave and sink. Word of Elliot Frank's death reached him once he had returned to his home, after his brief meeting with the snitch. At first, his mind raced, trying to figure out his best play. Should he go to the police before they suspected him of the other man's death? It didn't take much thought before Alex Xavier's fear switched to the people who had taken Elliot out. Were they going to come after him next? Alex Xavier had been afraid for his life ever since, and every waking moment was an ever-ending cycle of paranoia and restlessness. He walked to the window, standing off to the side as he used a finger to pull the curtain away far enough to peer out onto the street. 4 solid thumps against the old door tested the wood's structural integrity. Alex Xavier's heart leaped into his throat. He spun and pressed his back against the wall, clutching his chest with his right hand. The long silence stretched out, filled only with the sound of his blood pulsing through his ears. Any minute now, they're going to kick down the door and kill me on the spot, he thought. The banging resumed, this time only 3 hits. He crossed the small living room space in several waddling steps, retrieving a snub-nosed revolver from under the jacket draped over a chair next to the bed. The weapon was filthy, having never been cleaned over its lifetime. Only 4 of the 5 chambers had a round inserted. He did his best to convince himself that it could be the food delivery. Clutching the revolver in his shaky hand, he kept his arm outstretched, staring at the door, waiting for someone to burst through. His fear of death lost out to his stomach's growling. "Who is it?" he asked, moving to one side of the door frame with his weapon pointed toward the door. "I got a call to deliver a meatball sub and 6-pack. The voice was far too young for a man sent to kill him. Unless they're hiring kids to do their killing, Alex Xavier thought. Okay, hold on. Alex Xavier clicked the deadbolt open, but kept the revolver in his hand and the door chain attached. He opened it just enough to look through the gap. A young man with tufts of hair splaying out from under a red baseball cap with the delivery company's logo embroidered on it held up a bag that had been stapled closed. He leaned closer to get a better view through the gap into the room. "Hey, mister," he said. "I have a meatball sub and fries here for you." The sight of the grease-stained bag allowed Alex Xavier's hunger to win out over his sense of self-preservation. He smiled at the delivery person, his stained teeth on display through cracked, parched lips, and he reached out for the bags while exposing as little of himself as possible to the outside world. The young man handed the delivery over, and the moment Alex Xavier's fingers felt the paper, he pulled his arm back, squeezing the bag through the small space between the door and frame. "Where's my beer?" he asked. The delivery person held up the 6 cans bound together with plastic rings. He attempted to push it through the gap. It's not going to fit," the young man said. "I can just hand them to you, 1 can at a time." Alex Xavier huffed. "Hang on." He closed the door, stuffing the revolver into his pocket. He unlatched the chain and pulled the door open again. "Give me the beer." He plucked the cans from the man's hand and kicked the door closed again. He kept the bag in his hand, tucking the beers under his arm to lock the door again. He heard the delivery man muttering as he walked down the hall. Alex Xavier grinned and carried the delivery to the coffee table. He tore through the greasy paper barrier, exposing the messy meatball sandwich and heaping order of French fries. Stuffing food into his mouth with one hand, he worked one of the cold cans free of the plastic harness. With just his right hand, he deftly popped the tab of the beer as he stuffed 3 fries into his already full maw. Alex Xavier was working a chunk of the sandwich, pivoting it from side to side, stuffing as much as he could into a single bite, when another knock at the door interrupted him. He coughed, spitting up a chunk of meatball. Thumping his chest with a free fist, he struggled to swallow the mouthful of food, coughing again. Unlike the food delivery man's, the knock was calm and quiet. He dropped his sandwich onto the wrapper. Reaching for the revolver in his pocket, he bumped the table, sending his meatball sub tumbling to the floor.
"This is it! They're here to kill me!"
With the imminent fear of death, his mind struggled to think of what to do next.
"I'm a dead man for sure," Alexavier thought. "What am I supposed to do? Run? Fight?"
Or could he even run too? He trotted over to the window and pulled the curtain to the side to look outside. Seeing that his possible avenue of escape looked clear, he tried to open it to climb out onto the fire escape. His fingers ached as he struggled against the stubborn window with its many layers of paint around the ancient sill. A knock sounded at the door again, this time a little more vigorous. Alexavier wondered if they would leave if he stayed quiet, thinking no one was there. He dismissed that thought quickly, realizing he had been making so much noise while eating and trying to escape. He looked to the door, then to the gun in his hand, then to the door again. If this was his time, he decided he would go out shooting. Scott and John made it up to the third floor of the dilapidated hotel. The frayed carpet in the hall had plenty of holes worn through, exposing the rotting plywood flooring underneath. Only half of the lights worked, with one or two of the fixtures flickering and buzzing.
"Let's hope this is the place," Scott said. "I don't think I can handle walking through another one of these pay-by-the-hour dumps."
"This one is pay by the week," John said. "With all the furnishings one would need when hiding out."
"One would need a heavy cycle of antibiotics if the furniture matches the carpeting out here."
John chuckled. "Let's just grab Alexavier and get out."
Scott grumbled at the mention of the man's name.
"Are you sure your guy found the right place?"
"I trust Parker," was all John said.
Scott nodded and tugged at the bottom of his shirt, smoothing it out so that no part of his clothes would accidentally touch any filthy surfaces in the building. A tall, gangly man in his early 20s walked down the hall toward them. He wore a hat with an embroidered logo of a food delivery service, with the brim obscuring his face. He grumbled, looking down at his phone.
"Hey, kid, do you know the guy in 312? Scott asked.
The young man nodded, then shook his head.
"Yeah, no, not really. I delivered some food to him," he said,
showing the company's app on his mobile phone.
"I didn't get his name. Really dirty, though, like he hadn't showered in days. He's probably on meth or bath salts or something."
"Thanks," John said. The two stopped and waited for the young man to head down the stairs.
"Well, he's there. Problem is, he sounds like he's really paranoid right now," Scott said.
John nodded.
"Yeah, maybe. Let's try to approach this calmly. Maybe we can talk him out."
They walked the rest of the way down the hall and stopped in front of room 312. Both men took positions to either side of the door, rather than standing directly in front. Both had different backgrounds, but they had picked up the same habits. John from having to make hostile entries in war zones, and Scott from having to serve many high-risk warrants for homicide suspects. John reached up and knocked, rapping his knuckles on the door. They waited for several seconds. John pointed to his ear and then to the door, mouthing,
"Someone is moving around in there."
Scott raised his eyebrows and tilted his head toward the door. After several more seconds, John knocked again, this time a little louder. The tension stretched the seconds out as they waited for a response. Scott grew impatient.
"Okay, the nice way isn't working. Maybe we should kick the door down and start busting heads."
John kept his voice low.
"Give him a minute. Maybe he—"
3 gunshots rang out, punching holes through the decaying wooden door. John pivoted away as Scott unholstered his Smith & Wesson .686 stainless steel revolver. John held up his hand, trying to calm Scott and keep him from returning fire. They didn't know who else might be in the room. They didn't want to kill their one lead. One more shot cracked from inside, then several metallic clicks and a low curse. Scott gave John a wicked smile and gestured in an "after you" fashion. John nodded, rose to his full height, and smashed a heavy boot just inside of the knob.
The old wood splintered and swung inward, tearing the door from the top hinge. He stepped into the hotel room and squared up with the only man inside, still frantically yanking the trigger of the empty revolver. Scott followed him into the room, his weapon held straight out, pointed at the filthy man's chest.
"Drop the gun, dirtbag," Scott growled.
Alexavier dropped the revolver and held his hands up. A moment later, his delayed fight-or-flight response kicked in, and he bolted toward the fire escape. He made little attempt to slow down when he reached the window, smashing an elbow through the glass. Scott wasn't sure if it was an accident or on purpose. John was on the man as he was about to duck his head through the jagged, broken glass. Grabbing a handful of the stained, sweaty tank top, John yanked the man back into the middle of the living room. Alexavier flopped onto the floor with a squeal of protest, as blood poured from a laceration on his arm, staining the carpet red.
"Relax, Alexavier. We're not here to hurt you," John said, trying to defuse the situation.
The man's eyes were wide, and he was so scared that he barely registered the cut on his arm. Scott finally holstered his revolver and grabbed the towel with the least number of stains from the kitchenette. He knelt down and wrapped it around the man's elbow, tying it firmly to his arm. He secured the knot and brought his hand up to his nose, recoiling from the man's stench.
"Are you nuts, Brewer? You could have killed us."
Anger seeped into Scott's words.
"Take it easy, Scott."
John turned and crouched next to the man on the floor.
"Are you Alexavier Brewer?"
Alexavier whipped his head around frantically, looking for any possible way out of the situation. His saucer-like, terrified eyes couldn't find any promising options. Finally, his shoulders slumped in acceptance of defeat. He held up his hands, looking at the towel tied around one arm.
"Please don't kill me,"
the filthy man said. "I should say the same to you, or rather, your breath." Scott scrunched his face and looked away. John shot Scott a glare, then spoke.
"We're not here to kill you. We tracked you from an apartment of a man that was killed days ago." I didn't kill Elliot," Alexavier said. "No, but we think we already know who did," John said. "You do? Then why are you here harassing me?"
Scott looked like he wanted to smack the man with a backhand across his mouth. "Hey, idiot, you shot at us through your door. You're lucky I didn't ventilate you with my Smith & Wesson to return the favor." Alexavier's eyes widened at the threat, and his head darted between the two large men standing over him, his thinning hair whipping back and forth.
"Please don't kill me."
Scott rolled his eyes. "We already went over this. We're not here to kill you. But I swear you're getting on my last nerve right now."
"We need any information you might have about the people that are after you. You know who they are?" John asked.
Alexavier nodded, his jowls shaking.
"Yeah, no, I don't know them. But I know who they are. Sort of."
"You gotta be kidding me with this," Scott said.
John held a hand out to calm Scott and reassure Alexavier.
"Just tell us what you do know about them. In the meantime, we'll take you somewhere safe."
"Someplace with soap," Scott added. Washington, D.C. Travis's phone rang. He checked the caller ID, seeing Parker's name and number. He thumbed the screen and held the phone to his ear.
"Mr. Lewis, I do hope that you are getting plenty of rest," Travis said, skipping the pleasantries. "I just got off the phone with John," Parker said.
"That doesn't sound like you've been reducing your workload," Travis interrupted.
"Oh, this is all easy stuff. Just automated processes, scraping data from various servers," Parker said dismissively. "But I do have more information from John about his leads with the Alpha assets."
Travis closed his eyes and worked the stiffness out of his neck. He knew it was a lost cause trying to bench Parker.
"Okay, fine. What does Stone say?" Travis asked. "We found a guy who might know something about the Greek program, or at least the Alphas that shot me."
The pause from Parker was uncharacteristic, but Travis understood how hard it must have been for Parker to say out loud.
"Take your time, son," Travis said. "Okay, yeah, so like I said, we found a guy. His name is Alexavier Brewster. I found his current address, but he had fled from some people trying to kill him.
We tracked him to a hotel, and John took Scott to talk to him."
Travis raised his eyebrows, though he knew Parker couldn't see him over the phone.
"Talk to him?" he asked.
"Yeah, that's not really John's style," Parker answered.
"That's definitely uncharacteristic of either of them," Travis said.
Parker laughed. "I guess. But they did tell me they were just going to ask him a few questions. Anyway, I just got off the phone with John. He said they found Alexavier, and they were bringing him to a safe house."
"Just like that? They talked to him and now they're leaving to a safe house?" Travis asked. "No explosions or dead bodies?"
"Well, he did mention there was a bit of a misunderstanding at first, but he said they got everything settled," Parker said.
"Did he mention if the misunderstanding happened to involve bullets?"
"No, nothing like that," Parker said. "I mean, I don't think so."
"All right, never mind. What's done is done. Please send me the address to that safe house, Mr. Lewis. I'll go debrief John in person," Travis said.
"You got it, boss man," Parker said.
Travis ended the call and slid the phone into his pocket. He grabbed his coat from the brass rack, slipping his arms through the sleeves as he headed out. Chapter 14. Wesley walked the last block to the address of the apartment building where his target had been hiding out. He had arrived at Elliot Frank's place not long after Alexavier left. One of his informants sent him a text message, letting him know that John Stone and another man had gone into Elliot's apartment 2 days later. In that time, Wesley had been tracking down Alexavier. The man he was after wasn't on the Order's radar like Elliot, but his association with the previous mark meant he possibly knew more than Wesley's employers liked. Using the resources at his disposal, the Alpha was able to monitor the man's spending. Initially, Alexavier had been a ghost, paying with cash for everything, but it was only a matter of time before he ran out. When Wesley got a ping on his Mark's credit card being used for a meal delivery service, he had the location locked down. He stopped in his tracks across the street from the apartment where Alexavier had been lying low. He spotted a late-model Firebird parked on the curb near the corner. Is John Stone already here? Wesley reviewed the video his informant had texted to him. The car was too similar to the one he was looking at on his phone. Not one to operate on maybes. Wesley checked the fit of the suppressor on his Sig Sauer P229 and eased the slide back enough to see brass in the chamber. If Stone and the other man were already here, he would have to engage from a distance. And if the enemy was also after Wesley's target, his target definitely knew too much. Alexavier's voice reached the sidewalk before he did. 3 men exited the hotel, 2 of them scanning the street. Wesley couldn't risk triggering Stone's senses, so he let his hand fall away from the pistol's grip and continued walking, using the rearview mirror of a parked car to watch the man he was after. Alexavier was a mess, physically and emotionally. He was filthy and had a towel wrapped around his arm, bloody from a wound underneath. His head darted around at every sound and flash of movement around them. Wesley didn't know the other brute with Stone, but he recognized him as the driver from the video on his phone. The trio headed to the parked Trans Am, climbing inside before taking off. Wesley cursed and jogged around the corner. He would need a vehicle to pursue. His car was parked several blocks away to avoid detection. He found a Hyundai Sonata parked on a side street. The bright blue exterior wasn't optimal, making the sedan easy to spot, but hearing the rumble of the Firebird's engine, Wesley needed to take the vehicle.
"Is that your car?
That's a really cool car," Alexavier said to John as he admired the Trans Am. "It's my car. Now get in. And if you bleed on the interior," Scott grumbled, letting the unfinished threat hang in the air. John folded the front seat forward and eased Alexavier behind the front passenger side. He sat and buckled his seatbelt as Scott jammed his key into the ignition and cranked the beast to life.
"Hey, can you move your seat up a little?"
Alexavier asked John as he wiggled in the back. "No." John looked into the passenger side rear view. The fuel-injected 2.8-liter V6 growled as the Firebird shuddered and vibrated. Scott whipped the car into the street, heading for the intersection to make a right turn.
Listen, Alexavier, you need to do everything we say, do you understand? John asked, turning in his seat to face the rear.
I got it.
Do you have a nickname? Scott asked. Something that your friends use when they talk to you? Saying your name makes me want to punch your parents. Alexavier let a nervous chuckle slip out.
Yeah, I get it. My teachers never got the name right in school when I was growing up.
Did your friends call you Alex? John asked.
No, they called me Veer, Alexavier said. There was already an Alex in our group.
Scott gritted his teeth. His knuckles whitened as he clamped down on the steering wheel. John could see that the nickname wasn't much better for the detective. He had to suppress his smile.
All right, Veer, just listen to us and you'll be safe, okay?
Yeah, no problem. Hey, so where are we going? Alexavier asked.
Ever since he had discovered that the two men who had burst into his hotel room weren't there to kill him, he was more excited and talkative.
There's a safe house that we can use. I'll contact my guy to get the address, John said.
That sounds great. Does it have cable or Netflix? I can't wait to watch, Alexavier started.
Scott cut him off, speaking through his gritted teeth.
Hey, this ain't a vacation, punk. You're going to help us find the guys that killed your friend, and we're going to take 'em down.
As Scott turned his head to speak, John noticed a bright blue sedan pulling up alongside the Firebird. The man behind the wheel turned to face them, holding a pistol in his outstretched arm.
Look out!
John shouted, shoving the steering wheel to the left. The driver's side window spiderwebbed as a bullet punched through the glass, whizzing by Scott's head. The Trans Am sideswiped the sedan, and Scott faced forward again, assessing the situation. Most people in the same situation would have panicked, but Scott's nerves fired into overdrive. He steered his car to the far lane as he stepped on the accelerator. The change in speed and direction caused the follow-up shots to miss high. The pinging and crashing sounds of the bullets tearing into Scott's Firebird sent him into a rage. John drew his 1911 and looked around for the source of the gunfire.
He's using a suppressed pistol, John said.
Probably our guy, following us right to his target, Scott growled.
Now I think they may have found him the same way we did, John said, looking at the man in the rear. That food delivery you ordered was a beacon for everyone looking for you.
Alexavier was a cowering mess in the back seat, wailing and trying to disappear into the cramped space. Hang on, Scott said. He made a hard right turn, skidding around and narrowly avoiding an oncoming car as he steered back into his lane. I think that shook him, he said, patting the dash of his car.
Keep an eye out. They could still be following us, John said.
Both men were looking at the rearview mirror when the blue Sonata turned onto the street several blocks behind them. Looks like you were right, Scott said. He opened up the throttle and tried to put as much distance between the two vehicles as he could. His engine roared as if it were excited by the challenge. Scott managed to keep the pursuit car from gaining any more ground, but the man stayed on their tail.
We're not losing him, John said, watching in the rear view.
Thank you, Captain Obvious, Scott replied.
I'm a dead man!
Alexavier kept mumbling, pressing his hands over his head. The traffic was dense as rush hour was beginning in the city. Scott jerked the wheel, mashing the brakes just enough to get the front tires to grip the asphalt, and sent the Trans Am into a high-speed turn. The blue sedan closed the distance but had to slow down as it reached the corner. The driver was unable to make the turn as well as Scott and fell back, losing some ground. Scott suppressed a smug grin, but his face went serious when he looked into his mirror.
Damn it, get your heads down, he said.
Several bullets pinged off the back of the car. Scott winced with each pop.
This was the original paint.
John unbuckled his seat belt and rolled his window down. He leaned out as Alexavier continued to whimper, talking to himself. The rear windshield crashed and blew out as the bullets tore through it. John twisted back toward the center of the car and braced his arms against the side of his seat, clutching the handgun firmly between both hands.
Cover your ears,
he said before firing. Alexavier barely got his hands up in time. Scott just raised his shoulder over his right ear. John fired 3 times, placing his shots as precisely as possible. He aimed low into the windshield, at the steering wheel, to minimize any stray shots that could do harm to others. and he figured if the bullets dropped low and hit the hood, there would be a chance of a ricochet hitting the driver. His hunch proved correct, as the first two shots penetrated the front windshield. The third shot skipped off the hood and scored a hit right into the driver's chest. The blue sedan skidded and fought to maintain control. "I got an idea," Scott said. He laid out his plan to the others as his eyes stayed fixed on the rearview mirror. John nodded. Alexavier's voice cracked. "Are you crazy?" John and Scott looked at each other, then back at him. "Maybe," Scott said. He approached another intersection just as the light turned green. He leaned into a hard right turn at the corner, just like that last time. This time, however, he slammed his brakes the moment his car was out of view of the pursuit car. Scott angled his Trans Am back to the left so that he would have an angle to fire out of his window. John leaned out of the car and aimed his Colt over the roof. The blue sedan came around the corner at high speed. When the man behind the wheel saw the ambush, he slammed his own brakes in surprise. It was the reaction Scott had been expecting. The moment the sedan slowed, John and Scott fired their pistols into the vehicle. The rapid pace of their shots lit the car up. The man in the sedan returned fire, never flinching from the big-bore rounds coming at him.
"This guy has got some nerves of steel,"
John thought. "I'm out," Scott said, swinging the cylinder of his revolver out to eject the spent shells. John saw the man in the sedan drop the empty magazine from his pistol. He fired at the assassin, but the other man thought better of his situation and stepped on the gas, taking off. John tracked the moving sedan, firing until his weapon slide locked back. He smoothly ejected the empty magazine and slapped a full one in, never taking his eyes off the car. Scott tossed the empty speedloader behind him and prepared to follow the car now that they were behind it. Keeping the Smith & Wesson revolver in his right hand, he used his wrist to steer. The sounds of sirens punched through the still buzzing air in front of them. The blue sedan turned right at the next intersection. "We've got him now," Scott said, leaning into the steering wheel. Before they could make the turn, a police cruiser whizzed across his view from left to right, lights flashing, in pursuit of the blue sedan speeding away. Scott casually whipped his car into a U-turn through the honking midday traffic and sped away in the opposite direction. "What are you doing?" "That's the guy we're looking for," John said. "Yeah, he was. And now he's got the cops on his tail. They aren't going to be able to catch him." "Maybe not. But we don't have the luxury of participating in a high-speed chase through Baltimore in the middle of the day with cops and some assassin. In case you haven't noticed, we don't exactly have legal authority." Alexavier's head shot up from behind them at that. "What? You guys aren't cops?" his voice squeaked. Scott shot a glare that clearly communicated his desire to smack him, shutting the man up. "We could have stopped him," John said. "And then what? We get to celebrate our victory in jail? We aren't going to be able to explain any of this to the police in any way that doesn't land us behind bars. Trust me, we'll find him again." John looked out the front windshield for a moment, then nodded. Scott was right. Even with Travis's connections, they would be losing time in a holding cell before he could get them out. This was the right play. "How can you be so sure you'll find them?" Alexavier asked from the back seat. "We have bait to lure them in," Scott answered, to shut him up. A low whimper sounded and lowered to silence. Wesley tossed the Kevlar vest to the side and pulled the collar of his tank top down to examine the welt under his collarbone in the mirror. He slid his hand up, swiping 2 fingers over the small cuts on his neck from the bits of glass. By the time he had lost the police and ditched the bright blue car, his target had escaped. He would have to reacquire the trail. But with John Stone and the other man, Wesley would need more support. The Order wouldn't be happy to hear about the latest complication. He stared at his reflection in the hotel room's mirror, shaking his head with disapproval. Resigned to his fate, Wesley retrieved his phone from the jacket on the bed. Chapter 15. Detroit, Michigan. Roland sat in his wheelchair as the transit van lowered him to the curb. He waved and gave his thanks to the driver before heading toward the address that Cameron had texted to him. Reaching the location, Roland stopped at the corner, looking down both streets. It was a remote area, empty of both vehicles and people. He pushed himself into an abandoned warehouse, finding no one else inside. He checked the address in the text message again as his brow furrowed. "You're in the right spot," a voice said from his left. Roland whipped his head around to find someone he didn't recognize. He cursed himself for letting his guard down in his confusion.
"Is Cameron here? He said he would meet me."
He pivoted to face the stranger. The man walked over and extended a hand in greeting. He answered in a polite, friendly tone. "I'm supposed to take you to him. I'm Dominic Hayden." Roland shook Dominic's hand.
"This all seems pretty strange, meeting here. Or not meeting, I should say."
Dominic laughed. His tone was good-natured. "No worries, man. Cameron is just cautious. We have a big event planned, and he wants to make sure everything goes smoothly. So, you ready to go see him?" Roland did his best to relax and follow Dominic's example.
"Lead the way."
"Cool, I'll drive." At Roland's hesitation, Dominic gave him a reassuring smile. "I've got enough room for you. No worries."
"Yeah, okay,"
Roland said. Still hesitant, he shrugged and followed Dominic to the far end of the warehouse. Dominic opened the rear exit door and motioned for Roland to follow. Preparing for the worst, Roland thought about the different scenarios of cramming his wheelchair into the trunk of a small vehicle or tossing it into the back of a rusty pickup truck. They stepped outside and rounded the corner to a secluded spot. Roland stopped as his eyebrows lifted. Dominic slid the side door of a white van open to show wheelchair-accessible seating, including a motorized lift. Dominic laughed when he saw Roland's stunned expression. "Cameron had me pick this up yesterday. Told us we would know what it was for soon enough. I guess he knew you would be joining us." Roland all at once felt gratitude and sadness. Would he regret what he was about to do? Baltimore, Maryland. Scott scrunched his face and narrowed his eyes. "Even with all of the windows shot out, I can still smell you," he said, glancing back. "Maybe we should have let him shower before we left, or at least hosed him off." John dialed Parker on his phone and waited for the call to connect. "Hey, John, how's everything going?"
"We have Alexavier Brewer. He's a bit shook up," John said.
Did you guys do that to him?" Parker asked.
"No, Parker. The guy that killed Elliot Frank came after him right after we got there. He got away."
"Oh, well, that's unfortunate,"
Parker said as he typed something into his keyboard. Scott shot John a look, wondering about Parker's blasé reaction, and Alexavier Brewer was curious about it too.
"You need to let Travis know that we're switching safe houses," John said. "The man after Alexavier could still be in the area."
"Okay, great. What's your plan after that?" Parker asked. John sensed something in his tone.
"Why do you ask?"
"Well, it's just that Travis wants you to look into that heist at the Insect Tech campus. We have more leads to follow now."
"Parker, this is important. I'm going after the guys that tried to kill you."
"I know."
There was a long moment of silence.
"They didn't, though. Thanks to you. And Travis is worried that what we found out about these guys in the heist implies they're about to do something else. Maybe something worse."
John rubbed his temples.
"Just send me what you've got and I'll take a look. But Travis needs to know that I'm prioritizing keeping Alexavier safe and finding the alphas we're after."
Detroit, Michigan. By Roland's estimate, Dominic had been driving for roughly 10 minutes when they reached their destination. It was a business complex in a part of town closer to the outskirts of the city, closer to the suburbs. The van eased into a spot near the main entrance. Roland utilized the lift to get himself down as Dominic came around to help.
"I got it,"
Roland said. Dominic closed the side door and locked the van, shoving the keys into his pocket.
"Come on, they're waiting."
Roland followed the other man's lead as they walked into a camera store. A blast of clean, cold air greeted them as they entered. Roland looked around at the photography accessories lining one wall. All along the opposite wall, glass cases stretched to the back, filled with lenses. Another glass counter held various cameras. The store had been kept clean, almost like a sterile operating room. "How's it going, Dom?" the gravelly-voiced man behind the counter asked. "Going great, man. Just bringing a friend to meet Cameron." Dominic motioned to Roland. "This is Roland Forrester. Roland, meet Stephen." Roland shook his hand.
Nice to meet you, Stephen.
"Likewise, Roland." "So how is business today?" Dominic asked.
"Oh, you know, slow. People today usually do everything with their cell phone cameras now. I mainly just get real photography enthusiasts."
"Maybe you should sell smartphones to pick up more business," Roland said.
"The day I stoop low enough to add those inferior cameras to my store is the day I close down for good," Stephen said in mock offense.
"Well, judging by business around here, looks like you'll be closing soon anyway," Dominic said.
"Having you jackasses always walking through and not buying anything doesn't help," Stephen fired back.
"No need. I got everything right here." Dominic held his smartphone up and winked at Stephen, who held his middle finger up in response. They laughed, and Dominic motioned for Roland to follow. They moved through the store and entered a door with a sign that read, "Employees Only." The room inside was spacious and well lit. Shelves lined the walls, filled with boxes of various camera equipment. There was a small table in the middle of the room, where Cameron was sitting. He stood to greet the two as they entered.
"Hey, man. Glad you could make it."
He held a hand out, and Roland shook it.
Thanks for the offer, Cameron. I really appreciate this.
"We look out for our brothers and sisters," Cameron said. He sat back down and motioned for the two to join him. "Pull up to the table and let's all talk." Cameron smiled, big and proud.
"This is an exciting time, Roland. We've got some stuff in the works that will open up some big opportunities for us."
"We, like us three?" Roland asked. Cameron laughed.
"Not just 3, man. 30 of us, with a chance at a future that we all deserve."
"So what is it? What's the plan?" Roland saw a shift in Dominic's expression. It was only a glimpse, but he caught it. Dominic gave Cameron a quick look that seemed to say, "Can we trust the new guy?" Cameron waved him off with a casual, friendly gesture.
"Don't worry about the details right now. Let's get you introduced to the rest of the team first."
Cameron stood and clapped a hand on Roland's shoulder.
"Meet at the barracks," he said to Dominic.
"You got it," Dominic said. "Come on, Roland. We'll introduce you to everyone once we get there." Roland chuckled and kept a calm expression. His mind was a blur of activity, trying to read into everything he saw and heard.
"All this cloak and dagger stuff is a bit crazy, man," he said to Cameron. "It's not like that at all, Roland. We just have so many irons in the fire right now, everyone is just busy with their tasks," Cameron answered with a smile.
"All right. Lead the way, Dominic." Roland wheeled out through the front of the photography studio and back to the van. They saw Cameron's car pulling around from behind the shopping center. Dominic followed him out of the city and into the suburbs for what felt like another 10 minutes before finally reaching their destination. Cameron pulled his car into a spot on the side of the building. Dominic parked his van next to the car. Roland looked out the window at the building. The peeling paint and layers of dirt on the windows told him that it had been far too long since the place had been maintained regularly. The thick tufts of grass growing in patches along the base of the building also spoke to the building's disrepair.
"What is this place?"
Roland asked as the chairlift lowered him from the van.
"It was a senior center," Cameron said,
"before everyone in the area lost their homes in the market crash." "Now we're using it as our barracks," Dominic said, twirling the van keys on his finger. "It's still got running water and power, so we're pretty comfortable here." Roland wheeled out into the parking lot and stretched his arms to open up his ribs as he let out a deep exhalation.
"Just a heads up, Roland, not everyone knows you're going to be coming in today.
Please try and stay calm if they trip out," Cameron said.
"No worries, man. I'm not here to rock the boat."
Cameron smiled
seemingly happy to see Roland so willing to join the team. He motioned for Dominic and Roland to follow as he led them into the side entrance. Roland's head pivoted from side to side as he rolled through the halls. The inside of the building was the complete opposite of the outside, with clean floors, everything put away, and uncluttered hallways.
"So do you guys keep the outside like that so no one knows you're in here?" he asked.
Cameron chuckled. "No, we just like it clean. Some of us can't shake the days in the military, and we don't like it when the place is in disarray." Roland smiled as Dominic passed him, making his way to the common area ahead of the other two. The others on the team, over 24 in number, were seated around the room, talking and laughing. It was a relaxed atmosphere, but it was clear that they were getting ready for something, although Roland didn't see them handling any weapons. "Listen up, everyone. We've got a new member of our team. This is Roland Forrester. Like a few of you, he was a former contractor for INSEC." The men and women in the room greeted him with a chorus of "What's up?" and head nods. The man seated nearest to him extended his hand for a fist bump. Roland returned it and waved to the rest of the team. One man eyed him suspiciously before turning to walk out of the room. Roland searched his memory, trying to place his face, but he came up empty.
"I don't think that man likes me," Roland said to Dominic.
"Who, Tony? I wouldn't worry too much about him. I don't think he likes anyone," Dominic said. Roland nodded and let the situation go for now, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Tony would be a problem. Cameron stood in the middle of the common area. "I'm aware that we've hit a snag or two, and we can't afford to adjust our timeline, so we're going to shift some roles and priorities around to accommodate Roland's strengths." Roland looked around at the faces in the room. He could hear the second part of Cameron's words in his head, and his weaknesses. He rubbed the heels of his palms against the extended rims of the wheels on his chair. "This is going to be tight, but if we remain disciplined, we'll accomplish our goals," Cameron said. "Remember, we're here for something bigger, a future that we all deserve." Chapter 16. John held a hand against Alex Xavier's chest, holding him back as he peeked inside the door of the safe house.
"Hold on."
After their run-in with the man who had murdered Elliot Frank, John wasn't about to take any more chances. He drew the Colt from his holster and stepped into the room, sweeping the area with the muzzle, tracking the front sight.
"Clear."
Scott pushed Alex Xavier through the door, following him in before locking it behind them. John put the pistol away and looked closer in the bathroom, flicking the light switch on.
"You should be safe here for a while, Alex Xavier," John said. "Come on, guys. I said just call me Veer."
"I'm not doing that," Scott said, checking the closet.
"Say, this place is really nice,"
Alex Xavier said, making his way to the bed.
"That guy could get real comfortable here."
Scott put a hand on Alex Xavier's shoulder. "Yeah, it's got everything you need, including a bathroom and shower. You should really check that out." Alex Xavier was suddenly self-conscious about his hygiene and apologized as he headed for the bathroom. He stopped halfway, distracted, and turned to the sofa and coffee table in the other half of the room.
"Whoa! How big is that TV?"
Alex Xavier pointed toward the large flat screen mounted to the wall. His short attention span and foul odor were driving Scott crazy. John thumped Scott softly on the shoulder with a fist to calm him down.
"Mr. Brewer, why don't you get cleaned up so we can talk about what you know while you get settled in?"
John's tone was calm but assertive. This time, Alex Xavier got the message loud and clear. With a short nod, he walked into the bathroom and closed the door behind him.
"Jesus, I didn't know how much longer I could hold my breath," Scott said.
Cameron leaned back, slouching in the old chair, broken in from years of relaxing. He folded his arms across his chest with the television remote balancing on his lap. The room was dark, with the only light coming from the small OLED screen. Tony Del Rio walked in, standing in front of the TV.
"So that's how it's going to be now?"
You make the decisions without consulting anyone else on the team?" he asked.
Cameron was caught off guard. He maintained his calm demeanor as he sat up in the chair.
"Hey, Ogre, chill out," he said, using Tony's nickname. "This guy's cool. You can trust me. I had to move fast because our timetable is short."
Tony's jaw tightened. He took in a breath through his nostrils.
"And that's what my beef is. You just make a move like that without letting us know, even though it puts everyone on this team at risk, not just you. I don't like this at all."
"What exactly do you not like?" Cameron asked.
"We don't even know who that guy Roland is," Tony said.
"I do. We go back to my time at INSEC. I told you he's cool, and I trust him."
"Just like that? No vetting process? Just he's cool, trust me." "Sorry. That's not how this all works, Cam."
Cameron stood from his well-worn chair and turned the TV off. He tossed the remote onto the coffee table and faced Tony.
"I told you that's how this has to go down, Ogre. We needed to hit our schedule, so I had to make the call." "No, man. We can't do that job now," Tony said, turning away. "I say we abort."
"We stick to the schedule. We don't have any other options." Cameron was in the other man's face now. Tony was bigger by half a head, but Cameron was not a man to be intimidated by anyone. Tony backed down, taking a half step back. He could see that butting heads wasn't going to solve the problem, and switched his tactic.
"This ain't good, Cam. You can't make decisions for the rest of us like that."
"Are you saying you don't trust Roland?" Cameron asked. Tony sighed.
"It's not what I mean. If you say he's cool, then I guess I trust you. But you didn't even properly vet the guy before you brought him over to meet us. That puts everyone here in danger. I'm just saying that we all deserve to know before you make moves like that, man."
Cameron understood exactly where Tony was coming from. In all of their various military histories, every member of his rogue team had been the victim of some decision made by people higher up, people who had no personal stake in the decisions made on the behalf of others, decisions that had put people at risk and had cost many their lives. Even those who had survived didn't come back unscathed, either physically or emotionally. Every member of the rogue team was angry at being sent into danger for profit, puppets of the elitist, power-hungry men and women in charge.
"I'm sorry, Ogre. I didn't see it that way. This job is important, though. You and I both know it. We have to follow through, and there was no way we could handle it being down 2 members like we were." "We're still down 1, Tony said. "If you can count him like that."
"What is that supposed to mean?" Cameron asked. Tony fumbled his next words.
"I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but do you think he's capable of handling himself if things go south?"
Cameron paused, wiping his hand down over his mouth, not wanting to snap and answer out of anger.
"I was with Roland when we were together at INSEC. I know he could handle himself then, and I don't have any doubt about it now."
The answer seemed to calm Tony.
"Sorry about this, man. You know I trust you, but I wanted you to know how some of us feel. You understand just as much as we do how decisions being made without any of our input can affect us."
"Believe me, Ogre, this is not a decision I made lightly. I would never normally do this to you, but this mission is just too important. It's everything about why we all came together, and I knew we wouldn't be able to accomplish it 2 men short. I'll talk to Roland and see if he can recommend anyone else to join us. And this time I will keep the whole team in the loop."
"Cool," Tony said.
He and Cameron hugged it out, and Tony left Cameron to himself. Cameron turned and looked down at the chair, beckoning him to sit back down and watch some more TV. But the demons were in his head again, and now he was too restless to sit and do nothing. He grabbed his jacket from the coat rack and headed outside for a walk. Chapter 17.
"How long ago was this?" Barrett Anderson asked.
He sat at the end of a padded bench with a towel draped over his neck, using one end to dab at the sweat on his temple. His assistant glanced down at her tablet, flicking the page up.
"It was earlier this afternoon, maybe 3 hours ago," she said.
And which asset was tasked with the job of eliminating that fat slob? Anderson dropped the towel to the floor and lay back, adjusting his position underneath the barbell.
Wesley, sir,
his assistant answered, after a brief pause to find the name. Anderson tightened his grip, twisting and squeezing the knurled steel in his calloused hands. Thank you, Autumn. That will be all. Autumn nodded and backed out of the room. The Alpha asset had failed. His sole mission had been to eliminate Elliot, Frank, and the man, Alexavier, who had met with Frank earlier in the week. Anderson took 2 short breaths, then held the third. He tensed his body and unracked the barbell. Now Alexavier was in John Stone's custody. They had enough to deal with regarding the robbery of Insect's technology campus. He lowered the bar, touching his chest with the lightest pressure, before tensing his whole body, pressing the 585-pound loaded barbell up until he locked his arms. Now Anderson would have to split his focus, also dealing with Stone and any incriminating evidence he may uncover about the Order. He lowered the weight and grunted, then lifted the load up again. His mind fell into a groove as he pressed out 3 more repetitions. The clang of steel on steel rattled the mirrors when he racked the barbell on the supports. He sat up and snatched the towel up from the floor, wiping his head and neck. Rebecca Flair had too much faith in the Alpha program and its elite assets, trained to eliminate their targets. Anderson had seen them fail far too often to trust the cowardly approach, attempting to strike from a distance, unseen and unheard, until it was too late. The Beta program molded the type of soldiers that Anderson respected. Trained for war, they were battle-hardened and proven. The Beta program better prepared the assets to deal with unexpected opposition, like Stone and his allies. Time and time again, Anderson had been berated for suggesting the straightforward approach to dealing with their enemies. Flair and the rest of the Order were cowards, trusting more cowards to hide and strike well out of harm's way. He stood and gripped a 45-pound plate, resting against the rack. He let out a ferocious yell and whipped the weight across his weight room, shattering the mirror on the far end. A security guard rushed into the room. "Is everything all right, sir?" The man's eyes followed the path from Anderson, standing near the bench, across the 30-plus feet where the plate had shattered the mirror and embedded itself into the drywall. Not wanting to press the issue, the security guard shrank away from the furious giant.
"I'll have someone clean this up."
He turned and left, almost as fast as he had rushed in. Anderson had already made up his mind. If Stone proved to be a thorn in his side any longer, he would defy the wishes of the others in the Order and take the fight straight to his enemies, with a team of Beta assets at his back, charging straight ahead. Roland made his way into the dining area. He opened the fridge, deftly moving his chair out of the way to grab a bottle of water. He closed the door and swung around, rolling to one of the tables. "How's everyone treating you, Roland?" Cameron asked.
"Good, really good. A bit of a chilly reception from a couple of guys, but I understand that."
Roland took a sip from his bottle.
"Yeah, I tried to talk to them about it. They don't all trust new people. Who can blame them?"
Roland nodded in agreement and took another sip. He was looking around at the cold, impersonal decorations around the place.
"Hey, man, look. I don't mean to be nosy, but what is this place for? Are we supposed to be lying low?"
Cameron smiled, twirling the plastic cap from his own bottle on the table. Roland let the silence hang in the air, trusting to get an honest answer from Cameron. "I'm going to be straight with you, Roland. You deserve that much from me. When I asked you to join us to have a chance at something better, I meant it." He pressed his hand down onto the bottle cap. "And I still do. The thing is, if we all want that something better, we're going to have to get our hands dirty." Roland's eyes widened in surprise, and he sat up straighter in his wheelchair. Cameron saw his expression and immediately moved to calm him down. "Whoa, I don't mean killing innocent people, if that's what you're thinking." Roland's shoulders relaxed.
but he eyed the man suspiciously.
So what are you talking about, then?
We're planning on getting our hands on some information and using it to bring some terrible people to justice, Cameron said.
You mean like blackmail?
Roland asked. Cameron shook his head slowly and thoughtfully. No, man. I mean we expose the information and shine some light on a bunch of cockroaches. I meant it when I said we're not going to kill anyone innocent.
Anyone innocent?
Roland echoed.
But you're not ruling out killing if you think they're guilty.
Cameron's expression hardened. I'm not ruling out protecting my team during the mission. Roland mulled over how to ask his next question.
The heist at the insect facility. That was you and your team.
His question came out as more a statement of fact than an inquiry. Cameron nodded. Yes, we needed something from their lab so we could execute the next phase of our plan. I know what you're about to say, but believe me when I tell you it was not our intent to kill anyone.
What makes you so sure that we won't have to kill anyone this time?
Roland was unaware that he had subconsciously included himself with the we in his question. That last job, it was a security guard that got spooked. He opened fire and took out 2 of my men. I did what I had to protect my brothers and sisters, Cameron said.
What about this mission? You think there won't be security guards to stop us?
This time, Cameron flashed a small, mischievous grin before answering. There will be. Roland furrowed his brow, tilting his head. Cameron put a hand over Roland's. Come on, Roland. Follow me and I'll explain it all to you. Roland maneuvered his wheelchair into the hallway and followed Cameron to his personal office. Cameron opened the door and motioned him in first. Go ahead and park yourself anywhere, Cameron said, smiling. Roland swiveled his chair next to an old coffee table as Cameron went into a small closet. He moved some things around and reached for a box hidden in the back. He came back, setting the box on the table, before sitting down next to Roland. I probably sound like a broken record, always saying that we're after something bigger. But I mean it every time, Cameron said. He looked Roland dead in the eyes, letting a dramatic pause hang in the air, before continuing. He began pulling the contents out of the box, most of it photos, plus some files of information on specific people. Finally, he pulled out a printed blueprint and laid the rolled paper on the table. I wasn't talking about a generic goal we were striving for, Cameron said. Everyone here, we've all got regrets. Things in our life we would like to change. We are all proud to have served, either in the military or as a defense contractor, and we don't regret having made that decision. Cameron paused, taking several deep breaths. Roland could see the man weighing the options in his mind, could see that he wanted to say something, but doing so could change the dynamic of Roland's involvement. Sometimes things happen. Plans are made, and orders are given that lead to us getting injured or killed. Sometimes we have to watch our friends die, either on the battlefield or later in life, when they can't deal with the trauma that they've suffered. But we tell ourselves that we are doing what we do for a greater purpose. So we follow the orders without question, and we get the job done. But when it goes wrong, man, when we lose friends, or even a part of ourselves, it's hard to come back from that. Cameron leaned forward, resting his forearms on his thighs. And again, we tell ourselves it's for the greater good, for an ideal bigger than any of us. But it was all a lie.
What are you talking about, Cameron?
The orders we follow all of our lives. We think we're improving things, that we're fighting for the good guys, but that's not what's happening. The people telling us what to do, the ones all at the top, have us doing their dirty work. We get the blood and dirt on our hands while they keep theirs clean. And the good that we are fighting for is their bottom line. Their money, their power, their control. They're using us, man. We risked everything so that they can get the rewards. Cameron was about to continue
but his fists clenched and unclenched as he took a deep breath and hissed it out through clenched teeth. Roland sat in silence, waiting for him to compose himself and continue. "I'm done with it, Roland. We're all done with it. We've got a plan to change all of that." Cameron lifted the blueprint. "I'm sorry I didn't let you in on this sooner. This will be high risk, with high stakes. So I need you to tell me if you want a shot at justice." With that, Cameron leaned back slightly. His eyes never left Roland's, waiting for an answer right there. Roland was taken aback. He never expected Cameron to be so forthcoming with the truth. That's what it was to Roland, though. Truth. He knew all about it, with the Carr Group making deals with INSEC to blackmail their inmates, only to entice them with freedom if they chose to serve for the private defense contractor. Roland was one of their victims. Though he had a sense of pride serving as a contractor, what he had seen out in the field had changed him. He saw exactly what Cameron was talking about. Roland and his friends at INSEC were pawns in a war game, with power and profit as the ultimate prize.
"I don't know what to say,"
Roland said. "I can't put words into your mouth, Roland. You have to be the one to tell me if you want in," Cameron replied. Roland balled his hands into fists, pressing them into the armrests of his chair. He took a deep breath.
"Yes, I'm in."
Chapter 18. Alexavier tugged at his cotton t-shirt, sniffing it as he came out of the bathroom.
"I don't like the smell of new clothes. Couldn't you guys have tossed it into the wash first?"
"How about putting your pants on?" Scott asked. "You don't have to smell those first."
"I'm good,"
Alexavier said, brushing the bottom of his boxers to flatten them as he sat on the couch. "This isn't worth the aggravation. I don't care how much he can tell us." Scott pointed at the man stretching out to get comfortable.
"At least he smells better,"
John said.
"Hey, though, seriously, you guys have cable, right?"
Alexavier reached for the TV remote on the coffee table. Scott hooked his foot around one of the table's legs, scooting the table away.
"No. We need you to answer some questions for us," John said. "There are too many gaps in our information. I'm hoping you can fill those in." "All right. Where do we start?"
"So what can you tell us about the Alphas?" Scott said, not a man to mince words.
"Hey, you got any beer? I could really go for one of those right now," Alexavier said.
"You're really trying my patience, kid," Scott said. John walked to the kitchen, coming back into the living room with 3 cans of beer in one hand. He took one for himself and handed the other 2 to Scott and Alexavier. "Now that we are all rested and we have a cool, refreshing drink, what do you say we cut to the chase?" Scott said. Alexavier cracked open his can and slurped quickly at the top as the foam escaped. He nodded to the grizzled old detective, while still slurping his beer foam.
"Okay. What would you like to know?" he asked. "We want to know everything that you know about the Greek program training assassins, and about the particular Alpha asset that just tried to kill us earlier," John said with an even tone.
"Well,"
Alexavier started. He stopped, looking slightly down toward the floor, frozen in place. He looked like a TV show that had been paused, and he stayed that way for almost a full minute, thinking. "Maybe we're asking too big a bite right now," Scott said. "Let's start with something small, like a name."
"Whose name?"
the man asked. Scott shrugged, nearing the limits of his patience. "Surprise us."
"I think I know the guy that came after us. His name is Wesley."
"Any last name, or is it just Wesley?"
"Just Wesley. I heard 1 or 2 people refer to him as Mr. Wesley."
Hearing the name spoken that way gave John a flashback of a sinister assassin who nearly killed him twice, the Alpha asset, Mr. Gordon. Scott and John looked at Alexavier, expecting more, but the man simply shrugged with a small grin on his face before sipping his beer again. "Okay, that's a start at least," Scott said. "It's not much, but it's something."
Did you hear any other names? People Wesley might be associated with, or possible targets he went after? John asked.
After a minute of thought, Alexavier reluctantly shook his head.
No, sorry. I can't remember any names off the top of my head.
This is useless. Did you even meet with Wesley in person? Scott asked. Alexavier's face paled from the fear of something from his past, then nodded slowly.
Elliot invited me to some party for a rock band. We were there to celebrate their first album release.
The fear drained away, and the color returned to his face.
Oh, man, that party was sick. So many girls wearing nothing but...
Hey, snap out of it, kid, Scott said. You said you met Wesley face to face.
I mean, not face to face, more like face to cheek. He was turned away, talking to Elliot.
I'm going to kill him myself, Scott muttered, pulling the pack of cigarettes from his shirt pocket.
Can you remember anything about Wesley? What he looks like, or any physical traits or quirks that he might have? John asked.
The retired ranger had only gotten a glimpse of the Alpha, but his focus had been on the pistol trained on Scott's car. He hoped to get his hands on Wesley, to work his way up the ladder toward the two Alphas who had almost killed Parker.
No, I was pretty wasted when we met. But even then, I got the vibe that I didn't want to hang around that dude too long. He was a little too intense for me.
Scott took a puff of his cigarette, blowing the smoke up toward the ceiling. This feels like a whole lot of nothing. Alexavier's shoulders slumped. He was upset at the idea of disappointing the two men who had just saved his life. His head drooped, and he stared at the carpet. John was about to ask him another question when something occurred to Alexavier. He jerked his head up with almost enough force to stand from his seat.
Wait! I think I remember something, guys. I overheard him talking to someone over the phone about picking up a couple of assets. I thought they were talking about the valuables.
Scott and John glanced at each other, clearly now interested in what the man had to say.
Can you remember any specifics about the assets they were talking about? Anything at all, no matter how unimportant you think it might sound, John asked.
Alex rapped his head with his knuckles, like Winnie the Pooh when deep in thought.
He repeated a couple of names. I didn't hear what the person on the other end of the line said. Gabe and Michael. I think they were his contacts.
What were the Alpha assets we're after? John said, writing the names in his notebook.
I think Elliot knew something about those guys. He made some kind of joke about Wesley helping them to dispose of a body. He was sort of implying that they had just killed a man. I remember it because Wesley shot the evilest glare Elliot's way when he said that.
Did Wesley say anything after that? Scott asked.
His eyes said plenty, Alexavier said. Also, I don't think he liked Elliot, so maybe he just really hated the joke.
John leaned forward in his seat.
Please stay focused, Alex. I bet he really enjoyed putting a bullet in Elliot's head, Alexavier said,
cutting John off.
He was strangled, John said. Probably with piano wire.
Alexavier clutched his neck with both hands.
Seriously? That's got to be a terrible way to go.
You're about to find out if you don't stop straying off topic, Scott said.
You know where he was headed to meet the assets? John asked.
When was the party? Approximately what time was it when you met them? And where was the party located? Scott had his own notepad in hand, ready to scribble more notes. Alexavier held up his hands, palms out, to slow him down.
Hey, one at a time, man.
Scott tossed the pencil over his shoulder. John could see that the man was on edge, ready to do something rash. He took over the questioning, to allow his partner a moment to cool off.
Let's just start with the location Wesley was headed to. Do you remember where that was? Yeah. He had to head to the airport to meet up with a flight out of South Africa. Probably some conflict diamonds.
Roland found a quiet corner of the barracks. He pulled his phone from his pocket, using his body to shield most of the glow from the screen as he input his code. Opening his texts, he typed up a short message to Chance.
Got info about Cameron. We'll send more in a minute.
He switched over to the Notepad app and started his mental dump,
typing up as much as he could remember of what he wanted to tell Chance. 2 sentences in, Roland fumbled the phone as an incoming call alert caught him by surprise. Chance had received his text and called instead of waiting for his next message. Roland answered, keeping his voice down so he wouldn't alert any of the other team members sleeping.
Hey, Chance.
Roland, is everything good on your end?
Yeah. Listen, I can't talk long, but I wanted to give you a heads up about what Cameron has planned.
Roland looked back over his shoulder before turning his chair to face the corner. Roland spent the next few minutes running through what he could remember of Cameron's plan. Roland had only the broad concept of it, with none of the actual details, save for the state they were headed to, Ohio. All he knew was that the team was planning to grab a high-profile executive and use the person to access files that they could use to expose the crimes of others. Chance took a moment to absorb what Roland had told him. Kidnapping, extortion. You realize those are felonies, right?
Cameron is trying to fix things. He's going to help us.
Us? Is he already getting in your head? Chance asked. Stay focused on your goal, Roland. You wanted me to help you if Cameron was planning on hurting someone. I would say this sounds pretty bad.
Yeah, you're right. I get it, Roland said. That's why I'm telling you about the plan. But you also have to look at it from his side.
I deal with wannabe Robin Hood types every day, kid. Believe me, he's not who you think he is. Cameron Knight is dangerous. Roland closed his eyes.
I know. We need to help him before he hurts somebody, he said,
downplaying his desire to help Cameron. Good. What we need now are the details, Chance said. Don't press him too hard, but see if you can get the name of the person they're after and the location they're planning on grabbing them. We can go from there.
What happens during?
Roland asked. Hang back. Play at the fringes and try to stay out of trouble. You don't want to get caught up in a fight. Roland gripped the phone tightly, balling his other hand up into a fist. Once again, even Chance Hunter was treating him like a helpless child, unable to protect himself.
I can fight.
I don't doubt that. But you should be as far away from the action as you can get.
Why?
Roland asked through gritted teeth.
I can help you. Maybe I can talk Cameron down if things escalate.
Chance sighed. I get it, Roland. You think I'm trying to keep you away because I don't think you're able to protect yourself. It's not that at all. I don't want you to do something you're going to regret. You're in too deep with these guys, and that could cloud your judgment.
So it's not that I'm in a wheelchair, but also that I'm stupid?
Get some sleep, Roland. Clear your head, Chance said. We'll talk in the morning. Roland stared down at the screen after ending the call. He could see his faint reflection from the moonlight spilling through the windows. Did Chance really think that little of him? Was he right about Roland's motivations after only a few conversations with Cameron?
Am I too close to this team?
With a half-satisfied the tailor plucked the fabric at the shoulders of Barrett Anderson's tuxedo. How does the jacket feel? He asked. Anderson turned to look at his reflection. He shifted to look at the other shoulder, nodding, happy with the fit. He buttoned and unbuttoned the jacket with one hand, rolling his shoulders back and sticking his chest out. He struck an imposing figure and was pleased with his mirror image. The tailor was checking the length of one of the sleeves when a call came in. Anderson touched the button to answer in with his Bluetooth earpiece. His head of security, Nathan, was calling to go over the change in details for the upcoming party. I want to make sure that none of your men interfere with the event, Anderson said, lifting his arm at the tailor's request. It shouldn't look like some tacky presidential banquet with Secret Service littered all over the place. No wooden statues in suits and dark sunglasses to make the guests feel uncomfortable. They discussed additional details, including the number of security staff needed and the level of access at the building's entrance. Anderson was adamant that it not feel like trying to get into a government building. His guests would be paying an exorbitant amount per plate to get in, and the last thing he wanted was to make them feel persecuted just for showing up. Increase the security presence, but keep it low-key, Anderson said, ending the call as the tailor checked his other sleeve. He was starting to let the pressure get to him, thinking about John Stone still complicating matters and the failure of the Alpha asset, Wesley, to tie up all loose ends. The man's only task had been to take out a fat slob who had stuck his nose where it didn't belong. He fumed, flexing his neck. This was the faults of other members of the Order, due to their failure to properly prepare for a confrontation with John Stone and his friends. Price Wyndham had overstepped his bounds, attempting to frame Stone for domestic terrorism. Damian Blanchard had had the gall to greenlight the use of Alpha assets to eliminate Stone and anyone close to him. Both had ended up dead at the hands of the man they had been attempting to stop. Their hubris had been their downfall. Anderson wouldn't resort to such impersonal and cowardly actions. When the time would come to confront Stone, he would do so face to face, warrior to warrior. John Stone would soon learn that the true products of the Order's Beta Protocol were not to be underestimated. John was sitting at the kitchen table, chewing on a bite of scrambled eggs and sipping his coffee, when he received a call from Travis. It was early in the morning, so Scott and Alexavier were still sleeping.
"Morning, Travis. I was going to call you with an update later today," John said, taking another sip from his mug.
"What's that sound?" Travis asked. "Are you running a generator inside the safe house?"
John laughed. "That's Scott and Alexavier playing dueling chainsaws."
"Wow, that's brutal. I'm sorry you're dealing with that so early."
"We're in the same time zone, so it's just as early for you as it is for me." "What's going on?" John asked, skipping past the pleasantries.
"Never one to mince words, I see," Travis said. "I'm sorry. It's going to take a second to get used to that snarling in the background."
"Hang on. I'm stepping out to the back patio."
John pressed the phone to his ear with his shoulder as he grabbed his coffee and slid the glass door open.
"Is that better?"
"Much." Travis shuffled some papers on his end. "John, listen. I just got a call from Detective Hunter. He's been helping Roland Forrester during his recovery." At the mention of Roland, John's thoughts drifted to the hardcore's battle at the car group's off-the-books mountain facility, dubbed the Wolf's Den. Roland had risked his life to help not only John and the others, but also the inmates in the facility. He had been grievously wounded in the fight, and John felt for the young man, knowing how hard his recovery would be. He didn't know much about Roland's current condition, but Chance Hunter had taken it upon himself to make sure he was getting everything he needed.
"Is Roland okay?"
John asked. "He's fine, for now."
"I don't like that answer, Travis. What's happening?"
"Bit of a complicated matter. Roland has been in close communication with an INSEC contractor lately. It sounds like something is in the works," Travis said.
"Where is he?" John asked. "If INSEC is after him again, we'll head down and help him."
Travis cleared his throat. "Like I said, it's complicated. The man that reached out to him is Cameron Knight. He came up on Parker's list as a probable participant in the robbery at the International Security Facility." John set the coffee mug down on a small table.
"What do they want with Roland?"
"I've only got Detective Hunter's report, but I'm pretty sure they're recruiting him for some type of operation against INSEC."
"Against? You said Knight is currently an active member of INSEC, right?" John asked.
"Correct."
"So he must be using his connections inside to steal something else," John mused. "Are they selling the stolen tech on the black market? Maybe he's after more money for compensation."
Travis took a deep breath, audible through the phone.
"Like you said, complicated," John said.
"What aren't you telling me, Travis?
Give me everything you've got."
"Roland says they're after information. Stuff that can be used to expose the quote-unquote puppet masters and show the world how soldiers and defense contractors are being manipulated and used for profit and personal gain." John sat heavily in one of the patio chairs.
"The world already knows. They just don't care. We need to pull Roland out of there. Can Chance meet him and get him to safety before Knight kicks off his plan?
John, we need Roland to play his part in this, Travis said.
Unbelievable, John hissed. You're planning on using that kid to accomplish your mission after everything he's been through?
I know, Travis said. But you need to know Cameron Knight has the pest device. That's what he took from the insect facility.
A wave of anger and frustration washed over John. His neck flexed, and he closed his eyes, trying to pull in a calm, even breath.
I destroyed the pest. Was there another one built that you didn't tell me about?
It seems that when Price Wyndham cashed in his blackmail tokens to the corrupt government officials, he had the Hostile Response Division shut down, and all evidence they had gathered was redistributed. The remains of the pest disappeared, Travis said. Parker is putting the pieces together now, so to speak. But it looks like they were sent to an insect technology campus to be reassembled.
Is it functional? John asked.
We believe so.
And you need me to retrieve it? John asked. Again?
Correct. The hardcore needs to get hands on the pest so we can dispose of it properly, Travis said. We're operating outside of the law, so you and Chance will have to go in light, with no police support.
I can go by myself, John said.
None of this lone wolf garbage, John. Detective Hunter will be on site to watch over Roland and get the hostages to safety.
And what about Knight and his team? John asked. Are we eliminating the threat?
That's your call. If he poses a danger to innocent lives, you need to bring him in or put him down.
And you said no police support, correct?
Maybe to clean up the mess after you and Chance complete the objective, Travis said. But seriously, John, don't underestimate Knight. He's driven. If you think even for a second he's going to hurt someone, you drop him.
Chapter 19. John picked up the holstered 1911 and tucked it into his waistband.
I need you to stick around and keep an eye on Alex Xavier.
I don't know how much more I can take of this kid, Scott said. Just don't be surprised if I do this Wesley character a favor and twist his target's head from his body.
You're too high-strung, John said. Don't let Veer push your buttons so easily.
Scott's eyes narrowed as he opened and closed his hands. I swear, once we get what we need, I'm taking this guy to visit his parents, so I can give them a piece of my mind. What kind of people would curse their kid with such a stupid name? John smiled, patting Scott on the shoulder before heading out the door.
Veer, make sure you don't rile this guy up. If you remember anything else that can help our case, just write it down, so he doesn't have to deal with your rambling stories.
Alex Xavier walked up to John, trying to speak in a hushed tone, but failing.
Am I safe here? I mean, you heard him threaten to decapitate me. You're safe here, John said. Just don't get on his bad side. Yeah? Which side is that?
Alex Xavier looked over his shoulder at the former homicide detective. John left the safe house, speaking over his shoulder.
Don't drink all of his beer and you'll be fine. What about my beer? Alex Xavier mumbled.
Where are we going? Roland asked.
It's go time, brother, Dominic said, turning the steering wheel to back out of the parking lot. We're on our way to the big show. Roland smiled and nodded. He didn't want to press for more details, knowing several of the others in the van were already suspicious of him. The team had spent the morning preparing all of the gear, including an assortment of pistols and submachine guns. He wasn't sure what the rest of the equipment was for, but they had loaded up 2 mil-spec laptop computers and a strange device that looked like it had been assembled in someone's garage. The team's tech specialist, Tara Lynn, had watched over the others as they stowed the electronics in Cameron's SUV. Roland did his best to match the enthusiasm of the others in the vehicle, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Before they had loaded him into the van, he was able to get a quick text message out to Chance.
On the move. Don't know where.
Time was a blur as he watched the suburbs change to the city, and then again to an almost featureless interstate. The 3-hour drive was mostly quiet,
as the men and women inside were mentally preparing for the upcoming mission. He wanted to send out more information, but he didn't want anyone suspecting him of betraying Cameron. Shortly after reaching Columbus, Ohio, the caravan drove for another 20 minutes before pulling into a parking garage underneath an office building. Roland saw another opportunity to send a second text, letting Chance know where they were, but his phone had no signal underground. He typed up the draft and hit send, knowing it wouldn't be sent until his phone had a signal. Cameron and the others were double-checking their gear, keeping the weapons out of sight. Several members discussed their parts of the mission in greater detail. The last leg of the plan would require a specific sequence of events. Roland looked around for the rest of the team, noticing that less than half were in the parking garage.
"Where's everyone else?"
Roland asked, pivoting his chair around. "They left a few hours before us," Cameron said. "They should already be on site, making sure the event is safe." He spoke the last word with mock sincerity.
"They're the guards,"
Roland said, putting the pieces together.
"That's how you're controlling the variables this time."
"Took a lot of work, but Terrelin was able to fake their records and make sure our guys were selected for the party."
"Party?"
Roland raised an eyebrow.
"You mean that figuratively, right?"
"Nah, man, it's an actual soiree," Dominic said. "Some 10K per plate function."
"Power players and government types,"
Tony said. "Puppet masters," Cameron added. "That's why our timeline was so tight. We won't have another opportunity like this to make sure our message is heard loud and clear."
"Good to go, boss,"
Katerina said, swinging the rear hatch of the SUV closed. "Let's roll," Cameron said. Parker had been able to ping Roland's phone to track his movement after he let Chance know they were on the move. Travis watched the feed updating live on his end. They still don't know where the operation was, but John and Chance had been flown to a base in Ohio as soon as Cameron's team crossed the state line. He still wasn't sure if that was the right call, but it seemed highly unlikely that Roland and the others would be driving much farther before executing their plan. John and Chance climbed out of the car that had picked them up at the airport, bringing them to Travis. "Wow, this is a little Knight Industries 2000, Chance said. John looked at the unmarked semi-truck and trailer.
"This is something else, Travis. How long have you had this thing?"
"Oh, this old girl?" Travis patted the side of the trailer. "Actually, we had this slapped together after our run against Faust Kingston at the Wolf Den. The whole unit can be locked down and flown anywhere we need it. Just need to procure a truck if we want it mobile." "Like right now?" Chance asked. "Exactly. Now, please, after you." Chance climbed into the 16-wheeler, John following behind. The mobile base had communications equipment and a small armory inside where they geared up.
"Remember, you two are going in with no backup," Travis said.
"Just us watching you from here. The Hardcore is not a recognized organization, and we'll be operating outside of the law." Their loadouts were minimal, with both men wearing suits to better blend with the party atmosphere. John secured a high-threat concealment, low-profile rig around his waist for his weapon. He press-checked his Colt 1911 before inserting it into the holster. One by one, John clicked 5 spare magazines into the pouches along the side and back of the belt. Chance had selected a Glock 43X with 2 spare magazines. He was planning to spend more time mingling in the crowd and didn't want to risk printing.
"Where are we going?"
John asked, bracing a hand against the side of the trailer as the big rig rolled onto the freeway. "Columbus, Ohio," Chance said, looking down at his phone. "Roland had just sent this text 10 minutes ago." "Did you get that?" Travis asked over the radio. "Loud and clear," Parker said. "I've pinged Roland's phone and have a lock on its location. I'll have the destination once they arrive."
"Parker, where are you right now?"
John asked. "En route to Ohio." John looked at Travis. "Don't look at me. You know as well as I do that you can't tell that kid what to do," Travis said. "How far out are we?" Chance asked. "Maybe half an hour," Travis said. "Looks like I was able to confirm your suspicions, Mr. Chambers," Parker said. His fingers clicked several keys in the background. "Sending you the final address now." Travis looked down at his phone, rubbing his chin.
That's what I figured. Look, guys, you need to know what you're heading into.
"What's going on, Travis?" John put his hands on his hips.
What are you sending us into? Chance asked. Cameron's target is a party, a political event for highly influential people.
Travis made his way to one of the computer displays, bringing up the final address showing a high-rise in downtown Columbus.
"I don't like where this is headed," Chance said.
"This is Barrett Anderson's party,"
Travis said, trying to read the reaction in John's expression. John's eyes narrowed. Barrett Anderson had moved toward the top of the list of suspects he and Parker had been looking into when the Alphas attacked them. Anderson was the chairman of the Board of International Security, and John had a hard time believing that the man didn't know what his company was doing, exploiting inmates at a privatized prison to grow his own army.
"Anderson is not our target," Travis said. "We don't have enough to pin anything on him, so going after him now would be pointless."
"I know," John said. "We're here for Cameron Knight and the Pest." John hated the fact that they were helping a man he suspected of aiding an organization attempting to destabilize the global balance of power. But he had to maintain his focus on the mission at hand. The most important thing was to get Roland and the hostages to safety and retrieve the Pest before it could fall into the wrong hands. The rear hatch of the big rig's trailer rolled up. 2 men in jumpsuits jogged up and pulled the ramp out. Parker Lewis rounded the corner, limping as he climbed up into the mobile base of operations. Another man followed behind, carrying a bag full of his computer equipment.
"John, how are you doing?" Parker asked.
"I should be asking you that," John replied.
"Detective Hunter?"
Parker said, shaking hands. "I told you, just call me Chance." Parker gave Travis a quick nod.
"Boss?"
John watched the interaction between Travis and Parker, seeing the familiarity in their actions. He pursed his lips, knowing that they had been working together regularly when Parker was supposed to be resting.
"This is something else, isn't it?"
Parker said, looking at the equipment lining one side of the long-haul trailer.
"It certainly is something," Chance said. "It's got air conditioning like I asked, right? Not for me, for the equipment."
Parker took his laptop from his bag, eager to get to work.
"You knew about this thing?"
John asked.
"I designed this thing," Parker said. "Or at least put together the list of requirements. I let Travis and his people handle the fiddly details."
"Perfect for our usual on-the-go style of operating," Travis said.
Parker spun in his chair.
"Great. Now let's see about getting our hands on the Pest again."
John shifted his mindset, preparing for the mission at hand, buttoning his jacket and checking the fit of his concealed battle belt.
"The earpieces will keep us in radio contact. The tie pins are cameras, giving us a visual of the action," Parker said,
pointing to the equipment on the table. "Fits like a glove," Chance said, wiping a hand down one of the sleeves of his jacket. "Like it was tailored just for me."
"I had to guess at your sizes," Travis said. "We tried to get something suitable for the occasion."
Chance looked at John's suit, struggling to contain the bulk around his back and shoulders.
"Is that why John looks like he's wearing his little brother's clothes? You should think about slimming down a little. You'll be quicker without all that muscle mass weighing you down."
John unbuttoned the jacket and put his tie on. "I don't work out for looks. I prefer function over form."
"Yeah, that's why you look like a security guard 2 weeks from retirement, while I look like the guy that hired you."
"Keep your head in the game," Travis said. "It's not about who wore it better."
"Yeah. Travis has you both beat anyway," Parker said.
"He probably spends an hour getting ready," Chance murmured, still admiring the fabric of the jacket.
"The mission, people."
Travis tried to regain control.
"Right. So what we figure is, Cameron is hitting this party specifically because of the tight network security," Parker said. "They need information from the computer servers, but they're non-networked workstations that can only be accessed on-site."
"Why the party?" Chance asked. "Couldn't they hit the event after hours?" Parker shrugged. My hunch is that Cameron's computer expert isn't skilled enough to crack such a complex security system. They'll need to grab someone with the proper credentials to grant the team access.
And if they're already at the party, the crowd will be easier to contain, John said. Cameron can grab whoever he needs, and his team can lock down the rest.
Precisely, Parker said. And once they've got the access, they'll put the pest back in play to slice through any encryption of the data they'll be pulling.
Travis pointed to the image of the building on his computer screen.
John, your role is to find Cameron and stop him. If possible, your secondary mission is to reacquire the pest. We can't risk it disappearing into the underground again. Chance, you need to find Roland and rescue the hostages. Getting everyone to safety is your main objective. If John needs help, you're only to provide assistance if it doesn't risk the lives of the guests at that party. They are the innocent ones here, including Barrett Anderson.
Try not to shoot any of the hostages, Parker said. You can use your kick fighting to subdue the mercenaries, since you're probably better trained than they are.
Did you just call it kick fighting? Chance asked.
Yeah, isn't that what you do? Fight with your kicks? Parker shrugged, plugging the last of the cables into his laptop, powering it up.
He's not wrong, Travis said. No, he's definitely got away with words, John said.
I think I'm going to throw a few more punches this time, Chance said, thumbing another 9mm hollow point into a magazine before slipping it into the slim Kydex mag pouch inside his waistband. Chapter 20.
Do we have to worry about the security cameras? Baker asked.
Cameron adjusted the shoulder strap of his bag, shifting the UMP-9 to his left side. Shouldn't be an issue. There's no one watching the terminals. Tara Lynn made sure our guys were assigned to the task, so they'll be joining us soon enough. Besides, once the real party kicks off, it'll be too late to warn anyone. Roland checked his phone, seeing the confirmation that his last message had been sent after they'd left the parking garage. He wasn't sure if it was enough of a heads-up for Chance, since they hadn't been able to speak since the team left Detroit. He slid the phone into a pocket on his thigh and pushed harder to catch up with the rest of the group.
It's game time. Remember, no names, no faces. Cameron reached up and pulled a mask down. The rest of the team followed suit. Roland covered his face with the ballistic mask, hearing his breath echoing inside. The tinted lenses distorted his field of view, especially at the far edges, obscuring his peripheral vision. The composite material was designed to stop shrapnel and, in some extreme cases, light caliber rounds. But Roland didn't want to test the structural integrity of the steel and ceramic faceplate, much less the lenses. He adjusted the straps, securing the mask to his head before making his way through the door with the others. At the far end of the lobby, Roland watched as Cameron approached a pair of guards at the corridor leading to the elevators. The way they reacted to a group of armed mercenaries wearing hockey masks was not what Roland expected. Instead of their calling for help or drawing their weapons, one of the men waved Cameron by while the other exchanged fist bumps with him. When Roland got closer, he recognized one of them from the barracks. They gave each other a knowing nod as he rolled by. Cameron pressed 3 buttons on the elevator as the team members rode up to their various destinations. The first stop was the 23rd floor, where the primary servers were routed to a private network maintained on-site. That was the key location, where INSEC's chief technology officer, Alma Dawkins, would have to log into the computer system. "We'll take it from here, boss," Tara Lynn said.
She stepped out, followed by Tony and Dominic. The elevator made its next stop on the 24th floor, where Katerina and Greg exited. They had been tasked with meeting with a couple of their planet's security guards to coordinate when the plan was in motion. The rest of the occupants got off on the 26th floor, where the party was being held. Cameron stepped out, stopping after a few meters, taking a knee and holding his fist up, telling the others to hold their positions. After a minute of waiting, Katerina radioed, giving Cameron the all-clear. They fanned out as much as the wide hallway would allow as they moved forward. The party in the main banquet hall was where the bulk of the security would be stationed, protecting the party guests inside. Tara Lynn wasn't able to get all of the roles filled by their team, but they had enough information about the remaining security people's routes to avoid detection. At the end of the hall, they moved into a conference room that one of their own was tasked with checking. From their new staging area, Cameron established communications with the rest of the team.
"We're in position," Tara Lynn said. "Once you've got Ms. Dawkins, we'll have everything set up within a minute." "What do you need from me?" Roland asked.
"You'll be keeping an eye on the main entrance to the banquet room," Cameron said. "Make sure no one gets in or out without our say."
"Got it."
Roland nodded, keeping his cool and not showing how nervous he was that he might have to shoot someone. Cameron went over the plan once more. "We enter hard and fast, shaking up everyone inside. Hit them before they know what's happening. From there, Baker and Gregg will secure all of the cell phones. Once we find Alma Dawkins, I'll get her down to the 23rd floor so she can give us access to the computers." The team prepared to launch the plan. Roland said a silent prayer, trying to push the fear down. "Are you ready?" Chance asked. John buttoned his jacket and shook his arms to straighten the sleeves.
"Ready as I'll ever be in this getup."
"You better let me take the lead. That hand cannon on your hip might tip them off." Chance glanced down at John's jacket.
"Don't worry, it's hidden well enough."
John absently patted his left side, where the HTC low-profile rig held one of his many spare pistol mags. "We've got a party to attend." Chance opened the door, gesturing for John to enter. "After you, sir." John touched the earpiece to make sure it was still in place.
"You getting our transmissions, Travis?"
"Loud and clear. Visuals are solid as well." Chance picked up his pace as they reached the two men standing at the end of the lobby, whispering into his mic, "I don't think Cameron is here yet." "I'm sorry, this is a private affair," one of the guards said, stepping forward as he held a hand up. "And we're late," Chance said. "If you'll show us to the elevator and announce our arrival, we'll be on our way." "Announce your arrival?" The other guard shook his head. "Hey, no offense, but you guys don't look like you belong here."
"We're here for the party,"
John said, his face stretching unnaturally into a forced smile. "Sorry, Tom Selleck, but I don't see your name on the list," the first guard said. "You didn't even get our names," Chance said, smiling and trying to defuse the situation. "And you didn't even check your list. If you did, you would see me on there, Benjamin Franklin." He held out a $100 bill, pinched between two fingers. The second guard snatched the bill. "Sorry, Mr. Franklin, but I don't see your name." "John, Parker has confirmed that the lead guard is Denzel Robson. He's got close ties with Knight. We think he's already on site."
"Are you sure?"
John said, speaking in a low voice. "Yeah, I'm definitely sure," the second guard said. "I don't know if you're reporters or what, but this is a private party. You'll have to go." "Well, I don't like relying on facial recognition, but I can't get my mob rec program up right now," Parker said. "It's a 94% match, though."
"Did you get that?"
John asked. "I got it loud and clear," Chance said. "Looks like the party is down here." Denzel reacted first, clearing his jacket to access the grip of his pistol. John pounced before he could draw the weapon, driving the man backward, pinning him to the wall and preventing him from pulling the sidearm. Chance raised his knee, chambering his leg for a kick, but something in the back of his mind stopped him before he launched his attack. The guard reacted by dropping his hand to block his foot. Chance switched and fired a straight left, kicking his leg behind him as a counterbalance. The guard reeled back, fumbling for his weapon. Chance rushed in and dug a hook into the man's body, doubling him over. He finished his opponent with a knee to the face. The second guard hit the ground a split second after John's uppercut KO'd the first. "How's that for kick fighting?" Chance asked, brushing his hands down his sleeves. "The knee counts as a kick," Parker said. "It's an attack using your legs." Chance grumbled. "You don't know anything about fighting, Parker. All of my attacks use my legs." "Yeah, kicks." "That's not what—" "I'm not having this conversation."
"Stay focused,"
John said, lifting one unconscious guard and hoisting him over his shoulder.
"Come on. We need to get these guys out of the way so no one spots them."
Chance crouched next to the man he had knocked unconscious. He dug his fingers into the man's suit pocket, retrieving his $100 bill. The party was in full swing. Servers were walking the perimeter, offering food and drink on silver trays. The guests were mostly donors, paying over $10,000 just to get in the door. Barrett Anderson knew that most would end up shelling out more for his cause before the night was done. He walked around, glad-handing and joking with congresspeople and other wealthy donors. Anderson was in the middle of a conversation with a wealthy couple when he spotted one of the security personnel in the corner. His body stiffened, frustrated as he watched the man in the suit standing with his hands folded in front of him, scanning the crowd from left to right. He excused himself and called his head of security over. "I told you I wanted event security to blend in, Nathan," Anderson said, berating the man. "Why are you bringing incompetent people into my party?" Nathan looked down.
"I'm sorry, sir. I'll handle it personally."
Switching back to party host mode, Anderson smiled again. The expression was a perfect mix of truth and lie. The warmth of it was genuine and disarming, but the intent was far more sinister. Anderson was using these people to further the influence of the order. Every dollar in its coffers was just another resource for the organization to secure its dominance among other global superpowers. The thought made him truly happy, but the guests saw it only as the joy of entertaining his friends. Anderson strode into the middle of the room to speak. One of the guests on his right helped to get the attention of the others, tapping his glass with a small fork. More guests followed suit until the entire room was focused on the host. Though Anderson saw these people as beneath him, he fell into his natural flow of thanking the guests, pointing out specific people in attendance to make them feel special. Too easy, he thought, playing on their egos to keep them on the hook. He told a few jokes to disarm the room further. Anderson thanked them for showing up. "Remember, tonight's fundraiser will be going toward our organization dedicated to helping wounded veterans, both in the military and in private defense roles." Before he could start into the meat of his speech, his eye was drawn to the corner where the incompetent security guard was talking to Nathan. After a brief altercation, his head of security collapsed in the corner. The security guard stuffed something into his jacket and dragged Nathan out of sight. The main banquet room doors opened just wide enough for someone outside to toss an object through. Anderson stopped talking, only watching, as the security personnel throughout the room turned away from the rest of the guests, covering their ears with their hands. Anderson's face pulled into a snarl, disgusted by what he was watching. The guests around him recoiled in fear from the monster before their eyes. Breaking up the stunned silence, 6 flashbang grenades detonated in rapid succession, throwing everyone inside into disarray. Chapter 21. "Go," Cameron said, giving the signal to the security guards throughout the building. Seconds later, he received confirmation that they had initiated the dynamic entry. He led Roland and the others out into the hall, coming face to face with a man dressed in the suit provided for event security. Roland continued forward, thinking it was one of Cameron's men. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The guard reached for the handgun under his jacket. Another man wearing the same uniform stepped out from around the corner, cracking the first guard across the jaw with a right cross. He wrapped an arm around the man's neck and used his other hand to pull the pistol from the holster, tossing it aside. In the struggle, Cameron's man secured a choke, but the first guard fought hard. Baker rushed forward and slammed his knee into the guard's gut, forcing the air from his lungs. He was out in a matter of seconds, dropping face first onto the floor. "We need to move now. The rest of the team is already in position," Cameron said. "It's time to introduce ourselves to the party guests." Roland half-heartedly helped Baker secure the unconscious guard's hands and feet, gagging him before Baker tossed him into a side office. The entire south wing of this floor was sectioned off as one large banquet hall, with facilities for the kitchen staff and side entrances for the servers to get in and out without disturbing the guests of any party held there. Cameron and his team set up at the main entrance. He called the rest of his team,
confirming that the other guards were already in position at the side entrances. Roland set himself up in position, locking his chair's wheels in place so he could peer around the corner to cover it with his pistol-caliber carbine. "Move on 3, Cameron said. 1, 2, 3. Baker pulled the main door to the hall open wide enough to toss a flashbang inside. Another merc at the second entrance did the same, while 4 more security guards inside deployed their flashbangs from the kitchen out into the main banquet hall. The rapid pops of the explosives signaled the rest of the teams to make their dynamic entries. Cameron sent his team through the doors. He patted Roland on the shoulder. "Hold this hallway. No one gets in or out until we call you to join us." "Got it," Roland said, leaning forward as he brought his weapon up to his shoulder, looking down the sight. Travis had his hands on his hips, watching the wall of displays in the trailer. He turned to see Parker at the opposite end, hunched over a smaller terminal, typing. "Parker, what are you doing?" "We've got an operation in full swing over here," Travis said, gesturing to the screens. "Yeah, I know. But I've got a couple of spiders crawling the web, searching for the info that Alex Xavier provided to John and Scott. This is hardly the time." "It's not a problem. This stuff just runs in the background." "Then why are you over there and not over here?" Travis asked. "I had to make a couple of adjustments. Alex Xavier said he thought the names of the Alphas contacting Wesley were Gabe and Michael." Parker typed out one more command and hit Enter, then slid his chair back to the main computer. "My search has suggested some other options. Looks like Gabriel and Micah will prove to be more fruitful in our search." Travis crossed one arm over his chest, propping up his other arm as he rested his chin on his thumb. He didn't want to put a halt to the search. He knew the side quest was imperative to Parker because they were still looking for the men who had shot him. John had lost the 2 assassins in South Africa, and the team had been relentless in their search ever since. "Sorry, I'm good now," Parker said. Cameron followed Baker into the room. The guests inside had mostly run to the far side, away from the explosives. The few who didn't move had just dropped to the floor where they stood, too afraid to do anything. Baker had 3 men dressed as security guards moving with him to round up the people still on the floor, yanking them up by the arm and shoving them toward the rest of the guests. "Get over there, against the windows with the others." One of the guests pulled away from Baker, attempting to escape. The mercenary cracked him across the jaw with the butt of his MP5. The man fell to the floor, holding his hands out to protect himself from further punishment. Baker grabbed his wrist and pulled him up. Cameron paced back and forth, keeping his submachine gun trained on the frightened guests. "Phone's out now! No one makes a call, or I'm throwing you all through that window!" He nodded to the floor-to-ceiling glass. The guests all reached into their pockets and purses for their phones, handing them to the nearest armed kidnapper. The mercenaries all shouted orders to toss the phones toward the center of the room, swatting away any offered devices. Mobile phones tumbled across the carpet as Cameron swept the muzzle of his weapon around the room. "I'm looking for the Chief Technology Officer, Alma Dawkins. Point her out, and I'll let the rest of you chill and enjoy the rest of the party." One of the guests raised her hand, barely reaching over her head. Several guests nearby pointed her out to the others, not wanting to be taken themselves. Baker waded into the crowd to pull her out, shoving her toward Cameron. "Good evening, Miss Dawkins. I'll be needing your credentials, so grab your purse and come with me." "I don't have... It's over there at the table," she said. Cameron pointed to one of his men, who trotted over with the bag and then tossed it the last few feet. Cameron snatched it out of the air with his free hand and shoved it against Alma's chest. She raised her hands to clutch it to her body as he grabbed the back of her neck, guiding her to the exit. "Do you even realize the mistake you're making here?" a booming voice said. "Who are you?" Cameron stopped in his tracks. He turned to face the 6'6" executive, towering over the frightened guests around him like an enforcer. "Mr. Anderson, honestly, I didn't expect you to be here in attendance. I know how much you hate mingling with the clueless pawns in your grand schemes." "I don't know who sent you, but rest assured I'll erase your entire existence off the face of this earth when I find out." Anderson took a step forward as the crowd around him shrank back. Baker moved to Cameron's side, pointing his weapon at Anderson's chest. The big exec was unafraid, still stalking forward. boring holes through the mercenary leader with the fire in his eyes. Cameron laughed. You still think you're in charge here, Barrett? When I'm done here, you'll be ruined. He turned to face the other hostages. All of you are about to have a really rough week when Monday rolls around. He turned on his heels and stepped on one of the discarded phones, cracking the case. He swept a foot forward, flinging several more to the side as he shoved Alma ahead. John and Chance exited the elevator at the 25th floor, one level below the party, opting to take the stairwell.
Cameron might have someone upstairs, watching to make sure no one is taking the elevators up,
John said.
Wouldn't they see that we stopped on this floor? Chance asked.
Maybe, but they won't know it's us. They might think it's one of their own.
They were heading down the hallway toward the stairwell when a series of deep thumps came through the ceiling.
Wait,
John said.
Did you just hear that?
I think so. Something popping upstairs, Chance said. Gunfire?
I'm not sure. Sounded like explosives.
I don't hear any weapons fire, Chance said. Maybe it's smoke bombs or something.
Flashbangs, most likely, John said. Cameron just crashed Anderson's big party.
Chapter 22. Roland twisted his body to watch as Cameron exited the main hall, pushing a woman in an evening gown in front of him. She struggled to stay on her feet each time he shoved her. Take those ridiculous shoes off, Cameron said, nudging his boot against her heel. She held her hands up, holding a small bag that matched her dress in her left.
Just give me a second. Please don't push me anymore.
Leaning on the wall, she lifted her foot behind her, bending at the knee to remove the first shoe.
Where are you going?
Roland asked with concern in his voice, both for the woman and for Cameron's well-being. It's part of the plan. Miss Dawkins is going to help us get the data we need. Roland rested the carbine in his lap as he unlocked the chair's wheels. Alma removed her other shoe, eyeing the weapon in Roland's lap. Cameron jabbed her in the back with the muzzle of his UMP-9.
Don't even think about it. He may look helpless, but this guy's a real killer.
I wasn't planning anything,
she said, standing several inches shorter after removing the heels.
Move, Cameron said. To the elevators.
Roland followed behind them as they walked to the end of the hall.
Hang back. Baker might need your help in the banquet hall, Cameron said, turning to look over his shoulder.
Alma saw him turn away in the reflection of one of the windowed offices. She dropped her shoes and ran for the stairwell. Cameron cursed and charged forward. Roland's eyes shot open as he struggled to keep up. Alma was within arm's reach of the door when Cameron drove a shoulder into her side, lifting her off her feet before they both hit the ground.
Try that again, and I'll pluck your eye from its socket for the retinal scan, Cameron said,
kneeling next to her with his weapon pointed at her chest.
The woman winced in pain, struggling to suck in breath through her teeth.
A tear rolled down her cheeks as the air escaped in a ragged wheeze. Roland had to bite his tongue, nearly shouting Cameron's name.
She's hurt. Don't shoot her.
She's a tricky one. I should have been keeping an eye on her. Cameron kept his gaze locked on the woman, but turned his head enough for Roland to hear him. Go back with the others. I've got it from here.
Looks like you need my help more than the others do.
Cameron smiled. Fine. You can keep her in your line of sight at all times. We're headed down to the 23rd floor to the servers. He hoisted Alma back to her feet, disregarding the excruciating pain of a possible broken rib. She wiped her eye with the back of her hand and looked at Cameron, still gritting her teeth.
Whatever it is you think you'll get from me, you'll pay for it in blood when Anderson catches up to you.
Cameron smiled. Maybe you didn't notice. Your boss is facing a dozen soldiers, trained to fight by the very same organization that he has been using to extract his wealth from this great nation.
The elevator dinged, and Cameron let Roland on first before he shoved Alma in.
Open it, Cameron said, grabbing Alma's arm and pulling her forward.
She fumbled in her clutch bag for the key card before unlocking the door to the server. Tara Lynn stepped by Alma, entering first, with Tony and the others carrying the rest of the computer equipment behind her. Cameron put a hand on Alma's back, guiding her inside, and Roland entered last. The hum of the air conditioning kept a steady flow of cold air, keeping the temperature almost uncomfortable for people. but necessary for the racks of servers that filled the room.
"Take a seat, Miss Dawkins," Cameron said, forcing her to sit on the floor. Alma scooted away, putting her back to the wall, facing the computers that they would need to access. Tara Lynn connected the stolen pest device, preparing for the data transfer. They used thick cables, braided together with 3 connections on each end, allowing them to access multiple terminals all at once, feeding them through the device.
"It's ready," Tara Lynn said.
"Come on,"
Roland said, nudging Alma with the muzzle of his weapon.
"Log in, so they won't hurt you anymore."
She reluctantly rose to her feet and padded across the polished concrete floor. The system required her password, her keycard, and a retinal scan. Once the computer confirmed that they were logged in, Tara Lynn started the flood of data with the searches predetermined beforehand. The information flowed from the servers to their laptop, with the most secure data passing through the pest before being rerouted to a separate drive. Cameron tilted his head, looking at the readouts.
"That seems slow. Are those numbers correct?"
Tara Lynn tapped the side of the box, checking and rechecking the connection points.
"It's about a third of what we expected. It's still fast, but this device is supposed to be—"
"You took it,"
Alma said, putting the pieces together.
"It was you that murdered Randy and stole the pest from our tech campus."
"Randy was an unfortunate casualty," Cameron said. "But it should also be a warning to all of you. We are more than willing to do whatever it takes to accomplish our mission." Cameron stalked Alma with his weapon held up under her chin. She matched him step for step, moving back as he strode toward her.
"Sit."
She let her eyes fall to the floor as she slid down the wall again. "Watch her," he said to Roland. Roland responded with a short nod, readjusting his wheelchair to face the hostage, leveling his weapon in her direction while keeping enough distance between them, preventing any sudden heroics. Tara Lynn typed something into the laptop, checking the progress.
"I think the damage the unit sustained has severed more connections than we originally thought. The diagnostic routine only showed us that all of the major circuits were still operational."
"How long?" Cameron asked.
15, maybe 20 minutes, Tara Lynn answered.
Cameron looked at his watch. His tense movement and body language communicated to Roland that he was not happy about the news.
"Call me when it's complete."
Cameron looked at Alma, still wincing and clutching her side. He stepped out of earshot and radioed. "Send JC down here."
"Sir, we've got a problem. Denzel and Christian aren't answering," Baker said.
Cameron punched one of the server racks, rattling the equipment and sending a vibration throughout the room.
"Send some people down there to check it out."
John opened the door to the stairwell and looked inside. "I think it's clear. I'll take this one while you go for the stairs on the west."
"Hold on,"
Chance said, nudging the dial of the radio he had taken from one of the guards downstairs. "I think our cover might be blown. They're running through a call and response with the entire team, and it seems that our friends downstairs didn't respond." "Are they coming down here to look for us?" John asked. Chance turned up the radio. Several people were checking in, but all of them answered to one voice in particular.
"That's got to be Cameron," Chance said.
They listened as the man coordinated his team, sending someone to check the lobby, while everyone else raised their alert status.
"They're taking the elevators," John said. "The stairs should be clear."
"I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to hoof it down 20-plus floors," Chance said. "Stay in touch. I'm headed for the west stairwell."
"Radio when you find Roland or Cameron," John said. "I'll do the same. The #1 priority is to get Roland and the hostages to safety. The pest is just the secondary objective."
"Copy that," Chance said.
"Detective," John said. "If they pose any threat whatsoever, don't hesitate to shoot first."
Chapter 23. Travis was talking to Parker as he slid over to the secondary terminal.
"Parker, this is serious. John and Chance are in the building right now. They could need your help at any minute." "They'll be fine for a couple of seconds. I just needed to double-check something," Parker said. "Besides, there's nothing I can do to stop a bullet from hitting either one of them."
Travis looked down at his shoes and sighed. Parker tapped the same key several times. Travis looked at him, then back at the screen, switching back and forth several times. He took his jacket off and tossed it onto the back of an empty chair, then loosened his tie.
"What are we looking at here?" he asked. "Once I changed the parameters based on the information that Alexavier had provided, it's like a gold mine," Parker said. "It's going to take quite a while to dig through all of this, but I'm setting up a subroutine to shunt some of the information to a separate directory."
"I gotta say, I didn't expect an answer that I would understand," Travis said. "What data are you setting to the side?"
Parker pursed his lips, narrowing his eyes as he leaned toward the monitor.
"Gabriel and Micah. I think we've ID'd the Alpha assets."
"And what can we do with that information?"
"It's pulling up all known associates, plus their travel history."
"How are you getting that?"
Travis asked before waving the question off. "You know what? Never mind. I know there's no way you're getting that information legally." Parker bobbled his head from side to side.
"Gray area. Anyway, it seems the CIA and DHS have been keeping tabs on these two, among others. The problem is they haven't been acting on any of this, just being dumped into some miscellaneous directory."
"Are they trying to hide the existence of the Alphas?"
Travis crouched next to Parker's chair, trying to make sense of the data whipping by.
"Someone well above your pay grade has some serious pull. I don't think they're hiding this away so much as saving it for a rainy day."
"Why do you say that?"
Parker sat back in his seat, letting it rock all the way back.
"If they were hiding it, the data would have just been deleted."
He pointed to the screen again.
"Someone is socking the information away in case they need leverage against someone else."
"You need to find out who that may be, Parker."
"I'm on it, Mr. Chambers."
Travis walked over to the main display.
"I'll let you know if you're needed over here."
Parker saluted, still looking at the small display. Gabriel opened the door, clutching his pistol in his hands as he swept his gaze across the sparsely decorated living room. Micah followed, holding his rifle at low ready, making his way to the bedroom.
"No one else here,"
Micah said, emerging several seconds later. Gabriel stood in the kitchen, watching the crimson trail spreading out in a grid following the tile's grout lines. Wesley lay in the middle of the floor, legs folded behind him. A shattered glass was spread around his hand, the whiskey inside splattered outward. Tugging up the pant legs of his suit, Gabriel crouched down, keeping his feet on the clean tiles, surrounded by the rivers of blood. He used the muzzle of his pistol to push Wesley's head to the side, to examine the entry wound. Behind his eyes, just above the ears. "Kill confirmed," he said, standing up. Micah let his rifle hang from its sling, pulling his phone out to report the success of their mission. The device buzzed before he could unlock it. Micah showed the display to Gabriel. "Answer it." Gabriel holstered his pistol.
"Yes, the asset has been shelved permanently," Micah said. "The mission calls for the removal of Item 2 next."
Gabriel knew that Micah was referring to their second target, Alexavier Brewer, the man Wesley had let escape. The young asset was far too reckless for Gabriel's tastes. He was part of a newer generation of graduates from the Orders program, tasked with handling low-level threats. But he had proved to be a failure, and the people up above needed him taken off the roster.
"Of course. We'll transition right away," Micah said.
Did the mission change? Micah looked down at the screen for a few seconds before sliding it into his pocket.
"You can say that. It seems Barrett Anderson has been taken hostage."
Gabriel tilted his head. "They need us to rescue him? That's outside of our standard protocol." Micah smiled and shook his head. "He's the target?" Gabriel's smile grew to match his partner's. "I never liked that guy anyway. So conceited."
"They're sending a helicopter now."
Micah swung his rifle to his back and turned to leave the apartment. John pressed his back to the wall, leaning out to peer around the corner. He held the 1911 in his hands, ready to engage anyone he deemed to be a threat. Though the goal was to take Cameron alive, John was ready to end the situation in any way necessary. He didn't know what the man's mindset was, but any chance at a peaceful resolution would be preferable
and keep the hostages safe. The rest of his team would also pose a potential threat. Rowland's last estimate put the number of Cameron's team at over 20, possibly 24. Taking mental stock of his gear, John realized that if he were forced into an extended firefight, he wouldn't have enough ammo to face that many. He would have to succeed at talking Cameron into giving himself up, or grab more weapons along the way. Chance opened the door just a crack and pushed his pistol through, slipping into the hallway behind it. Footsteps thumped, approaching from the far end of the floor. Easing an office door open, Chance slipped inside. The all-glass walls afforded him a clear view out into the hall, but would also give anyone walking by an unobstructed line of sight inside. He ducked behind the office chair, hoping no one would check too closely. He watched as a woman carrying a first aid kit passed, talking to somebody over the comms. Chance caught her barely audible words through the glass a second before he heard them transmitted on the stolen radio.
I'm headed down to the server room now.
The servers, Chance said under his breath. His objective was to find Rowland and the hostages, but if he could follow the woman, he might be able to confirm that Cameron and the pest device were there, and pass the information to John. "Listen up, team. We've got intruders in the building," a voice said. "Denzel and Christian aren't at their post. Assume they have been taken out. We cannot let this mission fail." Chance realized that it was Cameron speaking to the rest of the mercenaries. They had just confirmed that he and John had eliminated the 2 guards in the lobby. "The clock is ticking now," Chance thought. A gravelly voice responded. "What's the protocol?" After a long pause, Cameron replied, "Weapons free. Shoot to kill. The mission is too important." "About goddamn time," the gravelly-voiced man said. "John, keep your head on a swivel," Chance said. "They found our buddy sleeping on the job, and they're on the hunt. Literally." "Are they going to be a threat?" John asked, bracing his arms against a corner, taking aim down the hall. "They're shooting first, so taking them down might be out the window. Watch your back." "Copy," John said, stepping out and moving down the passage. He scanned the area, ever aware of his pistol's front sight. Heavy footfalls grew closer from a distance. John slipped into a side hall to avoid the confrontation. Rounding the corner, he came face to face with a security guard wearing the same suit and insect pin as the men downstairs. The man swatted John's pistol to the side, sweeping his jacket clear to go for his weapon. The man's reaction time gave him the initiative, but John adjusted quickly, turning to drive his left elbow into the side of the man's head. He followed, swinging his pistol like a hammer, slamming the grip into the man's wrist, knocking his weapon to the floor just as it cleared the holster. The guard staggered, bouncing off the wall and moving right into John's grasp. John slipped behind his foe, wrapping an arm around his neck. He swung the security guard around just as another man stepped around the corner. John raised his pistol, staring at the newcomer in an all-black BDU wearing a mask to obscure his face. Before John could act or speak, the mercenary had his weapon up, barking as bullets thumped into the man in John's grasp. Spinning away, John dropped the body and ducked into an office, shouldering the door open. The all-glass walls and doors would be useless for cover or concealment, with only a small concrete upright providing any protection. John had to act fast, crouching to lean out as he returned fire. The merc was aggressive, moving forward while he attacked, but John's tactic put him well under the man's point of aim, giving him a clear shot. He put a pair of rounds into the mercenary's sternum, following with a third just above the eyes. The bullet knocked the man's head back, but only chipped the mask, failing to penetrate. The guard dropped his weapon and clutched his chest, staggering a few more steps before falling to his knees and then to his back. John approached, getting a closer look at the mercenary. The mask was made of a bullet-resistant composite material. It didn't make sense that the man wore it, but had no body armor to cover his torso. Unless it's to hide their identities. He lifted the mask and saw the man still struggling to breathe as the life faded from his eyes. "Parker, can you ID this man?" Chance followed the medic to the elevators. She stepped in and turned to face the front just as he ducked behind a column. Once the door slid shut, he moved to the elevator,
looking up at the number displaying which floor was the woman's destination.
23rd, he said as the elevator stopped.
Gunshots thundered on the other side of the floor, rattling the office windows and ceiling tiles. The robotic rhythm of a fully automatic weapon shattered, followed by a trio of disciplined cracks from a handgun.
East side! East side!
A muffled voice yelled. Chance ducked around the corner as two men wearing hockey masks ran across the far hall.
I really hope you got this under control, John.
Chance looked up at the elevator display to make sure it hadn't gone down any lower before he made his way to the stairwell. John reached for the submachine gun, trying to unloop the sling from the dead man's body when two more mercs rounded the corner. Failing to retrieve the weapon, he ran for the opposite end of the side hall, firing his Colt with one hand. The other man fired wildly. One of them advanced, while the other took cover. John dove and rolled around the corner as a bullet hit the floor next to his foot. He scooted farther away and twisted around to return fire to stop the aggressor. His pistol bucked once before the slide locked back. With a frustrated grunt, John scrambled to his feet, whipping the empty mag from the gun and reaching for a reload. He sent the slide forward and pivoted around, taking aim. He got off another pair of shots as the closer man ducked into an office. Stepping out into the hall for a better angle, he dumped the rest of his magazine through the glass, shattering it as his rounds found their mark. Reloading again in one smooth, practiced movement, John took a knee and gripped the gun between both hands, taking aim at the far end of the short hallway. The second mercenary spun out of view, but John could make out his heavy steps thudding away.
He's circling around,
John realized as he moved to intercept him. He reached the next intersection, connecting the parallel halls. The clumsy footfalls thunked as they approached. John was already stepping out, weapon ready. The mercenary stutter-stepped to a stop, raising his weapon as he realized that he was out in the open. John's pistol thundered, punching 4 holes in a small diamond pattern on the man's chest. John swapped the half-empty pistol mag for a fresh one as he took the UMP-9 from the man's body, grabbing the 2 full magazines from his vest. Chapter 24. JC arrived in the servo room, moving past the door to check the woman sitting on the floor. Cameron looked out into the hallway, while Roland watched the team's medic check Alma's ribs.
"How is she, Penny?" he asked.
"What do you care?" the woman said with venom in her words.
"I think it's just a bruised rib," JC said. "I can give her something for the pain, but something tells me she wouldn't take it." "Did you go to medical school to learn that?" Alma said, mocking the medic.
Cameron was standing out in the hallway.
"I need a sit rep now, people. Where did that shooting come from?"
"We're checking on it now," another man replied. Cameron looked up at the ceiling. "What floor is it on?"
After a moment of silence, he repeated,
"Guys, what floor is the shooting coming from?"
"We're on the 26th,
the man said through ragged breaths.
"The party," Cameron mumbled.
A second later, more shooting erupted, reaching them only as dull thumps, almost miles away to their ears. Cameron spun to face the rest of his team.
"Tara, keep that machine running. Tony, watch Tara's back until she finishes. That's the primary objective. Roland, keep an eye on Dawkins and JC."
Cameron eased the charging handle of his weapon back to check for brass in the chamber.
"Dominic, you're with me. We're going to deal with the threat upstairs."
"Cameron, wait!"
Roland wheeled his chair out into the hall.
"What if they're just here to help the hostages? Shouldn't we just talk to them? Maybe let some of the hostages out?"
"They're out there shooting my friends. I'm supposed to just let that slide?"
Cameron's eyes burned with rage, even through the tinted lenses of his mask.
"I'm killing everyone that gets in my way."
"Cameron, don't. We can resolve this peacefully."
Roland put a hand on the man's forearm.
Cameron shook his arm free. "Do you know these people?"
"No. I don't know who is attacking us. I just don't want anyone else to die."
Roland let his gaze drop to the floor. "Too late," Dominic said. "If anyone else comes this way, you should remember that before they kill you first." Anderson stood in the middle of the room, away from the hostages, positioning himself between his guests and the kidnappers. The intruders were decked out in military-style gear, aided by the security guards who had betrayed him. He seethed with anger, surveying the room like a lion surrounded by hyenas, both sides waiting for a moment to pounce. A series of dull thumps, barely audible over the murmur of the hostages, reached the room. 3 deeper pops came through seconds later. The hostages whipped their heads around, hoping someone near them had answers for what was happening. Anderson knew already that it was automatic weapons fire, followed by a double tap, then a single shot. The failure to stop technique. Whoever was in the building, fighting the kidnappers, was well trained in military tactics. Anderson let a hint of a smile color his face. He could use this to his advantage. The droning murmur of the people around him drowned out the conversations between the hostage-takers. Anderson examined the opposition, calculating a worst-case scenario, and looking for a possible opening to exploit.
"What's going on here, Mr. Anderson?" one of the guests asked. "Who are these people?"
More people moved up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Anderson as they continued asking questions of the hostage-takers. The mercenaries pointed the muzzles of their weapons at the crowd, shouting for them to back up. Anyone directly in the line of fire backed down, but as soon as the aim shifted away, they advanced again, pressing the matter once more. Just as a security guard aimed his pistol at one of the party guests, automatic fire erupted again, this time closer. Unlike the low bass drum-like thumps of the previous exchange, the cracks of the bullets exiting the barrel and breaking the sound barrier came in loud and clear, shaking the windows.
"They're right outside the door,"
one of the guests shouted. Chaos washed over them like a tsunami, the ripple of fear and panic sending everyone in all directions, scattering to find cover. Anderson followed suit, moving to the edge of the thinning group, watching the guards intently. The kidnappers struggled to maintain control, shoving and elbowing hostages. An elderly woman fell and was nearly trampled by the frightened guests running by. One of the mercenaries fired his weapon into the ceiling, and the people dispersed like roaches fleeing the light. Anderson saw his opening. He burst from the crowd, closing the distance, as the merc attempted to help the older woman to her feet. Anderson grasped the carbine with both hands, twisting it like a giant steering wheel, and whipping the man's body into an involuntary cartwheel. He hit the ground with a huff, and Anderson ripped the sling from the weapon, stomping down with his foot on the man's sternum. The crisp snap of bone felt good underfoot. He spun to his left, shouldering the AR-9 and unleashing a 5-round burst. One of the fake security guards fell, tripping over a guest on the ground. Anderson continued his rotation, dropping to one knee and aiming once more. 2 targets, one in an all-black BDU and the other in the suit Anderson's security staff had been wearing, both leveled their weapons. His stance change dropped him from their point of aim as their rounds punched holes through the laminated glass behind him. Controlling the trigger with precision, Anderson unleashed 2 short bursts. The first found its mark, killing the security guard. The second volley struck a man as he ran into the line of fire, tearing into his arm and sending him spiraling to the floor before the bullets could hit the intended target. Anderson cursed and rolled to the side as the merc answered back. He found cover behind one of the marble-tiled pillars, leaning out far enough to catch a glimpse of the approaching attacker. More guests were scattering all over the banquet hall, fleeing the massacre. Anderson emptied the magazine, dropping the mercenary, and killing another party guest with his indiscriminate fire. He tossed the spent rifle to the side and picked up the other man's UMP-45, pulling the 2 spare magazines from his belt. Chance stepped out of the stairwell, looking left and right. He moved farther down the hall, stopping when he heard the hurried footsteps of 2 people running in his direction. He scanned the immediate area for some place to hide, considering making a break for the stairwell again. Unable to reach the door in time, he crouched and pressed himself against the wall, aiming his Glock subcompact toward the T-intersection at the end of the hall. 2 mercenaries, dressed in all black, wearing the same mask as the medic, turned the corner, heading away from him toward the stairwell. "I guess I made the right call," he thought. Slipping back around the corner, Chance crept in the direction the men had just come from. Using his thumb, he found the knob on the enemy's radio and spun it until he heard the click, turning it off so it wouldn't alert anyone nearby. The Glock 43X carried only 10 rounds. With the 2 spare magazines, Chance had only 30 shots total. Getting caught up in a straight-up fight with armed mercenaries was out of the question. "Detective, the server room is around the corner from your position," Parker said. "You've got to have the pest in that room in order for it to work."
I'm too busy to talk right now, Parker. Chance pressed his back to the wall. I'll call you once I have the pest in hand. I can get John down there to help you.
Chance looked up, still hearing the arrhythmic thumps of the firefight several floors above him.
I think he's got his hands full already, Chance said.
Sliding around the bend with his body plastered to the wall, he scanned ahead. The doors of one of the rooms were still open, letting the light from inside spill out. As Chance got closer, he crossed to the other side of the hall, opposite the door, for a better angle. He spotted something poking out into his field of view.
Is that the handle of a wheelchair?
By the time he had cut the distance in half, there was no mistaking it.
"Roland!" he called out in a hushed tone. "Roland, is that you?"
He brought the pistol up. The wheelchair rolled backward, out into the hall. Chance looked at the man, dressed in all black, wearing the same mask as the others. He shook his head at Chance, waving him away with small gestures of his hand. By the time Chance processed the signals, someone had spoken to Roland. "Is there someone out there?" the man asked, peeking out of the server room. Chance locked eyes, or at least he thought so, with the mercenary. Even though he already had his pistol out, the other man snapped his weapon up faster than anticipated. Chance's shot clipped him in the trapezius, but not before he fired a short burst. The merc's bullets shattered the glass wall next to Chance. He ducked and dropped back, firing his pistol again. With a hand clamped over his shoulder, the man tucked his weapon under his arm and fired 2 long bursts as Chance fled to the end of the hall, leaping around the corner.
"Well, that was stupid," Chance said. "Parker, I'm going to need another route to the server room."
He dropped the half-empty magazine, sliding it into his pocket, then reloaded with one of his spares.
"And a plan for a diversion."
Tony came back into the room, hand clutched to the gunshot wound, swinging his submachine gun by the grip and smashing a nearby terminal.
"He got away?"
JC stepped away from Alma, grabbing her aid kit.
"You've been shot, Ogre. Sit down." "You let him get away, Roland," Tony said,
thrusting his gun in the other man's direction.
"Whose side are you on, anyway?" "I just didn't want anyone else to die," Roland said. "Sucks to be him, then, because I'm going to put a bullet between his eyes."
Tony took his hand away, looking at the blood. JC cut away part of the fabric.
"It's a pretty nasty gouge, but it's a clean hit. Nothing left behind."
She reached into her bag.
"I'm going to sterilize it, but you need to keep pressure here."
Tony clamped his hand down on the gauze she had placed over the wound.
"Maybe you guys should just think about giving up," Alma said. "The police aren't just going to let you walk if they're already in here shooting first." "The police? Lady, that ain't a cop that just shot me. I think we're being set up by someone," Tony said. "Set up?" Roland asked. "Yeah, don't play dumb. I know that's your buddy out there. I heard him call you by name." "Maybe he was also from INSEC," Roland said, trying to deflect. "He probably just remembered me from those days." "No way, man. You weren't in a wheelchair then. Cam said that's a recent change."
Tony pushed JC away as he stood.
"Tony, please, I need to fix that wound," she said. "Can you guys keep it down?" Terrelin hissed. "I'm trying to focus here."
She double-clicked an icon and typed in a set of credentials. John dropped to a crouch, drawing his pistol after emptying the mag of the submachine gun. He held his arm out, pressing the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. He was rewarded with a grunt as the man returning fire stopped and fell back. Sliding the handgun back into the holster, John reloaded his UMP-9, sending the bolt forward as the enemy pressed the attack once more. The 2 mercenaries coordinated their attacks, but John used a concrete support to absorb their rounds as he returned fire with a series of short, controlled bursts. Dissuading the men with his well-placed shots, John was able to force them behind cover again. One of his foes made the mistake of crouching just around the corner. John stepped out into the hall, walking forward, as he pulled the submachine gun stock tight against his shoulder. He fired a long burst through the drywall, estimating where his target would be. The man let out a gurgle and fell to his side. His buddy shouted and stepped out to retaliate. John charged forward as his foe swung around to fire, taking aim at the column in the distance where John had been earlier. He descended on the mercenary, a rhino charging ahead, slamming into him and lifting him off his feet. Their bodies smashed through the glass wall of the office on the other side of the hallway. John's foe slammed back first into the desk, shattering the glass top, hitting the metal frame with tremendous force. He collapsed to the floor as John towered over him. With a shaky arm, the mercenary drew his pistol, but John swatted it away, grabbing him by his jacket and hauling him to his feet. The mercenary's left hook found its mark, but the blow proved ineffective. John pulled the man close, headbutting him and breaking his nose. He followed with a cannonball right cross, fracturing the man's jaw. John dropped his limp body and reloaded his submachine gun. Moving toward the banquet hall, he caught a glimpse of movement as another attacker rushed toward him. He snapped the weapon up, spitting rounds as the merc slid across the hallway and rolled behind cover. Shouts and screaming filled the gaps between their gunfire. John was about to fire at the man to keep him pinned, but a woman in an evening gown ran into his line of fire. John raised his weapon's muzzle toward the ceiling, shouting at the party guest, "Get out of the way!" The mercenary darted out, wrapping an arm around the woman's neck. He fired at John from underneath her arm, forcing John to roll to the side into another office, with a wall concealing him from view. "Come on out," the man shouted, "or I'll give her a dozen extra breathing holes. Toss your weapon and give up." John took a short breath. "I'm going to count to—" He pivoted out with his weapon shouldered as the man was in mid-sentence and aimed for the mercenary's head. The man had his weapon pressed against the woman's ribs. He tried to swing it out, but realized that he had been beaten to the draw. The mercenary ducked, shoving his hostage forward. She staggered ahead, blocking John's shot, but he could still see the man behind her as he swung the muzzle up. With no clear line of fire, John dropped his weapon to free both hands as he rushed forward. He scooped the woman up and darted to his right, barreling through a heavy wooden door into one of the executive offices just as the merc fired. A burning pain lanced through John's thigh as one of the rounds struck him. They hit the floor, and he rolled the woman to the side, drawing his 1911 as the other man moved in for the kill. John saw his assailant's leg stepping into view first. Lowering his point of aim, he fired between his own legs. The .45 caliber slug struck dead center, cracking the man's shin in half. Screaming in agony, the man spiraled to the floor. John sat up and fired the last 3 rounds from his pistol to finish him. Chapter 25. Cameron and Dominic emerged from the stairwell. The moment they stepped through the door, gunfire rattled all around them, echoing off the walls and glass. "Get down!" Cameron shouted, crouching behind the nearest wall. Dominic slid across the hall, doing the same. They stayed low until confirming that the shooting wasn't in the immediate vicinity, but rather somewhere on the other side of the building. Cameron watched the frightened party guests scattering around and running for their lives, fleeing the firefight. He reached for his radio, but Baker's voice came through before he could make a call. "We've got a situation, boss," Baker said. Cameron estimated that the gunfire was coming from somewhere on the east end of the floor. As he listened, more muffled reports reached him from the banquet hall. "What's happening, Baker? Hostages are running free out here." "Anderson disarmed Ricky. We've got him pinned, but he took out Leon and Allie," Baker said. "You need to get your ass back here now." "Dom and I are on the way," Cameron said. "What about the intruder?" Dominic asked. "The hostages are more important," Cameron said. "Whoever is gunning for us will have to step into the banquet hall to rescue them." Cameron stood up. "We'll be ready then." "Tara, how much longer until the data is transferred?" Cameron asked. "The estimated time keeps switching, but it should be done any second now," Tara Lynn said. "We just had a visitor. Tony was able to repel him, but I'm not sure how safe we are, boxed in like this." Cameron shook his head, cursing under his breath. "Once you've got the data, bring everyone back to the main hall. We'll make our stand there." "Roger that." "You want me to go back and support them?" Dominic asked. "No. We're closer to Baker," Cameron said. "Good luck, Detective," Parker said. "Thanks." Chance lifted the fire extinguisher by its handle, bouncing it in his grip to get a feel for the weight. He planted his feet and turned the corner. Parker had led him around to approach the server room from the opposite direction. He would have to cover more distance, but they both agreed that the men inside wouldn't be expecting such a foolish tactic. Chance stepped into a side office, a quarter of the way to his destination. He clutched the heavy canister, swinging his arm like a pendulum, leaning out into the hall. With a grunt, he sent it sailing. The fire extinguisher hit the ground with a loud clang, bouncing and sliding along the carpet before it rolled to a rest.
He heard a commotion from the server room as one of the men exited, weapon ready for action. Chance crouched and took aim. The mercenary's submachine gun spit a burst as Chance's pistol cracked twice, both rounds hitting the canister. The extinguisher exploded in a hissing cloud of CO2, filling the hall. Chance made his move, diving and rolling at an angle across the corridor. He was up on his feet running while the other man struggled to regain his composure before he resumed shooting. Chance saw that the merc was aiming for his previous position, sending his shots wide of Chance's current trajectory. Using the man's muzzle flash as a point of reference, he fired on the move. The man stopped shooting, only to shift his aim for a counterattack, but Chance was too fast, just ahead of the merc's bullets as they struck the drywall and glass behind him. He switched directions again, angling straight for his opponent. "I hope this works," Chance thought. With his weapon empty, he leaped through the air, sailing toward the hint of a silhouette through the dissipating cloud.
"Transfer complete,"
Tara Lynn shouted over the radio. She pulled the cables from the hard drive and stuffed it into a pack. Slipping her arms through the straps, she drew her pistol, aiming for the doorway.
"Let's go,"
she said, looking at Tony and JC. Tony took Roland's weapon and handed it to JC.
"I don't trust him. Take it."
JC looped the sling over her shoulder and helped Alma to her feet. Tony planted himself at the entrance, ready to move as he peered out to the right. From the opposite direction, a loud metallic clang echoed off the servers in concrete. Tony fell back, adjusting his grip on his weapon, and stepped out again, aiming to the left. Tara Lynn held her pistol tightly as she watched Tony open fire. A split second later, a thunderous boom caused him to stagger. The hall filled with a cloud of smoke.
"We're sitting ducks here, Tony. How many men are out there?"
Tara Lynn asked, making her way past Roland and Alma. Tony didn't answer, standing his ground in the hallway and leaning into his weapon as it shattered. Tara Lynn watched as a bullet struck him. His head spun to the side, his mask deflecting the round. He recovered quickly, shifting his point of aim, but before he could fire, a figure emerged from the cloud, flying through the air and landing a kick on her teammate. Tara Lynn's breath caught in her throat as the two combatants disappeared from view.
"I've got to get this data to Cameron," she said to JC and Roland. "You need to help Tony and meet us at the banquet hall."
In mid-flight, Chance thrust his foot out, connecting with his target. The flying sidekick struck the mercenary in the shoulder, spinning him and sending him into the wall. The foe bounced back and swung his weapon on target once again. Chance whipped out a roundhouse kick, sending the muzzle wide. He followed with a spinning wheel kick, using the momentum from his first attack. His heel connected, cracking the man's jaw and popping the mask off as he fell to the floor, out cold. Another mercenary lunged out of the room. Her short ponytail whipped around as she looked at Chance and then spun away. He lifted his pistol, seeing the slide lock back as she darted away, in the direction he had just come from. A second figure leaned out from the server room and fired. Chance sidestepped and spun, avoiding the burst. He dropped his hand to his belt, looking for a spare magazine, but Chance's mental calculation told him that he wouldn't be able to reload fast enough. With a quick whip of his hand, he tossed his empty pistol in the mercenary's direction. He followed with 3 long, lunging steps, chewing up the distance in a heartbeat. His foe lifted the submachine gun to block the incoming projectile. The Glock clanged off the weapon just as Chance snapped a front kick into his opponent's gut. Her breath escaped in a huff as she staggered back into Roland's wheelchair. Chance saw his friend and paused.
"That's you, isn't it, Roland?"
The split-second drop in focus left him open as the mercenary raised her weapon. Caught flat-footed, Chance was unable to escape from the line of fire, but before the woman could fire, Roland slammed his wheelchair into her knee. She grunted and stepped away, aiming her weapon at Roland.
"Traitor!"
Chance was on her in a flash, lifting the muzzle of her weapon as it chattered. The burning pain was excruciating as Chance maintained his grip on the hot barrel. He slid his foot in and rotated the Merc submachine gun in a high arc, using his hip to lever her body up and over. She let out a gurgle and grunt as her body hit the ground. Chance followed with a snapping sidekick to her face mask while pulling the firearm free from her grip. Roland lifted his mask.
"Chance, you need to get her out of here."
He pointed to a woman in an evening gown, clutching her side, sitting on the floor.
"I'm getting you both out of here. Where's the pest?"
Roland nodded to the back at the computer equipment hooked up to the servers. Chance climbed over the unconscious mercenary, looking down at the tangled mess of wires.
Which one? It's the box in the back, Roland said. With the plastic case.
Chapter 26. John helped the stunned party guest to her feet. She was still shaken, on the edge of slipping into shock. He guided her into the hallway, keeping the dead man from her line of sight.
Ma'am, you need to find somewhere safe to hide. There are still too many men on the move around here.
The tears pulled her mascara down her face as her shoulders shook with sobs.
Where am I supposed to go?
Take the stairs about halfway down and find an office to hide in. Don't take the elevators, and don't go all the way to the lobby. There could still be men down there with guns.
John tried to get her to look at him as her eyes wandered around, distracted.
Listen to me. Halfway down the stairs. Find a place to hide until you hear the police.
She nodded.
Good. Head that way.
John directed her away from the battleground behind her.
We've got to put a stop to this.
He watched the woman disappear around the corner while he reloaded his 1911. He took off his jacket and tossed it over the dead mercenary's upper body and head. He rolled up the sleeves of his dress shirt and grabbed the dead man's UPM-45, finding only the partially spent mag and one spare.
John, are you there?
Chance asked over the radio.
I'm here.
I've got Roland and the pest device. Roland is insisting that we rescue all of the hostages before he leaves.
I don't blame him, John said. I think the rest of the mercenaries are falling back to regroup somewhere.
Roland says it's the banquet hall, Chance said, relaying the message. Cameron is there with the rest of his team. One of them escaped before I could reach Roland. I'm not sure what their final plan is.
Let's go find out.
John swapped the partial magazine for the full one. Cameron drove his shoulder into the door, crashing into the spacious hall. The air crackled with automatic weapons fire. He watched as Baker pulled someone back behind a pillar using the collar of the man's suit jacket. Cameron charged forward, sliding behind another support as Anderson leaned out and fired 2 single shots. Cameron hoped the man's use of his weapon's semi-automatic mode meant he was running low on ammunition. He aimed toward Anderson's cover but held his fire, opting to stay off his target's radar while he assessed the situation. Had one man really caused this much chaos and trouble for almost a dozen trained defense contractors? A bullet cracked the column high where Cameron had been crouching. Another round hit the floor well short of his position. Cameron swung his UMP-9 to the right, spotting the attacker. One of the party guests had grabbed a weapon from one of the fallen team members and was struggling to aim, overcompensating for the muzzle rise. Cameron shifted his body around the pillar to present a more difficult target. He kept his front sight fixed on the man's chest, aiming for the upper third of his red power tie. But before the man could fire, his weapon malfunctioned. The exec looked down at the ejection port, confused, slapping the side of the submachine gun, opposite of the double feed, hoping to jar it loose. His jacket suddenly puffed out at the shoulder, and again several inches lower. Dominic knelt next to Cameron, firing a third round, killing the man. The woman who had been hiding behind the exec reached for the jammed weapon.
"Don't do it!"
Dominic shouted.
"Hold your fire, Dom," Cameron said. "The weapon is jammed. She won't be able to get it running again."
Dominic stood and advanced on her. "I said drop it!" She tossed the gun down onto the man's dead body and stepped away, tears streaming down her face.
"Look out, Dom!"
Cameron bolted out from behind cover. He was unable to reach his friend before Anderson's burst stitched him from rib to collarbone. Dominic spun and fell, rolling once more before settling. Cameron slid on his knees, taking aim at the real threat. Anderson's shots beat Cameron's, but his unexpected maneuver kept him clear of the rounds. Cameron's bullets chipped the concrete, sprang Anderson's face, and driving him back behind cover. The distraction wouldn't buy him much time, so Cameron had to scramble to his feet and move forward to the next support column. Several of the party guests had already taken refuge there, watching in horror as an armed man wearing a ballistic hockey goalie-style mask ran straight for them. They scrambled out into the open, but one of the women stepped out at the wrong time, and Anderson's next burst tore into her. She had shielded Cameron from the shots, but not as an act of sacrifice. The woman was a casualty of his war against the people in power. Cameron pressed his back to the column. Before the mission had started, he had seen these people as part of the problem.
the wealthy elite, willing to let the less fortunate spill blood so that they could profit. But seeing the genuine fear in their eyes and watching the people dying around him, Cameron realized that he hadn't taken all the variables into account. He pulled his mask off, tossing it to the side. Cameron swallowed and radioed to the others in the hall, coordinating their attacks. He didn't know how much ammunition Anderson had left, but he knew that there were at least half a dozen of his teammates still in the fight. Calling out the firing patterns, he had Baker working with 2 others to keep Anderson pinned. Cameron and 1 other advanced before providing suppressing fire so the others could close the distance. Cameron's weapon clicked, but he had the new magazine coming up just as the old one fell free from the mag well. He had the bolt sliding forward and the submachine gun already on his shoulder when he saw Anderson's carbine arc through the air, rattling as it hit the floor several feet away. "Hold fire!" Cameron called out. "Hold your fire!" "I'm out! You can come and kill me now!" Barrett Anderson still managed to make the statement sound like he was more disappointed than fearful or remorseful. "Hands up! Come out now, Anderson," Cameron said, stepping from behind cover. "What are you doing?" Baker hissed. "We've got him cornered like a rat. We need to exterminate him for what he just did." Cameron ignored his second-in-command. "It's over, Anderson." The insect chairman raised his hands. He stood and looked around at the death and pain all around the main hall. Hostages and kidnappers alike lay dead or dying. Anderson's smug look of self-satisfaction infuriated Cameron. "We need to get those people out now," Roland said. "Stay here. We're going in," John said. "Let me help you." Roland held his carbine up, showing that he was armed and capable of fighting. "John's right, kid. You need to stay out here and help guide the other hostages away from the main hall," Chance said. "Miss Dawkins can stay out here and lend a hand." The woman nodded, though her expression communicated that she just wanted to be out of the building.
"I was able to get a hold of the police. Those men blocked the outgoing lines, but they needed to keep the network active, so I used the computers in the server room to send for help."
John was impressed by her quick thinking, but he had to stay focused. He and Chance weren't supposed to be in the building, and dealing with the police would just complicate matters for Travis. They had to act fast. "Wait!" Chance looked at the entrance to the banquet hall. The shooting stopped. John heard someone calling for Anderson to surrender. "It's Cameron," Roland said. "That's our opening. Let's go," John said, slipping through the door. Chance was on his heels, easing the door closed behind him. John held his submachine gun close to his body, but kept the muzzle pointing down. He walked toward the center of the room. Chance circled around to help the cowering hostages to their feet, telling them to keep quiet as he guided them a few at a time toward the exit to escape. Anderson looked at John. His smile was frighteningly authentic. "John Stone, are you here to take me out before your friends do?" "Cameron, it's over," John said, ignoring the taunts. "You and your team need to stand down now. The police will be here any second." "It's not over until this man pays the price for what he's done," Cameron said. "Once the world knows, everything will come crumbling down around him." "This isn't the way," John said. "Too many have died already." "Drop your weapons," he said to the others. Baker shifted his aim from Anderson to John. "I don't know who you are, but you're outgunned here." Chance helped an older man to his feet, retrieving his cane from underneath a busted table. He felt the still warm muzzle of a pistol pressing against the back of his head. "On your feet," someone said. "Easy, I'm just here to get these people out of here." The man put a hand on Chance's back. "Move. Over there by your buddy." Chance saw the woman who had escaped from the server room. She pulled off her mask and tossed it to the side, moving to stand next to the man holding Chance at gunpoint, keeping her weapon moving between Anderson and John. "Cameron, you have to trust me. Anderson will answer for his crimes," John said. "Just drop your weapons and surrender. You got him." "He'll answer for more than just his crimes," Cameron said. "Once we dump the data from those drives, he'll be able to watch his entire empire crumble, right before I put a bullet between his eyes." Anderson held his hands up lazily, barely over shoulder height. You think Mr. Stone is going to let you just execute me without a fair trial? Listen to him, boy. Drop your weapons and give up. I'll even pull some strings to lighten your sentence when they arrest you for what you've all done here tonight."
"Shut up!"
Cameron shouted, gritting his teeth. Anderson stepped to his side, trying to put some distance between himself and Cameron. "I've got a better idea. I have friends in high places. They'll house you inside their nice high-tech facilities. From there, I'll make your lives hell for a couple of years while your friends and families all suffer unfortunate accidents. Maybe a couple of them will commit suicide, unable to deal with the shame of what you've done."
"Shut your mouth, Anderson. You're not helping,"
John growled, slowly raising his weapon, ready to stop Cameron.
"You think your threats scare us?"
Cameron took another step forward.
"Tara, is the upload ready?"
"Just need to input the command to send it," the woman behind Chance said. "Do you really believe that my death will make you and your friends any safer?" Anderson asked. "My associates will finish what I've started. That includes destroying your lives once this is all over."
"Don't worry. They're also included in our little care package," Cameron said. "Send it, Tara."
Chapter 27. Tara Lynn shrugged off her backpack, unzipping it with one hand, as she kept her pistol trained on Anderson. Chance looked over his shoulder, watching the woman work. She opened the laptop and tapped the space bar to wake it, before sliding it around to type the password with one hand. Before Tara Lynn could execute the upload, Anderson darted to his right, reaching toward the floor.
"Look out!"
John brought his weapon up as Cameron and the others opened fire. Anderson pulled the sidearm from the holster of one of the men he had killed earlier. Lying on his back, he fired. Chance stepped to the side, grabbing the weapon from the man behind him before he could fire. He twisted his body, cracking his captor with an elbow. Tara Lynn swung her pistol toward him, but Chance dropped to the floor, spinning as he fell, kicking her handgun free from her grasp. Chance rolled to his back and kipped up to his feet.
"Get out of here!"
he shouted to the hostages, waving toward the door. He followed, helping to usher the stragglers as they escaped. Roland was wheeling his chair backward as the first of the hostages broke through the doors. He found himself caught in the crowd as they flowed around him, but he was able to swing his chair around, keeping pace with the fleeing guests.
"Get to the elevators,"
he said, repeating the command several times as the river of bodies flowed past him. Chance was the last to emerge, grabbing Roland's chair by the push handles, rushing to the end of the hall.
"Stop,"
Roland said, grabbing his wheels to slow down. Chance moved around in front of Roland.
"We need to get the people out of here. Let's go." "No, I'm going to help John and Cameron,"
Roland said, wheeling his chair backward.
"You and Alma can get the hostages to the street below."
He spun and pushed his chair toward the battle. Roland entered the banquet hall, watching the chaos around him. The bodies of fallen teammates and hostages horrified him, but he was scanning the room for someone in particular. Cameron leaned against a concrete pillar, his posture sagging. He held a hand to a bullet wound on his upper arm, but even with the injury, he lifted up his UMP-9 to fire at someone at the other end of the room. John Stone was engaged in a fight up close with Baker, knocking his weapon free as they grappled for control of John's firearm. Barrett Anderson took a step out from behind cover, aiming his pistol. Roland realized he wasn't going for Cameron as he visually tracked the line of fire. The handgun cracked, and Tara Lynn let out a pained grunt. She fell, but managed to push herself up to her knees. Cameron's weapon ran dry as Anderson lined up another shot, trying to take out the computer they were using to transmit the data they had taken from the servers. Tara Lynn crawled over and shielded the device with her body.
"No!"
Cameron shouted as he dove out from behind cover. Anderson's shot hit him in the chest as he intercepted the bullet that would have struck Tara Lynn. Roland barely heard his own screaming as the blood rushed through his body. He had his carbine up, braced against his shoulder as he fired burst after burst at Barrett Anderson. The big man ducked behind an upturned table. Roland dropped the rifle into his lap as he pushed his chair forward. He raised the weapon again, firing at Anderson as he bolted for the exit, crashing through the door. The last of Roland's shots still buzzed in the air as everyone's focus drifted toward Cameron. John released the grip on his weapon, leaving it in Baker's hands as he ran over to the rogue team's leader.
Roland hurled his rifle to the side and pushed his chair to join John.
"Get away from him!"
Baker yelled, aiming the submachine gun at John.
"He needs medical attention,"
John said, pressing a hand to the bullet wound. Cameron coughed as flecks of blood sprayed from his lips.
"JC, get your ass up here now,"
Baker growled into the radio.
"She's downstairs,"
Roland said.
"Unconscious."
"Roland." Cameron looked up, reaching out with his hand.
"Don't try to talk, Cam. We'll get you some help,"
Roland said, taking the man's hand in his own.
"I was wrong," Cameron said. "You all deserve better. But I led you down the wrong path." He coughed again.
"No, we chose this,"
Roland said. "We all chose to follow you," Baker said, letting the muzzle of his weapon drift downward.
I used you for my own personal mission. For revenge."
Cameron gritted his teeth, tensing as blood bubbled up from his lips.
"Just promise me that you'll get the truth out. Don't let them get away with this."
Roland wiped his eyes with the back of his hand.
"Hold on. We'll do it together. You can't leave us hanging like this."
Cameron smiled, but the pain in his eyes betrayed the expression.
"You're all better men and women than I was. Your friend is right."
He placed a hand on John's as he kept the pressure on the gunshot wound.
"It's over. Fight this battle the right way."
Cameron's face relaxed as his eyes eased closed. Baker shouted in anger, kicking a table over. Roland shook Cameron's hand, trying to get him to wake up. John pressed 2 fingers to the man's neck, looking for a pulse.
"He's gone,"
John said.
"I'm sorry, Roland."
John stood and looked around the room. Roland held Cameron's hand, pressing it to his forehead. Baker dropped the submachine gun and fell to his knees.
"It's over. Listen to Cameron. Don't throw your lives away for nothing,"
John said. He walked over to the injured woman sitting next to the laptop with tears in her eyes.
"What did you find in their servers? What information were you trying to release?" "It doesn't matter now," she said. "People like Anderson are always going to get away with murder. We're just pawns in their game." "There were records revealing the truth of what INSEC has been doing all over the world," Baker said. "Under the guise of working with the U.S. government to stabilize war-torn regions, we were being sent to take control of resources that would further enrich those in power." "It's more than that," Tara Lynn said. "It connects so many more people to what Anderson and international security have been doing this whole time." "It's bigger than they realize, John," Parker said. John pressed a finger to his earpiece. "What was that, Parker?"
"I ran some extensive searches on the information that you and Scott gathered. Anderson is connected with far more people than we originally suspected. And I'm 99.9% sure that information they were about to send covers it in much greater detail."
"I'll bring the pest and the computer back with me. We can sort through it then."
"It needs to go out now," Parker said. "Let them transmit the data."
"Are you nuts? That's the kind of information that could hurt our government for years to come. It would shake the faith of the American people," John said.
"You don't understand, John. That information is nuclear. If we hold on to it, the people that it implicates will stop at nothing to contain it. You think they are dangerous now? Once they start the hunt to retrieve that data, thousands could die."
John turned away from the mercenaries.
"Parker, this is ridiculous. How can you know they would go through those lengths to contain the data?"
"Anderson has already shown us what he's capable of. The attack on Paris, the 4 serpents," Parker said.
"He unleashed the 4 serpents on innocent people?"
John's jaw tightened, thinking about the death of Marvin Van Pierce, sacrificing his life to save innocent people in Paris.
"He didn't just unleash them. Barrett Anderson created the 4 serpents. They were a tool to destabilize the region and convince other nations that insect services were necessary to take up the fight against terror."
"Do you have proof of that?"
John asked. "The 4 serpents, the Order, the Greeks. I've got everything.
They're all connected directly to Anderson.
John squeezed his eyes shut.
"This ends now,"
he said, ripping the earpiece from the cable and tossing it away. John walked toward Baker, who backpedaled several steps. John picked up the submachine gun he had dropped, checking the chamber for a round. He turned to Terrell in.
"Send it. Transmit everything you have, just like Cameron wanted."
"What are you going to do, John?"
Roland asked.
"I'm going to kill Barrett Anderson."
Chapter 28. Chance ushered the guests out of the elevator when it reached the first floor. He held a finger up to his lips, telling them to stay quiet. They formed a line against the wall as the other elevators opened up, bringing the rest of the surviving hostages down.
"Everyone stay here," Chance whispered. "I'll check to see if we're clear to get out."
The party guests in the front nodded and passed the message back. Chance stepped lightly to the corner, peering out. He saw the men whom he and John had taken out and tied up, lying where they had dropped them before heading up the elevators. Chance turned to tell the others they were clear, but the clicking of dress heels stopped him. 2 men stepped into his view, the lead man crouching to examine the guards. The tied-up men, part of Cameron's team, struggled against their bonds and gags, trying to communicate with the 2 men looking down at them. Still crouching in front of the guards, the man leveled a pistol at the closest guard. Chance spun and headed back to the group, ushering them into the elevators again.
"It's not safe. We need to head back to the basement and look for a way out from there."
Just as the last of the group boarded the cars, the echoing crack of the pistol reverberated, and several of the hostages gasped in shock and fear. Gabriel straightened his tie and adjusted his gloves before entering the building. He swung the door open wide, allowing Micah to follow, brushing past it with his shoulder against the glass. Their shoes clicked along the polished marble floor as the streetlights outside stretched their shadows out across the darkened lobby. 2 men lay bound and gagged, just out of sight of the main entrance. Gabriel turned and headed toward them. Micah stood in the middle of the spacious area, holding his rifle tucked under an arm as he lazily scanned the lobby. Gabriel swung his rifle behind him and drew a Glock 19 from his hip, crouching down in front of the 2 men. Both struggled to break free of their bonds, but the look in their eye wasn't fear. It was anger and frustration. He leveled the pistol at one of them.
"This is Barrett Anderson's party, is it not?" Gabriel asked.
One of the men grunted something and nodded.
"Is he here, on site?"
Again the man nodded. He turned his body, showing his hands, secured with his own flex cuffs, trying to communicate something. Gabriel thanked him and stood.
"Anderson is here," he said.
"What about them?"
Micah asked.
"They're not on the list," Gabriel said. "But why miss out on the fun?"
He turned, raised the Glock, and fired, killing the first man. The second struggled, trying to scoot away. Gabriel pinned him to the floor with a foot on his back before shooting again. He reholstered the handgun and brought his rifle around. With a short nod, he signaled for Micah to follow. Gabriel pressed the button to call the elevator with his thumb and looked up at the displays showing which floor each car was on.
"These 4 are on the basement level. Do you think Anderson is down there?" Micah asked.
Gabriel looked at the other elevators.
"Those 2 are on the top floor. I think he's still up there."
The bell dinged, and the door slid open. The Alpha assets strode into the elevator car and selected the 26th floor.
Chapter 29.
John crashed through the entrance into the stairwell, looking down toward the next landing. He couldn't see anyone moving on the lower levels, and no footsteps were echoing in the distance. The roof, John thought. His steps reverberated as he rushed up to the roof access. At the door, he gripped his weapon and eased it open. The moonlight illuminated the rooftop, and a cool breeze slipped through. John stepped out and brought the UMP-45 to his shoulder, sweeping the muzzle across the open area.
"I know you're up here, Anderson."
"Just as I knew you would come for me, Stone," Anderson said. "I can hear it in your voice. You're not here to bring me into custody, are you?"
"I haven't made up my mind yet,"
John said. Anderson stepped out into the open. He held his arms to the side, the pistol still clutched in his right hand, its slide locked back.
"I'm all out,"
he said, showing the empty mag well before tossing the weapon aside. John approached with smooth, measured steps, pulling the submachine gun tight against his body as he placed the front sight on his target's chest.
"This one's not—"
Anderson laughed. "The infamous John Stone. You know, I never took you for a coward, willing to gun down an unarmed man."
"You're not going to goad me into a fistfight. I'm here to put you down for good. Whether or not you've got a weapon in your hand, you've got more than enough blood on your hands."
"And you don't?" Anderson asked with genuine interest. "You've taken the law into your own hands and murdered many of my associates." The memory of MVP's death, still fresh on John's mind from Parker's last transmission, kept John's adrenaline flowing. The Four Serpents had detonated a series of bombs in Paris, murdering innocent people. They had dropped kinetic strike weapons onto a French raid headquarters, killing dozens of police officers. John thought that Damien Blanchard was in charge of funding the terrorist organization, but now he had the man solely responsible for creating the Serpents square in his sights. John's finger took the slack from the trigger. "Parker, I've got the hostages. We're going to take the sewer access out to the street once the police arrive," Chance radioed.
"Where's John?"
Travis asked.
"We've lost communication with him."
"I don't know. He was still in the banquet hall with Roland and Cameron's team. Is he okay?" "We believe so, but he cut out right after I gave him some news about Barrett Anderson," Parker said.
"He's got to be going after Anderson, then. I'll head back and lend a hand."
"No, it could already be too late. Get those people to safety first," Travis said. "The police should be there any second now."
"Copy." Parker looked up at Travis.
"John cut his comms before I could give him the rest. Anderson is extremely dangerous."
"John knows. That's why he's got to stop him before INSEC can cause more damage." Travis crossed his arms over his chest.
"No, not Anderson's company. The man himself is a weapon. He is the prototype for the Order's beta protocol. He's the first."
The door to access the roof eased open before John could fire. He relaxed the tension in his finger as he glanced over. 2 men had stepped out, both carrying assault rifles. Time stretched out as their muzzles swung up. John caught a brief glimpse of one of their faces before the man's red dot optic obscured it. The Alphas he had been pursuing had just found him. John was turning to run for cover when he noticed that the second assassin wasn't aiming at him, but at Barrett Anderson. The momentary lapse in attention gave the Titan the opening he needed. He barreled into John, tackling him to the rooftop. They slid several feet as the assassins opened fire. John tried to swing his weapon toward the Alphas, but Anderson ripped it from his grasp. The man's strength was inconceivable to John. He pushed Anderson away and rolled to his feet, reaching for a sidearm. Both men took aim at each other, but the Alphas had different plans, continuing their assault. Bullets tore into the rooftop surface and sparked off raised vents and compressors around them. John and Anderson scrambled to avoid the attack, both ending up behind the same massive air conditioning unit. John aimed his weapon at the big man next to him. "We've got bigger problems, Stone. If you take me out, you'll be squaring up against 2 extremely dangerous assassins on your own."
"I've done it before,"
John growled. "Let me help you," Anderson said. "It's your strongest option."
"Why are they after you?"
John asked, still keeping his pistol trained on the man. "The powers that be must see me as a liability," Anderson said with a smug grin, leaning to the side to see where the enemy was.
"The Order,"
John said. "You've done your homework. We can pick up where we left off once we deal with these 2. Anderson smiled. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." John clenched his teeth, feeling the pressure in his jaw and neck.
"Fine. But you're a dead man when this is over."
Anderson pointed toward John, then indicated for him to move to the left while he took the right side. In unison, both warriors emerged from behind the air conditioning unit. John gripped his pistol, darting for cover as he heard Anderson's SMG barking. A thunderous reply of the assassin's assault rifles rattled the cool evening air. John slid behind a ventilation shaft and braced his weapon against it, answering with a pair of shots at the nearest Alpha, Gabriel. His slugs missed, but it was clear that John was telling him that this was round 2 of their previous encounter. He knew he had only a couple of spare magazines for the Colt. Anderson had no extra mag for his weapon. They were facing 2 men armed with assault rifles, giving the enemy the advantage at the longer range they were fighting from. John moved again, this time firing at the other Alpha, Micah, as more industrial equipment blocked his view from the first. He gave Anderson the opening he needed to advance. John reloaded and thumbed the slide lock to chamber around. He was lying behind a row of pipes, sliding along his back to keep out of sight while still moving forward. Bullets sparked off the pipe far behind his current position. John sat up just enough for a clear view and fired again, hitting his target. The assassin grunted and dropped to a knee before lifting his rifle and returning fire. John rolled away and ran behind a huge metal box for the industrial turbines. He saw Anderson to his right. The executive pointed toward their attackers and nodded. John returned the nod and pivoted out, ready to engage. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Anderson turning and aiming at him instead of at their mutual threat. Before John could swing his weapon around, Gabriel's round struck him in the side. John fell to his back and rolled behind cover. Anderson fired, but his shot sailed wide as Micah engaged him.
So that's your play, Anderson,
John thought. He climbed to his feet and dove behind another set of large pipes as bullets sparked around him. John came up and braced his pistol against his cover, shooting the last several rounds from his magazine. His counterattack drove Gabriel back. John fumbled for a reload, scanning the battlefield for all 3 threats. He watched as Anderson drew Micah closer to engage him in hand-to-hand combat, using his now empty submachine gun to disarm the assassin. John was on his feet again, rushing Gabriel and doing his best to keep the other 2 combatants in his field of view. The Alpha targeting him stepped out, not expecting the bull rush. In his attempt to compensate and swing his weapon toward John, his rounds missed, but one ricocheted off a steel box and sliced into John's thigh. John closed the gap, emptying his pistol into the man's chest. The slide locked back, and he dropped the handgun, ramming his shoulder into Gabriel's gut, lifting him off his feet before dumping him to the rooftop. With a shout, John knocked the rifle to the side and knelt over him. The man wheezed in pain as John dropped a series of vicious blows to his face. He pulled the assassin to his feet, blocking his feeble attempt to reach for his sidearm. John clamped a hand around Gabriel's throat, squeezing. The bones in Gabriel's neck cracked and popped as they separated.
"This is for Parker,"
he said through gritted teeth, grabbing hold of the Alpha's head in both hands and wrenching hard to break his neck. John turned to face Anderson just as he drove his fist into Micah's head one final time, cracking the man's skull and letting his body slump at his feet. Anderson spat and pulled off his jacket. He loosened his tie and rolled his head from side to side as he squared up with John. Where were we? Chapter 30. "I'll go up first," Chance said. "Once it's clear, I'll call down for the rest of you. Make sure the ones that need help climbing the ladder are the first to go." Turned away before any of the party guests could argue, going up the ladder, taking the rungs quickly as he reached the manhole cover. He put his shoulder against the steel plate and pushed with his whole body, lifting it up and letting it slide to the side. Strobing police lights gave the whole scene an eerie spinning effect as he pulled himself out onto the street. Chance looked around for the nearest officer, calling for help. He knelt and called down to the men and women below. 2 officers ran over, hands on the grips of their still-holstered service pistols. "Who are you?" the first officer asked. "I've got the hostages down here. We need help getting them out." Chance reached down to grab the hand of the first woman up. The bright spotlight of a television camera swung over, and more followed suit. Several news crews approached, all talking over one another as they filmed the police helping the freed hostages climb out from the sewers.
their designer suits and gowns fouled by the waters below.
"I need to speak with the officer in charge," Chance said. "All the surviving hostages are out, and the kidnappers are surrendering. You should be clear to go in. They're no longer a threat."
John Stone and Barrett Anderson collided, locked in a struggle for dominance. Anderson's size and strength gave him the early advantage as he kept John on his heels. The brute pulled John toward him, stealing his balance. He hoisted John off his feet and dropped him hard to the rooftop. The air escaped from John's lungs, but he maintained enough awareness to avoid the foot crashing down, barely missing his neck and head. John rolled back toward Anderson again and hurled a hook into the man's thigh. He grabbed hold of the enforcer's lower leg and stood up, attempting to trip him. His foe was far too big and strong for John to unbalance so easily. Anderson shoved him away and stepped in with a forceful hook to his body. John cushioned most of the blow with his arm, but the pain scrambled his senses as the impact bled through to the bullet wound on his side. He whipped out a sloppy punch, countering his foe's advance. John's fist grazed Anderson's head as he closed the distance. The giant locked a hand around John's throat, squeezing as he made contact. John dropped an elbow into the crook of Anderson's arm and pulled his neck from his grasp. He followed with two jackhammer right hands, pounding into the chiseled granite jaw underneath Anderson's manicured beard. Anderson smiled, spitting a tooth to the side. "You've still got some fight in you, old man."
"More than you can handle."
John stared at the Titan standing in front of him. Aside from the trickle of blood from his mouth and the dirt and grime on his clothing, the man looked none the worse for wear. John's body was screaming. Every instinct told him to fall back. His leg and ribs throbbed as heat emanated from the bullet wounds. His neck and head ached from the first slam. He didn't know how much he had left in him. All he knew was it had to be enough. Anderson cracked his knuckles and paced back and forth, a tiger eyeing its meal. He launched off his rear foot and closed the gap with a 1-2 combo. John parried the jab and slipped to the side, but he wasn't fast enough to avoid the full power of the right cross. He saw stars as he lost his footing and hit the ground. His vision snapped back into place as Anderson bull-rushed him. Turning to his side, John swept his foot out, catching his foe just above the ankle right as the man's weight came down. Anderson let out a short shout in pain as his foot twisted under him. He hit the ground hard next to John before the two men scrambled to their feet, maintaining the frenetic pace of the battle. John attacked, knowing the brute was standing on an injured ankle now. Once again displaying his uncanny speed, Anderson dipped his head below John's attack, thrusting his shoulder into his gut. Anderson hooked both hands behind John's knees, pushing off his uninjured leg as he stood, using John's momentum to lift and twist him in the air. Their bodies crashed down. John landed on his back, with Anderson's shoulder still planted in his stomach. Blood and spit sprayed from John's mouth as his vision swam. He barely registered Anderson propping himself up to rain down blows. A thundering punch hit John in the cheek. A second followed, but John's arm deflected it to the side. A third blow came in from the side as Anderson hooked John in the head behind his ear. John worked a knee up high enough to push Anderson away, but it didn't create enough space for him to escape the range of the Titan's sledgehammers. John shielded his head with his hands and arms, but another blow crashed through his defense. Pain radiated from his jaw. Another punch blasted through, but by then, John's brain registered it only as a dull impact. For a split second, his mind strayed, pondering his own death. Is this how it ends? At the hands of a power-hungry sociopath? At that instant, something in him clicked, altering his mindset. He thought about the lives of those around him, affected by the damage this man and his associates had inflicted on them. Parker's near death, Marvin Van Pierce's sacrifice, the raid HQ, Frank Colt, Emily's kidnapping, Roland's paralysis. John's heart raced as his body dumped more adrenaline through his system. His eyes shot open as Anderson launched another pile-driving punch. John parried the blow, twisting his upper body just enough to redirect the energy. Anderson's fist crashed into the rooftop as John rotated back around, slamming an elbow into the bridge of the big man's nose with a crunch and a wet spray of blood. He kicked Anderson away and rose to his feet. The tears and swelling obscured his foe's vision,
But John knew the warrior in him wouldn't surrender. Anderson charged again, but John ducked to the side, letting the punch sail past. He pushed off his foot and dug a left hook into Anderson's floating rib, following with a right uppercut to his jaw. The giant faltered, his legs wobbling for a second. Still, Anderson pressed on, throwing a left hook. John blocked it and responded in kind. Anderson dropped to a knee. John grabbed a handful of his hair, pulling his head up to look him in the eye. Seeing the dazed look in his opponent's eyes, he released his grip and stepped away, letting the man drop to all fours. The air thrummed as a spotlight shone on John. He saw the assault rifle from one of the Alphas at the edge of the beam's radius. John looked up to see a helicopter hovering over the street. As the occupants looked down at the rooftop below, a news crew looking for their exclusive. His strength was fading as he limped to pick up the rifle. Anderson was on his feet again, his legs rubbery. He circled to John's right, going for the other assassin's weapon. John brought the M4 to his shoulder, unable to look through the optic with his right eye swollen shut. Still too far to reach the other rifle, Anderson stopped, turning to face John. The brute's legs struggled to keep him upright as he staggered away several steps. John kept his weapon pointed at him. "You win, Stone. Haul me in and put me away." The man's face twisted into a battered and bloody mockery of a smile. "Not this time," John said, his voice coming out as more of a croak. The door to the rooftop crashed open as a SWAT officer with a battering ram stepped back, letting 3 more step out onto the roof. All of them held MP5 submachine guns, trained on John and Anderson. "Drop your weapon," the man in front shouted, as the 2 behind him repeated the command. "Put your weapon down and get your hands up." Their orders continued flooding in, but John could only keep his gaze locked with Anderson's. He could see something in the man's eyes. Even after having been beaten, he still had a look like he had emerged the victor. "Stone, drop it," one of the SWAT officers said, trying to defuse the situation. "Your friend's got the rest of the hostages out." He lowered his submachine gun and approached. "We'll take it from here." John took in several deep breaths, in and out through his nostrils. The rotors of the helicopter above shook the air, thumping his chest as the spotlight wavered over the scene. He felt the energy drain from his limbs, and the rifle's muzzle dipped. He stared into the soulless eyes of the demon in front of him, his broken smile still mocking John. "It's over," John said, bringing the weapon up and pressing the trigger. The M4 spit out a burst as the SWAT officers all dropped to a knee, raising their own weapons once again. The bullets hammered Barrett Anderson's chest, sending out plumes of red mist as the news crew's spotlight caught the droplets of blood. John dropped the rifle as 2 of the SWAT officers tackled him, pinning his hands behind his back, and pressed his head against the ground. His world was turned on its side as he watched the titan of insect leaning forward before his body rebalanced, leaning away and tumbling over the edge of the rooftop. Chapter 31. "We're watching it right now," Travis said, holding the phone to his ear as he raised the volume of the TV. "It's bad. Real bad. I'll be honest, though. If I were in John's shoes, I would probably have done the same." Parker sat back in his chair, staring up at the screen, replaying the footage of Barrett Anderson's final moments. He had his hands resting in his lap, eyes still on the screen. "What's going to happen to him? John, I mean." "I'll talk to you later, Detective Hunter." Travis ended the call and tossed his phone onto the table nearby. "I don't know. Maybe we can start asking around and set a few things in motion." Parker watched as the news footage switched, showing a battered and bloody John as the police escorted him out of the building. "Don't they know he saved all of those people?" "We were never supposed to be here," Travis said. "We had to be here," Parker said. "Yes, I realize that. We secured the pest, stopped Cameron, and John even took care of the assassins that we have been chasing since South Africa." Travis pointed at the broadcast. But as far as the police are concerned, John murdered the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar corporation on live TV.
You need to get John out of police custody. Call someone. Call the president.
Parker rose to his feet.
John deserves a medal for what he did.
I just don't have that kind of pull anymore.
I'm sorry, Parker.
But we'll have to work through the system and play by the rules this time. John limped out through the main doors of the building, an officer on either side, carrying most of the burden. With his hands cuffed behind his back, the pain in his side was intensified. He winced with each footfall, forced to take in only short breaths. He wasn't sure what hurt worse, the bullet wound or the fractured rib from Anderson's body slam. He looked at Roland as he and the officers walked by. John was happy to see that the young man hadn't been arrested and charged as one of the kidnappers with Cameron Knight's team.
John, what happened?
Roland asked, the fear and concern evident in his words and expression.
I'm fine, kid,
John said.
You did good back there.
Get back, please, one of the SWAT officers said, clearly struggling to keep John on his feet. The officers took John to a waiting ambulance, helping him take a seat on the rear bumper. Chance approached, holding his detective badge, even though it had no authority outside of his home state.
John, are you okay?
John nodded, flexing his hands behind him. They both ached, and his right had a popping and grinding sensation as he made a fist.
What about Anderson?
It's over,
John said.
He's finished.
An EMT shouldered past the officers, her arms loaded with medical supplies.
Christ, is this the guy that fell off the roof? What happened to him?
The officers shrugged as she examined John's wounds.
I don't even know where to start.
I'll call Travis back, Chance said. Maybe they can help to clear things up. John shook his head.
No. I did what I had to do. They shouldn't get involved. Like I said, it's over.
Can I get some room to work?
The EMT asked. Chance nodded, walking away as he spoke to John again. It's not over. We'll get you out.
The world is a better place without people like Barrett Anderson, John said. Maybe it's better off without me, too.
Get him on the gurney,
the EMT said to the officers.
This man needs to get to the hospital.
The officers uncuffed John, then helped him onto the stretcher and secured his hands to the side rails. Another paramedic arrived, helping to load the Army Ranger into the back of the ambulance. The rear door slammed shut, and the vehicle began working its way through the crowd to leave, its lights strobing. Chance watched the ambulance leave. He pulled out his phone, staring down at his contacts, his thumb hovering over Travis's number.
No, he said under his breath. You're wrong, John.
This concludes Black and White by Alan Manning and Brian Manning, narrated by Roger Wayne. Please keep listening for New World Order by Alan Manning and Brian Manning, narrated by Roger Wayne. Chapter 1. Dresden, Ohio, Dillon Group Penitentiary. John Stone strode into the cafeteria, falling into line with the other inmates for their evening meal. The warm, stale air was flavored with hints of harsh cleaning chemicals and food cooked in the same pot. Scratched and dented metal tables were secured to a single steel post, bolted to the ground. 4 stools, mounted on bars branching out from the central support, surrounded each table. Faded paint lines on the concrete floor designated the areas the inmates were supposed to follow, reminders of where they lined up, which direction they moved to the tables, and where they disposed of their food before leaving. Rules put in place by the people running the prison. John scanned the room, watching the people eat and those still in line for their dinner. The constant act to put on a tough front was pervasive amongst the inmates around him. Some had nothing to lose, and their attitude was not an act, but many used it as a shell to protect themselves from those who would prey on weakness. John had no desire to waste his energy, projecting an image to others. 2 guards were posted at the entrance and 2 more at the exit. They kept a sharp eye on everything happening in the room, putting on the same tough front as everyone else in the cafeteria. Outnumbered by the inmates around them, the guards used it as a part of their uniform, mental body armor acting as a deterrent to keep them safe. As John reached the front of the line, a plastic tray slid toward him. His dinner was a mix of different foods, divided into separate areas of the plate. All of it, including the cup and utensils, shared the same gray-brown color palette. The main course was a small chunk of meat that managed to look dry, though it was covered in gravy. Next to that was some type of vegetable floating in grease-slicked water, and the same hash browns from lunch that day, probably reheated leftovers. He smiled when he saw the small sealed pudding cup. He wasn't a fan of butterscotch, but this would definitely be the best part of his meal. He nodded thanks to the inmates serving the meals and headed straight for his table. When John had arrived at Dillon Penitentiary, some of the inmates wanted to test him. After the first few were sent to the infirmary by his cold, clinical response to their aggression, the message was sent clearly to the rest. The hard stares directed at him happened less frequently now. After the tests were the recruitment attempts. He politely refused those as well, but one man had taken offense. The inmate was also sent to the infirmary. Now, most just left John alone. He took an empty seat at an unoccupied table and set his tray down. Before he could pick up his fork, a man dropped into the chair across from him, his own tray clattering on the scuffed, dented steel table. "You gonna eat that?" he asked, pointing at the meat on John's tray with his fork.
Actually, there's a table in the library that wobbles a bit. I thought I might smuggle some of this out to wedge under the leg.
The 2 men stared daggers at each other, neither willing to give an inch. Finally, Anthony Tate, John's cellmate, broke first and laughed loudly. "Every time, man." Tate stabbed at the gravy-soaked leather on his tray.
"I'm going to get you to break one day."
John smiled.
"One day."
Both men dug into their meals, mostly in silence. Another inmate walked over and stood at the table. He looked around the cafeteria with darting eyes, scratching at his elbow before circling to take a seat. John turned his head to watch the newcomer, still chewing a bite of mystery meat. Tate wanted to give the man a warning that John wanted to be left alone, but he kept his tongue. The tension dragged out until the man spoke. "You that guy that outed those rich people? Those warmongers?" the inmate asked. John stuffed a spork full of overcooked hash browns into his mouth as Tate answered.
"Yeah, man. It's him."
The inmate glanced at Tate, then looked at John, thinking deeply about what he wanted to say.
"My cousin. He died in Afghanistan. They said it was like a training accident or some shit. My aunt just found out that he really died in one of those missions you made public. They lied to him. Used him on one of those off-the-books illegal operations. That ain't why he joined, man."
There was silence at the table. John kept his eyes on the man, focused on what he was saying. After some time, the third man blinked hard at the tears forming in his eyes, letting down his guard and showing a brief moment of vulnerability.
"Now we know the truth. The ones that used him are going to pay. Thank you."
Without a wasted moment, the man stood and walked away. He brushed a finger across his eye like he was clearing away a bit of dust, slipping his hard shell back in place.
"You're a hero,"
Tate said, in an attempt to lighten the mood a little.
"No."
John shook his head.
"I wasn't the one that outed those people. I just didn't stop the ones that were." "Whatever, man. So you gonna eat that or what?"
John held up a hand to interrupt the conversation. It was just enough to stop Tate without seeming obvious. Something felt off. He scanned the room with his gaze, and his eyes narrowed.
"What? What's going on?" "The mood in here feels pretty tense right now.
Don't turn around, John said, as Tate tried to look behind him. The other man didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and he said as much to John.
Maybe it's nothing. Don't worry about it, John said.
Still, John picked up on the shift. It was the type of thing he had been trained to see in hot zones all over the world during his decades of military service.
Man, telling someone don't worry about it is not the way to get someone to stop worrying.
Hey, Anthony, you should clear out of here now. Just make it casual.
I thought you said it was nothing. You told me not to worry about it.
Tate clutched the plastic spork in his fist.
That might be the case, but there's no need to take any chances, John said. Especially if it's me they're after.
What if I'm the one they're looking for?
Anthony stood and shot John a sly smile.
You're not worth the trouble.
Both men chuckled and bumped fists. Tate took his tray to the trash and left the cafeteria quietly. John remained at the table, moving the food around his tray with his spork. After a few minutes, he caught what he was looking for. Two inmates broke off from a group sitting at the far end of the room, moving in opposite directions. Neither man looked at John as they casually circled toward him. One of the other inmates at the table tipped his hand, continually glancing in John's direction.
Amateur hour, he thought.
John stood suddenly to provoke a reaction and got exactly what he was looking for. All three men he had clocked flinched visibly at his movement. One of the inmates circling toward him looked back at the others, further giving away his intent. John wasn't interested in allowing these three to dictate the terms of the encounter. He angled toward the man approaching from his left to throw his food away in the nearby trash container. The inmate froze, as if he was waiting to be told what to do next. The second man, now farther away, changed direction to cut straight across the cafeteria. The third remained in his seat, doing a terrible job of looking uninterested. John stood next to the first man and emptied his tray into the plastic trash bin. The inmate had a long, pointed nose and dark circles under his eyes. John's imposing size made him shrink back, but his lips curved into a smile, showing a mouthful of small teeth. He reminded John of a raccoon.
You the one that's going to do it?
John asked. The man's eyes widened in surprise.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Are you the hitter? The lookout? Maybe one of your other two friends will try to stab me in the back while I'm talking to you.
The man looked over John's shoulder, his poker face terrible. He twitched and shot a hand out toward John's stomach. The hand, holding an improvised weapon, never reached its target, as his wrist was engulfed in the Army Ranger's grip. John spotted the poorly concealed shank the moment the man had begun circling around. He squeezed his powerful fingers closed and heard the popping sound of small bones in the man's wrist separating from each other. Raccoon Man lost all his cool now. He flailed and desperately tried to jerk his hand free of the vice-like grip, whimpering for help.
You should go see the doc in the infirmary. I think your carpal tunnel is flaring up.
The other two inmates froze, unsure if they should jump in and help or try to blend in with the crowd. The man trying to sneak behind John acted first, running across the cafeteria and showing the small knife in his hand. John sidestepped and pivoted, pulling Raccoon Man around. The inmate shrieked as he stumbled into the path of his friend. John put one hand behind Raccoon Man's head and shoved him into the second attacker. Their heads crashed together, a sound like coconuts hitting concrete. They dropped to the floor in a loose heap. The third man, bald and heavily tattooed, managed to catch John off guard, sneaking up and stabbing him in the back. The short blade buried itself into a thick slab of muscle. John grunted and fired a heavy elbow backward. The bony point smashed into the side of the man's head, sending him reeling back into one of the tables. John dipped low and rose with an uppercut. His fist caught the man right under his chin as he was rebounding from the elbow smash. The blow took the tattooed man off his feet. He fell, cracking a rib on a metal stool, and collapsed to the floor next to the first two men.
That was stupid, John, he thought.
He had underestimated what even total amateurs like these were capable of. He would have to remember that he was basically all alone in here. Whistles blew, and guards shouted, finally moving to action.
Everyone dropped to the floor. The 3 men John had dropped just writhed in agony. The guards converged on John as he lay slowly on the floor and spread his arms out. They rushed him immediately, one of them putting a knee into his back and pulling his arms behind him.
"You're going in the hole, inmate," one of the guards said.
Another guard stopped the first and pointed to the blood spreading on John's shirt, the shank still protruding from his back.
"We gotta take him to see the doctor."
The first guard cursed, upset that they had to follow protocol to administer aid to an injured inmate. Reluctantly, he radioed the orders to bring John to the infirmary. Chapter 2. John removed his shirt and sat on a steel table, letting a doctor examine the stab wound on his back. The infirmary was a small, sterile room with all-metal furniture bolted to the floor like the cafeteria. Only in here everything was clean and looked new. Medical supplies were all locked behind cabinet doors, including everyday items like bandages and gloves. Dr. Jeffrey Oakes stood up straight and walked around to a small tray sitting on a rolling cart. He had a round face with a bulbous nose, and his eyes were perpetually squinting. A graying beard tried to hide the extra pounds of weight he had gained over the past few years, but his midsection revealed the truth. "You should try a different line of work. This one doesn't seem to agree with you," the doctor said, rolling the tray closer.
"Seems even eating dinner can be dangerous here,"
John said. Dr. Oakes chuckled as he sterilized the area around the wound. "This injury isn't too bad. Didn't penetrate past the muscle. So I think we can get this sealed up with a couple of staples. You're lucky you keep yourself in shape." He pulled a small plastic device off the tray, and a few clicks later, the doctor stepped back. "All done here," he said, while taping a bandage over the wound. John put his shirt back on and noticed the size of his medical file as Dr. Oakes added a few more notes to it.
"Got a little light reading there?"
The doctor's eyebrows furrowed, deepening his squinted look. He didn't seem to be joking as much now. "Fractured right metacarpal, cracked rib, concussion, gunshot wound, numerous lacerations and contusions. This is just the stuff you came in here with 2 weeks ago." Dr. Oakes clicked his pen and slid it into his breast pocket. "I'm not sure how you're still on your feet."
"Well, I guess a stab wound would be right at home on the list," John said.
"You gotta keep your head down, Mr. Stone. Do your best to stay out of trouble, at least until your injuries heal. Do you need anything for the pain?"
"No, thank you."
The doctor went to one of the cabinets and unlocked it. He shook 2 tablets into a small paper cup before handing it to John.
"I said I don't need any."
"I know, but you can be a tough guy on your own time. Right now, you're on my watch." John shook his head but took the cup. He popped the painkillers into his mouth and swallowed. A fist rapped on the door. The guards were waiting impatiently in the hall. "Are you done in there?" The doctor opened the door, and the guards moved in quickly. They put the cuffs back around John's wrists and ankles, chains on each cuff connected to one that circled his waist. Without another word, the guards marched John out of the examination room. Once they were gone, Dr. Oakes checked his log for the next in need of treatment. He shook his head, seeing the names of the 3 inmates John had taken down before he was brought in. Richmond, Virginia. Travis Chambers stood just outside of his office, hands stuffed into his pants pockets, as he watched the bustling activity of the people in the main room. They were all in the process of organizing and cataloging the relevant information regarding Barrett Anderson and his involvement with a group known only as the Order. John Stone, working with a group of others collectively referring to themselves as the Hardcore, had been instrumental in finding out everything they currently knew about the mysterious organization. Stone offered to turn everything they had over to U.S. Attorney General Bianca Mercer. In exchange, John asked for immunity for everyone that had worked with him. He asked nothing for himself. No reduced sentence and no plea deal. He was willing to accept fully the consequences of the events that had played out over the past year.
Dr. Miranda Spencer oversaw the activity, preparing the files for delivery. Much of what they had discovered was in digital format, but they also had physical possession of reports filling boxes stacked along the far wall. A small group of people moved back and forth from the photocopiers, relocating the cardboard boxes into a far corner as they were full. Parker Lewis, a young computer programmer and instrumental member of the hardcore, sat in a secluded corner, typing away on his keyboard. In the glow of his monitor, Dr. Spencer could see the tension in the young man's face, creeping down his neck and into his shoulders.
"Is everything okay?" she asked. "Yeah, fine. Everything is fine."
Parker alternated between his fingers clicking over the keyboard to one hand dragging the mouse. Dr. Spencer noticed with amusement that he seemed surprisingly awkward using a mouse, as if he had almost exclusively worked without one. She was checking over the files inside the nearest box when Parker huffed and spun around in his chair.
"This isn't right. We have to help him." "Parker, this is John's decision. Nobody forced him into it. He volunteered all of the information to the AG. Still, this isn't right."
Parker looked down, combing his fingers back through his hair and scratching his scalp. "There's nothing we can do about it right now, son," Chambers said, leaning against a desk on the other side of the room. Parker paused and then opened his mouth like he wanted to say more. Instead, he spun his chair around and dove back into his work, his fingers flying faster across his keyboard. Dr. Spencer folded her arms over her stomach and looked at the programmer. She knew Parker was under a lot of stress and wanted to say something, anything that might help. Chambers shook his head at her, though he agreed with the sentiment. She nodded and retrieved the next file in the stack. Chapter 3. Dresden, Ohio. Dillon Group Penitentiary. Curtis Clark sat at a table, staring through a thick glass divider. Partitions on either side separated the wall into sections, affording a modicum of privacy. Each section had a phone receiver attached to one of the partitions. A loud buzz rattled the walls, and the door on the other side of the reinforced glass opened. 2 guards marched John Stone into the room. They looked like children standing next to the physically imposing man they were escorting. They sat him down in front of Clark and moved to the back of the room. John and Clark grabbed their respective receivers.
"Hey, John. It's good to see you."
"Yeah, nice to see you, too."
"Well, maybe not see you, but it's nice being able to talk to you."
Clark let a smirk creep across his face.
"Looks like you were in some prison-sponsored demolition derby and you forgot your car."
John laughed before wincing and pressing an arm against his fractured rib.
"Someone has to do the hard work for this team. We can't all sit at a desk working some cushy consulting job."
"After hunting down Blanchard in South Africa, you probably should have considered it. His guys had flamethrowers."
"One flamethrower," John said.
"Which I dealt with," Clark added.
"Bet you did. Thank you for pulling your weight."
The smile from Clark's face faded.
"John, listen. Why aren't you making a plea deal?"
John looked down at his hands.
"It's all over. We got the man responsible for creating and funding the Four Serpents, the man that killed Marvin Van Pierce. Everyone is safe now. Everyone I care about."
"What about your goddaughter, Emily? Don't you want to see her?"
John paused. He thought about the safety of Emily and Jennifer the most.
"Emily and her mom, they don't need me in their lives anymore. Besides, even with a plea deal, I'd still be in here for a long time."
"Maybe." Clark shifted in his seat, scooting closer.
"Or maybe you can be out sooner than you know. You're potentially giving up a lot of information here. There's a strong case to give you some leniency."
"I murdered a man in front of a dozen eyewitnesses. An unarmed man," John said.
He was unarmed, but he most definitely was not innocent.
"It's okay, Curtis. I'm giving Attorney General Mercer everything I have, with Travis's help. I made sure none of you are going to take the fall for any of this. It's all on me.
Clark finally conceded and changed the subject. I heard about that little incident in the cafeteria. Making new friends?
It was nothing, just a disagreement, John said.
That's not what I heard. 3 men attacked you, unprovoked. That's what the report says.
Maybe I was sitting at their usual table.
John, please. This could be serious. Somebody may be trying to keep you quiet. Someone outside with enough connections to have you greenlit.
Well, unless you can prove that, there's nothing we could do about it anyway. Just don't worry about it.
John scratched at the thick stubble on his jaw.
Don't worry about it?
What if someone has enough juice to get the whole prison after you? Clark said, with a touch of levity. John smiled.
Well, it probably won't be the whole prison. I think maybe 1 or 2 guys might be on my side.
They both laughed. And then a guard behind John spoke up. 1 minute, inmate.
It's good to see you, Curtis. Be careful while we settle all this. If someone's coming after me, you all might be in danger too.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the others too.
John hung up the phone without ceremony, stood up, and headed for the exit. Clark watched as the guards escorted John out of the room and closed the heavy steel door. Clark exhaled through his nostrils and tapped the phone receiver lightly on the glass before hanging it up.
I hope you know what you're doing, John.
Richmond, Virginia. Travis Chambers sat at his desk, holding the phone to his ear with one hand, while he used the other to prop up his head, resting his elbow on the tempered glass surface.
All right, Clark. Thanks for the update. Call me if anything changes.
He hung up the phone, pushed away from the desk, and stood to exit his office. With a groan, Travis raised his arms over his head and stretched before rubbing his eyes with his palms.
Everything all right, Mr. Chambers?
Miranda asked.
I just got off the phone with Curtis Clark. John was attacked in prison last night. What? Is he all right? What happened?
Travis raised his hands to slow her down.
He's fine.
He was stabbed, but the wound was very minor. 3 inmates ganged up on him in the cafeteria during dinner.
Only 3? I guess they didn't know who he was,
Parker said, eavesdropping on the conversation. Travis chuckled in spite of the disturbing news.
Clark says the details of the attack suggest that he was deliberately targeted. John insists it was just a random incident, and that we have nothing to be concerned about. Well, that still isn't going to reduce my concern about the situation, Miranda said, removing her glasses and setting them on a nearby desk. I know, but there's nothing we can do about it, Travis said.
It took a few moments for Travis to pick up on the silence. He noticed the lack of the staccato clicking from Parker's keyboard. He glanced over at the young programmer and saw him facing away from his computer, lost in thought. "You seem pretty quiet this morning, Mr. Lewis. Is there anything you wanted to add?" he asked. Parker shook his head.
No,
He trailed off mid-sentence, thinking about something again. Without another word, he spun his chair to face his computer and started typing. The clicking was louder and more frenetic than it had been earlier. A few seconds passed, and Parker whirled around to face them again.
We have to get him out,"
Parker said. "We already went over this, son. It was John's choice to surrender and his choice to stay. Clark says he's unwilling to waver on that." Travis paced the room with his hands on his hips.
"Actually, there is something we can do about it,"
Parker said. He hesitated before speaking, like a child about to admit to his parents that he'd done something wrong.
"We can break him out."
Dr. Spencer took an involuntary step back.
"What are you talking about?"
"Mr. Lewis, I hope you're not suggesting we flagrantly disregard the law and start planning a prison break to get John Stone out of a federal penitentiary." Travis folded his arms over his chest.
"No, I'm not suggesting we start doing that."
He paused, looking Travis in the eye.
"I'm suggesting that we follow the plans that I've already put together to break John Stone out of a federal penitentiary."
Dr. Spencer's eyes were saucers. Travis's jaw tightened.
"Is this some kind of joke?"
His tone caused Parker to stutter his response.
No, it's not. I was working out this for the past couple of weeks. Just in case something like this happened.
Just what the hell is the matter with you, son?
John doesn't belong in there. You know he doesn't.
No, Mr. Lewis, he does.
John murdered an unarmed man in front of credible witnesses.
That unarmed man is responsible for the deaths of dozens of civilians. It may be hundreds, including Marvin Van Pierce, the man who was running things before you got here, Parker said.
Travis blew a breath out through his mouth, exasperated.
I know you're upset, and I know Barrett Anderson was a monster, but I need you to think about this, Mr. Lewis. If you want justice, and I mean real justice, you'll let Stone work with Attorney General Mercer. We are going to help him out by facilitating the transfer of all relevant files and documents related to the case she is putting together. We follow the legal protocol to the letter. It's the best way to make sure that the country and the world learn the true nature of the crimes Anderson committed. And that goes for all of the people we took down along the way.
Parker bit his lower lip, shaking his head and unwilling to accept the answer.
They can still have all the files, but John could be in real danger, Mr. Chambers. We have to help.
That is enough, Travis cut off Parker's plea. If we compromise this investigation by breaking Stone out of prison, everything he ever went through, everything we ever went through, will be for nothing. Van Pierce's death will have been meaningless. Do you understand? Parker pressed his lips together, looking at his hands resting on the keyboard. He didn't know what to say. After several seconds had passed, he nodded slowly. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Now please, continue processing and organizing the files for the AG. And if you have any plans about breaking John Stone out of prison on that computer of yours, I suggest you delete them immediately. Travis glanced around at everyone in the room. Without another word, he stepped back into his office, closing the door behind him. The silence stretched for nearly a minute before Dr. Spencer spoke.
Have you really been planning a prison break? She asked.
Parker's eyes narrowed, trying to see if she was getting him to incriminate himself about something. Finally, he nodded.
How? Were you going to do it by yourself?
Parker shook his head.
Some of the others agreed to help me when I asked.
Who?
Everyone. Everyone I asked.
Spencer blinked and rocked back in her chair, stunned by his answer.
Why didn't you ask Travis or me? I didn't mean to keep you in the dark, but I needed to be able to plan this without compromising the task of getting all the information to the Attorney General. Besides, if he got out, I wanted to make sure you and Mr. Chambers would have plausible deniability. I would have agreed to help. You know that, right? She asked. Yeah, I know. I'm sure Mr. Chambers would have helped too, eventually.
Chapter 4. 9 months earlier. Flying bars of red and blue graphic shapes whipped by the television screen.
Hard drum hits and whooshing sounds accompanied the movement as a logo locked into place, announcing that the Global Edge had returned from a commercial break.
The scene cut to a medium shot of a young woman in a slim-fitting, conservatively cut blue top. Wavy, shoulder-length blonde hair framed her sharp features and pleasant, bright white smile.
Welcome back to the Global Edge. I'm Melissa McGowan. In the studio today is Alicia Savage, CEO of the young startup company Centurion.
The scene cut to a medium shot of Alicia Savage, smiling politely. She wore a maroon shirt with a high collar, her hair parted on the left, with the lock of her brown tresses cutting down across her forehead before tucking behind her ear. The rest she wore bundled up into a ponytail.
How are you doing, Miss Savage?
The camera pulled back to show both women sitting at a polished black acrylic desk, reflecting the patriotic graphics flowing behind them on the full-width displays.
I am doing well, Melissa. Thank you for having me on. Of course. We're so glad you could make it. Please, tell us about your new company, Centurion. Yes, Centurion is a network solutions company, and we're in the process of designing a software system that will allow small, independent companies and manufacturers to network together and operate as a larger, more centralized system. That is a lofty goal from a company so small,
Melissa McGowan's bright smile did little to take the edge of her patronizing statement, but Savage brushed it off with an honest answer.
We're definitely a small company right now, but we have big plans. The upcoming handshake protocol we are developing could have a profound impact on the world as we know it. How so? Technological advancements that brought us the smartphone have revolutionized the world as we know it. There are many people in remote areas relying on personal mobile devices to run their entire business, Savage said. People in third-world countries use them as a bank account. They are more ubiquitous now than ever, and we are aiming to harness that potential, to connect many smaller businesses and allow them to operate as a large, centralized network. Now, how are you planning on doing that? It's been difficult creating something like this in the past, hasn't it? McGowan asked. Well, Melissa, Centurion is currently in the late stages of testing its new proprietary networking system dubbed NOVA, or Node Overlay Virtual Architecture. When it's fully active, it will have the capability to connect, organize, and coordinate the activities of many smaller networks into cohorts. Those cohorts would then be further linked, allowing them all to operate as if they were a single centralized entity, with a level of efficiency that they wouldn't be able to accomplish alone.
McGowan tilted her head and narrowed her eyes.
Who runs the network?
Savage gave her a coy smile.
The system runs itself. It features an algorithm which allows it to learn and grow as its network grows. Is this like artificial intelligence, like robots controlling our lives? It's nothing like that, Savage laughed. You could consider it a virtual intelligence, but it's not self-aware. The ability to create something like an AI is still a ways off. It sounds like an expensive venture, McGowan said. It's surprisingly not as exorbitant as you might think. The cost of setting up something like Nova is mostly limited by our ability to get internet access into an area. We've been working hand in hand with major telecommunications companies to help facilitate that.
McGowan leaned in as if she were gossiping with no one else listening. It was a subconscious tactic she'd like to use to eke out a little more information from her guests than they were sometimes willing to give.
How soon will everyone have to wait before we can see this new venture in action?
Savage smiled, genuinely willing to share the information.
Well, we plan to start a small-scale, real-world test within the next 3 months. There are some rural farms in South America that we've selected as part of the pilot program. Once we get the official word from the local governments, we'll connect them to the network and see how it goes.
McGowan put her hands together, resting them on the desk.
Well, it looks like you're about to make the world a much smaller place. Yes, one where we can get to know our neighbors a little better. Just like we used to, Savage said.
Today, Rebecca Flair's red bottom heels clicked at a steady pace. Her assistant, Bridget Burrows, matched her step for step, extending her own strides to match those of the much taller Flair. The muted ringtone from a mobile device bled through the stack of files Bridget clutched against her chest. Without slowing her pace, she retrieved the phone and answered the call.
This is Burrows.
She kept her voice low, allowing Flair to increase the distance between them.
Thank you. I'll let her know.
She increased her pace to catch up.
Ma'am, we have official word from Alicia Savage regarding the Nova project. What does Miss Savage have to say?
Flair kept her eyes fixed forward.
The preliminary testing shows that it seems to be working well in the virtual environment.
Flair looked to her assistant, a warm smile on her face.
Excellent. Arrange a flight. I wish to see it running, and I would like to speak to them personally. Right away, ma'am.
Burrows dialed her phone and stepped away from Flair to make the arrangements. Rebecca Flair held no official title in the organization. She was only ever referred to by name or the polite title ma'am. There was nothing in any of the business or operations that could be connected to her. As far as the world was concerned, she was a ghost. But the truth was another matter entirely. Flair was involved in projects around the globe, using the assets and resources of various businesses under her influence to further her agenda. At one time, she had been coordinating with other company leaders, synchronizing their efforts as part of a larger plan. Price Wyndham, Damian Blanchard, and Barrett Anderson were the only people that had any idea of what the Order was ultimately planning. All three had since been eliminated by John Stone and his associates. The untimely deaths of her associates had stalled Flair's and the Order's objective. Her plans would have been delayed for decades as a result, had she not learned of Centurion and their breakthroughs in virtual intelligence architecture. The acquisition of the small VI company put her plans back on schedule, and Flair would be there to oversee the final steps personally. She was on the verge of bringing to the world order from chaos. Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Scott Maverick straightened the wheel of his 1985 Trans Am as he rounded a corner at high speed. Alex Xavier clutched the cherry-flavored frozen drink in his hands, trying to keep himself in the passenger seat and the contents in the cup. "If you spill that slushy in my car, you'll be cleaning up the mess with your tongue," Scott growled. "And you ain't stopping until the floor mats look brand new." The tires skidded in protest as he swerved around another corner, the sheer mass of the car trying to continue in a straight line.
"I'm sorry,"
Alex Xavier said. Scott rested both palms on the steering wheel. One hand held a crumpled piece of paper with an address scrawled on it, while the other had a cigarette pinched between his index and middle fingers.
"We're almost there," Alex Xavier said.
"Yeah, I know, I can read," Scott said, smoothing the paper with his thumb to get a better look.
"You don't have to read it. I know the address."
"No offense, kid, but I trust written information more than someone saying it."
"But I'm the one that wrote the address for you,"
Alex Xavier said. Scott glowered and jerked the wheel left unexpectedly. Alex Xavier's drink sloshed up one side and over the lip. He cupped his hand, catching a small bit of slushy that spilled out. His eyes were wide with fear as he looked over at Maverick, whose eyes were narrowed in direct proportion, out of anger. Alex Xavier slurped the frozen drink from his hand and licked the cherry-flavored syrup off the side of the cup. He smiled, showing teeth stained red as Scott looked away in disgust. The Firebird rumbled and shuddered as they pulled into a quiet suburban neighborhood. The lawns were well maintained by the residents, who took pride in the curb appeal of their properties. The jogging trail circled the area, and there were disposal stations with little bags for residents walking their dogs to clean up after them. Scott parked his car across the street from the home they were interested in, a few houses down. "We're here," Scott and Alex Xavier said in unison.
"Jinx."
Alex Xavier looked over with a sheepish grin. Scott clenched his jaw as his hands tightened on the steering wheel. "We're here," he repeated. They got out of the car and crossed the street, strolling to the address Alex Xavier had written on the crumpled piece of paper. "All right, so this guy is supposed to have something for us, right?" Maverick asked. Alex Xavier nodded.
"Yep. He's got connections to people affiliated with Barrett Anderson. If we find something, we can pass the information along to Parker Lewis."
"Should we be expecting any kind of resistance when we get... Why are you still holding that?" Scott was looking at the slushy in the young man's hand.
I didn't want it to melt in your car, and I'm still thirsty."
Alex Xavier took a loud slurp through the straw. "Throw it out," Scott said through gritted teeth, pointing to the small disposal can for dog waste bags.
"It's not for trash. It's—"
"Dump it, before I dump you in there." Alex Xavier sighed in protest, but complied, placing the nearly full cup into the disposal can, careful not to let any of it spill on the ground. Scott pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to fight off an incoming headache. "Can we just get on with it?" Maverick asked.
"Yeah, sure. Sorry."
Alex Xavier caught up in short, shuffling steps. They walked up a paver stone pathway to the front door of a single-story house, resembling something that a bachelor or small family would call home. The whole neighborhood had a decidedly suburban vibe, almost like something out of a sitcom. The retired detective knocked on the door. He waited for a bit, but when there was no answer, Scott pressed the doorbell impatiently 3 times and peered through the little glass squares on the door. Still no response. Alex Xavier crouched next to the walkway to pick up a rock. "There's no need for that," Scott said as he looked up and down the street to make sure it was clear. He pulled back his arm, winding up to smash his elbow through the glass. Alexavier saw what he was doing and rushed to stop him.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Don't do that!
Scott furrowed his brow and shot him a glare. He didn't like taking orders from Alexavier. Turning the rock over in his hand, the younger man opened a little hidden compartment on the bottom, producing a house key. He unlocked the door and swung it inward to allow them entry.
I house sit for this guy when he's out of town sometimes.
Scott stared at the man for a moment before giving him a slight nod and walking into the house. Alexavier wiped his shoes on the welcome mat and followed. The inside was very ordinarily suburban, with nothing out of place. Just enough mess on the coffee table and kitchen counters to show signs that someone lived there. Bits of dust gathered along the edges of the laminate flooring, and the sofa in the living room had a small blanket bundled up on one end, with the television remote sitting on the center cushion. "So where is he?" Scott asked, noting the empty kitchen sink.
He's out of town,
Alexavier said. Scott stared daggers at the short man. The silence stretched between them. Alexavier fidgeted in place, looking down at the floor, then at the TV. "Why didn't you say anything when I knocked on the door?" Scott asked, his words squeezing past clenched teeth. Alexavier shrugged.
I don't know. I thought that was some kind of police procedure or something.
Scott wiped a hand over his nose and mouth, trying to wash away his frustration at Alexavier's naivety. He shook his head and exhaled, continuing the search. "What is it we're looking for?" Scott asked.
I'm not exactly sure, but I think I'll know if we find something relevant.
Alexavier tensed after his reply, sure it would bring more fury down on him. "Typical search, then," Scott said, fanning out the magazines on the coffee table. Alexavier's shoulders relaxed, and he blew out a breath he was holding to brace for the detective's fury. Scott wandered down the hall, stepping into a room that looked like part home office, part junk storage. He walked up to the computer sitting on the desk in the corner. Tapping the space bar, he woke the machine up, staring at the password prompt. Alexavier followed him into the room, scratching at the stubble stretching down to his neck.
Yeah, he added that after my last time here. I guess I accidentally ordered a few things on one of his online shopping accounts.
Scott kept his eyes fixed on the input text field. "Do you know the password?"
I'm not a hacker, man. It could just be password for all I know.
Alexavier paused for a moment.
Wait a minute.
He brushed past Scott and hunched over the back of the chair. Reaching for the keyboard, Alexavier pecked at the keys with his index fingers. He looked up at the screen, his tongue poking through his grin as he hit the enter key. Incorrect password. Scott looked at him. "Is there something you're not telling me?"
Oh, I was just trying password. I guess he's a little savvier than I give him credit for.
"Should we bring this with us? Have Parker give it a go?" Alexavier squinted his eyes, staring at the elusive security prompt.
No. He only uses this for online shopping and porn.
Scott sucked in a deep breath, resisting the urge to strangle the man. "Well then, why are you wasting our time trying to break into the computer?"
I thought you wanted to see what was on there.
Alexavier rubbed across one of his eyebrows. It took several seconds before Scott could relax and unclench his fists. "Let's just keep looking," he said, his voice a harsh whisper. Alexavier grabbed a stack of papers from a file basket on the corner of the desk. Scott tipped the waste paper can forward with the toe of his shoe, peering inside. He reached in to retrieve the pages, scanning each before dropping them back into the bin.
Got something,
Alexavier said, lifting one of the pages from his stack to get a closer look. Scott plucked the page from the man's stubby fingers. He flipped it over and scanned the sheet, lifting the small receipt stapled to the corner to see the name on what looked like an order form. "What am I looking at here? Looks like an invoice for some plumbing work." Alexavier reached over and pushed the receipt back down, tapping it with his index and middle fingers.
Look at the phone number. That's not a New Jersey area code. I don't think it's even an East Coast number.
Scott looked over at the other man. Is that supposed to mean something? A lot of companies are based out of different states.
I've heard the name Aries Plumbing mentioned before. I think we're onto something here.
Spell it out for me, kid, Scott said. Maybe this guy had a leaky faucet.
Name one plumber off the top of your head,
Alexavier said. Scott narrowed his eyes for a moment before he saw where this was going. A smile crept across his face as he shook his head.
No one just casually talks about plumbers,
Alexavier said.
Why else would a bunch of aspiring mob thugs talk about this company in casual conversation?
Scott folded up the page, ready to stuff it into a pocket.
Hey, you can't just take that. He'll know someone was here and get all suspicious,
Alexavier said. I don't see a photocopier around here anywhere, do you? Scott asked. Alexavier spun around, scanning the room, before he answered.
What about your phone? Can you just take a picture with it?
Scott pressed his lips together, angled his eyebrows downward, and gave Alexavier another angry look. He pulled the phone out of his pocket and smoothed the page out on the desk. It took him a minute to figure out how to get the camera app open. Alexavier reached in, offering to help, which had the opposite effect. Scott shoved him away with his shoulder. After a full minute, he snapped the picture. Alexavier returned the receipt to the file basket where he had found it.
Okay, I think that should be enough to send to your friend Parker. We should probably go now.
Scott nodded and headed for the front door. He looked back to see Alexavier wiping various surfaces off with his shirt, trying to clear away fingerprints. Hey, Einstein, this ain't a crime scene. Nobody's going to be trying to pull any fingerprints here. The young man felt foolish, but he swiped the counter once more with his shirt and headed out the front door. He put the key back in the false rock and replaced it next to the door. Scott looked at the picture on his phone and then dialed a number. Hey, Parker, listen. I got a picture of this invoice, and I thought maybe you could use it.
Yeah, great. Just send it over to me, Parker said.
Okay, how?
You can just text it to me.
It's a picture, not text, Scott said. The retired Miami-Dade detective could feel the almost sympathetic stares from Parker and Alexavier in the uncomfortable silence.
Okay. Your phone has an email app, right? Parker asked.
I think so, yeah.
You can email it to me then,
Parker said, giving Scott his email address. Scott dropped into the driver's seat, fumbling around with his smartphone, trying to open the email app. It took much longer than expected, and Alexavier attempted to give helpful hints whenever he could, without incurring a threat of physical violence. Finally, he pressed send with a callous thumb, and a swooshing sound indicated that the message was on its way. Scott smiled, and Alexavier nodded with approval. Looks like I'm getting the hang of this hacker stuff, Scott said. Alexavier twitched in his seat, making every effort to keep his mouth shut. Let's get out of here. Scott turned the key in the ignition. The Firebird roared to life, and they rolled out of the neighborhood, driving well over the speed limit. Chapter 5. Richmond, Virginia. Travis Chambers sat at the edge of Parker's desk, looking at the image on his display that Scott had sent to them.
What are we looking at here?
Looks like an invoice for some plumbing work, Parker said.
He examined the image in silence, running a search for the company's name and contact info. Travis waited a few seconds before asking, Okay, what can you tell me about it so far?
Looks like Alexavier's buddy hired a company called Aries Plumbing to do some work in his house. Aries Plumbing? Are we supposed to know the significance of that? Dr. Spencer asked. I'm not sure yet, but I do know that naming your plumbing company after the god of war feels needlessly aggressive.
Parker narrowed his eyes, reading the list.
There's something odd about this invoice, though.
In what way? Travis asked.
Looks like this is a manifest for items that were shipped to Aries Plumbing from New Jersey.
Parker spun his chair around.
Why would a plumber show up to your house to pick up supplies?
Miranda leaned forward and pushed her glasses up on the bridge of her nose as she read the invoice.
Do you know what they were picking up? Maybe that can give us a clue.
Parker turned to face the keyboard again.
The manifest just lists the items by product numbers and UPC codes. No helpful descriptions. But I can fix that.
Parker's fingers danced over the keys as he dove deeper into the mystery. He spent the next few minutes entering the numbers and codes, watching the computer retrieve more relevant information. He mumbled to himself, opening up another window and entering a few more commands before minimizing it to the taskbar. Another few minutes passed, but Travis decided that he should give the young man the time and space he needed to get his work done.
So, Scott Maverick, you two worked together back when you were a detective, right?
Parker asked, catching Travis by surprise with his multitasking. That's correct. We met when I was a vice detective assigned to the Metro-Dade area. Detective Maverick was in homicide, and we worked a case together.
I read about that case. Miami Winter or something like that, right?
Travis's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and admiration. He nodded to the young programmer.
Miami Winter?
Dr. Spencer asked, amused by the name.
Some kind of major drug bust, and something about arms being smuggled into the country, Parker said.
That's also correct, Travis said, putting his hands in his pockets.
I read the articles in the paper. Big-time cover-up, if you ask me. There's more to it, isn't there? Parker asked.
Travis laughed. His admiration for Parker only grew. What makes you say that? Parker shrugged.
The writing was too sterile. Like a couple of suits and sunglasses rewrote chunks of what was reported.
You're quite perceptive, Mr. Lewis. The smuggled weapons were part of a larger plan by a radicalized group of Russian terrorists.
You and Scott were assigned to a case to fight Russians? Dr. Spencer asked. At the height of the Cold War?
No, not quite. I was brought in to assist in a drug case that involved a homicide. Two of us were looking for the source of the cocaine. We sort of stumbled into the larger plot from there.
So what happened between you and Detective Maverick? Did you have a falling out or something? Parker asked.
No, nothing like that. I took a promotion not long after we solved the Miami Winter case. We kept working together on a couple more cases that were related to it. Crossed paths with the Russians a couple more times. Travis brushed a hand back over his hair and rubbed the back of his neck. After that, I moved on to work with the United Nations, and then some consulting with the CIA. Scott and I just naturally drifted apart during the years.
And Scott never received any kind of promotion? Dr. Spencer asked.
Detective Maverick could have taken his career all the way to the top, but he was happy working as a Metro-Dade detective.
He seems grouchy around you, I noticed. You two work well together? Parker asked.
We've always butted heads. We're oil and vinegar. We don't like to mix, but when things shake up, we're a dynamite salad dressing. Parker and Dr. Spencer laughed just as the computer chimed, finishing its search routine.
Okay, got something here, Parker said.
Travis and Miranda moved in closer to the monitor.
What is all this? Dr. Spencer asked. This is the stuff that was sent to Ares Plumbing.
Parker pointed to the list on the screen.
Not your usual off-the-shelf plumbing supplies.
There are a lot of serious things on this list. Kevlar-reinforced laminate sheeting, polymer-insulated high-voltage cable, and these computer parts are military-grade, designed for some tough conditions, Travis said.
Maybe Ares Plumbing is planning to go to war against clogged toilets.
Travis rolled his eyes at Parker's joke, but Dr. Spencer stifled a laugh.
Where is Ares located? Travis asked.
Mexico, Parker said, highlighting the destination in his search results.
What do you think all this means?
I'm not sure, but let's catalog it and send it to Attorney General Mercer, along with the other files.
Copy that, Parker said. But something about this still feels a little off. What is a plumbing company doing with...
The computer let out a series of chirps, and a window popped up.
What's that?
Miranda asked, pointing to the alert. Parker turned to face Chambers and Spencer.
I've sent everything we've been researching through a custom algorithm to cross-check with what we know about the order.
Travis folded his arms over his chest, his expression hardening. And what did your computer find? Parker repeatedly stabbed at the down arrow, paging through the information.
Aries Plumbing isn't far from Juan Aldama.
What's in Juan Aldama? Dr. Spencer asked.
Millie,
Travis said. That's where she says Rebecca Flair set up one of the hubs for training the Greeks.
We should investigate this. It's really unusual activity for a plumbing company, don't you think? What if whoever is involved is planning something serious? Maybe some kind of attack, or...
Let's not jump to any conclusions yet, Mr. Lewis. Dr. Spencer, please add this to the outgoing files for the AG.
Right away, Mr. Chambers.
A second alert message window suddenly popped up on Parker's monitor. He squinted to read it, and then shot wide open.
Oh, no.
He pulled his chair closer as his fingers flew across the keys. An avalanche of black boxes with white text filled his screen. Travis watched, amazed at how the young programmer could focus on the flood of data.
Mr. Chambers, look at this. What am I looking at here? It's John. He's in trouble. They're going to try to kill him.
What? How do you know that? Travis searched the wall of text, trying to find out where he saw that information.
Is that from the Aries Plumbing stuff? Dr. Spencer asked. No. I was running some other things when Scott called me earlier. I looked into the details Curtis sent me from the attack on John at the prison.
Chambers wasn't happy to hear that Parker and Curtis were running investigations without his knowledge, but he let the issue slide for now. He would talk to them about it later. Parker pointed out details about some clues he found, like messages to prison staff, referring to John Stone. He dug deeper and found more connections to a list of people he had deemed suspicious, including inmates currently incarcerated, with ties to the activities John and the hardcore had been trying to stop.
Look at this.
Parker pointed to an email.
Several of the names match this transfer order. They are scheduled to be moved to the Dillon Group Penitentiary, where John is now.
Travis shook his head. That seems thin.
There's more. I dug into their system and found the work detail and shift changes for the prison staff.
Travis put a hand on Parker's shoulder. Mr. Lewis, I cannot stress this enough. I need you to stop illegally breaking into private computer networks.
How are the schedule changes suspicious? Dr. Spencer asked.
Parker ignored Travis's scolding.
It's just a hunch for now, but I'm sure if I looked into these guys, I could connect one or more to all of this.
Travis took out his phone, thumbing through his contacts.
Can you find a definite timeline for when a hit on Mr. Stone might happen? No, not yet. But everything I see here suggests it's going down really soon. Like in a day or two.
Travis pursed his lips and exhaled through his nostrils. Keep me updated. Let me know the moment you find out if there's a definite deadline. He turned to head for his office, initiating a phone call.
I thought you wanted Parker to stop,
Dr. Spencer said. He waved a hand frantically at the young programmer. Keep doing what you're doing. Just don't tell me how you're doing it.
Sir, I think you should seriously consider the plan to get John out of there, Parker said.
Absolutely not. It's too big a risk. Parker mumbled and nodded, his eyes still glued to the screen as he typed away. Dresden, Ohio, Dillon Group Penitentiary. John sat in his cell, on his bunk, picking up the thick, worn-out paperback copy of The Stand by Stephen King. John tested the heft of the perfect-bound paperback and noted with amusement that he could probably wield the heavy book somewhat effectively as a weapon if he ever needed to. He thumbed through the novel until he reached the dog-eared page, acting as his bookmark. While he read, he also kept an eye on what was happening around the penitentiary. John had mentally logged the schedules and patterns of the guards and the inmates. It was a habit he had learned during his military service, and a skill he always seemed to find useful. Most days went the way he expected. Respectful words traded with the staff and some of the inmates. Many chose to ignore everyone else, wanting to keep their heads down and finish their bids. But this time John had trouble focusing on his reading. Something felt off to him like it had in the cafeteria. He picked up on suspicious behavior from a couple of the guards and a few of the inmates. It was nothing definite,
but a change in their behavior patterns tipped him off. For now, he did nothing out of the ordinary, sticking to his routine and keeping his eyes open. John debated the idea of sending a message to Travis, but he had nothing concrete. He weighed the pros and cons of passing along the information he had, but ultimately decided not to tell. What could anyone do if he told them anyway? They would probably try and transfer him to a different prison. One or two of the team might want to break him out. All he cared about was getting information to the Attorney General as quickly and as thoroughly as possible. If anything went down in the meantime, he would make sure he was prepared to fight. His knowledge of a potential plot against him could give him the element of surprise and a possible advantage. Anthony Tate stopped by the cell entrance and nodded his head. "Yo, John, I'm about to go to the library. You interested in joining?"
"No, thanks. I think I'll be reading this book for the next 15 years.
John held up the novel, exaggerating its weight. He thought about telling Anthony what he suspected, but again held his tongue because he had no real evidence. It wasn't about not trusting his cellmate. Tate was the type of man that would insist on helping, but John didn't want him to get into any trouble in matters that weren't his business.
"All right, Army man. I'll see you later," Tate said.
"Stay out of trouble, Anthony. I'll see you later."
"Why couldn't you have given me that advice before I ended up in here?" John laughed as he watched Tate go. His feelings of unease returned as soon as his cellmate was out of sight. Chapter 6. Parker couldn't shake the feeling of unease while he worked. His mind was racing between the possible attack on John and the suspicious activity in Mexico with Harry's plumbing. Besides the few cryptic clues he had found, revealing that John Stone was in possible danger, he was unable to uncover any more information about it. The command from Travis Chambers was very specific. Find out everything he could about the attempt on his life, but under no circumstance was he to entertain the idea of breaking John out of prison.
"Get your head in the game, Parker," he said under his breath,
staring at the monitor. John was in danger. There could be an attempt on his life at any moment, while Parker and the others could only sit on the sidelines and watch. Even if he did send a warning to the prison, they wouldn't know who might be in on it. If the wrong person intercepted the message, John would never know about the danger. Even worse, if a guard on the take got the information first, they could advance the timeline for the hit. Parker's fingers hovered over the keyboard, shaking.
"I can't do this."
He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He tapped the icon to open the appropriate applications folder and found the app he was looking for, the greatescape.exe. He chewed his lip for a moment before he finally thumbed the cracked screen of his phone, starting the application. The program was utilitarian in design. Its layout was straightforward, with mostly text and a few simple graphics. He twisted his phone sideways and began typing quickly with his thumbs. After a minute of rapid input, he looked the commands over and stared at the execute button. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath in and out through his nose, contemplating the seriousness of his action. This plan would make them all fugitives, and it didn't even guarantee John's safety. He opened his eyes with a look of resolution and nodded at his phone.
"Execute,"
Parker said, as he pressed the button on the screen. Las Vegas, Nevada. High-octane tipped a bottle back, draining the last of the beer before setting it on the table and sliding it toward the center, clattering against the growing collection of empty bottles. He sat at a table with 3 others on the edge of the dance floor so they could watch the men and women in the club moving with the pulsing bass beat and flashing lights. The dance club was smaller than the typical Vegas hangouts, but that was what he and his friends preferred. The DJ pressed the cup of her headphones to one ear, leaving the other dangling as she prepared the next track on her playlist. One of the couriers at the table, Vicky, leaned her head back, trying to listen to see if she recognized the song, even though it was loud enough to permeate every corner of the small club.
I put my request in like 20 minutes ago. When is she going to get to it?"
"You forgot to say please," Garrick said,
waving a $5 bill.
Whatever. I'll just crank up my own music when I get to my car, she replied. Until then, who needs another beer?
Ty and another courier, Alfonso, both raised their hands lazily as Vicky stood and headed for the bar.
Any good stories from your last run, G? Ty asked.
Garrick shook his head as he twisted a bottle around to look at the back of the label. Just a simple 2,000-mile haul, point A to point B.
Sounds boring,
Ty said, leaning his head back and pretending to fall asleep.
I bet you did the speed limit the entire way to avoid the cops.
We don't all live your exciting lifestyle, Garrick said, air-quoting the last two words. Ty's phone buzzed in his pocket, and he sat up straight, fishing it out.
Speaking of, I think my next big adventure is about to start.
He smiled to the others and glanced down at the message notification. His face changed to a quizzical expression when he saw the name of the sender. Parker Lewis.
Yo, Parker, what are you up to? He asked his screen while reading the message.
Vicky set the 3 beers on the table, retaking her seat.
Everything okay, Ty? You look like you just sent some pics to the wrong number.
Is that your mom asking where you are? Alfonso asked, reaching to grab a bottle.
No, it's your mom asking where I am.
The table burst into laughter. Alfonso's face turned red, as if the response had physically burned him. You walked right into that one, bro. Garrick tipped his bottle toward Alfonso.
Hey, listen, I gotta make a call, Ty said. I'll catch up with you later.
You leaving already? Garrick asked.
Not cool, man, Vicky added. I'm a baller. I gotta bounce.
He smiled, disregarding the groaning reactions. Ty whipped his jacket on in a smooth motion and stuffed the phone into his pocket. He brushed a hand down each sleeve and headed for the exit.
Take it easy, ladies, he said.
The Las Vegas night air carried a slight, uncharacteristic chill that tingled Ty's face and ears. He handed the valet his ticket before taking out his phone. Using one thumb, he tapped out a reply to Parker, telling him he was on his way. The air vibrated as the motor of a 2015 Final Edition Lancer Evolution X growled. The valet pulled up next to Ty and climbed out to hold the door open. Ty handed her a $3 tip, fanning the bills out with a magnanimous smile, and hopped into his seat.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy your night,
she said, with a feigned smile that she had to use far too often. Hands and feet worked together in practiced choreography as the courier worked the vehicle's clutch and shifter with precision. The engine whined in protest as the wheels spun in place before finding purchase on the pavement. Ty took the Lancer out onto the street, weaving through the sparse late-night traffic. Horizon City, Texas. 2 young women sat in a small, sparsely furnished apartment, overlooking a grove of trees next to a creek. Millie sat upright in a plush chair with her legs crossed, watching an old movie marathon on the TV. It was one of the few channels they could get with the looped plastic antenna sitting next to the tiny flat screen. The girl next to her, Letitia, lay draped across the couch, one foot propped up on the arm as she scrolled through social media posts on her phone. Millie glanced over at her friend and smiled. This was the first time in a long time that they had been able to find a peaceful moment. A soft chime sounded from Millie's phone. Her smile faded as she looked over at the source of the sound.
Someone's calling you,
Letitia said, still staring at her screen. Millie reached for the phone, picking it up off the coffee table.
It's just a text.
She sat up straight as she read the message. An ominous feeling washed over her, like she had just jinxed her good fortune.
Who is that?
Letitia asked.
You remember that guy I told you about, Parker Lewis?
The nerd?
The computer expert. He just sent me this text,
Millie said.
John is in trouble. They need help.
John Stone? That big dude with a mustache? Isn't he already in prison? Letitia swung her leg off the arm of the couch and sat up.
What kind of trouble?
Millie nodded, still looking down at her phone. She reread the message, rubbing absently at the scar on her thigh from a wound she had suffered earlier working with the hardcore. She read on in silence when the second message arrived. Her jaw fell open.
What? What are you looking at? Rebecca Flair. Parker has a possible lead on her. What?
Letitia bolted off the sofa and crouched next to Millie in her chair.
Let me see.
Both Millie and Letitia shared a similar upbringing. Guided by the order, armed guerrillas had attacked many villages through the southern region of Mexico, taking children from their families and delivering them to training camps. It was in one of those facilities where Millie and Letitia met. They had come face to face with Rebecca Flair when she separated the kidnapped children, sending them to various programs to train them as soldiers, weapons in the Order's army. When their program, Gamma, was deemed compromised and shut down, Flair ordered her soldiers to murder the innocent children still in their beds. Millie and Letitia were the only two survivors, fleeing in the middle of the attack. Ever since, they had been living in the shadows, off the grid, trying to find out more about Rebecca Flair and the Order. Even after working with John Stone to help him take out a key pillar in the organization, they had still been unable to find anything to help them bring down the woman at the top.
We have to go,
Millie said.
Now?
Letitia asked, already knowing the answer. Without a word, Millie stood and pocketed her phone as she headed down the hall. Letitia followed suit, disappearing into her own room. Millie stepped into her closet and picked up a backpack in the corner. It was her bug-out bag, pre-packed with supplies that she could grab and head out in an emergency, bringing everything she would need in a short-term situation. Inside the backpack, Millie had a first aid kit, a flashlight, batteries, a burner phone, a couple of knives, a pair of compact smoke grenades, an MP7 personal defense weapon, and several spare magazines. She also kept a water bottle tucked into a mesh pocket on the side, along with some emergency rations and nutrient-dense food bars. She would be capable of operating away from any supply lines for days before needing to restock. As Millie stepped back into the living room, Letitia was already there, shouldering her own bug-out bag. The young girl retrieved a holstered subcompact pistol and stuffed it into the waistband of her jeans, securing the clip to her belt. Millie did the same, grabbing her Smith & Wesson M&P shield, tucking it in, and pulling her sweatshirt over the grip to hide the weapon. She felt along the belt until her fingers found the sheathed blade behind her right hip. They stood at the front door, ready to leave, but neither wanted to be the first to reach out and grab the knob. The gravity of the situation weighed down on both girls. They looked to each other for strength and support. Rebecca Flair was directly responsible for murdering their families and stripping away their childhoods, turning them into young soldiers. Letitia nodded, and Millie grasped the doorknob. They stepped out into the night, leaving their safe house behind them. Chapter 7. Round Rock, Texas. In the middle of a nondescript business complex, nestled between an accounting firm and a supplement distributor, the Centurion logo stood in stark contrast. Inside, Rebecca Flair sat at the head of the conference room table, reading about the company's latest test results. Alicia Savage had to work to keep a smile off of her face, trying to exude an air of confidence and professionalism. Flair's personal assistant, Bridget Burroughs, stood in the back with some of the company staff members as her boss quietly finished the last page, setting it face down on the stack in front of her.
The results from your tests in South America look quite promising.
Rebecca Flair steepled her fingers.
Thank you. We've been very pleased with the way Nova has performed over the past 2 months, Savage said.
Nova had been set up 4 months earlier, using a half-dozen small farms throughout South America. It had taken some time to get the infrastructure in place to handle the tests. On top of that, there was a learning curve for the farmers. Incorporating Nova's software into their daily routine was no simple matter for them. During the setup, the virtual intelligence began connecting the farms digitally, learning about how they all worked.
Have you run into any problems so far?
Flair asked, testing Savage, having already learned all of the details.
Yes, initially. One of the farms pulled out of the program due to some cartel interference. Once the others were connected, Another farm wasn't able to successfully incorporate into the network.
What happened with that farm?
We won't know for sure until we run a full diagnostic on the software. The preliminary theory is that there might have been trouble during the implementation phase. Human error, basically, Savage said.
Flair was pleased with the answer.
So the other 4 farms, they're doing well?
The engineer chimed in out of sheer excitement.
They are performing exceptionally well. The first test results far exceeded what we were hoping for. Nova is learning and adapting faster than we anticipated.
Flair just nodded at the assessment.
That is good to hear. Given the better-than-expected results, how soon until the project is ready to handle a larger network implementation?
If things continue progressing as well as they have been,
I think we can reasonably scale up the testing within the next year, Savage said,
reading the notes from her chief engineer.
1 year? Do you think there's a chance that it might be sooner?
Savage sat up straight, lifting her chin.
We'll have to dig into the software to find out why one of the farms...
The chief engineer chimed in.
Believe it or not, that's actually good news. I think running diagnostic tests on the one failure is the reason we're able to push the deadline closer.
Flair shot a look at the engineer for interrupting Savage. As he shrank away, she swiped her gaze across everyone else in the room. As she stood, the others at the table rose with her.
I think you have everything well in hand here. You are all going to be a part of history with the mission we're on, Flair said.
The room buzzed with murmurs of pride and excitement as everyone exchanged smiles and nods. Flair shook hands with Savage and her principal engineer before walking out of the room. Not one to rely on the words and actions of those she didn't fully control, Flair turned to her assistant for the rest of the information she wanted.
What's the report from our people? The data Miss Savage provided is in line with what our engineers have observed, ma'am. Nova is not far from large-scale tests. How about the next phase in our plan? Will we be able to relocate Nova? Yes, ma'am. Portability of the physical system was integrally designed. Our engineers have been influential in the process early on.
Flair nodded her approval, but paused for a moment as she thought about the next phase of her plans.
I want Savage to ramp up their operations. Adjust the timeline for scaling up to 1 month.
Burroughs raised an eyebrow as she made a note of the new schedule.
Are you sure they can do it? Ares is nearly complete with the objective. I want Centurion's progress to fall in line as soon as possible. If they can't handle the revised deadline, I will see to it that someone else can,
she said as she exited the building. Chapter 8. Dresden, Ohio. Dillon Group Penitentiary. John pressed the worn and rusted barbell off his chest. He grunted as he lifted the last few inches to the lockout position. The loaded bar bent and wobbled under the sheer amount of weight on either end. Tate was John's spotter, but he'd only helped load and unload the weights during the workout, never needing to help finish a rep. The barbell clanged into the rack after John finished his last set, mixing in with the sounds of other inmates training at that time.
How much you bench? All of it?
Tate asked.
It wouldn't hurt for you to work in a set or two, John said.
No thanks. There's barely enough room for you in the cell. The last thing we need is 2 swole meatheads in there. He laughed as Tate did his impression of John trying to fit through the cell door with big arms and shoulders. The workout felt good, taking John's mind off the strange details he had noticed recently around the prison. As he was putting the weight plates away, the feeling of unease returned. His internal alarm was ringing, subconsciously triggered by something around him. Long ago, John had learned to trust his gut feeling. He scanned the area with his eyes, not revealing that he was aware of the danger, while he spoke to Tate in a casual tone.
Tate, don't look around or act surprised, John said. Something is about to go down. I can feel it.
Again? They just jumped you in the cafeteria like 3 days ago.
This one is going to be bigger. A lot of people here are suddenly on edge.
John rubbed his palms together. Tate put on a nervous smile and nodded.
Okay, so what should we do?
Nothing right now. Don't let on that we're suspicious about anything. You have to do what I say when I say, all right? We're not going to have a lot of room for error.
Got it, Tate said.
Let's get inside for now, John said.
They left the weight training area, making their way to the main building. Before the two men reached the entrance, a commotion in the yard stirred up. It began as yelling and arguing, and quickly escalated to full-on fighting. The inmates not involved moved in to watch the brawl, feeding off the energy.
Keep moving,
John said. He put a hand on Tate's back and ushered him toward the double doors, and spotted two inmates that didn't show any interest in the fight. The pair stood between John and the door, acting casual for now. The sounds of the brawl in the yard grew louder. It was on the verge of chaos, requiring more than a few prison guards to break up.
This is a setup, John thought. Listen, Tate, we're going to have to get past these two, John said. Get ready. It's about to go down.
Ah, man. I was really in the mood to just relax and read a book,
Tate replied. Sirens wailed, warning all of the prisoners to drop to the ground. The spectacle had drawn the guards out into the yard, away from the building, away from John. He dropped to a knee, preparing to comply and lie down, instructing Tate to follow his lead. They turned their backs to the shifty inmates as they did so. Proving John's suspicions correct, the men made their move. As they stepped into range, John pushed himself back to his feet, spinning around to face them. The closest man had a shiv, thrusting in with a stab. John's right hand latched around the inmate's wrist, redirecting the attack, as his left fist smashed into the man's face, crunching the cheekbone underneath. The injured assailant tumbled to the ground, dropping his weapon and pressing his hands to the busted eye socket. The second man closed the gap but fared no better. John blocked the attack as the tip of the weapon grazed his forearm. He wrapped a hand around the back of the inmate's head and struck him with a punishing headbutt.
Let's go, John said to Tate.
This is getting out of control, Tate said, watching the guards as they struggled to contain the mob in the yard. John pulled the door open and headed into the main building.
I can't believe this is really happening.
Tate pressed his hands to his head, wiping them back as he followed. John winced as he opened and closed his right hand. He could feel a slight grinding after grabbing the inmate's wrist. He balled his hand up to a fist and pushed the pain down as he looked for a place to ride out the storm.
We need to lie low until the guards get the situation back under control, he said.
Tate's eyes lit up.
I think I know just the place. Follow me.
He led John down the hall. They were moving toward the areas restricting access to inmates, the section of the prison where only the guards could go.
Where are you going?
John asked.
I didn't think it was real. Or at least I was hoping it wasn't real,
was all Tate said in response. John held Tate by the elbow and looked into his eyes.
What are you talking about? What's going on?
One of your friends sent me a message this morning. Said he wanted me to bring you somewhere later this afternoon. He told me something like this might happen before I got a chance, though.
Damn it, Parker.
John let out a sigh. He knew who sent the message, even though he made it clear that he didn't want anyone to risk their freedom by attempting to get him out. He released Tate's arm, and they kept walking.
All right, so where are we going?
There they are! Someone shouted from the hall where they had just come from. 3 more inmates rushed toward them. The lead man carried a baton that the prison guards normally used. He wound up, attempting to bring the club down on top of John's head. John ducked and stepped into his attacker as the man's momentum carried his body forward, draping over his shoulder. John straightened his body and lifted the inmate off his feet, hurling the man's body high into the air behind him like a sack of potatoes. The inmate hit the concrete hard with a grunt, where Tate was waiting to deliver a right cross to finish him off. The second inmate was on John in a flash, whipping a small razor taped to a handle of some kind. The blade bit into the beige fabric of John's shirt as he shuffled away to avoid the cut. The cutter bared his small yellow teeth, preparing for another swing. John brought his knee up and thrust a kick forward. The sole of his prison-issued sneaker struck his attacker in the chest, just to the left of his sternum, sending the knife-wielding inmate staggering into the third man. As the 2 inmates regained their balance and prepared to re-engage, Tate stepped by John, carrying the baton he had taken from the first attacker. His cellmate tangled with the man carrying the razor. The final man, just a hair shy of John's height, and packing on almost as much muscle mass, brought his hands up, ready for a fistfight. The stance and footwork of the inmate let John know that the man had some training. Boxing, most likely. He shuffled in with a jab, but as John lifted his arms to block, the man switched, using a feint to open up John's body. The boxer dug a hook into John's side, and the ranger's senses were overloaded. A flash of pain radiated out from the fractured rib, rippling through his entire body. More out of instinct than training, John dropped his left arm, pinning the man's fist with his forearm as he grabbed his foe's elbow. Ignoring the dull ache from his right hand, John grabbed a handful of the man's shirt and pulled him close as he drove a knee into the inmate's stomach. He slid his hand up the man's chest, gripping his throat. With a guttural growl, John whipped the man's body in a tight arc, slamming him into the wall. With a dull thunk, the inmate's skull cracked off of the brick surface, knocking him unconscious.
That wasn't very fun,
Tate said, examining a cut on the meaty part of his lower arm.
Come on, we need to keep moving.
They jogged deeper down the hall before Tate stopped at a door that read, "Personnel access only. No inmates beyond this point."
This is it.
He checked the door handle, finding it locked.
Oh, no. Tate, what are you doing? This was supposed to be open.
Tate looked back down the hall, then back to the door.
That fight in the yard must have thrown off the plan.
He pulled at the handle again.
I think the whole place is on lockdown. We should go.
The door opened from the other side. A guard spotted the two inmates. John tensed, watching the stranger's eye. The man looked around for anyone else, and then waved them through.
We don't have much time,
the guard said, anxious to move. The trio continued through the restricted area, which was empty due to the chaos outside. John had a sinking feeling in his gut.
Did Parker arrange that fight in the yard?
Tate turned to John while they walked.
What? No way. He just said get you to that door and someone would meet us.
Tate faced front again.
He told me you were in trouble and to keep an eye on you in case something went down, before I got a chance to get us to that door. Right here, guys,
the guard interrupted. He led them into a supply room. He retrieved a small duffel bag from the supply closet, unzipping it and pulling out the uniform inside.
You, put this on,
he said to John. John had so many questions to ask, but did as he was told for now. He pulled on the dark blue one-piece coverall and zipped it closed over his prison clothing. The uniform fit surprisingly well, as if it was precisely his size. A patch with the embroidered logo for Midtown Cleaning Supplies had been attached to the left breast pocket. Above the patch was a name tag that read Joey. He pulled on a baseball cap with a matching logo to complete the look.
Did my friend speak to you too?
John asked the guard. He nodded. You have some well-connected people on the outside, it seems.
Anarchists, more like,
John grumbled, unhappy about his circumstances. He didn't agree with Parker going through with this plan, because it would jeopardize the Attorney General's case against the order.
All right, time to go, John. It's been real, man,
Tate said, shaking his hand.
You're not getting out too?
John asked. Tate shook his head. Nah, I'm up for parole next year. I don't want to do anything that could mess that up. John looked him in the eye.
What about helping me escape? Won't this hurt your chances?
Your buddy assured me that no cameras would catch me in here. A couple of the guards will also vouch for me. A pretty solid alibi.
I don't know what to say. Wish there was something I could do to thank you.
No worries. My commissary account is well stocked, Tate said with a smile. Your friends already took care of me. Be careful out there, Stone.
John smiled and nodded.
Thank you, Tate.
They bumped fists, and the guard led John away. Tate watched him leave, before disappearing down another hall, heading back to his cell. John breathed a sigh of relief when the alarms went silent. The guard led them out to a loading dock where a supervisor watched them approach. He looked at the guard, then at John, and motioned his head to his right.
It's all you from here, the guard said.
John nodded and walked in the direction the supervisor had indicated. He opened a set of double doors and stepped out to the shipping and receiving area. It was mostly empty, with only a few prison employees milling around. He saw a panel truck backed up to one of the rolling steel loading doors.
The logo on the side matched the one on his uniform, but the driver's seat was empty.
Am I supposed to drive this thing out of here?
"Yo, Joey!" a familiar voice called out. He turned to face the speaker. High-octane leaned against a pallet of boxes, his posture far too aloof for John's liking. Ty wore the same uniform John was wearing, also sized precisely to fit him. But the young man had his sleeves rolled up to mid-forearm to show off his jewelry, and he wore the hat backward. John glanced down at the badge, looking for the correct name to use for their cover story. He rolled his eyes as he spotted the embroidered name high-octane above the logo patch. "You want to stick around and do some real work, Joey? Or you want to dip out?" Ty asked. John motioned in an after-you gesture to Ty, who headed for the driver's side door. John was not about to question their respective roles. High-octane was possibly the best driver John had ever seen in action. He climbed into the passenger side and closed the door behind him. Ty put on his seat belt and hesitated before turning the key. "Safety first, Joey."
"Stop calling me that," John said, reaching for his seat belt.
"You're the boss, Joseph. Well, actually, I'm the boss in this jailbreak fantasy scenario."
"Joey's about to wring your neck and leave your body for the crows," John said. "How's that for your fantasy?"
"Chill, we're going," Ty said, starting the truck. "That was a very old-timey threat, by the way." The truck rolled out of the loading dock and toward the checkpoint to leave the prison grounds. "This is the easiest jailbreak I've ever been a part of," Ty said.
"You've done this before?"
"No, but I can't imagine one going any smoother, though. Can you?" There was a sudden commotion at the checkpoint. The guards scrambled to pull the gates closed. One of them stood in the road, holding a hand out to stop their truck.
"Yeah, I think I can," John said.
"This is going to be a little bumpier than I thought," Ty said. He stomped his foot down onto the accelerator, and the truck lurched forward. It wasn't as fast as they were expecting, though he did get the desired outcome from the guard standing in the street. The man leaped out of the way as they hurtled past. Ty cranked the wheel sharply to one side as they broke through the swing-arm barrier. Ty squeezed the truck past the closing steel gate, scraping along the passenger side of the car, sending sparks flying. "Okay, maybe not the easiest escape, but it's definitely more fun now," Ty said.
"The guards are radioing for backup. Keep your eyes open for the police," John said.
"Relax, Broseph. The average response time for cops in this area is 6 minutes. We'll be long gone by then." Ahead of them, a car skidded sharply around the corner and drove toward the truck, sirens wailing and lights flashing. Ty chuckled at the scene. "I don't know, man. Maybe there's a donut shop around here." He sped up, forcing the police car into a game of chicken. The officer behind the wheel changed the game, skidding to a stop, blocking the road. Ty used the handbrake to swing the back of the truck around, matching the angle of the police cruiser. "You're always too chicken to play chicken," Ty said. The truck shuddered as Ty pressed his foot to the accelerator again. He drove off the side of the road into the shoulder. The officers scrambled from their car, weapons drawn and ready. Ty countered his previous maneuver, whipping the tail end around, taking them back onto the road as he deftly avoided the police barricade. The officers jumped back into the car and turned to follow. The pursuing cruiser lost ground having to turn around, but the disparity in power and performance between the two vehicles was apparent as they ate up the distance quickly, sirens blaring.
"Was the plan to make a getaway in this cleaning truck?" John asked.
"Hey, sorry, Schwarzenegger. This was a last-minute kind of plan." Ty looked into the side mirror. "We weren't expecting a chase scene."
"I told you all not to do this for me," John said.
"I didn't make the plan," Ty said. "I just raised my hand when Parker asked, 'Who wants to go fast?'"
"Well, are you planning to go fast then?"
"You can help me out a bit here, you know. It's not easy, outrunning the police in an ice cream truck."
"Help you how?"
John asked. "We've got cleaning chemicals in the back. Maybe you can make a bomb or a smoke screen or something."
"I'm not about to blow up the police, who are chasing us because we're actual criminals."
"I forgot we're not the good guys in this movie," Ty said. He jerked the wheel, sending the cleaning truck into a wild fishtail turn. The officer behind the wheel pulled the cruiser around the corner, doing his best to keep up. The car behind them shuddered and wobbled, the driver making one extra steering correction. "Rookie," Ty said, watching him in the rear view. "I got this." He approached the small turnoff, the last they would see for over a mile. It was the only chance Ty had to lose the car. Otherwise, even on the winding street heading into the small town, the officers would gain ground and overtake the truck. The last thing they needed was a high-speed chase through a populated town with small two-lane roads, putting the people in danger.
I almost feel bad for these guys,
Ty said.
What?
John looked at Ty and then the mirror on his side. His shoulder hit the door hard as Ty yanked the handbrake, drifting around the corner. The dusty road kicked up a cloud of dust as the courier added to it by spinning his wheels out before bolting down the smaller street. John was about to chew him out for the maneuver when Ty whipped the tail end 180 degrees, spinning to face the main road again. The dust plume obscured their vision, hiding the intersection, which made the turn that much more difficult for the police officers chasing them. The cruiser's tires screeched in protest as the car slid wide, unable to round the corner. Ty opened up the throttle, pushing John back for a split second as the truck bounded into the cloud again. John pushed his feet against the floorboard, bracing himself against the seat. As their truck flew past the police cruiser, a thunderclap shook the dust behind them. The officer behind the wheel had started his turn too late and sent his vehicle into the wooden power line pole, crushing the rear passenger door and fender. Ty looked into his mirror and let out a loud sigh.
Oh, man. Finally got rid of him.
He dug his smartphone out of his pocket and unlocked it.
Now I don't have to worry about getting a ticket.
John shot him a disapproving look.
What are you doing now?
Ty tapped the screen several more times, ignoring the question. He then dropped his device into the drink holder. The robotic voice of his turn-by-turn navigation app guided him to his destination.
You actually need a GPS? I thought you were some hotshot courier.
Relax, John. Ty shook off his hat and stuffed it between the driver's seat and center console.
I just have to make up some time. That little dance with the cops put us behind schedule. What are you talking about?
John started. Flashing lights strobed behind them, accompanied by 2 quick chirps from a police siren. John looked into the side mirror and saw an unmarked police car with a red and blue light flashing from the dashboard.
Looks like we got caught, Ty said, slowing the truck down. You giving up just like that?
John asked, unsure if he should be angry or relieved. Ty put the truck in park and kept his hands on the steering wheel. John looked around for options, surprised that Ty had already given up. He had never intended to let Parker and the others break him out of prison, but now he had no idea if he wanted to comply with the officers or open the passenger side door to escape. The unmarked police car pulled up along the truck's left side.
Looks like you two can use an upgrade.
John looked into the other car and saw Chance Hunter behind the wheel.
What have you done now, Parker? He thought.
John hadn't expected to see the Detroit detective participating in his escape. Ty whipped his seatbelt to the side, climbing out of the truck.
And this is what we in the industry call the switch, Ty said.
John got out of the truck and walked around to open the door of the Chevy Camaro Chance was driving. He pushed the seat forward and climbed into the cramped back passenger area.
You sound stupid right now, Chance said to Ty. I don't think you appreciate the irony that you, a police officer, just switched teams to help the criminals, Ty responded.
You should switch your mouth off so I don't have to hear it.
You should switch the goatee off your face and get some style from this decade.
Ty dropped into the seat and pulled the door closed.
Nice car,
John said, admiring the interior.
2015, Chance said. Detroit steel. Well,
Lansing technically, but close enough.
As much as I'm enjoying your Car and Driver magazine article, I'd like to get out of these dull threads.
Ty twirled a finger around in the air.
Let's go. This could be the end of your career. Why would you risk that? John asked.
Only if we get caught. The tires screeched as Chance peeled out before taking off.
The feds are going to connect you to me once news of the break goes public. They'll know all of you were involved, John said.
I've got an alibi, Chance said. Called in a favor with a friend who's going to say I'm in Detroit right now. I just need to drop you off and get back there ASAP.
Yeah, and I don't care if they pin it on me. Just add that to my rap sheet, Ty said.
John didn't argue. He still wasn't thrilled by the plan, and would let Parker know that as soon as he saw him. But for now,
His best bet would be to sit back and let the others follow through.
Okay, so what are we supposed to do now? He asked. There's no way I can talk to Attorney General Mercer without compromising her entire investigation.
You'll have to talk to Chambers when we get there, Chance said. Once Chambers finds out what we did, you mean, Ty said. Chance laughed. Travis doesn't know? Nah, Parker kept this little ace up his sleeve. Compartmentalization, my dude. Ty kicked his feet up on the dashboard. Plausible deniability and all that. That won't work, if he doesn't turn us all in after he finds out, Chance said. Yo, wake me up when we get there. Ty put his hands behind his head, fingers interlaced. John was too deep in his troubled thoughts to pay any attention to the back-and-forth banter from the courier and detective. Chapter 9. Washington, D.C. Bianca Mercer scribbled out a quick note for her assistant, still holding the triangle-shaped half-sandwich in her other hand, purchased from the corner deli. She put the pen down and took a bite. She was working through her lunch break, as she often did, while organizing the files for the John Stone case. The U.S. Attorney General couldn't remember the last time she spent the time just eating her meal, enjoying the food and the surroundings. Her cell phone buzzed, the vibration sending it into a lazy arc toward the edge of the desk. She picked up the phone and saw the name of her assistant, Derek Singleton, on the screen before accepting the call.
Hi, Derek. I was just writing a note for you regarding the case, she said.
Attorney General, I'm afraid I have some urgent news. John Stone has just escaped federal custody, her assistant said.
What? How did this happen?
I don't have all the details right now, madam, but the preliminary reports I was given suggest he had help from someone inside. Mercer cursed under her breath. Inside help most definitely meant there was corruption in the facility housing John Stone.
I want a record of everyone walking in and out of that prison for the past 2 weeks.
Mercer pushed away from her desk and stood up.
And I want the names of every employee assigned to work there today. Drop everything you're doing now. This is priority number 1.
Yes, Attorney General. I'll get on that now. Mercer looked at all the paperwork spread over the desk, anger bending her features.
I want John Stone found and brought back into custody immediately.
She ended the call. Her knuckles whitened as she clenched her fist around her phone, taking several deep breaths to calm down and plan for her next step. She was distraught over the sudden turn of events. For the past 2 weeks, Stone had been working cooperatively with them. He had given her no reason to suspect that he would try anything like this. He was willing to throw away all of his credibility. The Attorney General's office already faced great difficulty trying to pursue the leads they had. John's information would finally put them within the grasp of bringing the order to justice. Now, with his escape from custody, all of the information he had provided was useless without Stone's testimony. Mercer thought in silence for a minute, looking at her phone's black screen. She woke it up and dialed a number from her contact list.
This is Attorney General Bianca Mercer,
she said when the call connected.
John Stone has escaped. I need you to find him and return him to custody.
Baltimore, Maryland.
John Stone has escaped. I need you to find him and return him to custody.
I'll get on it right away, madam. Please have your office send me everything on Mr. Stone. Dwight Wesker hung up the phone and put down his menu, letting out a soft sigh as he looked around the mostly empty diner. The regular crowd had already eaten and left during regular lunch hours. The diner's rough and unpolished appearance appealed to Wesker. Compared to the sterile decor and artificial hominess of typical chain restaurants, this place had a more authentic and cozy feel. He scrolled through the contacts on his phone, looking for a number in the list. The wrinkles around his eyes and mouth sharpened as he frowned, spending too much time searching. He gave up and switched to the numeric keypad, dialing the number from memory. An old-school guy, Wesker had always remembered the numbers he needed to call.
He tried to keep up with the times, upgrading his cell phone and storing all of his contacts, but old habits were hard to break. He wondered if maybe it would be better if people just went back to the way it used to be. Everyone is in such a hurry today. After one ring, the call connected. "Hey, Poe, it's Wesker. We've got a new target. John Stone. I'm getting the details right now, so I want you to get the task force ready to roll."
"Right away, sir."
He ended the call and put the phone back into his pocket. He stared at the glass of ice water on his table and reached for his wallet as a young waitress walked to his booth.
"Are you ready to order, sir?"
she asked, a sincere, friendly smile on her face. Wesker responded with a genuine smile in return.
"I'm afraid I'm going to have to skip lunch today, ma'am. I apologize."
He stood and placed a $5 bill on the table, patting it gently with his fingertips.
"Oh, sir, you don't have to do that."
"Nonsense, I insist. You have a pleasant day, ma'am," he said, retrieving the coat from the chair.
"But you didn't even order anything."
The young woman was confused, but the smile never left her face. "That's for the water and the time of yours that I've wasted." He nodded a polite goodbye and promptly left the diner. Chapter 10. Ann Arbor, Michigan. Chance Hunter steered the Camaro into a quiet suburban neighborhood with inviting rows of homes and well-maintained lawns. He took a small remote out of his jacket pocket and clicked the button, raising the garage door of an unremarkable residence, blending in with the others. Easing the car inside, he parked next to a blue van already inside, and then closed the garage door before turning off the engine. Ty hopped out and stretched his arms above his head as John pushed the seat forward to climb out. Ty ran a finger along the side of the van. "Whose house is this? Looks too nice to be Fed surveillance. Probably just a regular creepy suburban dude that drives around the neighborhood."
"Don't worry,
he's cool," Chance said.
Is this one of your safe houses?"
John asked. "Not quite. Parker is still setting that one up." The door inside the garage brought them to a roomy open kitchen with granite countertops and bright tile floors. Dark-stained wood cabinets lined the walls, drawing their eyes to the stainless steel farmhouse sink. The house was sparsely decorated, but had just enough furniture to feel comfortable. The kitchen led through the home with an open-area design concept. A small table and a few chairs were all that separated the dining room from the cozy living room. Ty dropped onto the couch and kicked his feet up onto one of the arms as he lounged across the length of it. "It's a boring house, but at least it's comfortable," he said, lacing his fingers behind his head.
"Is that the thanks I get? Opening my home to criminals on the run?"
Roland Forrester said as he emerged from the hallway in his wheelchair. John's face softened as a smile stretched across his features, an expression rarely seen by most, including his friends.
"How are you holding up, Roland?"
John walked over to shake the young man's hand.
"I should ask you the same,"
Roland said, noting John's softer grip with his fractured right hand.
"I heard they patched you up with duct tape and zip ties." "Feels like it," John said, "but I'm fine."
Ty kicked his shoes off and reached for the television remote. "Hey, what I said about your house, I meant it. I can get used to this." "You called it boring," Chance said.
"But those words came from here."
Ty patted his chest with his hand. "Besides, I also said it was comfortable." John unzipped his cleaning crew overalls.
"Where's Parker?"
Chance shrugged. "Last I heard, he was securing a safer spot for the team."
"The team? Who else did Parker rope into this?" John asked. "Clark? Jimenez? Spencer? Millie? Are they part of his criminal plot, too?"
"I don't know who was in or out exactly. You'll have to ask Parker when you talk to him." Ty flipped through a few channels and made a face. "What is this? You only have basic cable channels?"
"I have a sports package if you're interested," Roland said.
"Psst! Watching sports is for spuds that are too afraid to get out and live life." John looked around, his mind racing as he tried to put the pieces of Parker's plan together, plotting his next move.
Shower's down the hall on the left. Sorry, I don't have any extra clothes for you all. This was kind of last minute,
Roland said.
I've been hearing that a lot. A shower would be great, thanks.
What the hell are you watching? Chance asked Ty. On the television, two men were rummaging through piles of old junk. One of them pulled out a rusted bicycle frame and excitedly made an offer to buy it from the junk pile's owner.
I would rather watch this than a bunch of meatheads run around throwing their balls at each other,
Ty said. Richmond, Virginia. Mr. Lewis, get in my office right now, Travis Chambers said. Everything about his tone and posture let Parker know this would not be a friendly talk. Parker breathed in deep and exhaled slowly through his pursed lips. He adjusted the glasses on his nose and grabbed his tablet computer as he headed for Travis's office. Shut the door. Travis's tone was firm and his statement terse.
Before you say anything, please let me explain. Wait, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?
Parker asked, hedging his bets that this was about something else he had done.
You know exactly what this is about.
Travis put his hands on his hips.
Okay, right. Before you say anything, please let me...
I told you to get those ridiculous jailbreak plans out of your head, Travis snapped. And then I get a phone call from Dillon Penitentiary saying Stone escaped. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Parker stood in silence for a moment, unsure if Travis was expecting an answer.
Damn it, Parker! Do you have any idea how much trouble this is going to cause? Travis continued.
Parker opened his mouth to respond, but Travis cut him off again.
I want you to think real hard about what you're going to say, because the next words that come out of your mouth could very much affect your future as a free man.
Parker stopped short and closed his mouth. He thought for a moment, then looked Travis in the eye and continued.
Sir, they were planning to kill John today. We got him out just in time. I know this cost us the investigation with the Attorney General, but I had to do it. John saved my life, more than once.
Parker sat up straight.
I owed it to him.
Travis was furious, but Parker's response had taken some of the steam from him. He saw the look on Parker's face, the determination to do what was right to help his friend, and softened his tone.
Son, I hope you're right. I really do. There's more, Mr. Chambers. I dug deeper into the stuff Scott and Alex Xavier had found. The Order is up to something.
Aren't they always? Travis asked. That's what our whole case was about, before you jeopardized that.
I don't know for sure, but something just doesn't feel right,
Parker said. You're going to have to do better than that. We cannot operate on hunches and gut feelings, Travis said.
But that's exactly the way Scott Maverick operates, he thought.
I passed the information on to Millie. She's going to check on that lead.
Travis closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose to fight off a headache. You brought Millie into this too? Is there anyone on our team not involved? He asked. A long moment of silence passed. Travis opened his eyes to look at Parker.
Do I have to answer that? Parker asked.
Chapter 11. Ejido Ocampo, Chihuahua. Millie and Letitia headed south on Mexico Federal Highway 45. They took a silver 2010 Nissan Altima, choosing the nondescript sedan to avoid attention before crossing the border. They'd already traveled over 4 hours on their way to Chihuahua City, the ride mostly quiet. Parker sent them a lead about a company called Aries Plumbing, tying the small business to Rebecca Flair and the Order. Now, Millie and Letitia were on their way to look closer at Aries.
We're about 10 miles out, Letitia said. Thanks. Millie wiped her sleeve across her tired eyes.
Letitia looked up from the map on her smartphone.
Do you think she'll be there? Flair? Probably not, Millie said.
A long silence stretched out between them like a physical distance. Millie remained focused on the task at hand. Letitia looked down at her phone and then out the window, trying to gather the courage to ask her next question.
If she is there, what are we going to do?
Millie looked at her, then back at the road. Another stretched-out silence.
If she's there, maybe we can put an end to all of this. You mean, are you talking about killing her?
Millie shrugged.
I haven't thought it out that far. You're normally a terrific liar.
Letitia brought her knees up to her chest, still looking out the window.
I know you've been thinking about what you would do if you ever caught her. Ever since the day you escaped the training program. Training program? Is that what we're calling it? We were kidnapped and forced to participate in their program. My parents, our parents, were murdered by Flair's people.
Millie's eyes focused far out ahead of them on the road.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way,
Letitia said.
I know you didn't. I'm not mad at you.
Millie was barely an adult herself, but Letitia was only 16. She had to keep reminding herself of that when she spoke to the young girl. Letitia broke the uncomfortable silence.
So, what are we expecting to find in Aries Plumbing? I don't know for sure. Parker's files showed that some military-grade equipment could have been sent there. He also mentioned it involved Rebecca Flair. And saying it involved Flair was all we needed to hear to jump in feet first,
Letitia said. The implication in her voice implied that they were both being played.
Yeah, pretty much,
Millie said.
We can trust Parker, right?
Millie nodded.
I'm pretty sure we can. Just pretty sure?
Letitia asked.
Well, I've worked with people I've trusted less. How's that?
Letitia smiled.
Good enough for me.
She looked back at the map on her phone.
I'm not reaching into any toilets looking for stuff. Just so we're clear,
Letitia said. That got a genuine laugh from Millie. It was a nice break from the seriousness of the past few hours. Dresden, Ohio. Dwight Wesker arrived at the Dillon Group Penitentiary in a black Lincoln sedan. He found an empty space and parked his car, meticulously lining the vehicle up in the center of the spot. He stepped out and buttoned his suit coat. His partner, Austin Poe, emerged from the other side, his hand subconsciously sliding to pat the location where his pistol was concealed before he buttoned his own jacket. It was a rookie mistake, and Wesker moved closer to speak quietly as they approached the building entrance. "Don't pat your gun," he said calmly.
What was that, sir?
Poe asked. You're advertising where your piece is holstered by putting your hand there. What's the point of carrying concealed if you're just going to tell the whole world? Poe's eyes shot wide in embarrassment.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize I was doing it.
Don't worry about it, young man. We've all done it before, and it's better that you hear it now. The two entered the main building into a flurry of activity. Nervous administrators ran around, focused solely on damage control. Wesker didn't like to see this type of frantic activity. It was emotion-based and ultimately ineffective. He looked around for the one in charge, or at least the most senior person in this area. He headed for the man in the center of it all, who was trying to direct traffic, as Poe fell in behind him. The tall U.S. Marshal waited as the man finished speaking to someone. Good evening, sir. My name is Dwight Wesker. I'm here on assignment by order of Attorney General Mercer. Wesker showed his badge. The man tensed visibly, like he might be in trouble. I'm Luz Buck. As they shook hands, Wesker noticed the man was on edge. Luz? I must say it's a very unusual name, at least in these parts, he said, trying to break the tension.
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Bach, I just want you to know that my purpose here is to track down and apprehend one of your prisoners that escaped. John Stone.
He's the only one that escaped, Bach answered, defensively.
Now, I don't mean to imply anything. It's in my nature to be very clear about my intention, is all. That being said, in order to find Mr. Stone, I need to know exactly how he got out.
We checked the security cameras, but they went down during that time. We don't know why.
Luz waved another administrator toward a group of prison guards. Wesker scratched at his head, then turned to his partner. Poe, I want you to get the shift schedule for everyone that worked here in the last 72 hours, please. If anyone gives you trouble, remind them that we are working for the Attorney General.
Yes, sir.
Poe nodded and headed off. I can help him with that, Bach said. Wesker smiled like a father whose child had volunteered to wash dishes. Don't worry, he can handle it. I could use your help, though. Please take me to where I can review your security camera footage. I would like to see exactly what you do and do not have recorded. Bach froze like a deer in headlights. Wesker placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Please relax, Mr. Bach. I'm not accusing you all of any wrongdoing. I simply wish to examine all the evidence we have access to. No one needs to worry about me if they weren't involved in an inmate's escape from a maximum security penitentiary. Yeah, no, I can assure you I'm not in on it, Bach blurted. Wesker looked into his eyes, still smiling. Excellent. Then I can assure you that you don't have anything to fear from me. Now, if you don't mind, please take me to the security office. Ann Arbor, Michigan. Roland slid his laptop into the middle of the dining table. I think I'm connected. Ty leaned back in his chair. It probably would have been easier to just use one of our phones. All this teleconference stuff is garbage. It never works when you need it to. When was the last time you had to make a conference call? Chance scoffed. Hey, I negotiate million-dollar jobs over the phone, Ty said. Those are the kind of corporate stooges that always want to set up a group call. Can we just get on with this? John asked. How do we know if they're on the line? I can hear you, Travis Chambers said. Is everyone else on the line? Not yet, Roland said. We're still waiting for Parker and the others. Is this the right button? Alexavier Brewer asked. Back up and let the kid work, Scott Maverick growled. Hello? Parker? Travis asked. Yeah, I'm here, Parker said. Sorry, we had a little trouble with the teleconference software. Why do they make it so difficult to work with? Ty pointed at the computer, giving the others his best I told you so look. Let's just get on with the meeting, Travis said. Mr. Stone, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. I was just made aware that all of this was done without your consent. None of that matters now. It's not going to take long before they connect us to this, and we all become suspects, Travis said. Where's everyone else? John asked. Dr. Spencer is here with Scott and me, Parker said. What about me? Alexavier asked. What about you? Scott grumbled. Parker interrupted their bickering. Clark and Jimenez will meet you at the safe house I set up. Sorry it wasn't ready earlier. This was all... Yeah, it was last minute. I get it, John said. How about Millie? Where's she? Ty asked. She's currently in Mexico, chasing a lead Scott and Alexavier found, Parker said. She went alone? John asked. No, I don't think so. Mr. Lewis, you sent that young woman into danger without backup? The frustration was evident in Travis's voice, even over the low-quality audio. It might connect to Rebecca Flair. She told me a while ago that if I found out anything about Flair, to let her know first, Parker said. And you just listened to her? Chance asked. I understand why Parker did it. I wouldn't want to be on her bad side, Ty said. Do you have an exact location? John asked. A small city in Mexico, about 220 miles from the Texas border. Does she need backup? Are you sure she's not going alone? She assured me that she has people with her. They looked at each other around the table. John tightened his fists. Are you thinking about going down to Mexico? Roland asked. Travis took control of the conversation. That's enough. I need to make this next point perfectly clear to all of you. As of now, consider yourselves accomplices in Mr. Stone's escape from a federal penitentiary. We will all have to disappear for the foreseeable future. Every friend, every contact, every resource we once had at our disposal is now compromised. We are in the dark, and we don't know who we can trust anymore. The ramifications of Parker's plan dropped like a dense fog over the room. I hope all of this is worth it, John thought. Chapter 12. Dresden, Ohio. Wesker unbuttoned his jacket and opened the driver's side door of the Lincoln sedan. So, what do we know at this time? Poe climbed into the passenger seat. It's likely John Stone had escaped with the aid of one or more guards. What about his cellmate? I spoke with his cellmate, Anthony Tate, Poe said, checking the information on the screen of his tablet. He may have helped in some way, but we have nothing to prove that, other than the fact that they got along fine. What does your gut tell you? Honestly, I don't feel he did. Tate is up for parole in less than 6 months, and I'm not convinced he would jeopardize that. Be careful about making assumptions like that, Poe. In this case, however, we don't have anything to pin it to him, and we're short on time. We'll rule him out for now. Wesker started the vehicle. Yes, sir. So, we do know that Stone escaped in a Midtown cleaning supplies delivery truck. Accounts from guards at the gate confirm he was with another man in the vehicle. Wesker draped an arm over the seat, backing out of the parking spot. The police officers involved in the chase are saying the same thing. What do we know about the other man? Poe flicked his finger over the screen. Witnesses were unable to provide a reliable description of the driver other than possibly Asian. The cameras were down at the gate as well. Okay, Wesker mumbled. The lack of footage from the security system was particularly troubling to the marshal. It hadn't just been a shutdown of the cameras, which could have been orchestrated on the premises. The security data had been tampered with. Seemingly random during the hours before and after the escape, had been altered or deleted. Wesker held no illusions of this being anything but deliberate, premeditated tampering. What's our next step, sir? Poe asked. The Attorney General's going to send me a list of every one of John Stone's associates. We'll start with the people he's known the longest, and cross-reference it with the ones he's spoken to most recently. Oh, yes. I received that list while we were inside investigating the facility, sir. Really? You have it? Yes, sir. Poe held up his tablet computer. I'll get started on organizing it. That is a whiz-bang little piece of technology. Yes, sir, it is. Wesker looked at the tablet with a bit of admiration, though he lamented losing the personal feel of the ways he used to do the job. Well, since that little computer is already working the case, I'm going to take us to get something to eat. Chapter 13. Juan Aldama, Chihuahua. Millie leaned on the wall of a small shop, taking a sip from the bottle of soda she had purchased inside. Letitia shielded her eyes from the noonday sun, looking down the street for any oncoming traffic. It's pretty slow for this time of day, she said. Millie kept her head low but looked up from under her brow at the location Parker had provided. She had expected to see a manufacturing and distribution warehouse, but instead saw what looked more like a scrapyard. Is that the place? Letitia asked. It's the address Parker sent us. Doesn't quite look like Plumbing Supply Company, though. Well, if they are, I definitely don't want to be in any bathroom with their toilets. The two young women were dressed like the locals in the area, having purchased new clothes in the town after leaving their car parked a couple of miles away. They approached the target location on foot, blending in with the other townsfolk. Indoctrinated as child soldiers under Rebecca Flair's Gamma program, Millie and Letitia had been trained in espionage tactics. They possessed the skills necessary to disappear into a crowd, operating not just from the shadows, but also from the heart of a populace. Both were fluent in Spanish, the language being their mother tongues, but their training also allowed them to adopt regional dialects and accents, further lending to their local disguises. What do you want to do now? Letitia asked, crouching as she took a swig from a bottle of Coke. I'll go in and check it out, Millie said. What about the guard posted out front? Letitia tilted her head to point out the man standing a dozen meters from the entrance to the scrapyard, knowing Millie had already seen him. The man was leaning against the corrugated metal fence, staring into his phone, bored. A large revolver sat in a clean leather holster, riding high on his hip.
That's where you come in, Letty.
Millie slipped an earpiece into her right ear. Letitia nodded and adjusted the fit of her own earpiece. The discreet design was small and difficult for a casual observer to spot, and allowed the two young women to communicate, connecting to their burner phones.
Just buy me a minute or two.
Millie walked away from the target location, staying on the opposite side of the street. Letitia waited for another 10 seconds and then crossed the street, moving directly toward the guard. When she got close, the man confronted her. She spoke to him in Spanish, matching the dialect and local slang of a teenager in this part of Chihuahua, Mexico.
Hey, man, do you have some change so I can get some candy?
The man scowled at her. No, keep moving.
No need to get so mad. I just need a snack while I wait for my ride.
Letitia kept her eyes moving, trying to avoid direct contact with the guard. To him, it looked like a nervous girl, but she used the tactic to visual scan the location. Just then, Letitia spotted a man inside the front entrance to the scrapyard walking by.
I said get out of here, rat! I don't have anything for you filthy beggars!
Letitia raised her hands, still holding the mostly empty bottle of Coke, as she backed away.
Sorry, man.
Just great, she thought, heading across the street to the shop. She didn't see Millie, but knew the unfortunate timing of the other guard's arrival would probably stall her plan to sneak in. Millie used the screen of her phone to keep an eye on Letitia. As soon as the young girl made her move, Millie jogged across the street, stuffing the mobile back into her pocket. The guard out front turned to deal with Letitia, giving Millie the opening she needed to slip inside through the main entrance. By sheer coincidence, another man had rounded the corner and walked by. Millie's heart raced, but she stayed calm and moved outside of his direct line of sight, shuffling behind a pile of rusted steel and dusty plastic. The man was walking a predetermined route like a robot, not actively looking for trouble. He had let the monotony and repetition blunt his edge. Getting around him proved to be a simple task.
I'm in,
she said in a low voice.
What? How? There were 2 guys at the front gate. Skills. You got moves, girl. I didn't even see you. Heading in now,
Millie said, taking in every detail.
A lot of people here. This might be easier than we thought.
The scrapyard was a hive of activity, with people of all types moving about. Most would assume that making your way through an area unseen required that one stay hidden and use the shadows. Millie knew that to avoid detection, there were more ways than sneaking about. Moving in a low crouch through such a crowded space would almost certainly draw attention. There was no way to be sure you were avoiding all possible lines of sight. She capitalized on the number of workers around her and the general apathy of such a large group of poorly compensated people. She copied their mannerisms and followed their paths until she got deeper into the facility. The men and women inside worked in groups, moving and organizing what looked more like parts for airplanes rather than plumbing hardware. Millie stole a glance as she bounced from group to group. She noticed that everything in the middle of the supposed scrapyard looked newly manufactured. The only junk she could see were the old rusted cars and appliances lining the perimeter of the facility. She fell in behind a guard supervising the operation, keeping to his blind spots as she made her way to the main building on site before melting into the shadows. Inside, the buzzing and pounding of power tools filled the air. Millie moved to find a better vantage point, relying on stealth now that she had more shadows and concealment to utilize. She saw workers hustling throughout the large warehouse, just as busy as they were outside, except in here they hurried to assemble something using the airplane parts she saw earlier. The operation ran like an auto manufacturing plant, with each person or group performing a specific set of tasks in an assembly line. They weren't building an entire vehicle, only a partially constructed end product resembling a scaled-down airplane fuselage, filled with wires and other electrical components. There were no seats for passengers or crew, she noticed. Not small aircraft, she thought.
These are large drones. Hey, Letty, I'm inside their main building. It looks like they're making aircraft parts. Probably unmanned aerial vehicles. UAVs for a plumbing company? Clogged pipes are a more serious problem than I thought. I'm going closer to find out more. Okay. Have fun, Mills.
Millie smiled at her response. Letitia didn't like to say be careful or good luck, because she felt it implied terrible things could happen. She preferred more positive messages like, have fun. Millie made her way toward a walled-in office in the corner, separate from the rest of the manufacturing space. Whoever worked in there would likely have more information about what the workers were assembling. She prepared for her entry, crouching in the shadows and fishing out a set of lockpicks from a pouch strapped to her ankle. Waiting for an opening, she slipped around the corner and worked the lock while standing like she had the key. Standing rather than kneeling made the job more difficult, but it only added an additional 2 seconds before the knob clicked and spun, granting her access. Easing the door closed behind her, Millie rooted around the papers on the desk. It didn't take long to find what she needed.
Too easy,
Millie said under her breath, chuckling. She skimmed the page for the relevant parts. These were orders to complete a dozen UAV chassis for a drone codenamed God Hand. This facility was only manufacturing the core of the craft before shipping them to Steens Mountain, Oregon.
What's in Oregon?
Millie thought, as she spread the orders out on the desk. She snapped photos of the documents and collected them into loose piles as she had found them. Retrieving a USB flash drive from the same pouch where she had kept her lockpicks, Millie sat at the desk to access the laptop computer. The files inside looked like digital copies of the manufacturing orders, addressed to a man named Gustavo. She uncovered a couple of encrypted directories that she also copied. The data pushed the storage limits of her 256-gigabyte flash drive, taking more time than she would have liked to transfer. With the copying complete, she pulled the drive and locked the computer. Millie eased the office door closed behind her as she exited, ready to melt back into the crowd outside. She spun and almost collided with the man walking toward the office she had just come from. "Who are you?" the man barked in Spanish. Surprise was a genuine reaction when people bump into each other, so Millie made no attempt to suppress hers, one of the luxuries of walking into someone on a stealth mission.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm from the bakery.
Her local Spanish accent was impeccable. She pointed behind the man to where she knew the bakery was located when she and Letitia had entered the town. She pulled every detail she saw and heard to weave a convincing story. "What were you doing in there?" Millie searched for an answer when she remembered the name that the orders had been sent to.
Gustavo asked me to bring some food for everyone. Cakes and cookies. He said to leave them on your desk.
She jerked a thumb behind her. His eyes twinkled, almost imperceptibly, and he nodded. "Okay, thank you." She nodded with a smile and strolled past him, directly to the exit now. Her smile didn't fade when she spoke to Letitia.
"Get ready. I've got about 10 seconds before my cover is blown."
Millie picked up her pace. She wanted to be out of the building when the man discovered that his desk had no baked goods on it. She melted into the crowd outside, bouncing from group to group again, and still nothing from the man inside.
Did I just get lucky for once?
As she neared the exit, the guard out front brought the radio up to his ear.
"I guess not."
He spun to face her and approached. The guard put his radio away and hadn't reached for his revolver yet. Millie almost pitied him. "You stay right there," he snapped. She kept her hands low and away from her body, palms facing him to show she was unarmed, as she continued to close the distance. "I said don't move!" His hands fell onto his empty holster. His eyes whipped down to see that his revolver was missing. The man spun, looking for the weapon that he must have dropped, but he turned to face the muzzle pointing right at his face.
"Looking for this?"
Letitia asked. Millie pulled a small collapsible baton from her back and flicked it open. With a smooth motion, she whipped it across the base of the man's skull. A dull thwack sounded,
and the man dropped to the dirt unconscious. Millie stepped over his body as Letitia tucked the gun under her shirt. They crossed the street and disappeared into the neighborhood as a group of men burst out from the scrapyard. They looked left and right for their target and saw nothing but the everyday bustle of the people in town. One of the men growled into his radio.
"She's gone."
Chapter 14. Ann Arbor, Michigan. The late afternoon's glow filled Wesker's sedan as he entered the quiet suburban neighborhood. The sun, low in the sky, cast golden-yellow rays across his world.
"Turn left up here, and it'll be the last house on the right," Poe said.
The U.S. Marshal made the 4-hour drive after Poe had run through the list of John Stone's recent contacts. Roland Forrester appeared on the list, near the top. Forrester had been interrogated after his involvement with a rogue group of insect mercenaries had taken hostages at a party a month earlier, the same party where Stone had murdered Barrett Anderson. Ultimately, Forrester had acted to prevent any necessary casualties, working with another of Stone's contacts, Detective Chance Hunter. What Forrester had done was more than enough to lock him up again. But Stone's deal with the AG would see the young felon acquitted of all charges. Wesker and Poe had chosen Forrester due to his home's proximity to the Dillon Group Penitentiary in Ohio.
"Stone needs to lay low somewhere. There's a chance he stopped here, even for a short time," Poe reasoned.
Wesker liked the young man's line of thinking and had chosen to follow up on the lead. Even if Stone hadn't been here, it might not hurt to talk to Forrester about where he could be.
"House looks quiet, sir. You think Stone and his friends are in there?" Poe asked.
"Well, if it's a safe house, I think you generally don't want to look like there's a gathering inside," Wesker said.
"Should we wait for backup?"
Poe asked. "You can if you want, son. But I'm going to walk right up there and knock on the front door."
"Do you think that's a good idea, sir?"
"Maybe it's not the best idea. But Stone, or Forrester, for that matter, don't strike me as the type to shoot first and ask questions later." Wesker stepped out of his car, closed the door, and headed for the house. Poe followed him after a moment of hesitation. Wesker scanned the area as he approached. He tried to look into the windows as he stepped onto the front porch. He was a hawk in search of its prey. He rang the doorbell and focused on any sounds coming from inside the house or from around back. Nothing. He rang the doorbell again and waited another minute. Wesker pressed his lips together and knocked on the door firmly and loudly. Still no answer.
"You think they're hiding in there?"
Poe asked. Wesker shook his head. "No, my guess is that they're gone already."
"How can you be sure of that?"
"Well, I'm not positive. But if I were helping Stone, I would be gone by now, too. Although, if I'm honest here, I probably would never have had my safe house location this close to a prison break."
"It's 4 hours away,"
Poe said. "By car, yes. A determined man could be on this location much faster." Poe blurted his next question out before he could stop himself.
"Are we not determined to find him?"
Wesker smiled. "Yes, we are, Poe. But we're just warming up. Getting to know our man."
"Are you sure there's no one home?"
"I hesitate to say I'm 100% about anything. For the sake of your curiosity and mine, let's just see if we can get in here and find out."
"Should we wait for backup?"
Poe asked again. Wesker pointed to the house. "If Stone is not in there, then the trail gets colder every minute we wait."
"You're right, sir."
Poe reached into one of the utility pouches on his belt and pulled a small device out that looked like a toy gun. It was made of stamped metal with a long curved trigger like that of a spray bottle. He stuck the front end of the device into the key lock on the door. He quietly pulled the trigger and twisted until the lock disengaged. Unholstering their pistols, the marshals prepared to enter the home. With a nod, Poe slowly turned the knob and pushed the door open slightly. Wesker stepped in first,
sweeping the interior with the muzzle of his Beretta 92 FS. Poe followed, carrying the standard sidearm of the U.S. Marshals, the Glock 22. Both men had a flashlight in their support hands, using the beam to chip away at the dark corners. They moved together, clearing each room one at a time, not taking any chances. In Forrester's bedroom, Wesker kicked at the small pile of clothes on the floor.
Looks like we missed them.
Poe looked at the shirts and jeans at his feet, then back up at the older man with a questioning look. "These clothes are clean," Wesker said, probing the pile. "Forrester packed in a hurry, which means Stone must have been here as well." Wesker put away his weapon.
"I'm sorry, sir,"
Poe said. "You got nothing to be sorry about, son. You did the right thing by wanting to be thorough." The young man nodded. Then Wesker pointed to the pouch on his belt. "A lock-pick release gun? Did you think we would be doing our fair share of breaking and entering?" Poe smiled. "I figured I would just be prepared for whatever. And before you ask, no, I wasn't a Boy Scout." Wesker smiled and pulled a handkerchief from his jacket pocket to wipe his neck. "Well, let's radio this in and search the house. I figure we won't find much, but better safe than sorry." Chapter 15. Rebecca Flair sat with her feet outstretched in front of her. She held her palms pressed together in front of her chest as she breathed in deeply. Placing her hands on the floor, she pushed her legs off the ground, slowly drawing her feet between her arms while keeping her knees locked out. Clear of her elbows, she spread her legs out as her body rotated to a handstand. Her feet came together, pointing straight up toward the ceiling, where she held the posture for several seconds. Her assistant, Burroughs, stepped into Flair's private workout room. She took a step to the side, staying in the corner and out of Flair's line of sight. Flair transitioned to another arm balance posture, still not letting her feet touch the mat. Though no one knew her real age, her display of strength, flexibility, and balance would be impressive for anyone. Rebecca Flair finished her morning yoga routine and wiped her head and neck, whipping the towel over one shoulder as she walked over to her assistant, a movement and grace like that of a jaguar. She nodded to Burroughs, a signal to speak.
"Miss Flair, there's been an incident."
"What kind of incident?" Flair asked, drinking from a bottle of room-temperature water.
"In Juan Aldama, ma'am. Someone infiltrated the Ares facility,"
Burroughs said. Flair's eyebrows raised and her mouth tightened, almost imperceptibly. A hint of concern shone through the normally stoic facade.
"Who was it?" "Unknown. Initial reports suspect a local woman."
Burroughs read the report from a tablet computer cradled in one arm.
"They're compiling the video now. We should have them soon."
Her device chimed. She looked at the screen, tapped in a command, and handed it over. Flair took the tablet and pressed play on the first of several videos taken from security camera feeds in and around the Ares compound. The footage showed a young girl approach one of the guards before turning to leave. But in the time she spoke with the man, a second figure slipped by, entering through the front gate.
"Who is the second woman?"
Flair asked. Burroughs leaned over and watched the video as it looped. She saw the smaller figure and jotted down some notes.
"I'll look into it."
"These two were well trained," Flair noted. Neither had allowed their faces to be seen in the footage. She clicked the thumbnail for the next video. The way that the woman inside moved made it difficult for even the camera to catch her completely. Flair clutched the tablet tightly and watched another video. The intruder used crowds, changing her mannerisms and posture to match and blend in. A sense of dread grew in the pit of Flair's stomach as she flipped through the rest of the camera feeds. This woman was able to outwit everyone inside, including the typical surveillance setup to monitor the facility. But inside the office, Flair had installed cameras hidden at unconventional angles to keep a close eye on the operations. She tapped in a 6-digit code to unlock the footage,
Only one had captured the woman's face, and only for a brief moment. Flair paused the video and scrubbed to the frame with the sharpest image. The tablet nearly fell from her fingers when she saw the face on the screen.
"Are you okay, ma'am?"
Burroughs asked, stepping closer.
"Yes, I'm fine,"
Flair answered, still staring at the screen. Her face grew pale like she had seen a ghost.
"Do you know that woman?"
"You can say that."
Flair regained her composure and looked over at her assistant.
"I trained her."
Flair pulled up footage from the camera watching the front of the Ares facility, showing the intruders disarming and dispatching the man guarding the entrance.
"These two were part of the Gamma program. Assets trained to blend in and infiltrate, to acquire intelligence."
"I suppose that would explain why our people thought they were locals," Burroughs said.
Flair held the tablet out.
"This is Stone. They have to be working for him."
"We have to assume Stone knows about the God Hand,"
Burroughs said, taking the device from her. Flair looked into the distance, her jaw tense.
"Get our completed drone into the air. Establish a holding pattern along its predetermined route."
"Are you sure you want it up this early?"
"We don't have a choice. Once it's airborne, Stone and his friends will be unable to bring it down."
"Yes, ma'am. I'll call the request in to have the drone launched right away."
Burroughs typed out the notes into her phone. Flair turned on her heels to face Burroughs.
"I want Nova transferred to our Nevada location immediately."
"What about Savage and Centurion? How do you want to handle that?"
"Sterilize it. Nothing traces back to us,"
Flair said, with no delay, before adding,
"Put our Alpha assets on Stone as well. I want him found, and everything he knows about us buried."
Her assistant nodded and left, initiating the first call. Flair wiped her face with the towel on her shoulder, pulling up the mental image of the women in the surveillance footage. A swirl of emotions coursed through her. Anger that these two were actively trying to thwart the plans of the Order. Then, a strange sense of pride. These two Gamma assets, part of the training program that Flair had prematurely ended, were fully active and in the field. Rebecca Flair was like a mother, proud of seeing her children grown up. Millie peered around the corner, looking at the car that they had parked a couple of miles away from the Ares facility. They had taken an indirect route back to their vehicle to shake any tail.
"It's been sitting there for the past half hour. I don't think they connected it to us," Letitia said.
"It's only been 10 minutes, Millie said. "We're probably clear, but let's wait a little longer to make sure."
Letitia grunted impatiently. Millie smiled. Sometimes she forgot that Letitia was a teenager.
"Do you have your tablet with you? Maybe we can take a look at what we have while we wait," Millie said.
Letitia reached into the courier bag strapped over her shoulder and pulled out something resembling a small metal notebook. It was an industrial-grade tablet computer that folded closed to protect the flexible LED screen. She took the key drive from Millie and inserted it into the USB port.
"It's mostly memos and emails, and the occasional technical drawing."
Letitia tapped and swiped at the screen, occasionally pinching to zoom out as she skimmed through the data.
"What are the memos and emails about?" Millie asked.
"Looks boring. It's going to take a while to get through it all."
Millie took her eyes off the car for a moment.
"Well, excuse me, Your Majesty. I'm so sorry to trouble you with something as tedious as reading."
Letitia laughed and punched Millie's arm lightly. She swiped through more of the data when something caught her attention.
"Wait a minute. You know that God Hand drone they're building at Ares? This says that they have a working version."
She handed the tablet over, and Millie read through the memo, looking at the photos showing a sleek, wedge-shaped aircraft.
"We have to let John know right away."
"Should we call him now?"
Letitia asked.
"I'll text Parker. We'll call them as soon as we get out of here,"
Millie said, handing the tablet back. She took out her phone and tapped out a text message.
"It's time to go," Millie said.
"You sure it's safe?"
"It's safe enough. We don't have any more time to waste."
Chapter 16. Reno, Nevada. A bright blue crossover SUV pulled up into the driveway of a modest two-story home. Travis climbed out from the passenger side, opening the door for Dr. Miranda Spencer. She smoothed her slacks and adjusted her glasses and nodded in thanks. Scott Maverick and Parker Lewis exited the vehicle from the other side, Parker still talking to the driver.
"Thanks for such a smooth ride. Definitely a thumbs up or 5-star, whichever this app uses."
Scott and Travis retrieved their bags from the back of the vehicle. Scott patted the rear fender twice, letting the driver know they had everything. The driver gave them a polite wave as he drove away.
"I feel like I've been here before," Scott said. "This is the third rubber-stamped suburban neighborhood I've been to in as many days."
"We're here," Parker announced. "I can't believe you brought us here in an Uber. Don't you think they'll be able to trace the transaction?"
Miranda said.
"Oh, they won't. I used a different account."
"We're adding identity theft to your list of transgressions now?" Travis asked.
"It wasn't an actual account. It's really quite clever. What I did was—"
"I'm not interested," Scott grumbled, cutting him off.
"Let's all just get inside,"
Miranda said.
"Hey, welcome everyone,"
Roland said, rolling his chair out into the driveway to greet them.
"It's great to see you,"
Miranda said, giving him a hug. "Where's the beer?" Scott asked as he walked past, tapping Roland's shoulder with a fist. "You okay, Parker?" Chance asked.
"Yeah, you're pale and sweaty," Ty added.
"I still don't like flying," Parker said, setting his laptop down onto the table.
"I'm fine now, though. Just needed something to eat."
John changed into the spare clothes that Travis had brought for him. He and Roland joined the rest of the team in the living room, where Travis and Parker were preparing to discuss their next step, trying to salvage what was left of Attorney General Mercer's case.
"As we landed, I got a message from Millie."
Parker's fingers danced across the keyboard.
"She found some stuff out that I wanted everyone to know about right away."
"Is this about the order?" John asked.
"Yeah. You're not going to like this, John," Parker said. "What, did she find out the muscles and mustaches are yesterday's style?" Ty asked.
Parker continued, ignoring Ty.
"Remember the kinetic weapons system used by the Four Serpents? The one they delivered with the drone?"
"You mean the terrorist cell dropping a javelin strike on a building that I was standing in? It's not something I'm likely to forget anytime soon," John said.
"Right, sorry. Anyway, according to the data Millie found, the Order has a weapons system capable of delivering a similar type of strike. Only this one is like the bigger, badder brother of that last one we stopped," Parker said.
"Well, that's just great news," Travis said, pinching the bridge of his nose to ward off another headache. "I thought you were able to stop the Four Serpents from transmitting the plans." John folded his arms over his chest. Parker looked down at his hands.
"I thought so, too."
"Can you fill the rest of us in on it?" Scott asked, resting his elbows on his knees and clutching a can of beer.
"The files Millie found contain schematics of a project called the God Hand," Parker continued.
"God's Hand? Sounds a bit pretentious," Scott said.
"God Hand. It's a reference to a famous martial artist," Chance said. "Masutatsu Oyama, the founder of the style of karate called Kyokushin. The focus of his training was to develop the power to defeat an opponent with a single powerful strike. He was known as the God Hand." "I would say that's a really cool story, if we weren't about to potentially be on the receiving end of one of those punches," Ty said.
"What do the files say about the project?" John asked.
"It's the same basic principle as the previous incarnation," Parker said. "Dense, tungsten-rich rods released from a drone at high altitude." "How accurate are the rods if they're releasing them from a drone?" Chance asked.
"Accurate to within 3 meters, John said, recalling the information from the version that the Four Serpents had deployed. Parker took a deep breath, exhaling before he continued.
"They're aimed using precise calculations from a program that parses data from weather satellites, including global positioning, curvature, and rotation of the Earth. Only this time, imagine it scaled up 5 times. 5 times larger rods and 5 times the payload."
Miranda covered her mouth with her hands.
"It gets better,"
Parker said.
This time the drone delivery system is stealth-capable and able to fly at incredibly high altitude, well beyond the operational ceiling of most military aircraft.
Where did they get that kind of technology? Scott asked. Parker pointed to one of the files in his computer.
In 2011, Iran claimed to have shot down a U.S. RQ-170 stealth drone. China paid for access, allowing its engineers to examine the wreckage.
So this is Chinese tech? Scott furrowed his brow.
No. The order has people implanted in governments around the world, Parker said. The drone schematics must have found their way to one of their other facilities. What kind of potential damage are we talking about? Miranda asked. With the full payload under the right conditions, the God Hand is capable of leveling a small city. With a series of precise strikes, the order could destroy the infrastructure of a major metropolitan area, Parker said.
They could cripple New York City, Scott said.
Or Washington, D.C.,
John added.
Yeah, I guess the name is appropriate, Ty said. There's more, John. Millie saw about a dozen of the drones in partial stages of completion at Ares. But Flair has a functional God Hand in Oregon, Parker said. What is she going to do with it? Miranda asked.
Whatever she has planned, it isn't good, Travis said. Chapter 17. Steen's Mountain, Oregon. The glow from the expansive semicircular wall of monitors bathed Flair with their bluish-white light. She steepled her fingers, taking in all of the information displayed before her. She and her assistant, Burroughs, had arrived at the mountain stronghold to personally oversee the implementation of the next phase of the Order's plans. Half a dozen engineers bounced around to different workstations, monitoring screens, and analyzing the data from the God Hand drone as it maintained a holding pattern over international waters, 2,000 kilometers to the south. One of the screens showed racks of large tungsten-rich rods lining the wall in a spacious warehouse, with members of a tech crew cataloging each of the rods, nearly 4 meters in length and 22 centimeters in diameter. The UAV they had already launched carried 25 in its internal weapon bays. The chief engineer, Tobias Caliban, placed a file folder in front of Flair as he took a seat across the table from her. "The coordinates are set, ma'am. Final locations are locked in," Caliban said. "Once you give us the approval, it will be uploaded to the drone's targeting system." Flair opened the file to the first page, scanning the contents. She looked up at the chief engineer. The man sat up straight in his chair with a cold, emotionless mask over his features. He removed his glasses and took out a handkerchief to clean a spot from one of the round lenses. Even such a simple gesture had appeared rehearsed. Flair had chosen him precisely for his ability to set aside all emotion when executing her orders.
"What do your calculations show?" Flair asked.
"We have selected 10 targets, all located throughout El Salvador and Honduras. The probability for success is 93%. Caliban put his glasses back on. "The strikes calculated to successfully eliminate 9 out of 10 targets." Flair gently closed the file folder.
"I want Nova up and ready before the drone launches its ordnance against the targets."
Burroughs glanced down at her tablet.
"Ma'am, Nova has been set up in our northern Nevada location. The team is completing diagnostics to ensure that it is running at peak performance."
Chapter 18. Washington, D.C. Attorney General Mercer held the bezel of her watch steady between her thumb and index finger as she checked the time. She exhaled in a short huff, squeezing her hands into fists, trying to calm herself. Dwight Wesker had called only moments earlier, letting her know that their first lead into the possible location of John Stone was a bust. He suspected that one or more members of the group known as the Hard Core were potential suspects in aiding his escape. The AG dropped into the driver's seat of her Audi and pulled out onto the street for her drive home. Deep in thought, Mercer ran over the details of her investigation, trying to push the complications of Stone's escape to the back of her mind. Her eyes shot up in time to see the red light she had been approaching at 35 miles per hour, braking hard to avoid crossing into the intersection.
A sudden impact jolted her from her thoughts. She gripped the steering wheel and let out a breath, dropping her eyes to her lap.
Stupid! I shouldn't have stopped so fast.
She climbed out of the Audi, her face a mixture of exhaustion, frustration, and remorse.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have slammed on the brakes like that.
Mercer gestured to the rear bumper where the other car had struck hers. A woman stepped out of the other vehicle and staggered toward her.
Is she drunk?
Mercer thought. The collision wasn't severe, at least not serious enough to cause that kind of disorientation. Mercer strode toward the woman, slowing only to get a closer look at the damage to her own car.
Have you been drinking?
Her tone grew stern. The other woman straightened her posture and pulled a long-barreled pistol from her pocket, leveling it at the Attorney General. Mercer was shocked, but her sharp mind replayed the events of the last minute. The collision was deliberate. It was a ruse to draw her out onto the street. She was being carjacked.
Just take the car. I won't.
2 shots chuffed from the silenced pistol, both striking the AG in the head. She was dead before her body hit the street. Melody Richter fired 2 rounds from her silenced Heckler & Koch Mark 23, both rounds striking Attorney General Mercer above her right brow. Her target's body dropped straight down as the subsonic .45 caliber hollow points shut her brain off. Melody looked back at her car and nodded to the other woman inside. Alyssa Westall emerged from the passenger side and walked to the still idling Audi. She sat behind the wheel, closed the door, and drove away. With a casual glance, Melody scanned the area for possible witnesses. Satisfied that there were none, she strode to her car to follow Alyssa. She pressed a button on the screen in the dashboard and waited for the call to connect.
What is your status?
Was all the voice said on the other end.
Target is down. The car will be taken care of before dawn, she said.
When the assignment is complete, return to your post.
Without another word, the call disconnected. Alpha assets frequently tasked with protecting Rebecca Flair, Melody and Alyssa had been given a special mission. After John Stone's escape from prison, the Order-controlled Ares Plumbing in Mexico had been infiltrated by former Gamma assets. With the new complications in her plan, Flair had to shut down the investigation at its source. Melody and Alyssa had been assigned to eliminate Bianca Mercer. They were to make the execution look like a carjacking, leaving her body on the street. Alyssa took the car to a known chop shop that the Order had paid for a favor. No one would suspect that Mercer's death was a result of her investigation into Rebecca Flair. The ensuing chaos of losing a U.S. Attorney General would give Flair enough time to set the Order's plan into motion. By the time the investigation had any real traction, it would be too late to stop her. Chapter 19. Reno, Nevada. Parker sat alone in the bedroom that he had set up as an impromptu computer lab. The fans of a workhorse computer whirred, kicking out a steady stream of warm air, trying to cool the processor inside. He had his laptop for going over the files they currently had, but the burly tower of power underneath the desk was running his mob recognition software. In the zone, Parker's fingers danced across the keyboard, uncovering more information, using the data Millie had provided as a starting point. Meanwhile, with no real target, the mob recognition software could only use the location of the functional God Hand drone to gather all available video feeds in the area. They had no usable footage of Rebecca Flair for the program to pinpoint. The woman was a ghost. Until they had more intel, all it could do was capture and catalog all of the different people nearby. Knowing that his questionable methods always caused Travis distress, Parker had neglected to inform him of the satellite imagery he used to get a better look at the target location. The military-style facility had several buildings in a loose grid, all surrounded by a wall.
John will be able to provide an estimate about how many bad guys we'll be facing,
Parker mumbled as he printed the images. The workhorse computer chimed. Parker rolled to his left and glanced at the screen. He nodded and printed the pages of data, adding to the already impressive piles it had been churning out.
He rose from his chair and walked out, grabbing the still-warm sheets from the laser printer, heading to the safe house living room. Parker was mumbling as he skimmed the pages in his hands. He looked up to see Curtis Clark and Daniel Jimenez drop their duffel bags on the floor to greet John and the others. "Hey, Parker. How are you doing?" Curtis asked. "I'm fine. I have some data to show you all," Parker said. He raised a hand, waving to Jimenez, as the other offered a handshake. After an awkward exchange, deciding between fist bumps and high fives, Parker just synchronized his hand to shake with Jimenez. "We picked up your strays, like you asked," Curtis said to Travis.
"Hey, this is better than most of the other dumps we normally stay in,"
Letitia said as she came in behind Jimenez.
"I'm sorry, Your Majesty,"
Millie said, pushing the younger girl through the door so she could also enter. "You must be Letitia," Travis said. "We've got your rooms in the back. Just stow your gear and meet us out here in 5. Parker smiled and nodded at the two girls.
"Hello."
He held out his hand. Letitia slapped it with a quick swipe before thumping his still outstretched fingers with her fist.
"Parker? The guy that wrote the mob rec program?"
She just pursed her lips and nodded as she walked by. Millie smiled at Parker and patted him on the shoulder as she headed down the hall to put her stuff away. Parker looked around at the people gathered in the safe house. He felt a sense of relief and comfort, seeing the hardcore back together again. "Hey, John," Parker said, interrupting John's current conversation with Curtis. "No worries. We'll catch up later," Curtis said, smiling at Parker's blunt mannerism.
"Go ahead,"
John said.
"So I have these satellite images of the address Millie found at Ares."
Parker began setting the printed pages on the coffee table, moving small items one at a time to make room. Scott calmly grabbed the pages from Parker, swiped a muscular forearm across the table to clear it, and spread them all out. The action caught the attention of everyone in the room. Now all eyes were on Parker. He swallowed and took a deep breath.
"Thanks, Scott. Detective," he said. "So, these are satellite images of what appears to be a military outpost or base of some kind at the base of Steens Mountain in Oregon. There are a few small buildings around here, and there's a wall surrounding the area, with a guard outpost at the front. Part of the mountain base acts as a natural barrier connected to the walls."
"Looks cozy," Chance said.
"Looks familiar," Ty said. "Like the Wolf's Den in the Rockies."
"The buildings are different," Curtis said. "Those look like military installations."
"It doesn't look too big, though," Jimenez said. "Based on the size of that guard tower, I would guess those buildings aren't especially large. Probably less than half a dozen people operating there at any time." "Where would they keep a drone there?" Roland asked.
"It's under the mountain," John said. "Makes sense, given the way this is all set up," Scott said.
"Oh, well, I guess asking you to give a rough estimate of how many people are there wouldn't be very useful."
"I'm afraid not, Parker." John folded his arms over his chest, looking at the images.
"All right, let's move on then." Parker cleared his throat. "I tried to use the mob recognition software to get an idea of where Rebecca Flair might be, but I don't have any usable footage to seed the search. Instead, I just used the program to catalog everyone it found near the base. I'm afraid the results aren't promising."
"You mean you didn't find anyone?" Travis asked.
"Worse," Parker said.
He pulled the second stack of printed pages from different cameras in the area, dropping them onto the coffee table with a thud. After a moment to let the weight of the data sink in, he bent down to spread the pages out.
"Is this everyone in the United States, or just everyone in Oregon?" Curtis asked. "Yeah, sorry. The software just didn't have enough data points to narrow the field down much more than this, at least not without possibly eliminating the people we're actually looking for."
John picked up a few of the pages and passed them around to everyone in the room. "I know this is a long shot, but let's look through these and see if we recognize anyone."
"It's like looking through a haystack of yearbook photos to find the needle that rejected you when you asked her to prom," Ty said.
"Let's get to work then," Travis said. The team spent the next half hour poring over the images, setting aside all of the maybes.
After a while, even that pile was growing too large to be of any use. "I don't think this is going to pan out," Travis said.
"I'm sorry, guys. I know this is probably a waste," Parker started. "Stop! Hand me that page," Millie said.
Parker froze, the paper still in his hand. Millie took it and studied the image. Her eyes narrowed and her jaw tightened.
"This is her. This is Rebecca Flair."
Ann Arbor, Michigan. Wesker thanked the waitress of the small diner as she refreshed his coffee. Poe turned one of the small creamer cups over in his fingers, feeling the chilled liquid against the thin plastic container. The younger marshal sat back and stretched as he stifled a yawn. Their investigation had hit a snag, and he was waiting for Wesker to find their next lead. The older man's phone rang, rattling along the tabletop. Wesker grabbed it and checked who was calling as a look of wariness stretched across his features, as if he wasn't sure if he recognized the number. "This is Wesker," he said, still unsure of what to expect. After the caller spoke, Poe saw Wesker's expression change. The usually stoic marshal never let his emotions get the better of him. What Poe saw gave him cause to worry. "Okay. Thank you for letting me know," Wesker said. He ended the call and placed the phone gently onto the table. Seconds ticked by. Poe, eager for more information, was about to burst. U.S. Attorney General Bianca Mercer was found dead late last night, Wesker said. Poe dropped the creamer cup.
"What? How?"
"Carjacking. The on-scene report says she was shot twice and left in the street. Her car is missing."
"Do you believe that, sir? That this was a carjacking?"
Wesker rubbed a weathered hand over the growing stubble on his tired face. D.C. can be a dangerous place. Seems like an awful coincidence, though, given the timing of what she was doing. Poe placed his hands flat on the table.
"You mean tracking down John Stone? Do you think this was him?"
"No, I don't think that at all." Wesker paused to look out the window of the diner. "I meant that the Attorney General was in the process of putting an investigation together to go after some pretty dangerous people. Framing a murder to look like an accident or unfortunate event would fit the M.O. of someone looking to hide their tracks." Poe thought for a moment.
"Are we in danger, then?"
"We're always in danger, Poe. This is a dangerous line of work."
"I mean, do you think that—"
Wesker waved away the question and guided the conversation back to their current task. "Stone is still at large, and he is tied up in all this, even if he wasn't directly responsible for her death. Let's bring him in and see what he knows about the people A.G. Mercer was investigating."
"Is any information he provides still going to be admissible?"
Poe asked. "I'm not worried about that right now. Once we bring him in, we'll make sure to pass along what he knows to the appropriate parties. If it comes down to it, I'll investigate them myself." Wesker held up a finger to get the attention of the waitress.
"All right, sir. I went through all the Stones' recent contacts. Here are their addresses and cell phone numbers."
Wesker looked at the tablet with the information. "Thank you, Poe. I'll run down this list and give them a call."
"Think they would help us find him?"
Poe asked. "I think it wouldn't hurt to try. At this point, we don't have any solid leads on Stone's location." The simplicity of Wesker's plan put a smile on Poe's face.
"Okay. Let's split the list and call them all, sir."
Chapter 20. Reno, Nevada. "Are you positive this is Flair?" Travis asked, looking closer at the image on the page.
"I'm sure,"
Millie said.
"Not a doubt. 100% that's Flair,"
Letitia added.
"Okay."
Parker rubbed his hands together.
"Now that we know that she might be at the base, here's the tricky part."
He crouched to the floor and laid out the third set of papers. It was more satellite imagery of what looked like another small military outpost.
"These are SAT images of a place near Denio, Nevada. The God Hand was in Oregon. but we believe its control center is here in northern Nevada.
Parker pointed to the pages on the floor.
Who's we?
Travis asked.
I asked for help from some of Millie's contacts when I started digging into Flair and the Order. They managed to find a digital communication footprint between these two locations. Signal intelligence isn't really my thing, but they're really good at it. One of Millie's friends, Cat 6, she excels at this stuff. She's amazing, really. Cat used only the...
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Please move on,
Travis interrupted. Parker closed his eyes and nodded, aware of his tendency to ramble on when he was excited or nervous.
Hold on. You said the God Hand was in Oregon. Has it moved?
John asked.
Sorry. We've been keeping tabs on all back-and-forth communication between both sites, intercepting what we could. Cat discovered that the God Hand is no longer at the Steens Mountain outpost.
Where is it? Miranda asked.
Currently, it's flying in a holding pattern over the Pacific, west of Mexico, over international waters, Parker said.
You know if it has a target?
John asked.
Yes. We were able to intercept the coordinates from an encrypted communication.
And you're just now telling us? Travis put his hands on his hips.
Give me a sec.
Parker had no more printed pages in his hands. He ran to the room with his computers and came back with a laptop. It's like a circuit city in that room, Scott said. He put the computer on the coffee table, covering the pages, and brought up a map.
There are a dozen different targets, spread out between El Salvador and Honduras, he said.
John crouched to get a better look at the locations.
These are strategic targets that would cripple the region. Flair is going after its military leadership and civilian infrastructure.
I don't get it.
Why attack Central America? Chance asked.
Terrorist attack, maybe?
Millie said.
A strike like this would destabilize both countries. There would be no effective leadership, John said.
Could be part of a coup attempt, Travis said.
Whatever the reason, we have to stop it.
John stood, pressing a hand against his rib as he winced.
When is it going to happen? Why haven't they already done it if the drone has been in the air so long? Miranda asked. The God Hand uses data from weather satellites to build its targeting profile. The kinetic strike javelins are unguided munitions. The weather has to be optimal for maximum precision.
What does that mean for us? Curtis asked. Should we be hoping for rain?
According to the information we were able to gather, the window for an effective God Hand strike is in 6 to 8 hours.
How do we stop it? Chance asked.
We have to get to the control center in Denio, Parker said.
We've also got to stop Flair and the Order in Oregon, John said. Millie found the plans to build a dozen more drones at least. Even if we stop this one, there will be more in the future. And if we wait, there will be too many to stop.
Roland's cell buzzed in his pocket. He took the phone out to check the number just as Chance received a call as well. They both looked at numbers and then at each other quizzically. Travis continued.
Okay, so which do we choose?
It's got to be both, Curtis said.
We're not exactly operating with full resources at our disposal, Mr. Clark. Curtis is right, John said. We can't risk going after one and alerting the other.
I think we've got more trouble.
Jimenez showed his phone screen to Chance and Roland.
That's the number that just tried to call me, Roland said.
Parker's phone rang next.
Don't answer it.
It could be someone trying to lock down our location, Travis said.
Maybe I can run a trace on the number, find out who's calling, Parker said.
10 seconds later, Ty's phone rang. Unlike the others, who had kept their phones set to silent, the courier's mobile blared out an excerpt from the song Way of Life by Lil Wayne. He looked at the screen and accepted the call.
New phone. Who dis?
Ty asked.
What are you doing?
Travis mouthed angrily. Ty winked and gave him a thumbs up.
U.S. Marshal Dwight Wesker. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Ty spoke the name clearly for everyone to hear. He listened to the man on the other end and shook his head.
John Stone? No, sorry, I don't know him. Sounds like a porn name. You sure you got the right number?
Travis signaled to Ty to hang up the phone.
Don't worry, I got this, Ty whispered.
John took the phone from the shadow courier and listened to the voice on the other end.
Without a word, he ended the call and powered the phone down.
What was all that about, Mr.
And Travis let out a sigh before finishing his question.
Mr. Octane?
Now we know who's calling us, Ty said. Not bad, Scott said, appreciating the blunt approach. He gave the kid bonus points for annoying Travis Chambers. Travis's phone rang. He checked the number, looked at John, then answered. This is Chambers. He listened for a few seconds, thanked the voice on the other end, then hung up his phone. It was an old friend of mine. Told me to turn the TV to any news network, Travis said, reaching for the TV remote. He turned on the television and switched to the first news network that appeared in the channel guide. Miranda gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. The image on the screen showed Attorney General Bianca Mercer's picture with a chyron underneath, announcing that she had been murdered. In what appears to be a carjacking incident. Her body was found at an intersection by another motorist. Her car is missing, and police are searching the area.
My God,
Curtis muttered. Once again, Attorney General Bianca Mercer has been shot and killed in what police believe to be a carjacking on her way to her home, and Travis turned the TV off.
What does this mean? Who would do this?
Miranda sat on the floor in front of the couch. This isn't a coincidence, Chance said. Someone is tying up loose ends. John's eyes burned with rage.
Flair.
Ann Arbor, Michigan. Wesker looked at his phone after the call had disconnected. He absently twirled the device between his fingers and looked over to the passenger seat. Did you get a fix? He asked. Poe typed a command into the laptop computer mounted to the center of the dashboard of their Lincoln sedan. He smiled as his eyes flicked across the screen. Yes, sir. Cell tower data puts high-octane in Reno, Nevada. That's not a bad bit of work, son. Thank you. Poe typed a few more commands to save the information to a separate file. Are we going to Reno? I reckon we should try. Maybe he'll be gone by the time we get there, but he's our best shot at finding Stone this moment. Wesker slid his phone into the inside pocket of his jacket. I'll get us there right away. Poe brought up a browser on the computer. Looks like the nearest airport with a direct flight to Reno is Detroit Metropolitan. Wesker started the engine. Looks like we're headed to Detroit. Chapter 21. Reno, Nevada. Are you sure your contact can get the vehicles we need? John asked. Millie nodded. I've already spoken to her. She'll have the cars ready to go when we are. Where did you get them? Travis asked. Millie pursed her lips. On such short notice, she says we can have them on one condition. Don't ask. Travis chuckled. It's not like we're going to be in any more trouble than we already are. Scott held a cigarette pinched between his lips, fishing for a lighter. We've got to infiltrate 2 locations simultaneously. Who's going where? Parker stuffed his laptop into a backpack. I'll be with the team heading for the Nevada outpost. Once we find out which building they're controlling the drone from, I can... You're not going in. It's too dangerous, John said. I understand the risk, John. Trust me. I don't want to go in there. But you're going to need me. Kat and her people can handle the drone takeover, Millie said. It's not going to work, Parker rebutted. There's no effective way to patch her into the drone's controls easily. Even if we could do that, I would have to be the one to set it up anyway. John looked at Parker through narrowed eyes. After a moment, he turned to face Millie with a questioning gaze. It has to be me, John. No one else here can do what I can, Parker said. All right, you win. You get in and out quietly, and don't take any chances in there. Travis walked to the center of the living room. Well, seeing as how Parker's mission is going to require more stealth, we should task those that are suitable to go after the drone facility. I think Millie should... I'm going after Flair, Millie said. Are you sure? Travis asked. The mountain outpost is likely going to be heavily guarded. We're going to need our heavy hitters there for an aggressive attack. I think Travis is right. Maybe you should help Parker out, Curtis said.
Millie shook her head. She had a fire in her eyes that almost forced everyone to take a step back.
My parents were murdered when I was 9. Armed guerrillas kidnapped me and dumped me at an orphanage where I was trained to be a soldier. A weapon.
She turned to look Travis in the eye.
That was all because of Rebecca Flair. I'm going to find her. And I'm going to kill her myself.
The silence in the room drew out for several uncomfortable seconds.
Damn,
Ty finally said.
Billy is with me, John said. But Parker is going to need some firepower behind him.
I'll go with Parker. I've done my share of stealth ops, Curtis said.
Chance held up a hand.
I'll help them out.
Ty, you make sure to get them there undetected, and get them out when it's finished, John said.
You mind if I tag along? Roland asked. I'll stay with Ty and help keep a lookout, in case things get hot.
Are you sure you want to do this? Chance asked.
Yeah, I want to help. Besides, I've seen Ty shoot. He'll need all the help he can get.
Ty pointed to Roland's wheelchair.
A wheelman to back up the wheelman. I can dig it.
What are we doing once we have control of the drone? Travis asked.
What are our options?
Miranda asked. That kind of tech could be a game changer, Travis said. If we surrender it to the U.S. government, that might help smooth things over.
I can land it at Nellis Air Force Base, Parker said. I mean, we would have to give them a pretty big heads up, so they don't think it's an attack, though.
John shook his head.
We can't let that thing survive intact. It needs to be destroyed.
Parker looked at John with a questioning stare.
I suppose we could figure out a way to force it to self-destruct. Maybe drop it into the ocean at high speed and let the impact shred it.
You can't be serious, Travis said. Do you even understand the consequences of that? Think about what the U.S. would be capable of. That's a powerful weapon to help them fight the enemies of the world, Travis said.
Yeah, and think about the damage it can do to the governments that disagree with them, Ty said.
We're going to destroy it, John said. Travis shook his head and sighed. Fine. We dust it.
What about the Oregon outpost? Jimenez asked. If that base is built under the mountain, who knows how big it'll be?
This all feels like a lot to take on. How much firepower are we bringing? Scott asked. I've got my weapon with me. But who else is carrying? Chance asked.
Let's do a quick inventory, John said.
Chance pulled his Glock 22 from his holster. This and a couple of spare mags. Plus I've got a Remington 870 in the car.
I took my personal weapons when we left my house, Roland said.
He opened a duffel bag, revealing a Glock 17 and a Ruger Mini 14. Without a word, Scott showed his Smith & Wesson 686 revolver. Travis gestured to the Sig Sauer P227 in his shoulder rig. I've got a spare magazine with extended base plate to reload. 14 more shots. Millie and Letitia emptied their bug-out bags, placing a Glock 26, a Smith & Wesson M&P Shield, and 2 HK MP7s on the table, with spare magazines for each weapon. Chance let out a low whistle. How in the world did you get your hands on those PDWs? Travis asked, pointing to the MP7s. Never mind. I don't want to know.
I've got nothing, Parker said.
Me neither,
John said.
Nope,
Miranda said, raising both hands.
I've got an AR-15 stashed away in the trunk.
And this, Curtis said, showing his Beretta M9.
Just the sidearm, Jimenez said,
displaying the same pistol as Curtis.
Are we supposed to infiltrate a guarded military compound with only a smattering of pistols? Curtis asked.
It gets better, John replied. Those bases aren't housing typical private defense contractors. Now that INSEC has been shut down, Flair has beta assets stationed there.
More Greeks? Wonderful, Chance mumbled. What does that mean? Jimenez asked. Who are the Greeks?
The Order developed training programs for developing highly trained soldiers for their private army, Millie said. The Alpha program focused on assassination, eliminating single high-profile targets, silent, stealthy, and precise. Betas are the opposite, They are trained for the battlefield, focused on inflicting massive casualties. The ultimate soldiers.
Now imagine an underground bunker, guarded by people with the single purpose of waging war, John added.
How exactly are we supposed to take on those odds with this small group? Clark asked.
We'll call in our own reinforcements, John said.
I'm sorry, is there someone on the team that I wasn't aware of? Travis asked.
Wesker.
Wesker is actively hunting us down, John, Chance said.
I see where he's going. We get Wesker in on this by dropping an anonymous tip, letting him know where John is going to be, Scott said. It won't be anonymous, John said. I'm going to tell him where I'll be and what we'll be going up against. That way, we make sure he's prepared for a fight when he arrives.
That's just crazy enough to work, Ty said. What does that even mean? Chance asked.
He shrugged.
I heard it in a movie once.
Millie and I are going to Oregon. Who else wants to go? John asked.
I'm in, Scott Maverick said. Jimenez raised his hand, followed by Letitia.
You're not going, Letty,
Millie said to her.
Yes, I am. I have a score to settle with Flair, too. Yours isn't the only life she ruined. This isn't up for discussion. You guys need help. What if something happens to you?
Letitia's eyes reddened.
That's why you have to stay. If something happens, if we don't succeed, you have to continue fighting to bring her down. To bring the order down for good. It's not fair.
A tear ran down Letitia's cheek.
You can't keep leaving me behind.
Miranda and I will stay back to monitor computer and radio traffic, Travis said. We'll need your help to watch our backs. The young girl wiped away a tear, realizing that she wasn't about to win the argument. Millie pulled her into a hug. Letitia gripped Millie's shirt with both fists, burying her face into her sweatshirt.
We'll take care of Letitia,
Miranda added.
Thank you,
Millie said. All right, Ramblers, let's get rambling, Chance said. Why is it okay for you to quote movies? Ty asked. Because I use good lines from good movies. Detroit, Michigan. Wesker grunted as he pulled a bag from the trunk with several toiletries and some spare clothes. He kept one in the trunk for travel on short notice. Something his partner Poe would probably start doing as well after this week. I can get the bag for you, sir, the young marshal said. It's fine. I'm used to its weight by now, Wesker said. His phone buzzed in his pocket as he closed the trunk lid. On second thought, here you go. He handed the bag to Poe by its shoulder strap and retrieved his phone. The number on the screen was high-octane's. He was calling back. Wesker showed the screen to Poe before answering. This is Wesker.
Marshal Wesker. My name is John Stone.
Mr. Stone, I've been looking for you.
So I've been told. I'll be making your job much easier by letting you know that I'm going to be in Oregon tonight.
Wesker looked to Poe and mouthed the word Oregon. Poe nodded and dialed a number to change their flight arrangements. How do I know you're telling me the truth? Wesker asked.
Lying is not my style, John said. But you'll have to take my word for it, Marshal.
What's happening in Oregon? Wesker brushed his jacket back with his fingers to rest a hand on his hip, just in front of the holstered sidearm. Why tell me?
I'm sorry about Attorney General Mercer. News reports are saying it was a carjacking, but you and I know it was something bigger, John said. She was investigating Rebecca Flair and her ties to an organization known as the Order.
Yeah, I've heard a little about the case. You were helping her with that, I understand, Wesker said.
Yes, sir. My friends were handing over everything we had discovered when we were moving up the Order's chain of command.
So why escape? Wesker asked. You must have known that would hurt the Attorney General's case. John paused.
Flair is planning something big. I'll send you details later, but for now, if you want me, I'll be in Oregon.
Wesker took several slow breaths, processing everything John told him. I don't suppose you'd be willing to tell me where in Oregon I can find you?
Yes, Marshal Wesker. That's the plan. But when you come,
Bring your special operations group, John said. Make sure they're locked and loaded. Flair's people are going to be shooting first and covering their tracks later. How many? Wesker tried to follow up, but John ended the call.
Should we trust him, sir?
Poe asked. Strangely enough, I do. Wesker slid his phone into his pocket and took his bag from Poe. Let's go to Oregon. You call state and local. I'll get in touch with SOG to prepare our backup. Chapter 22. Reno, Nevada. Millie crouched in front of the gunmetal gray sedan that Curtis and Jimenez had picked her up in earlier. She looked out across the mostly empty parking lot of a strip mall. Chance walked next to Roland as he rolled his wheelchair to the rest of the group.
Man, it's cold out here,
Ty said, rubbing his hands together.
That happens this time of year,
Millie said.
Not in Vegas.
Ty glanced into the side mirror of the sedan and fixed the front spikes in his hair. John checked his watch.
Any minute now. Stay sharp, people.
3 vehicles pulled into the parking lot ahead of them. The 2 on either side shut off their engines, while the third flashed the headlights once. John wasted no time grabbing his bag out of the trunk of Chance's car. The rest of the team followed, walking toward awaiting vehicles. A woman climbed out from behind the wheel of the lead car, a sleek black Jaguar. She wore a dark blue blazer and slacks, with a red scarf peeking out from the lapels of her jacket. The mystery woman walked up to John with the confidence of a celebrity.
You must be Millie's friend, John,
she said, extending a hand.
I'm Sarah Halls.
John shook her hand, noting that, with her short heels, they stood the same height.
Thank you for your help.
Anything for this one, Sarah said, as Millie walked up to her. The older woman enveloped her in a hug.
It's been a while,
Millie said, wiping a tear away with a finger.
So how do you 2 know each other? Chance asked.
Sarah straightened her posture, keeping an arm draped over Millie's shoulder.
We lost a good friend. I helped Millie and Letitia with some gear to settle that debt. Wait, where is Letitia? She's going to be sitting this one out,
Millie said, almost under her breath.
Too bad. She's a firecracker, that one. You all could have used her help,
Sarah said, her smile fading. A man wearing a bespoke suit walked up. They're all prepped, Miss Halls.
Hey, Millie.
Hi, Christopher. Nice to see you again.
Millie shook the man's hand.
When did you sell out and start hanging out with this new crowd? I can tell they're cops just by looking at them.
Sarah chuckled. Now, Christopher, you know we don't pry.
I'm sorry, Miss Halls, he replied, trying to hide his smile.
Sarah pointed to one of the cars in the parking lot. Let's get down to business, shall we? Here's what you asked for.
That's a Tesla Model X, dude. Am I driving them to soccer practice? Ty asked. Why can't we take the Jag?
You called me 2 hours ago. Said you needed something quiet and roomy.
Sarah gestured to the electric vehicle.
This will work. What's the range on it? John asked.
Over 300 miles on a full charge. It'll get them where they need to be.
I'll have to hit a quick charge station on the way back here. Very convenient for a getaway,
Ty said, shaking his head. John patted him on the shoulder.
I believe in you, kid.
Your other ride is right over here.
Sarah took several steps to her left and pointed to a black, unmarked Ford sedan next to her Jaguar.
That's a police interceptor. Where'd you get this? Chance asked.
I told Millie I had one rule, Sarah said.
No questions, right, Chance said.
Equipped with GPS tracking as you requested. I'm not sure why you would need that, Sarah said. Thank you, Sarah, Millie said.
The woman smiled at Millie.
Anything for family. Now go and finish what you started in New York.
It's time to go. This whole operation has to be in sync, so stay in contact with Travis, John said. Ty, take the Tesla. Millie, Curtis, bring the other vehicles back with us.
Millie and Curtis nodded.
You got it, dude,
Ty said with a lazy, unenthusiastic salute. Roland lifted himself into the back seat of the Tesla. Chance folded up his wheelchair to put into the trunk.
There's one more thing. Millie implied that you were going to be outgunned, so I put a little extra support into the trunks, Sarah said. It's not much. The best I could do on such short notice, really.
Chance saw the bag when he put the wheelchair in. He unzipped it part way and peeked inside.
Where did you get... Never mind. Your one rule, I guess.
Sarah winked, pointing to the Detroit detective. John sat at the driver's seat of the police interceptor. As he started the engine, Christopher used his phone to snap several pics of John, the vehicle, and the license plate. He watched them leave before he composed a message on his phone and attached the photos.
Did you send it?
Sarah asked. Christopher's phone let out a quick whoosh.
Yes, Miss Hulse.
Reno, Nevada. Miranda Spencer's phone chimed. She stared at it for a moment before confirming that the images had been sent by Millie's contact. Connecting the device to Parker's workhorse computer, she typed up a message and uploaded the photos to a remote server. She included the frequency ID of the interceptor's GPS that John was driving. The remote server also had every bit of data Parker had prepared to send to Attorney General Mercer to aid in her investigation against Rebecca Flair before she was killed. Miranda sent the message to the U.S. Marshal, Dwight Wesker, letting him know how to track John's movements. She also provided the access key to the remote server containing all of the files. He would be able to see for himself what the order was planning, initiating kinetic strikes on 2 Central American countries. Travis handed a cup of hot chocolate to Letitia, who sat silently on the couch with her knees pulled up to her chest. She took the mug and held it, still staring at the front door. Miranda pushed her chair back and folded her hands into her lap.
I hope this works, Mr. Chambers.
He set a cup of coffee on the desk for her. I've seen John and this team accomplish things that I thought were impossible. We've got to have faith that they'll pull through this, too. Chapter 23. Denio, Nevada. Ty took the Tesla around another bend, testing the vehicle's handling and speed.
Hey, let's keep it below the speed limit, Curtis said.
The vehicle's electric motor had been quietly propelling them across the mostly flat roads for the past 2.5 hours. Curtis's outburst broke the silence, pulling everyone from their own thoughts.
What kind of gear did Sarah leave for us?
Roland asked. He sat in the back seat with Curtis, who fished the bag out from under his seat.
Take this, would you, Parker?
Curtis said, dropping the bag onto the programmer's lap. Parker let out a huff.
That's, heavier than I expected.
Curtis dug in, pulling out a set of night vision goggles, letting out a whistle.
These are pretty old, but they work just fine,
he said, holding them up to his eyes.
There any extra heat in that bag? I might need some firepower if things go bad, Ty said.
There's a few, but it's more dangerous for us if they were in your hands, Curtis said. He pulled out a Car PM9 and checked its action. He ejected the magazine, racked the slide 3 times, and pulled the trigger.
Subcompact 9mm.
It's not much, but better than nothing. He handed the pistol and 1 spare magazine to Parker.
Sorry, there aren't more mags, kid.
The young hacker held the pistol tentatively. The last time he had to fire one was almost a year ago.
It's okay. I don't plan on using it.
Well, if you don't plan to, I'll take it off your hands, Ty said. Roland reached into the bag and pulled out a shiny metal revolver with a 4-inch barrel.
Just give Ty this one. I feel like he won't accidentally shoot one of us with this.
Chance took the revolver and examined it.
Colt King Cobra.
Nice. That thing is probably older than John's grandfather, Ty said. Chance laughed. It might be older than you are, but even you can handle this thing. Just keep pulling the trigger until the bangs turn to clicks.
I bet they used it to shoot the last dinosaur, Ty said.
Roland, Curtis, and Chance laughed. Ty's frustration helped to lighten the mood for most of the vehicle's occupants. But Ty chewed on a thumbnail, staring out the window, his mind racing through the possible scenarios he would be dealing with.
Listen up, Curtis said. I know it feels like we've gone over it 100 times, but trust me, that's how we make it through in one piece. I'll be taking point. Parker, you stay close while Detective Hunter watches our 6.
Ty's going to drop us off as close to the base as possible without arousing suspicion. Once we get out, he finds a safe spot to wait for exfil. While he and Roland take their position, we move in. Count on me, boss. Ty gave him a thumbs up, looking at him through the rearview mirror.
I'll keep an eye on him,
Roland said. What do we do once we reach the base? Parker asked, drumming his fingers on his backpack where he kept the laptop computer. We let Travis know we're in position. Curtis checked the time on his watch. We hold until John gives us the signal to move. So I stay in touch with Travis then? Parker asked. Correct. He and Miranda have the equipment to monitor the communications from the Steens Mountain facility, so you'll be able to coordinate with them. Parker nodded. Curtis patted him on the chest. Great. Let's get into character, people. Parker took the night vision goggles that Curtis handed to him. He set them in his lap and pulled out a stack of satellite photos he had printed out earlier. Tracing a finger along their route, Parker studied the various structures, trying to determine which building was the likeliest possibility to be the drone control center. He inhaled through his nose, holding the breath as he tapped a finger on a cluster of antennas. The closest building to the cluster stood out in his mind. Parker blew out the breath in a steady stream of air through his mouth. That's gotta be it, he thought. I'm going to slow her down, and you three leap out and tuck into shoulder rolls like in the movies, Ty said, breaking the silence. We're about 2 clicks out. You even know what a click is? Chance asked. Come on, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Right, Parker? Curtis noticed that Parker wasn't paying attention to the conversation. You don't have to go in there, Parker. Yeah, you can stay with Ty and Roland. We'll stay in radio contact, and you can tell us what to do, Chance said. I'll carry your equipment in. You can trust me. No, it won't work. There might be complications when we're in there that you won't be able to figure out. What I have to do in there could be too difficult for you, Parker said. Oh, snap! Apply cold water to burn, Ty laughed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Parker sat up straighter and tried to put on a brave front, but his thoughts wandered to the last time he was helping out so close to the danger. He and Ty had been captured and interrogated by a group of violent Russian mercenaries. It wasn't something he wished to go through again. Are you sure? Curtis asked. Chance smiled to help put him at ease. We'll watch over you in there. I've got this, Parker said. Last stop, everyone off, Ty said. He rolled the vehicle to a surprisingly calm stop. The hum of the electric motor was barely audible as the 3-man team stepped out under cover of darkness. Where will you be again? Parker asked, his eyes darting around. I'm supposed to fall back somewhere safe and wait for you to tell me when you're ready to leave. Ty rolled his eyes. Don't worry about us, Mom. We'll stay out of trouble until you need us. Curtis signaled for Parker and Chance to follow as he moved along a row of desert shrubs, staying low. The 3 of them approached the base's outer perimeter, finding a suitable position to hunker down and wait to hear from John and Travis. The crunching of the dirt and rocks under the electric vehicle's tires faded into the distance as Ty rolled away. We're on our own now, boys, Curtis said. Gear check. Parker watched Chance and Curtis don their NV goggles, adjusting the straps to fit before lowering the eyepieces. He tried to do the same, struggling with the headgear. Let me help, Chance said, securing the straps. Thanks, Parker said, lowering the eyepieces. Just lower them when you need to see what you're doing, Curtis said, adjusting the sling of his rifle. Chance eased the slide of his Glock back to check for the .40 caliber brass in the chamber. He holstered the pistol and swung the shotgun around, bracing the buttstock against his shoulder. Parker looked down at the weapon in his shaking hands. He took in half a breath, still shuddering. Trying to remember everything John told him about firearms, Parker ejected the magazine, checked that it was full, and reinserted it. He held it between both hands with a firm grip and raised the car to bring the front sight into his field of view. The 3 white dots were difficult to see in the low light, but it was still evident that they were unsteady. Ready as I'll ever be, I guess, he thought. They hunkered down in the darkness and waited. Steens Mountain, Oregon. John turned the interceptor down a small dirt road, taking them closer to the base of the mountain, using a winding path through dirt and rocks. He swerved to avoid anything that might wedge under the car and get them stuck. After 5 minutes of slow driving with no headlights, he stopped the car and turned off the engine.
We're close. Let's get our game faces on.
John climbed out, swinging the PDW from Letitia's bug-out bag up to his shoulder, scanning the area while everyone else exited the vehicle. They were all prepared to proceed on foot, bringing all of their gear with them. John wanted Wesker to find him, but to accomplish their task, the team would need a head start before the U.S. Marshal found the interceptor they used. Once Wesker and his Special Ops group arrived, they would be in a position to inadvertently flank the base, while giving John and the others the room they would need to fight. Everyone secured their weapons and equipment, adjusting their night vision goggles. Like the bag from the other car, Sarah had provided additional weapons, only with more bang for their buck. Each team member carried a pair of old Mk2 pineapple grenades, along with their primary weapons. Jimenez worked the bolt of the Remington 783, chambering a .308 caliber round. Scott pulled out the M60 machine gun, along with the ammo case, with a spare belt of 7.62 by 51mm NATO.
Did she get this stuff from a museum? These are relics,
the detective grumbled, wiping a thin layer of dust from the barrel.
Just like us, old man,
John said with a smirk. Scott worked the charging handle.
I think some of this gear is actually older than I am.
Approaching the outer fence of the installation, John crouched and signaled for the others to stop.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen.
John checked the fit of his NVGs.
From here on out, we're going to be squaring up with maybe the biggest threat we've ever faced. The Order's beta assets are more dangerous than any foe you can imagine, so teamwork is critical.
I'm ready,
Millie said.
Flair has to pay.
John looked at the young woman.
Teamwork is critical, he repeated. No lone wolf missions, leaving the others behind.
Millie nodded.
Understood. But I'm not leaving until we bury her under this rock.
John looked deep into Millie's eyes, seeing the determination. He knew she would give up her life to stop Rebecca Flair. He understood the raw emotion, after spending so much time avenging the deaths of his friends, Frank Colt and Marvin Van Pierce.
Scott and Jimenez will take up positions to provide fire support. Millie and I will work our way to the base perimeter and find a way in, he said.
What if you get spotted? Jimenez asked. We don't have high ground out here, so it will be difficult to keep tabs on you.
I don't want you firing unless I tell you. And when I do, give it your all, and make them think we've got a much larger force than they expect.
I think the pig and I can handle that, Scott said, patting the machine gun.
John clapped a hand on Scott's shoulder and smiled. Millie gave them a nod, and the two of them disappeared into the darkness. Millie moved several meters behind John.
You're pretty agile, you know, considering...
John raised an eyebrow.
Considering what?
Your size and your advanced stage?
John chuckled.
Kid, I spent more time moving like this than you've spent living in this world. It's just like riding a bike.
Millie smiled and kept moving, silent as a shadow.
This is the next waypoint,
John said, lowering his goggles. He and Millie took up concealed positions to observe the area, taking a quick head count of the enemy. From their vantage point, they were able to pick out 6 sentries, working in pairs.
In position, and we've done a sweep visually. How many do you see?
John radioed to Scott. The response crackled quietly in his earpiece.
Roger that. We count 6 so far. 2 pairs in fixed positions, and 2 yahoos walking the perimeter.
Confirmed, John said. He switched his comm and contacted Travis.
This is John. We're in position here.
Copy that. Parker is in place and ready to move, Travis said.
Copy. We're moving in now.
John signed off. Millie took 2 deep breaths with slow exhales and prepared herself.
Are you ready, Millie?
John asked, clutching the MP7 against his chest.
Yes. I have an idea of how we might be able to get in, if you're up for it, she said.
Lead the way, John said. The pair moved around the perimeter, toward the rocky incline of the mountain. Chapter 24. Denio, Nevada. Stone is in position. Time to move. Curtis nodded to Chance, then to Parker, who managed to look pale and green even in the dark of night. The trio moved closer to the chain-link fence when Parker's earpiece crackled to life.
Parker, it's Kat. We've got trouble.
What happened? He asked, dropping to a knee and skidding to a stop.
We just intercepted a radio communication from the Oregon base. They just greenlit the God Hand strike, Kat said. The drone broke out of its holding pattern and is heading south.
Oh, no, Parker said.
How long do we have? ETA before the drone reaches its launch window is 17 minutes, based on last known position and what we know of its capabilities.
Parker's breaths came in fast, shallow gulps.
What are we supposed to do now?
He asked Curtis.
Sit tight.
You're going to hyperventilate if you don't get a grip. Curtis clamped a hand on Parker's arm to look him in the eye. Chance, let Travis know what's happening. On it, Chance said, reaching for his radio. Curtis pressed a finger to his earpiece. Hey, John, I've got bad news. The God Hand is active. We have less than 17 minutes before it reaches the threshold for launch. Steens Mountain, Oregon. John's jaw muscles flexed and relaxed as he listened to Curtis's last transmission. He looked at Millie, then radioed his team.
Parker has to get into that base to stop the drone. We have to help him. And we've got no time for subtlety.
Copy. But how do you suppose we do that? Maverick asked.
We have to go loud, hammer them, and make ourselves seem as big a force as we can.
How does that help him? Jimenez asked.
The Nevada outpost is close enough to provide support. They'll send backup to support their team here.
You can't be serious. What if Flair gets away because of this?
Millie asked.
I'm afraid she's been reduced to the secondary objective now,
John said. You sure this will work? Maybe we just put both bases on alert and Parker's job gets harder, Jimenez said.
Then let's make sure they can't possibly ignore what we're about to do, John said.
Copy that, Scott said. John heard the smile in Detective Maverick's voice. He could see the look on Millie's face. The girl wasn't happy about the idea of letting Flair get away, but he knew that she understood that Parker's objective was more important now.
Jimenez, Maverick, spread out. Millie and I will do the same.
Roger, the marksman said. Millie tapped John on the shoulder with her fingertips and moved to his left, putting 50 meters of distance between them.
I've got the targets walking the perimeter sighted in. Ready when you are, she said over the radio.
We'll take the guards at the west entrance. Millie will be targeting the walkers, John said. Once we start shooting, Jimenez and Maverick will target the checkpoint at the main entrance.
Roger. Once you open up, Maverick and I will bring the thunder, Jimenez said. John lowered to a crouch, shouldering the MP7 and thumbing the fire selector to semi-auto. He rested his finger gently on the trigger, and only after a slow exhale, took out the slack, slowly and gently. Millie was lying prone, using a small shrub for cover. She tracked the movement of the pair of sentries, her finger applying pressure on the trigger of her weapon. The pop of John's MP7 reached her, and she applied the last few ounces, breaking the trigger and sending the first shot. Alerted by the supersonic crack a split second earlier, the sentries froze in their tracks. Millie placed a round just above the first man's spine. As his body dropped in place, she swept her muzzle toward the second man, aiming for center mass and opting for the improved odds to make her next shot. With 2 short presses, Millie double-tapped the standing guard, riding the reset point of the PDW's precision trigger. The man went down, clutching his stomach, wounded but still alive. He pulled himself behind cover as the violent shatter of a machine gun shook the air, directed at the 2 guards at the checkpoint. Between bursts, Millie could make out the words of the guard she had shot, as he announced over the radio that the facility was under attack. Even mortally wounded, the soldier maintained his composure and followed protocol. Any doubt that the force they were facing were Flair's beta assets were washed away. John called over the radio, continuing to fire on the enemy.
The party has started here. We'll try to draw the reinforcements our way, so Parker can accomplish his objective.
A silent response, almost a whisper, came back. Roger that. We're in position and awaiting our opening, Curtis said. Millie held her breath as she kept her weapon trained where the wounded Beta had taken cover. A figure leaked out from behind the wall of one of the smaller structures dotting the grounds, holding her weapon tight against her shoulder as the man's head peeked out behind the optic mounted on his rifle. Before the Beta could send his shots toward her position, Millie's high-velocity round skimmed along the length of her target's red dot sight housing before sinking into his exposed eye socket. Scott Maverick bared his teeth and braced the M60 against his shoulder, pinning the trigger to the rear. The machine gun chattered, flinging an arcing line of rounds toward the guards defending the checkpoint of the base. He had fired as soon as he heard John and Millie engaging their targets, but Maverick had not expected the reaction time of two Beta assets he was targeting. The dull pop of Jimenez's rifle came from his left, but the puff of dirt in the distance let them know that the marksman had missed as well.
"You slippery little weasels,"
Maverick said, as he prepared to cut down anyone brave enough to peek out at him. A glowing yellow light split the bunker entrance at the base of the mountain. The glow spread as the doors opened, and more troops poured out, more than any of them had anticipated.
"Looks like they're prepared for a goddamned assault."
Maverick poured a stream of 7.62 by 51mm rounds toward the crowd, but a fire team of Beta assets beat him to the punch, laying down suppressing fire and forcing the former homicide detective to cover his head and duck behind the berm he used for cover.
"John, it looks like we kicked the hornet's nest. They've got me pinned down."
He flinched and gritted his teeth as a round chewed up the dirt inches from his face. He popped his head up to steal a glance, and another close call forced him back behind the dirt and rocks. It was only a mental snapshot, but his last look had given Maverick an idea. He swapped the ammunition in the M60 for a fresh belt.
"Jimenez, you think you can cover me with that deer rifle?" he radioed. "I'll do what I can." "Okay, I'll toss a grenade over there to get them to hunker down. When that pineapple blows, you keep 'em pinned." "Toss a grenade? I'm not so sure you can reach them from your position," Jimenez said.
Maverick yanked the pin out. "Bet you a pitcher of beer I drop one right on their position." He stood his full height and whipped his arm in a looping arc, releasing the TNT-packed chunk of steel. Muzzle flashes lit up the night, and he dropped back behind cover as bullets peppered his position. The grenade tumbled as its high trajectory carried over 50 meters. Clearing the fence, it landed short of a trio of armed soldiers before bouncing off of the asphalt and into the chest of the center man. One of the soldiers tried to bark out a warning as the explosive detonated, having cooked off its fuse in the long flight. The blast shredded their bodies with shrapnel, and the concussive force pulverized their internal organs. The sharp cracks of a bolt rifle rang out in the still buzzing air. Jimenez placed his shots as fast and precise as he could, forcing the remaining soldiers behind cover. Maverick snatched up the M60 and darted from his position, moving as fast as he could. He dropped down behind a large rock, sliding to a stop as the incoming fire resumed, at nearly the same intensity as before, on his new position.
"Nice try, but I think you're in the same boat,"
Jimenez said. The sound of bullets striking near him could be heard over the radio, too.
"Not exactly. I've got a better angle now." "Do you care to enlighten me?" Jimenez asked. "Yeah. Everyone cover me again on 3, and I'll show you."
Scott worked the charging handle.
"Ready when you are," Jimenez said,
as the click of his rifle's bolt punctuated his statement.
"Ready," Millie said. "On your signal," John said.
3, Scott yelled before rolling out from behind cover. The static-like crackling of the PDWs used by John and Millie filled in the gaps of the thumps from Jimenez's .308 caliber Remington. They all opened fire into the base, targeting anyone foolish enough to stick their heads out. The thundering roar of Maverick's M60 washed over the battlefield again. This time the machine gun had been loaded with phosphorus tracer rounds. Jimenez watched the glowing line of bullets as Maverick walked them onto his target. The burst tore through the spare tanks lashed to the back of a truck parked alongside other military-style vehicles. The fireball consumed the truck, setting off its internal fuel, flipping it forward.
The flaming wreck dropped onto the tank of a fuel truck. The air pulsed out as the fire ignited the massive tank. The night sky lit up, almost as bright as day, as a fireball rose behind the opposing force and loomed over them. The blast wave extended past the flames, sending a ring of dust outward, knocking the nearby betas off their feet. Maverick dropped back behind cover, clapping a hand over the top of his shoulder.
"Are you okay?"
Jimenez radioed.
"One of them bastards tagged me."
Maverick winced.
"But I think I gave a little more than I got." "Do you think John and Millie are okay?" Jimenez asked.
"John's a big boy, and that girl seems more than capable. I think they'll be fine." Chapter 25. Muffled pops filled the short gaps between the update from Burroughs. More than once, Flair's assistant flinched as the rumbling report from a machine gun thumped outside. An explosion rattled the windows, and Flair raised a hand for Burroughs to stop. A second detonation shook some of the dirt from the ceiling inside their fortified structure. Several of the lab technicians and administrative personnel started talking, their murmurs of fear spreading weakness through the room. But Flair realized that they were understandably rattled, having almost flinched herself at the massive thunderclap.
"Miss Burroughs, your report is no good to me unless you tell me exactly what we're facing out there," she said.
Flair's security chief took a step forward, clearing his throat as he spoke for the assistant. "It's a small assault, ma'am. At first, we thought it was a large force, but once our defensive team set up a perimeter, they've determined that the fire is only coming from a handful of positions. No more than half a dozen attackers."
"It's Stone,"
Flair said, more to herself. "Even if it is John Stone, I have no doubt our forces will stop him before he gets in here," the security chief said. Flair placed a finger on her lips, contemplating their situation.
"Those explosions out there, will they harm the structure?"
"No, ma'am. This bunker is made of 3-foot-thick reinforced concrete with steel support structures providing additional strength. It would take a 20-kiloton nuke to even crack it."
"What was that large explosion?"
she asked. Burroughs leaned over the shoulder of a technician, getting the information from his screen.
"It was an external fuel tank, one of the backup tanks."
The technician turned his chair to face Flair.
"There are layers of safety systems in place to keep it from damaging the bunker if it blows."
Flair raised an eyebrow.
"If it blows, I would say that ship has sailed."
The building tech averted his gaze, unable to maintain eye contact, as Flair burned through him with her stare. She showed the man mercy and addressed the security chief again.
"What are my contingencies if I need to get out?"
"We have a team on standby, ready to transport you out of this bunker and get you to a secluded airfield. Beta assets." Flair nodded, satisfied with the answer. Her personal Alpha assets, Melody Richter and Alyssa Westall, were also in the base, tasked with her protection. More than enough to handle a half-dozen attackers. The chief continued. "Please rest assured, Miss Flair, that this minor skirmish is a nuisance at worst. They won't be getting in here." She looked the man in the eye and thought about his statement. Flair turned on her heel and paced the room.
Why would John Stone attack this location with only a small group? Maybe this was all he had. Still, it doesn't make sense.
How would they have found out about this location, unless they had access to secure files? Mexico, she thought, putting the pieces together. If they found out about this installation, that meant Stone would also have information about their other bases, possibly about Nova.
The control facility in Nevada. Have there been any reports of an attack?
The security chief's eyes widened. There have been no reports of any attacks on that location, ma'am. We've raised the security level as a precaution after they sent reinforcements to our position. She furrowed her brows, eyes narrowing into slits.
I want every sector to check in, especially the drone control area. Run remote diagnostics on the God Hand systems.
Is everything okay? The chief asked.
Not unless all of the sectors check in, she thought. Do it.
John Stone had been a consistent thorn in the side of the Order. They had already lost so many influential people in the organization because of his interference. Price Wyndham, Damian Blanchard, and Barrett Anderson had all fallen at the hands of the man outside. Failing to stop him now would set the Order's plans back years, possibly decades.
Miss Flair,
the text said. She snapped out of her thoughts and looked at the man.
It's the drone control room, ma'am. They haven't checked in.
Her jaw tightened. She pulled in a slow, deep breath, expanding her chest. Closing her eyes, Flair blew the air out in a steady stream from between her tight lips.
Lock it down! Lock it all down now! I want a thorough sweep of the entire compound.
Her eyes burned with fury.
No one leaves that area unless they are 100% cleared. Do you understand?
The tech nodded and tapped out a quick message on his tablet. He grabbed the handset of the phone on his desk and dialed the number to contact the other base. Denio, Nevada. Curtis pulled the goggles over his eyes, scanning the outer perimeter. There are a lot of people walking around out there. This isn't going to be easy. Parker fidgeted, desperate to move. Time was running out.
The party has started here, John said. We'll try to draw the reinforcements our way so Parker can accomplish his objective.
The popping and crackling of gunfire bled through his transmission.
What does that mean?
Parker asked, looking at Curtis. Maybe he's going to try and draw some of the guys at this base toward his location.
We don't have time. We have to get down there now.
Parker began moving toward the fence.
Parker, wait.
Look, Chance said. There was a flurry of activity in the outpost. Soldiers ran out of buildings, climbing into a pair of trucks. The gates opened, and the vehicles bounded out of the facility. They turned on a course that took them north, into Oregon.
Wow, he did it,
Parker said. Now the rest is up to us, Curtis added. They stayed low and quietly moved toward the outpost. Curtis led them to the ideal spot to get in past the fence. He signaled Chance while sweeping the area with the muzzle of his AR-15. Chance pulled a pair of small but beefy wire cutters out of his satchel. He cut away enough of the fence to allow the three of them to get through. He dropped the cutters and unholstered his pistol, watching the area while Curtis crawled through the hole in the fence. "You're next, Parker," Chance said, tapping the young programmer on his shoulder. Parker nodded, gulped down his nerves, and wiggled through the small opening. Chance followed, raising his Glock again once he cleared the fence. Without a word, Curtis led the group into the facility. He took them along the fence, using the pools of shadow that the inadequate overhead lighting created. Behind one of the few trucks left, he stopped, signaling for Parker and Chance to do the same. "It's been smooth so far," Curtis said. "That drone will be in range soon, so we should get where we're headed in a hurry," Chance said. Parker pointed to one of the buildings.
"That's it right there."
It was a stout structure. Unlike the smaller buildings around it, this one was made of reinforced concrete, with a tall antenna sticking out of the top. A secondary antenna array sat 20 meters east of the bunker. Curtis let out a long breath. "That looks pretty secure. Can't we just take out the array over there? Maybe kill their link to the bird?" Parker shook his head, adjusting his goggles for the 10th time.
"It's already executing a pre-programmed routine. We need to take control of it, not just sever the link."
"It looks like we have to break into a bank vault, so Parker can play with his remote control plane then," Chance said. Curtis let a breath out through his nostrils and looked around. He perked up when he saw an opening, signaling the other two.
"Let's move."
Approaching the bunker, Chance stepped past Parker and put a hand on Curtis's shoulder. The trio stopped, taking cover behind a pair of steel barrels, barely large enough to hide them. Curtis looked at Chance, raising an eyebrow. The detective pointed to his ear and then toward the bunker. A faint scraping of boots along pebbles reached their position. A sentry was walking nearby, making his rounds. The alert level had been elevated due to John's attack. Once the guard passed, Chance nodded, and Curtis moved again. At the base of the antenna array, they stopped and took cover.
"How are we supposed to get in there?"
Parker asked. "I was really hoping you would have that figured out by the time we got here," Curtis said. Chance pointed to the front door of the bunker. "See that access panel right next to the door? Looks like there's a card reader controlling the locks. If we can just get a hold of somebody's key card, we can scan it and walk right in. We could have the element of surprise on anyone inside," he said.
"That sounds good. We just need to find someone with a card?
Parker asked.
The sentry?
Curtis asked.
I can follow along his route and sneak up on him,
Chance said. Curtis shook his head.
Splitting up is too risky.
Another guard approached the bunker as they discussed their options.
Looks like we found our volunteer,
Chance said with a grin. They watched as the man pounded on the heavy door 3 times with his fist. After a moment, someone opened it from inside. The 2 men spoke for a brief moment, and then the guard turned and walked away as the door closed.
Could it be that simple? Chance asked.
Curtis shrugged. What do you think? Should we follow the first guy and see if he has a card, or head up there and knock? They all shrugged at each other, reaching a consensus.
Let's give it a shot,
Curtis said. At the bunker's entrance, they stacked up against the wall next to the door. Parker stayed behind the other 2 men as they prepared to execute the plan.
Let's sell some cookies.
Curtis pounded the door with his fist 3 times. The moment stretched out in agonizing silence. Parker rocked from foot to foot, sure that the plan had failed.
They're going to see us plain as day, he thought.
Glancing up,